Today we are capping off the spring split with North America. At the top, Team Electros and Only Realm are tied in points, just one step away from going to the Brawl Cup. Right behind them, Tribe Gaming are snapping at their heels, and Stamina is hoping for a miracle run that requires everything to go their way. This is an Ace True Top 8. My name's Sunny, and I'm here with Uber and Semantic today. Arguably, two of the loudest voices in all of Brawl Stars. You're meme enthusiasts, clearly. So, gentlemen, does this stay a two-horse race here in NA, or are Tribe or STMN going to crash the party?
He's a big STMN believer, though. I've heard him talk a lot about it. I don't think much is going to change here. I think Tribe are just a little off the front of the pack in NA, or at least they were last month. They've got to fight to reclaim some of that former glory, just like Only Realm were able to last month.
I honestly think, you never count out Stamina. They have been the best North American team at the last World Finals. As weird as it sounds, that's a fact.
Yeah, it was weird.
And they only jump as high as they need to, according to Juan Carlos. So never count them out. I think it's a four-way race, but we will see.
Well, today they need to jump very far if they still want to make it to Berlin. They need to make a miracle run and win it all. We are seeing it here once more, as I already mentioned. Team Electros and Only Realm sitting at the top, exactly tied in points. And Brawl Cup isn't even clinched yet. Both Tribe Gaming and Stamina can still steal that away from them.
Yeah, I mean, there requires a few things to go right for Tribe Gaming and Stamina to steal some of these spots. And I mean, most importantly, it kind of requires one of Electros or Only Realm to have the wheels fall off the cart in these quarterfinals. Looking at these matchups, that's actually looking pretty unlikely. I think Semantic, the thing that reaches out to me here is Electros have got a pretty soft side of the bracket this month.
Yeah, they are alone in the quarterfinal one. They are Team Electros against Legacy Esports, which is a team that only qualified for the first time in itself. Then you have Vedic and FA Homeless as well on that side of the bracket. While at the other side, you have the three teams that are playing for Brawl Cup: Only Realm, Tribe Gaming, and STMM. So Electros has definitely one of the easier side to make it to Brawl Cup.
And Tribe and STMN are our quarterfinal number 4. That's certainly one I'm looking forward to. Both fighting for the Brawl Cup, and they have it in their own hands. Whoever wins this one still has a chance at making it. Now, the first 4 quarterfinals, I hope you guys have already decided who you want to vote on. We're going to do it with everyone live here on stream. Make sure to head over to event.brawlstars.com right now if you want to do it alongside us. The quarterfinal number 1, Team Electros versus Legacy Esports. I have to go with Team Electros here. I mean, we have one team who has won the February monthly final versus a team who finally has made it even into a monthly final. 3 very well-known players, but not the best showings this year.
Looking at this next one, I generally, if Zemp doesn't throw in that game, in the gym grab game, FA Homeless beat Only Realm. They beat them. And I think Fnatic still haven't quite gotten settled with the roster change that they've had. As good as they are, they're already experienced. So I'm actually going to vote for FA Homeless in this second game.
For the next one, we have Only Realms against Vicday, and I think this one is pretty clear since Vicday has not been actively scrimming quite a lot. And Only Realm has won the last monthly final, so they're coming in with a lot of momentum, so we're definitely going with Only Realm here.
Our last quarterfinal, as already mentioned, Tribe Gaming versus Stamina is a rough one. I'm going to vote for Tribe Gaming here. I know Semantic disagrees with that one.
I mean, in my predictions, I have Tribe as well, so I'm not 100% disagreeing. I'm just saying, don't count them out. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, remember, Stamina were the LCQ team from NA last year and did better than any of the other teams. So I do think that they can play up. I just love this idea of, they only put in as much effort as they have to. That's crazy, but
it's true. It's just true.
That's very efficient. I
think that describes them really well, so they could just pull off that miracle run. We didn't have any of the other teams in the other regions that needed a perfect day actually pull it off.
Yeah.
So maybe NA is finally where it's at. Now, semi-final number 1, we're going to go through all of the predictions here. We chose FA Homeless and Team Electros. Electros once again. Yeah.
Electros are going to win that game, I think. They're too clean with it. And honestly, they've got a great attitude. I really love the guys' approach to competing at the moment.
I will we have Tribe Gaming against Only Realm now in the semi-final number 2.
Ooh.
This game basically decides Brawl Cup.
Yeah.
And I want my friend Bobby to make it so I can finally face him.
Have you ever played him on the
No,
stage?
not a single time in my whole career, and I've been around for a long time, let me tell you.
Oh,
and
I know, bro. You're old as heck, bro.
And not a single international I have been able to face him yet, and I would really love to face him, so I'm going for Only Realm here.
Cool.
And Only Realm needs to actually get seed number 1 to face Humble. So you want him to win it all today. I'm going to say Team Electros takes it, though. We have a vote here. You vote for only Rum, and you go with?
Team Electros for me, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Where's
okay
the
with that. But again, yeah, like the top seed from this tournament is in Zeta Division's group. The second seed from NA ends up in Foot and Toxic Lotus's group, that group of death. So you want top seed from NA.
So at the end here, you make sure to submit your predictions, and then you can get these rewards. You don't only get them by voting correctly, getting your predictions right, you also get them by watching the show on event.brawlstars.com, lock in your MVP votes, and also answer 2 quizzes. And the Dragon Wing spray, I think I got that one already. I'm only missing the pin after yesterday.
Nice. I like the pin. That's kind of based. All right, so I don't know, I forgot to tell production this. I changed my quarterfinals 2 prediction. I actually think FA Homeless can win that game. Thank you guys, yeah.
Oh, that was quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
no, the dude, our production are actually sick. W prod, not gonna lie. That's the only place I differ. I really think that team is quality. Last month, like I hope they don't let it get to them because they were, for most of that series, better than Only Realm.
Aside of that, we all have Tribe, of course, even though I do believe Stamina will put up a fair game. And quarterfinal 1 and quarterfinal 3, I think most of the people will have the same prediction. They are one of the less spacier games, in my opinion.
It's going to be some exciting matches. Yesterday we had a lot of 3-0s. I'm hoping for some closer ones, and I think we're in for a treat, especially in the quarterfinal number 2 and 4, so stay tuned. Many teams in NA have switched rosters, changed names, kept us on our toes and made sure that our casters have a tough time. For all viewers at home, we did put together a little graphic to explain what happened between March and now.
Yeah, I mean, start with this one, right? Zeus Esports is no longer supporting the org, which is a shame because they made it into the semi-finals and went all the way to match point. So double match point. Generally, I thought these guys have potential. Tyrant's the veteran. Zemp, I think, is hungry. He also loves to talk some smack there. So I still expect to see these guys look good, even if not ripped by an org officially this month. So I have them beating Vatic in that quarterfinal. Call me crazy.
We're going to see if they're actually going to pull it off in the end. We want to head straight into our quarterfinal number 1. It's Team Electros versus Legacy. Team Electros at the moment sitting at that number 1 seed, tied with Only Realm. They're your February monthly final winners, and they got reverse swept by Tribe in March in the semi-finals, so they did not make it quite as far as in February. It's a little bit of an up and down for them so far.
I think Legacy Esports has been had some trouble in the qualifiers since they had the toughest lower bracket all the time to qualify. Every single time they were in the lower bracket, they're trying to make it. They had 2 or 3 of the best teams on the region in their bracket. Basically the death bracket every single time. And finally, this month, they made it.
So they didn't get as far as they wanted in the last month. Let's see what they changed coming into this month.
Okay, Snoya, last month y'all fell at a double match point to Tribe Gaming in the semifinals. Do you think that there's something you're doing this month that's going to help that not be the outcome, or you think maybe it was just a bad day last month?
I think last month we kind of, like after winning the first month, I think we like slacked off a little bit, or not a little bit, like during like practice, there would be a lot of scrims where you just didn't voice call or anything. So I think that like ultimately led to like a worse outcome on match day because we weren't like as well, how do I say, like our chemistry wasn't as good as it was month 1. But this month, like we haven't missed any of those. Like we've VC'd every single scrim. So I think that should hopefully make a difference.
Well, good luck, man. I wish you all the best.
They scrimmed a lot more and they're hoping to beat at least the quarterfinals today. On the other side, we have Legacy Esports under a new flag as well. They played as I'm Hungry in the previous monthly final, but never ever got actually in it. Qualifier only. It's Sulan, Zeus and Rafiki. These are your global bans. Those 4 brawlers are not going to be in play for this match specifically. Sirius Ziggy, 2 throwers out for Team Electros, and then Mortis and Clancy on the right-hand side here for Team Legacy.
I called it now already. This is going to be a bull matchup, bull match all around, and we're going to see quite a lot of bulls.
Yeah, I mean, Bull got through a ton in SA to, had a pretty dramatic impact. So interesting to see him sort of left out here. I think Pierce also got through global bans, as far as I could tell. So that's a sharpshooter you really would expect to see here. Can I just say, the story here for this Legacy team is quite bizarre because Zulan was on I'm Hungry, but last week he was a sub for the old Legacy team. After his team, I'm Hungry, couldn't qualify. So he played last month, wasn't that great. Then he beat Legacy in the qualifiers here. Then Legacy picks him up. So he's on Legacy for the second time, but it's a different Legacy. This is the new Legacy team. Bro literally just like ended their qualifier run, and took their org and lunch money. Bro is crazy.
Actually, a quite fascinating story to see here. It's actually unreal to be the sub, beat them, and then take the name of organization. Crazy. I've never heard of that, honestly, in Brawl Esports so far.
Now, for Team Electros here, for them, like if they get second or better, they're sort of locked for Brawl Cup. That's fine. It's crazy they're not locked yet, right? They're not mathematically locked. If they get 4th place, right? So if they're top 4, they need Tribe not to win. If Tribe end up winning this monthly final and this Electros team don't do better than 4th, then it could get uncomfortable.
So yeah, even though they have an easier bracket side, they still need to lock in.
Now, under the new banner, the previous I Am Hungry now found finally a team to represent, and they have been playing in quite a few different teams. So we see here a little bit of a timeline. Now they're all united in April, finally, under Legacy. But before that, we know those names. It's weird to not see them in the monthly finals, and now in the 3rd monthly final of the year, they finally make a showing.
Yeah, that's bizarre, right? It took him that long to qualify, and so much that Zulan had to find another team because he just wanted to play in BSC. But look at the history for these guys, right? Pioneers, Tribe, Electros. Rafiki obviously was on Vatic to start this particular year when Zeus and Zulan were both sort of searching for their home. These are both two old Tribe alumni, just from different versions of that Tribe gaming roster.
And the most important thing is, they're not on any old team. They were on the top teams. Elevate and Tribe were the #1 team of the region.
Yeah.
Tribe before that, Zulan was the top team for 2 years running. It's just crazy to see them trying to build a new roster and not making it to the final.
They fell far, I'm not going to lie. And it's a long climb back.
They've always been super successful in their rosters, and then they just didn't really find a home just yet in NA. Didn't qualify for the monthly finals in the first 2 months, and now they're finally here to show us what's in them and have to face against that #1 seed immediately. We also saw it in the votes. The viewers at home said, I think 91%, or even more, 95, voted for Team Electros to win this one. I voted that as well because we haven't really seen any of those.
Bro, they didn't qualify
players
2 months ago.
in a while.
Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. These guys obviously like have like legacy behind them. Ironically, I mean it's actually funny. Their team's called Legacy and they keep like swapping their roster. They actually can't build one because they don't stay with the same team for long enough. But I mean these guys have like history, right? But in Brawl Stars, you can't just take a team of superstars and smash them together and expect them to perform. Like that synergy and chemistry takes ages to develop. And we saw it Zulan last year when he was subbing for the old Legacy team. He was kind of like doing his own thing. Like he wasn't really plugged into the system of that team. Kind of looked like he was trying to do too much in order to win the game. And then it didn't make himself look great. Like it wasn't great for the stonks, if I'm honest.
And even if you do bring 3 pros completely together, you need a lot of time to just work the synergy out for them. They need to work on the team play, on the synergy, on the roles they have in each other team, who's the tank, who's the in-game leader, who's the drafter, because the drafter in our current esports scene is so important. And if you just swap around every month, it's going to be tough to create a stable environment like that.
I hope you're ready for the first match of the last monthly final of the Spring Split. Team Electros versus Legacy Esports, and Legacy has a super fun thing to do here. If they only beat Team Electros, they open up the chaos. They open the floodgates for Tribe and STM, and they both hope that Team Electros will lose in their quarterfinal #1. We're heading straight into draft here. Ems is already picked up on the right-hand side and double swoosh. It's really all about map control, area control. So you want those Terras, Embers, Jester, Crows out of the way. A bull band there on the right-hand side as well. Legacy spending a lot of aggression also with the Mortis and the global bands.
Bull snuck through global bans, and Legacy are not first pick, so they have to ban the Bull. There's just no excuse. The Ember ban to me is like pretty interesting. Sometimes you see her slip through quite a lot. No, didn't get picked or banned on this kind of map, but she's very powerful. Leon is pretty good. Leon's pretty good right now.
The lollipop drop is pretty good.
I am actually not a fan of that. I might say, because that Ems has the potential of a Ems Grey Rosa comp, or any substitute tank. And they need a lot of damage from the side of Electros now to deal with it. And in a pure 1v1, especially on a map like this Ems can easily deal with Leon, also with Anita. I'm not sure where this pick is coming from. Maybe to counter potential Rosa pick, but I'm kind of like this draft from Legacy so far a bit more.
I might be trying to use Bruce to get like some free map control on the weak side of the map here. But again, it's pretty easy to clear Bruce with someone like Ems, because he paths in a pretty predictable fashion, excuse me. Again, like there's no guarantee that we've had a mid picked up here for Legacy. They might go for something maybe slightly longer range here.
Bo would be one of those mid picks that are still left open. Janet, I really like her because she can always evade the danger. Otis is going to be picked up here. And another one of these area control brawlers. They have a really solid comp so far, very safe on the right-hand side.
Which also means, since they didn't pick a mid yet, if Electros decides to last pick an assassin or a tank, they will just play Ems mid and dominate the mid completely. So they just need to make sure they contain the Nita correctly and the Slayer, that they're not sneaking past them, that they're fine into a tank. Honestly, I don't even mind if they will just pick a Rosa right now from the start of Legacy.
Maybe like run a Kaze or something here?
Oh, Lily. Like that.
Okay, so we do have some sort of gem carrier pressure. Also decent vision with the Ems and the Otis here. Obviously, we talked about Janet. She's someone who can, with Boombox, can get that vision of the bushes and make life a little bit easier. It's also where we've seen Jean picked up here, like in some niche cases on the map, because just being able to use a vision gadget and just spam that weak side of the map gives you some advanced notice.
I was about to say they could do something so funny right now and just go with the kit into the Lily. I love that matchup. Now on the left-hand side, we really don't have a gem carry. They all just kind of want to go aggressive, get the bear available, get the supers with Leon. I assume Nita's going to be gem carry, but there's just really looking to kill the gem carry on the other side in the end.
I don't think they need one. They have double assassins, create pressure for Nita. You don't even need the gems. Just play until you get hyper charges, get them with gems. Once it's 0 to 10, go in with your hypers. Simple as that.
This is going to be our first map here for a quarterfinal number 1 in North America. If you had to side with a comp, which one would it be, Semantic?
I kind of like Legacy's a bit more. I know it's harder to pull off because there's double assassins, but they have this Ems that is not that easily assassinated if she's playing the correct gadget. And you have this Otis who, honestly, in my opinion, just should be able to 1v3 this comp here. And the Lily with a hyper can go quite insane as well. We have a right dash from a kid here, does not get the kill, unfortunately, and Anita trying to sneak up on the top side as well.
Okay, seems like the execution has been a bit of a pain point so far for Electros. Memen makes a dive, but there's no backup pressure there from Snowy whatsoever. Rafiki's able to get pretty far forward, an easy super on towards Memen, so that's the kit out of the picture already. Snowy here, able to run Zeus down, and the lollipop drop can be abused to some degree as Rafiki is handled, and now Electros have a chance to really get into the map.
Losing full control like that is not something you want with a more control-based comp. Thank God Electros actually did not capitalize on them. They did not push too much further, so Legacy was able to hold their grounds and hold some control. But look at the kid on the top left trying to go in with the kid the way to dodge roll. Kid completely neutralized with that. Is not getting any value. He's still going down, but unfortunately, the gems are still in the favor for Legacy Esports here.
Love this from Snowy. Body blocking with the bear and Fofo to make sure the damage follow-up isn't going to be there, even though Snowy was muted up by the Otis. But here's another strange dive. Like, this is a little disjointed. The kid goes in, but there's no one else to help actually get that elimination.
The only good thing she's getting from that is her hyper charge. As soon as she has a hyper, there's no one actually to stop her from getting a double kill or perhaps even a triple kill. Now, this Lily is sitting there with a hyper ult, looking for the gem carrier. That Leon just exposed himself. Lily might look for a way to go for him.
Dwayne has to be careful. I think he knows it. Lollipop drop in play yet again. Snowy actually steps up instead. We've got a split of gems across Electros here. Both Snowy and Dwayne need to come forward though. Here's the Hyper Bear now in play. Fofo active. Rafiki gonna duck down into the Shadow Realm now and look for Snowy as he pops on out. There's a Hyper Charge Super gonna be activated. Memen's the one that's pulled down though, and he doesn't have the gems. Rafiki could have picked anyone but the kid to try and hit with that super. Instead finds a wrong target. Still, Memen unsuccessful on that dive, and we're 9 apiece in gems.
Quite a fumble of a mispositioning of Rafiki here with the Lily. Gems are in favor of Electros. Account in the starting. Full control though for Legacy Esports. The kid invis got exposed. He's jumping, misses the jump. Zula with a gadget. Comes in clutch. The Lily at the bottom gets the kill as well. Kid is down. Full control for Legacy Esports. Snow trying to grab the jet. Actually got it. Goes down with it. That's a crucial death right here.
Now this comp working out pretty nicely for Legacy there. Doin's trying to come forward. Zulan a little bit low, carrying 17 gems. And he's able to walk away. 6 super there. Doin dragged into the Shadow Realm. Nothing that really he could do about it. Azula walks away with the whole clutch. Over the top's an option. Here come the yarn balls, but Zulan stays alive for long enough. Here come Legacy, and they aren't messing about.
I am telling you, this Leon is not a win condition this matchup. He is not able to go aggro. He's even the gem carry, which means he especially cannot go aggro. And who of them is actually going to get the kill? Who of them is creating the pressure? Because if just Kids jumps in all the time, there's not enough support to make anything out of it.
The follow-up hasn't been there for many of these Kid supers. And honestly, it could have gone even worse on the side of Legacy. There is, when we see the Lily hypercharge, it ends up being on the kid who has no gems. Despite that, Legacy is still able to take the round.
Now, slower gameplay. Nita on the bottom right. just waiting for a good opportunity. The scan on the kid is Zulan gonna know it. He's gonna come with the gadgets. It's not gonna be enough. He's gonna jump on the Leon as well. Gets some nice control of that. Nice Lily gadget. Creates some more pressure. I think that kid jump might not be that good for him. There's a Lily behind him. Can he get a kill? He cannot.
Rafiki gets caught out. That's going to open up the map a little bit more. 3 gems to 1. Going in. Getting ahead, of course, of that gas spray from Zulan. I mean, we know that she can certainly suffer when you get past that gas spray and in her face.
And that was really smart from Leon as well, because he knew the gadget was not in time there because he used it for the kid earlier. So he went in with an ult in Zulan's face to secure the kill there. Now, Zeus on the right side is creating a lot of pressure with the ult. It's pretty hard to deal with him on this map, especially. Nice gadget scanning off the kid as well. Lily and Rafiki now with 3 gems at his hand cannot go to aggro, which is pretty bad because he does need a hypercharge to make the crucial play at the end game.
Zulan here scouting that left side bush with a couple of those M's bursts, just trying to make sure no one's creeping up the miss. The lollipop shot's going to let Memon get close. Zulan, too healthy. Snowy doesn't have the damage, and in fact gets punished as Rafiki comes in, and the Lily's built up a hypercharge. It's almost impossible to get back into the game from this point as the countdown for Legacy has begun.
Kid, unfortunately, must be at least 25% away from Hyper. I don't think there's a miracle about to happen there. All eyes on Vanita. If she's 1 shot away from Hyper, Leon is both Hyper charge coming in. Kid jumps, secures 1 kill. Lily has the shot, goes to another one. Gems are flying all across, but Legacy Esports is still having 9 of them. Unfortunately, the last gem, the countdown gem, is in the hands of Electros.
Now there's time at least for Electros to continue to make use of this map control. It's Legacy stuck inside their spawn. Super now developed for Memon. That's going to be key to dive on in. Here's a Hyper Bear in the backline. This could be a bit of a problem. He's going to come and hit Rafiki mighty hard. And the gems are spilled. Doin's able to step up and get 8. Happy enough with that for the time being, because look at all the gems around the well. He'll walk away with 12 to his name.
I don't even know how you're going to come back this. There's a kid probably 1 shot away from Hyper. Zulan is going to pop his Hyper. They're trying to commit before his teammates should have waited a second longer perhaps. The kid jumps. The Bear's down. The Lily ult is down. Nothing is happening though. 3 seconds to go. Do they have the time for damage up? But it's simply not there. In the corner with 1000 HP. Electros takes game 2.
Doesn't get much closer than that. The Ems comes in with a hypercharge ready, and Memon sees an opportunity to stop the Ems in her tracks, so she can't bring that empowered caustic charisma into spawn and threaten the gem carrier. Then, of course, the Lily steps up, but it's 1v2 for Rafiki, and they aren't able to get them to drop those gems. Pretty sick endgame there. It came down to the wire.
2 big problems from the side of Legacy Esports. 1, that Lily having too many gems, not having an effective hypercharge ult. 2, Zula not being just way too high up, because the threat of Kid jumping on the Ems is basically the game-changing threat here. That's when you can go in, because the Lily will not be able to 1v2. She has no gadgets to take care of that. Kid jump coming in, just securing a bit of damage from Vanita. Getting her ult, she's 4 shots, then 2 shots away from Bear. 1 shot away from Bear now from Vanita.
Yeah, nice little gadget used there by Rafiki. 1 gem picked up by the Lily. Not always who you want to have in possession. It's not the lion's share of them at the very least. Man, able to get rid of the Lily though. Rafiki brought down. Zulan now spotted in mid. Doin wants to at least pressure this Ems away. So map control goes to blue side.
Such an important stuff for Memon. So look how many hits he's been getting. He's probably already halfway to his hypercharge. The worst possible start you want to have against the kid right here. Bear coming up as well, pushing with Otis on the top right. He's trying to hit as every damage shot they can. It's just not enough. Lily Hyper wasted on Anita. What does that kill gain you?
Memon has to back away. Flashing super there. We're going to just duo up here. We're doing good damage on Zeus. Very, very low is the Otis, who's just developed that mute button. And it's 4 gems to 5. Legacy obviously still holding them. Zulan has been able to stay away from the heat so far.
This is the moment that they need to go aggro. They know Kid doesn't have ult. She just used the gadget. They need to make a play. And that's what Rafiki is doing on the top left. Kid is getting exposed. Has to jump as well. Rafiki hits an ult that he did not intend to hit. Snowy is alone in a 1v3. It's not enough. Zulan has all the gems right there. Countdown for Legacy Esports.
See how impressive that Ems can be in moments like this. Rafiki now just trying to play and run some interference. Get up in the face of Electros. 7 seconds left. Is there a kit super? No. Memon has no way to really get to Zulan for the time being. Fat Splatter on the ground. Snowy trying to get around the edge. 1 second left and not enough time to get those gems loose. Legacy putting their best foot forward here in this first set. Shocking Electros.
I absolutely love this. It's back and forth, the hyper usage, ult usage. Crazy game of gem grab we just had.
Yeah, sick. Honestly, it always feels like when you've got Lily, when you've got Kit, when you've got these dive-oriented brawlers, when you've got playmaker compositions, you get these really frenetic, exciting moments where both teams are trying to go after one another's gem carrier. And I've got to say, the Ems is a tough target to go for. Even if you have that Kit dive, Zulan has friend zoner. You've got potential to stun if you can line that up and hit the wall correctly. The Nita in the mix here as well for Snowy means that you can bully into this top grass area. I don't know, Sonny. I feel like Memon was on point on this kit. A lot of free damage, a lot of free supercharge, just from good mechanics hitting people around the edge of these fences.
And still, it wasn't enough in the end. Rafiki on that Lily sniping away the gems more often than just once and getting the win for Legacy Esports in a way. It was really just Sulan being the solid mid, never going down, and then Rafiki wreaking havoc in the opponent's lanes. We see it here, 15 kills on him. On the other side, yes, we had some great drawings also from the Kid and the Leon, but I feel like what they were really missing is that stability. They have the Nita already that just can't really deal with any of the opponent's brawler on her own. She needs some help from the two assassins, and they're playing together. They're going in aggressive, but they have no backup. They lose to gems. And yeah, Legacy Esports runs away with that. In the end, the 5% who actually voted for Legacy were right.
So far.
They saw something in them. It's 1-0. Just saying, we did have that happen in the past, that the supposedly really strong team are losing.
I just copied his
just
spread, dude.
qualified for the first time
yeah,
for
I
the
don't really get it.
final.
That's crazy. I take no responsibility for this. I just copied his spread.
One thing as well about that Nita matchup, her hypercharge was so strong. The bear did so much, honestly, for the push at the end. It's just, as Sunny said, you're just not getting it. It's just not enough support to get it, and that's really sad to see.
Also, like, you're only getting damage done as Nita when the Lily comes to you. Yeah. Outside of that, like, you're utterly outranged by the Otis, and you don't want to get close enough to Ems to actually hit her, right? You actually operate in her optimal range. Terrible matchup for you. So, yeah, picking a brawler purely defensively is rough. I do think that, like, Fofo Hyper Bear is a great way to take control, but outside of that, you're not generating them nearly frequently enough.
And on the other side, you also have a Otis and Ems against you as the Leon and the Kid that wants to go aggressive. So they couldn't really go in aggressive without getting punished for it. We're now heading over to dueling Beetles. We're in hot zone, and we see the brawler here already. Leon is going to be the #1 player on a map like this one, thanks to his lollipop drop once more, if he's even open.
Going in, right into draft. I assume brawlers you want to have banned for here is for sure Cleanse global ban. Bull as well, you got to take care of them. Ems and Leon, as we said already. We have a Grey ban, the Meeple ban, the Leon ban. These are Finks bans, kind of / Ems bans. I think a Finks might be doable here because of the Meeple. Or they go crazy and go for potential Lu 1 to set up their game. Oh, Pierce 1. Well, that is a bit early in my opinion because he can get countered pretty easily from Mina. With a Crow ban as well and the Stu ban that you have in your hands, this is really easy Mina pick here from Legacy Esports.
Do think those Pierce Supers are pretty impactful here, right? It is a sharpshooter that actually can still function when there are walls in play and not being cleared. So that's obviously, a very potent option. We're thinking about brawlers with, effective zone denial, right? Lu's already been raised. We've seen Spike at times brought onto this map, but a little bit weak as a side laner because of that limited range and being a little squishy. But we've seen Life Plant used to actually set up an assassin brawler on that team to have, throw the Life Plant out, have a brawler play around it. Of course, we have this Finks coming in.
Symantec already called it. If the Finks bans are in place, and they wanted to have Finks on the right-hand side indeed. Now left-hand side could still go with a bit more range. They probably want to break open the map regardless. If you have a Pierce, that's what you want to do. So maybe a Ruffs later on. Penny is going to be picked up here. They have the turret now, which is super, super strong on a map like this one, if you can get it efficiently. On the left-hand side, they might have wanted to pick up a Bull or something aggressive. Now into Penny, I would not recommend.
Can they Pam against these Finks?
The big problem they have right now is there's the Barley last pick, so they're forced to go Assassin, potentially, or Bull. But if you go that, they're just going to change the last pick to some kind of anti-tank last pick, which could even be a Griff, could be a Pam last pick, I'll be down for that. Or just a Mina as well, or Combo. There's so many possibilities for Legacy Esports that I don't like how Electro's draft is going. And if they do indeed go defense, erupts into a Penny, by the way, I absolutely hate. Even if you break the map, that's a horrible matchup for you to have. And that Barley last pick is going to be quite good.
But as I said, they kind of have to. If you have a Pierce on your side, you want to break open the map. I agree with you though. Pierce as first pick, not something I see too often.
I feel like if you don't take him first, you're giving him up almost guaranteed because then Legacy get 2 picks back to back. They can Finks Pierce or they can obviously, take some really powerful brawlers there. So Ambit around things out. Interesting. Obviously, effective side laner, pretty good against tanks as well.
I have a cook-off a pick, and that will be Piper. I know that Ruffs could be annoying, but a Piper into an Amber on a Pierce, especially if they break the map, the Finks is probably fine on itself, and mid, the Penny will be fine on the side. If you go something like a Piper, that will be fine. That will be so good, actually. You could have an easy assassin like a Lily yourself, if you really want to. You can also go Thrower, some kind of Sprout, or just Barley for the healing will be fine as well. A lot of options here for the side of Legacy Esports.
I wanted to see a Poco comp, honestly. We're in NA. I wanted to see Poco. I'm disappointed. Maybe we're going to see him later on. He has a 76% win rate, by the way, in NA. On this particular map. Sprout is going to be the last pick. We already called it. They wanted a Thrower on the left-hand side. Now it's picked up on the right side. Walls put back in place. when the Ruffs has broken it open, is how I would explain that.
I mean, I do think that against sharpshooters, shutting down those long sight lines, hedge is really important. You don't have the zone denial or potential healing tonic, you know, that Barley offers you, but I think you can really just shut the map off and set up for your team.
It's beautiful how Semantic is like giving us a sign, oh yeah, what we said was
agree.
correct, I'm glad.
100% agree. That's why you go Sprout over Barley for the walls and shutting the snipers down. Now we have a Ruffs with not Sandbags. Of course, you don't want to go Sandbags into a Penny and a Sprout, so he's playing with Meteor Gadget here. 1v1 on the right side with Things and Sprout. Playing with mid here, but Pierce needs to be the left side, which is why Pierce is just not that good of a brawler, because he's literally scanning grass as a brawler you cannot scan, and now he's getting walled off. They're pushing through mid, don't even need to. They can just chill a bit and wait for a better opportunity, especially when that Penny turret is out.
Yeah, this Meteor Gadget at least buys some time for that hedge to dissipate, but it will simply transplant and put back in front of Snowy this time. So at any given moment, one of these Team Electro's players is rendered completely useless. It's a 2v3.
I'm honestly just waiting for that Penny to might even go a bit more aggressive. I think it will be acceptable to feed the Ruffs a bit, just so you get your turret, because there's nothing that gets rid of that turret, especially if you place it behind the unbreakable wall and the Sprout supports you.
No walls right now, in fairness. Here comes Snowy. Going to clear this grass away. Rafiki ready for it. Has to step over towards that left-hand side. Memin here dueling with Zeus, who basically dodges that Meteor Gadget. That is good enough. No big supers here for Legacy. They really do lean on them heavily, right? Finks, Penny, all of them need those supers in play. We're about to see what Sprout can do with his as well.
Sprout definitely should be swapping lane here. Penny should be on our side, so his walls actually gain a bit more value. Beautiful ult here from Pierce. Beautiful attacks here from him as well. Getting full control. But for Rough Rakes as well, they have easier time to dodge on the bottom left.
Yeah, I mean, those Pierce supers matter. I mean, that was a big chunk down on Zulan. Too low to actually get involved in the fighting any further. And 40% here for Team Electro. So they've been hitting some of these crucial shots. And Memin has been a bit of a problem for the Penny on this right side of the map. Rafiki is in trouble. Has to really cower behind this indestructible wall.
Not a single ult from Penny or Fink so far. That's why I told you it is fine if you feed the Ruff at the start. All you need is one ult so you can actually go and regain, because if that doesn't happen, you feed them anyway. This is the outcome of it.
Yeah, here's the snowball. Here comes Snowy as well. Hypercharge super at the ready. All this grass can be cleared out. Zulan burning down, and he will fall around the corner. That's exactly where Ruffs wants you, folks. Memin is getting free damage and also keeping his turret all four busy. Zeus is trying to get out, but he's cooked. Snowy literally lighting on fire. Zulan doesn't have a chance to get through, and of course that hypercharge super is not going to bail him out of trouble here. This was an absolute beating.
Absolutely perfect executed from the side of Electros. They took their patience, they broke the bottom left wall first so they can dodge the Sprout better. No aggression from the side of Legacy Esports, no Things ult. The Penny will come way too late. They lost full control as well. The Sprout didn't have impact as well, which is why I kind of thought an Assassin would be more helpful to just create pressure for you. Penny gets the turret, you spike it up yourself. The Things ult as well is really important to counter the Pierce, and it's just nothing that's happening here.
Going it over to the right side now, but the plan is the same. You abuse this diagonal to make sure that Rafiki can't get that free damage. Trying to come forward, does get a hit, forced to use that gadget to get on out here. Snowy is going to give some ground now.
Beautiful positioning here from Zeus. Swap the lane away. He's getting some shots off for his turret. Doing is going a bit too active. The Sprout should be getting him, but the shots actually go through a wall and kill the Sprout. Crucial kill here for Memin as well. Full control from the side of Electros.
Memin might be that guy. I'm not going to lie. Over the course of the series, he's looked fantastic. First the kit and then the Colonel Ruffs. I mean, he's on a brawler here, which doesn't always allow for you to express your skill to the same degree. And yet, he's looks really impressive. Zeus is having to lane swap away from the Ruffs here.
I hope the Penny is really close to turret, because she has gotten some shots early already. She just needs to go aggro. You need to commit for it. It's fine if you feed. You gotta make a play. You need that turret for the late game. Fink finally has an ult as well. The first ult of the set.
All right, well, it's coming at 42% for Team Electros. Here it comes. Rafiki lays it down. Still going to get spammed down because you're up against an Amber. Much like Pam, it is hard to dodge these spraying projectiles, even with that super in play. Legacy have managed to turn this into a 20% total, but no one's on the point right now. And Zulan is forced to retreat. Memin also just commanding this space. And what shots on Rafiki. Stunning work. Hypercharge super here for Snowy. Zulan is about to get toasty.
I can't believe Memin just hit a 1v2 when Zulan finally got control. That is literally the game changer of this game. Incredible pressure for him. Penny turret, unfortunately, is set up now for the side of Legacy Esports. This game, ladies and gentlemen, is not over yet.
68% and counting. Snowy able to dip a toe at least on the point for the time being. As that Pierce super thrown out, Rafiki falls. Look how low the Penny is. Zoe's going to come forward, and Memin might be in a position to clear this turret out, but the angles don't really favor the Ruffs here.
The Sprout is down, the Penny turret is not doing enough. There's no Fink ult on the map as well. This game is over. This set goes in the hands of Electros. We have a 1-1 in our hands, and I didn't dislike the Sprawl pick, but apparently just wasn't enough to support your team to break out of your spawn and hold full control. But I must say, Mammon doing that 1v2, that was a clutch of a game and probably saved them a game.
Actually sick. Yeah, I was really impressed by what Memo was able to show. Do you actually think there was an outdraft here for Legacy? Because I felt like Electros won mostly on execution.
I think it's a 50-50 matchup. You literally saw it. Depending on how the start goes, either Legacy wins or Electros wins. Because imagine Electros is feeding a Sprawl wall early on. Penny pushes up, one wall is blocked, Penny is getting turret early. They're never going to break out of spawn. That will never happen. Things as the ult just for the pure defense. So it's really just the start about these two comps, which Electros just have perfectly executed. Even though they did a slight mistake and fed Penny a bit and lost a bit of pressure, they just came back immediately out of it and just perfect executed.
First 30 to 40 seconds, I think, are the most important with those comps.
Exactly. And then in the end, the Ruffs got super a bit earlier than the Sprouts. He broke open the map, and after that, Zulan could not really get his super. It was super hard, and Team Electros gave him a hard time. I completely agree with you there, Semantic. I felt like maybe play the Sprout a bit more aggressive at the start. Even if you go down, at least you have that wall that is so necessary for your team to do anything. And if that wall is in place, Ruffs will also not be able to cycle his super as efficiently. They can get trapped in spawn, and maybe Legacy could have won that one.
They had the wall set up, though, that Sprout wall in the first set, and it looked like, hey, they were in a virtual 3v2, but they don't do anything with it, and they don't want to push into the diagonal that the Pierce is holding, so the wall disappears, and then Electros move back in and just go back to playing their game.
Which is also why Sprout mid is not as aggressive as Sprout lane. If he walled the enemy while the Sprout was on the lane, he could have pushed up, like Senny is saying. But he was mid, so he kept getting pinched from all enemies off a lane, which is not pinched. So it's basically a 2v2, even though it's a 2v3, as dumb as it sounds.
Yeah.
I think in the end, yeah, you want to cycle your supers, right? There's a couple of brawlers where you can actually do that. With the Sandy, for example, you throw your super down, and after that, the goal is to get another super immediately. With the Sprout, I kind of feel the same. I try to get my super into a place where I can actually get super back for the next interaction.
Sure.
But yeah, they are pro players. I'm not, so I'm sure Zulan is his best.
Yeah, this guy is.
He is, so he did his best.
He did good. There was no major mistake there, by any means. I don't think anyone did any major mistakes where you could say they're through. It's just that the Team Electros just executed it so perfectly that even as a pro, it is so incredibly hard to break through that.
And look, I think that Electros...
You're not allowed to talk, you're no pro player, sorry.
I mean, I'm getting paid to do it.
Oh, it's true. Continue.
I mean, I will definitely not talk and still get paid. I'd be happy to do that as well. But I mean, again, I think Electros, like, you know, the way that first map went, I think it was a tough draft for them. They came into that game disadvantaged. I always feel like every time we watch the Lilycom, the wins tend to favor that team, or at least if they're able to execute that moderately well. They didn't even have to be perfect. I thought the kit was a bit uncomfortable into that. The Nita, like the draft was, yeah. But when we get comparable drafts, or like, you know, two drafts that can work, that have application, and maybe they're super dependent, all of a sudden you can snowball the game if you're Electros because you are so squeaky clean in your setup. You know how to play into so many of these compositions.
Lily was potentially picked as well for that draft just now. But they didn't want to go it. They could have gone, they wanted for Sprout, which for me tells me they just like to play more defensive. They don't want to go too aggressive. Even though that Lily in the first set, they still had this Otis and Ems combo basing the synergy around defense, which is pretty interesting to see so far for Legacy. So maybe they just need more aggression.
We're just getting the players situated once more, so be patient with us. They're going to be right back. They are not affected by any of this right now. We have different metas in every single region. So far, we've only seen 2 different drafts from NA, and so far, I feel like they're drafting pretty much the same as EMEA. Pierce was also heavily featured there. It was the most picked up brawler. Really good win rate as well. And then in East Asia, Jester was the #1 pick in SA yesterday. Bull just was the brawler we couldn't stop talking about. He was picked up very often, had a really high win rate as well. And yeah, it just worked out more often than not. It was the best brawler, and it was something I would have expected to come out of NA as well, at least in the old days, Semantic. You know, you and me. We used to see NA always come out with these poker double tank comps more often than EMEA.
Maybe they got scared lately. Who knows? At the end of the day, they have their own meta, their own ecosystem, as Sunny is saying. So they're developing at their own pace. And sometimes you do see these shade comps from North America, which I would love to see today, that are quite aggressive, which is not a thing in EMEA at all. Because for some reason, North American players are just able to do that double gadget shade tech, where you have double of your gadget, basically that's how it is. And just be able to play the shade on any open map you have, which is pretty insane.
Shade I thought was pretty contested in SA at times as well. I think there's probably feels like there's like 6 must-have brawlers at the moment. So the global bans account for 4, and usually it's like Bull and Pierce, or maybe Sirius gets through, and there's usually a couple. So that's why we see, that Bull ban for Red Side, or whoever's sort of not first pick, because that's something you can't really cover all the brawlers. Even with global bans now, we're close to we've got 100 brawlers playable right now. Obviously with more just around the corner. So it's interesting how the global ban has come in, allowing us to virtually ban 10% of the current Brawl Stars roster, and there are still options that feel very powerful that can really warp the game. That's just how these brawlers tend to sing in the hands of these pro players, which is why I like watching this Electro squad, because they are very, very tight. They got very, very good protocols. They look sick out there. So I can't wait to see what Knockout has in store for us.
The players are now ready, so we are going to head into our map number 3. We are going to see 4 sets of these 2 teams because it's 1-1 already. Legacy actually managed to take the first set. Team Electors tied up in Dueling Beetles, and now we're heading into Golden Gulch.
I love the Kit ban, I love the Gene ban, I love the RT ban, I love the Brock ban. All of the clear basic bans. RT might have been changeable for Pierce because Pierce 1 is quite a bit scary to face against. You really cannot go any type of slow comp. You're forced to go Assassin or Control. Now, Ziggy is banned, Kid is banned, Ollie is banned. What type of Assassin can you possibly go? Mortis is banned too.
Yeah. No, you don't. I mean, Ali? Is that an option? There's not a lot of bush coverage like in the middle part of this map. It's only really around the edges, so it feels like that is a huge risk to take. It really depends. Like you can kind of play for some like sort of late round strategy here, taking like kit looks you can bring, but yeah, Leon, no shock here. I just feel like he's too good. Not quite good enough to global ban, and he can slip through in the general bans right now, but yeah, something needs to be done about this guy.
They also banned out Gene. Of course, he's super good into the Leon because you can actually spot him quite easily. What I always like to pick also into this is a Bell, because if he's bouncing with his lollipop drop, he's not going to be as valuable in the end. And Bell overall, a pretty common pick on a map like this one.
They banned the Brock, so I think this should tell you most of what you need to know if you're Legacy. And Angelo somehow sneaks through. This is pretty rare. I'm surprised it kind of didn't go first pick, but this is 2 very good brawlers for Legacy to get.
There's a lot of possibilities for Electros here to go. They have some kind of Hank Charlie comp if you want to run it. A bit squishy to take or Sprout or something like that, but you will create a lot of pressure on the both sides. You do have a Daryl thrower comp perhaps as well, because that Pierce will be able to easily deal with the defense. Or Daryl any control comp is fine. You can go for Grey comp as well, which I would love to see. Jaeyoung we have, so I expect him to go some type of higher HP brawler, perhaps a Hank.
Like a Buster here against this Legacy comp?
The problem with a Buster is you don't really deal with a meeple. Okay, they're not even going high HP, they're just going full control. That is a bit interesting because honestly, Daryl last pick will be quite good in my opinion. Also, that Leon is still tough to deal with.
All right. Yeah, so Meeple obviously comes in and does obviously give you a heck of a lot of play when you've got Pierce, who can already hit you from behind walls, and then that Meeple super can be quite painful. And let's not forget, we saw it yesterday, do not underestimate the damage output that Jaeyoung has access to, and also being able to have a really nice healing throughput against a pretty high burst composition that features Angelo is important. Getting your teammates back in the fight after taking one of those hits from Angelo is going to be important.
Not a fan of that into a Meeple. If you get a Meeple boxed ulted, you're dead immediately. Also, a Pierce ult is pretty easy to kill for you.
Bouncy castle in the box. Heal yourself back up.
I would I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. The good thing is, for Legacy Esports, they have a start. There's no abilities from the side of Electros that is stopping an Angelo jump early, getting some early control, a Leon gadget which allows you to be faster to the enemy spawn, and a Rico just pushing out on the left side of Electros' left side here that we will see. They cannot stop that possibly. So the start definitely goes to the side of Legacy Esports. They just need to know how to deal with the counter pressure and holding that control and capitalizing on it.
All right, here we go. Jumping now into Gold Arm Gulch. Let's see how this Rico operates without any wall break on the map, and with a Brock ban. Maybe Legacy had already tipped their hand earlier. It's pretty annoying to have to fight Angelo with Lollipop drop invisibility, but they are aware that Zeus is lurking in that right side. Mimin wants to fight Zulad. I respect it, and honestly, with how he's been playing today, I would back him.
I assume Angelo is on Pierce since he didn't jump early and push that. I didn't like the positioning. There you go, I told you. I would like to Leon positioning Better to be a bit more left, so Rico will do a tiny bit more at the start because he's just fighting this 1v1, where realistically he could be playing with a Leon gadget as well. Another box, and that box actually gives you a tiny bit of ult charge, so if he keeps hitting it and keeps doing like 500 damage, eventually he will be getting his ult. Now, attack on the left side, there's the healing from Rico. Count ult as well, it's not going to be enough. as Neuer right side is trying his best as well.
Memin is aura farming here on this Jaeyong. He is ready to throw down against King Z. Rafiki getting close here. Snow, yep, realizing that we need to heal them up, but still Rafiki absolutely nukes him. That speed in invisibility is ridiculous, and the damage is too much from Legacy.
Now, that's the thing that I said. Legacy Esports does have the start. We just need to see now how the Meeple ult will perform, how the Pierce ult will perform as soon as they get access to their utilities.
Here's that lollipop drop. Rafiki just hurtles out of it. Zeus here as well, always a threat. Can set up easy kills for Rafiki by getting some nice chunk damage. Doin here is grazed. Memin has to play back though and make sure he keeps that Pierce nice and healthy. The diagonal is what Electros are going to try and abuse for as long as they can, but that means they need to keep the Rico at the top of the map quiet.
Horrible ult from Leon here. Definitely should have had a bit more patience. All fully committed. Ghetto coming in now. Is he getting ult of that? He is not. However, I'm sure the reason why they're putting Snow, but the kill goes down actually from the Leon on the Pierce. Incredible kill.
He heard you say his ult was horrible. And it just turned up. Bro is not messing about. Still, we're seeing why Leon is such a go-to on this map and in general right now. Oh, buddy, here comes a lollipop drop. Zeus with a super that will travel with him. And so around him, that AoE damage. Memin got nowhere to go. Weekend Warrior is impressive, but not enough to give the edge to Electros.
That was exactly that heal gadget that you were talking about from Rico. Even though his box is not that easy to kill, to get with. Crazy kill on the Pierce. I did not imagine that, even though Leon did waste his ult. It's just too hard to fight them early on like that. They just need a better util usage. And maybe just drop the left lane at some point. Just push right at the start, because that Rico has been too much of a menace for them. There you go.
All right, over to the right we go to start for Electros. Obviously that means that there's no access to the diagonal until Doin gets to the top of the map. And there we go, Manchester Meeple's going to be able to clear out that lollipop drop early.
Best possible start here for Electros. They finally have some mid-control. No one in their backline, no one being annoying to them. Angelo here getting scanned out. Is on Pierce, so he needs to be really careful to not misposition himself. Pierce is hitting some shots as well. There you go, beautiful taps here from Duin. The Meeple might need to get a box out to get that Leon gadget out. The Leon's going in. Nice, a young gadget. Incredible range from that 3v2 situation.
Yeah, sick from Memin, just hits that Leon through the wall with Weekend Warrior. And now is able to heal back up. Zulan trying to really find some angles here. Simple geometry, I guess, as Memin's just going to run Zeus down. He knows he can probably just straight up kill this Angelo. And now Zulan is all alone.
The most important thing in a 3v1 like that is that Meeple gets an ult, so Duin and Memin should not be shooting. That's exactly what they're doing. Perfectly executed from Electros here to secure that ult, with which now they can actually push the left lane if they're interested in, but they don't need to.
Yeah, having that Meeple ultimate in the back pocket is going to be massive. Zeus here, holding that long line, as is Rafiki, but Doin says, I will fight on the diagonal, and Zeus is absolutely cooked. Nicely done by Doin. Rafiki having to play through the bush, and Zulan is just looking for a way to get involved in this game. It feels like he's been an ornament.
Not a big fan of a Pierce gadget. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think a jump gadget will just be so much better for the early start to pressure and to escape abilities like that. Now in a 3v2 situation, there's not much you can do. Now 3v1, Zulan will take this L and maybe waste some time so they can think about a strategy how to win the next game.
Obviously, it started pretty well here for Legacy Esports, but Electros have recovered. They've started to figure it out, and that Angelo is a very hotly contested pick on this map, but when you've got like a Jaeyong running at you very quickly, who's healed up, can tank one of your shots, and has Weekend Warrior, it's a pretty scary prospect. Great recovery here from Team Electros. I think they're showing us some of that experience they're beginning to develop. They keep cool heads, they're able to see these strategies and adapt.
Now, what Legacy needs to do to respond to that, split up your lanes. Rico on the left, Andrew in the middle, Leon on the right. You're going to lock down all three lanes here. Let's see if they're going to do it. They actually triple stack on right, which kind of allows them to just rotate to the left slowly, which is exactly why I didn't like to triple stack like that. Left lane for the side of Electros.
They've been able to scout some damage here into the lollipop drop, which is about to dissipate. And Rico moving to the top of the map. So Memin has been the aggressor most of the time. I mean, bro is just him.
He just 1v2'd them, pushed them into the spawn, and it's full life. Now they're full control. The Angelo is stuck in spawn, he needs to heal as well. Incredible play from Memin.
I mean, Angelo needs some like buddy system level of protection. He cannot simply stand there while getting run down by, you know, a relatively high durability and high speed brawler. So now, Legacy are just caught in this corner. How are they going to break out?
Leon sneaking up on Pierce, that's exactly what they needed. He does have an ult, he needs to do it again though. He got scanned, they know he's in mist, they're just going to fall back to not give him any value. And that Pierce has ult, and that will be really, really scary to come up now. Even though that we will get it, he does all three of them. Incredible damages, Angelus down at 700 HP. This Leon will not be enough to do anything in 1v2, but here comes out from Mariko. But in 1v3, what possible chances does he have?
Yeah, into the gas it is for Zulan, even though he knows his opponent's already already have their supers. Should have been a clean sheet there for Team Electros, but they had one perish to the gas. This could be the set right here. Electros have figured out how to play against Legacy, and they have not slowed down.
Look at that, they know the right lane is clear because Rico scanned it out. They push it immediately, they take the major map control. Beautiful PS here from the side of Angelo. Just getting healed up again from Memon.
Yeah, so much healing from Memon, and then we know he can go aggressive and start to take map control simply by walking at his opponents. Mansions of Meeple there is going to deny most of that lollipop drop area, so no invisibility for Legacy. Doing this, looking for Zulan just to step a little bit too far out. Again, Memon doing the thing, trying to run after that Angelo. Bait some shots. Snowy on the diagonal.
Awful mispositioning from Zulan. He's gonna get pinched right now. He has the healing Xbox, so do they know it? They're going to commit for it. Leon is trying to do for it. Going trying to help him as well. It's just not enough. No, they did waste the Meeple super, but there's still a Pierce ult on the board. Leon is immense. They do know about it. He needs to commit again. Same thing as last time. Fall back, let him come in peace. There you go. Beautiful from Pierce on Mariko, making him low. And look at Lemon on the right side, pushing up Angelo. Even though he has anti-lock damage, it's just too much.
Gonna dodge away. Hypercharge active now for Memon. Here's Rafiki. He's in the mix, but he's low. Zulan down to 3.6k, and Memon's gonna heal up now. Rafiki, invisible, steps up. Zulan closer to the gas. Snowy stepped a little too far to the left and gets caught first.
A 600 HP victory to fight for the next round. Incredible well played from them. Now, Volt usage are kind of gone, but there's a Pierce Hyper, which is really, really scary. So is a Recall, which I think is not even that far off to his Hyper. Leona's Hyper, dude, this will be an ult fest of the century.
Mantis of Meeple counters most of the lollipop drop duration, but eventually Legacy are able to move into the middle of the map. Rafiki also flashing that hypercharge is ready, and Snowy straight up gets caught out by Zeus.
What a mispositioning mistake by Meeple. Had no get his teammate from Rebecca hitting up, and he just tried to fight something, I'm not sure what, got hit by the bounces, and with paths from Angelo from Zeus right now are just on point. He is not missing.
This is going to be tough now for Electros to win a 2 versus 3. Zulan's not giving them any obvious opening. Memon could try and run someone down, but now you'll be putting yourself in a 1 versus 2 scenario. They'll be biding their time. Still no gas on the map yet. Already hype is built up for every member of Legacy.
This game is not over yet. If Pierce does get this hyper ult, there's still a chance, but the hypers are popping for all 3 members of Legacy Esports. They get both kills
That is
and
massive.
win the next set.
I can't believe what we are seeing here. Legacy have failed to qualify up until this point, and now against the top prospect in North America, they have their backs against the wall. And honestly, it's looked spectacular. We had some questions about how Gold Arm Gulch would go for them because it started well and then it started to look pretty darn weird. But some clutch shots from Angelo in that last round get them ahead.
I do think that Electros have caught the execution with the ult usage, with positioning mistakes, which is not there. It was exactly played as I said. Legacy Esports gets the start with the ult usage. Electros should be winning, but there were just too many tiny mistakes which cost them the game.
Yeah, this was obviously a very close start to the game. But Leon is pretty crazy when he can do things like jump in for those assassinations. Memon again looked fantastic in a third consecutive set. This time on a brawler that's really supportive and utility focused, but is able to find these opportunities where he can play aggressive, can come forward and force people out of the map.
If Electros somehow turns it around, make sure you do vote Memon for the MVP on event.brosters.com because he definitely deserves it so far if they win.
Yeah.
And you get 100 points towards the rewards doing so. I must say here, Team Electros isn't really looking like they did in February. In March, we already saw that they can be beaten. And now today, I don't know if Legacy is just playing so well that even Electros isn't looking that strong, or if Electros, it's just not showing what they did in February. And honestly, we had Snowy in the interview. He seemed very, very confident today, scrimming a lot more often, and they're back on track, he said. Does it look like that?
Everyone in this region's working hard, though. That's the thing. I mean, you're dealing with a Legacy who have been denied monthly finals like 2 months in a row up until this point, and they are full of really talented players that have also been top competitors in North America. So it's not like we're looking at some weird dark horse roster. Our only concern with them was, have they had enough time to gel? Because they have literally some of the best players in NA's history on this team. Looks like they're finding their footing. But something that Snowy said in the interview that stuck out to me was that after that first monthly final win, they started slacking off a little bit in scrims. They weren't communicating quite as much. Maybe just the intensity they dialed back on a little too much. Remember, if Electros get knocked out in this game, it throws all of our clinching scenarios, it throws all of our Brawl Cup potential for our NA teams for a loop.
And that is something that you have this inexperienced team. the regard of thinking they're too good, so they can take it leisurely on the second final. And now perhaps as well, the amount of pressure they're feeling right now, they're not used to it. They have Brawl Cup on the line, as you just said. I don't know if they're used to this pressure and if they can perform with that kind of pressure on you, because it is a lot of pressure, let me tell you, as a player.
I mean, I would argue they're probably not used to it, you know? We have been talking about how strong they actually are right now, but this is also still their first ever showing in a BSC. It's their third month, they qualified consistently, but they're still such a young roster. Know each other well from Meteorinos, but this is a different shoe size. We're now heading into safe zone. It could be where Legacy Esports finally clutches it out and make their first monthly final entry, at least a semi-final performance.
Double penny ban coming up just shows you how broken this brawler is. Double pierce ban as well, same thing on this map. Chuck ban to be sure. Melody ban will hint for a Kazu early pick. There's a cold open though, and an Angelo. We do go with an Angelo one here. I think a cold Kazu combo as the 2-3 would be quite good in my opinion right now.
I mean, yeah, Angelo on this map, by the way, is kind of insane. Normally teams are forced to like go for Eve instead to have like a free way into the map, but Angelo is very powerful. The thing about him is that low safe DPS. Angelo is anti-personnel for this map. He's not really designed to be a win condition on that enemy safe, so you do need to make sure you combine it. The control he can offer you with these big one hits with brawlers that can get in and start to go after that safe itself. There's like a ton of options here, like the Colt mentioned, right? He is really doing great safe damage with his Buffy. He moves so well. Kaze has Fan Storm for free safe damage and also sick mobility.
I'm trying to think what picks you want to go into that. If they do indeed go cold here and not some kind of Nani, Byron or Bell to deal for Angelo, they do need to make sure that they have a solid last pick to handle a potential bull pick from the side of Legacy Esports here. I do really want to see the cold here, because if you give them Angelo and cold on top of that, you are doing a big mistake, and they're actually doing it. Wow. This might not be that good for them.
You have the Bell 8-bit combo at your disposal as well. You normally want to take both of them together because someone picks Bell into your 8-bit and then you are kind of countered. You don't want to have those shots bouncing off that damage amplifier. Obviously, you know, it's a relatively long-range composition, doesn't want to be run up on, but you have things like Nest Egg to slow things down. Obviously, 8-bit can use Cheat Cartridge to get out of trouble. See that come up on this map on occasion. But you're looking across and you've already seen, you know, Electros with a powerful assassin, with a very versatile brawler that can break the map open, and here's the 8-bit to start us off.
Not a fan of that brawler, honestly, on that map, especially into something like a Ruff's Castle, but crazy prediction from you, Uber. Are they going actually Bell with it? What do you think?
Well, they might leave themselves exposed to a Bell pick if that's the case, which is not the end of the world. She is outranged by Angelo to some degree. But again, I think the 8-bit's going to give you good safe damage now. You've got consistent long-range safe damage if you ever get that mid-control, which is what Angelo's designed to give to you. So I don't think you have to go Bell. You've just got to be aware that you open yourself up to it.
Why don't we just go Bull?
Yeah, so some kind of pressure, so we're able to get spotted Brock instead, okay.
To open up the map, I guess, with the Angelo, they do have a sniper that could potentially profit from that, but with the 8-bit, you actually want those two wooden barrels to stand still there, so you have somewhere to place your turret behind. Things on the left-hand side. Are we on a hot zone right now?
That's crazy. I've not seen a safe zone Things pick in a long time, probably since Brawl Cup 2025, so it's kind of crazy to see him here. This castle has quite a nice matchup. This Ruffs is struggling a lot, and the Sphinx, I don't think will do a lot, honestly, into that. If he somehow gets a ult and control, maybe he will. So honestly, all eyes on the castle Memon, apparently.
Yeah, has
why
no
doesn't
range.
he hate Bull?
I don't know. I mean, Electros is known to play Bull in scrims. I'm quite wondered why they're not going from some kind of Bull strategy. Maybe they had it prepped for the semis, but yeah, we will see.
All right, well, here we go. So obviously there's some map break here for Electros, and we can see already it's starting to get opened up. But like you mentioned, Zulang now doesn't really, you know, he may not have a safe place to put that turret if those barrels on the right get cleared. Memen just taken down. That's some sharp shooting from Zeus, and now he gets to do some safe damage to the tune of 4,000 per hit.
Missed target presentation from Zeus. He needs to go for control. Nice jump there. Definitely focus for control first. Get your 8-bit turret on the field first, like that. They just lost 20% simply because Zeus wanted to take one single shot on the safe. The shield is gone from the side of Legacy Esports.
We talked about it. You need to be anti-personnel as this Angelo. It's important that you use this incredible, you know, damage booster plus Angelo potential to one-shot some of these squishier brawlers. And here's Memen now back in the game. Electro's trying to find their way into the map, but they've done well. They exploit a brief window for Legacy Esports, and now they're just going to double down.
Look at Memen just going in, creating pressure that the team needs for them to do more damage. Geisha ult on the safe as well. And Ruffs is doing damage on the enemy safe, and they're up by 44%. I cannot believe this right now.
They pick themselves single-shot brawlers into sandbags as well, by the way, so Snowy is going to get mega value off this gadget. Zeus comes in again, and well, Snowy is handled, so he's actually free to go for some safe damage here, but he gets one shot, and then the next one is shielded by a Brawler body blocking off spawn.
If you're down that much percentage in Heist, it's just impossible to defend because one single mistake of letting this castle through to the enemy safe is just game over immediately. And Memon is doing that. He's just going in, creating pressure. Look at that. Gold comes in, but it's fine. The amount of pressure he creates for his team is clearly enough for the doing now to go up and do even more damage as the things of enemy safe. Yes, it gets ready as well. Look at that. Get it hard. Really nice try from him, but there's Memon again.
Now he's back. Hypercharge at already, by the way, so as soon as he can get a nice big fan storm down on the safe, he will. Legacy are losing by 50% despite having map control for 80% of this map.
Kazul coming in, creates full control for them. Angelo Hypo is popping. However, the damage on the safe is still draining.
Oh no.
The pixel is well impossible to kill them. Game 1 goes to the side of Electros.
Pretty insane. You see how this red side composition can sit in the middle of the map. They can really exert themselves. But Electros come in, they only have to really be on the safe for a few seconds to do 25 plus damage.
But that's the problem. Zeus focusing with safe at the start spiraled them into the space race from the side of Memon to keep creating pressure for that. So they just need to focus on full control at the start of the game. Defense, Ape turret set up, and just go for full defense. So you have some good ults to finally push and do that crucial 50% with one single push with an Ape turret.
I really think they want their, damage amp turret in the middle of the map, not to the top right here where they had it earlier on. They want to be able to benefit from it and hit the safe instead of use the damage boost to try and fight enemy brawlers. Here's Rafiki very low. Snowy is tapping him down. And honestly, some pretty decent footwork to keep himself a foothold in the middle of the map.
This castle is just feeding on them. Look at this. She has another ult against this comp, which it's so incredibly hard to play as a player. They just ignore them everything. The whole mid is open because they do play too much to the right. As Uber said correctly, this castle is still on the safe, still doing damage. Insane lead.
Yeah, you really... And now you don't have a great place to put this damage amp turret because those barrels have been cleared. Nice shooting there, though. Rafiki combining with Zeus to get that elimination. No, misses the Brawl Star. Zeus is marked up. And he goes very, very low to the detonation. But this buys enough time for Doing to get back into the map. And Electro still have that healthy 32% lead.
That cycle from Electros is just completely insane. Look at Memon again, getting another ult, which will help them for the next push to go through, or perhaps by himself to go through. He should probably change it and just put a gay shot on the safe. He's standing still to make sure absolutely that he's hitting that to pop the next shield, as you see at the top right now.
Doing well. He actually body blocks on purpose one of those Angelo shots onto his turret. And then he honestly just jukes a couple shots, gets himself back into the map here. Rafiki down to 2.3k. Here comes Zula and Hypercharge at the ready, though. Just needs to make use of this damage amp turret. But again, it's not safe damage. It's just pressure on these enemy brawlers. And Electros are continuing to send the troops. They're just holding W, bro.
A thing still to get rid of that Hypercharge ult turret, which is exactly what they needed because that is the pressure that Legacy has. Let's go now. Another gay shot on the map. Full control for Electros. And Cave got the Angelo off the bottom right. The damage keeps raining and not a single shield yet got popped from the side of Electros' side.
Zulan's dead. He knows it. He's not even bothering anymore. He knows the game has gotten out of control. After Memon 1v2s his team, he realizes his goose is cooked. Okay, folks, straight out of the gates, we are headed to a decider because Electros look absolutely dominant here. It's a good map control comp, but Semantic saw it straight away. Saw this 8-bit picked up and he said there could be some real issues with this Legacy setup.
And I think this answers the question that we just asked earlier. Are they fine to deal with this kind of pressure for Brawl Cup on the line? And clearly they are. The aggression they showed is exactly what we need from the side of Electros to keep this game up and their Brawl Cup chances alive.
Picking up the 8-bit, definitely a risky play into a Ross who opens up the map, but then you have nowhere to place your turret behind. Then the last pick, a Brock pick as well. Why do you want to open up the map yourself?
No, you're trying to throw up the sandbag, Sonny. You got the sandbag.
I did not really agree with the draft of Legacy Esports. I still believe they have what it takes to beat Electros today, and they proved it to us already in 2 sets. We're now heading to set 5, and guys, it's exactly what we wanted. Finally, we have a close game. We had to wait all of South America yesterday to see it finally in the finals. Today, we get it in quarterfinal number 1.
One small thing about the draft as well, I am surprised that Cold didn't get picked from either sides, because if that Abel would have been a Cold, he would be able to 1v1 the cast easily and do damage on the save and potentially win into a Rust as well. Instead, we just have an Abel for the defense, who did only 2k damage on the enemy save, which is not why you picked him, and he didn't even defend, as you clearly saw, so it's just the useless of a pick.
And Zeus is the anti-brawler in Angelo, does the least amount of DPS in that round. Like, it's tough. And you see, Legacy did more damage overall over the course of that game, but it was all spent trying to get into the map, and then they could never actually convert that into safe pressure, which is pretty damning of an indictment. I mean, that says something's gone wrong with your game plan here. Your focus might be wrong. You know, you talked about maybe seeing the Angelo go for safe damage in that first round. It wasn't too egregious, but yeah, Zeus does take a couple shots at the safe. They get blocked off because there's a long time in between them, long intervals in between Angelo's shots. It's enough time for a brawler to respawn with invulnerability and just body block it. Nice job, bro. We're back in the game now, so.
Well, at least we get our money's worth today. We get a set 5
Who's
out
paying?
of the first quarterfinal one already.
They're getting the money's worth out of us. That's what I'm saying.
You're going to pay later. Don't worry about that. We're going to head to Sneaky Fields. Brawl Ball. A fan favorite. Who's going to take it though? In the end, Team Electros or Legacy Esports. Now, if you could revert your predictions, what would you say?
I will stick with Electros. I think they got it in them. This is Brawl Ball now, so we finally will see a bull pick for them. I hope they do to secure their win now, right now.
When they win hard, this Electros team. I feel like they have got what it takes in a I can't believe we're saying high pressure all of a sudden, but remember, they need to get out of these quarterfinals to be safe for Brawl Cup. So just one more set and they're sorted.
That would actually be crazy if they lose the Brawl Cup ticket they played so hard for in February and March with just, a loss against a team who has never played in the monthly finals before.
The number 1 seed of a region, losing to basically the number 8 seed of a region in the quarterfinals is kind of crazy if you ask me.
I'm glad you did it yourself.
Honestly,
I think it was seed 13 in your case.
Thank you very much for reminding me.
That's crazy. That doesn't happen though, really. That's just made up. I think people just tell that to their kids to give them nightmares, honestly.
Draft coming in for Sneaky Fields. We do have a Shade ban, an Ellie ban, and a Nita ban. Crow first pick actually got through. Incredible pick for them. Really difficult to counter. Perhaps an Otis to 3 is the only chance they have. However, this bull pick, currently with double side Nita ban and so many anti-tanks bans, needs to get picked. I need an Otis bull here, or the chances are over for Legacy Esports.
Do you want to play the bull?
Leon?
I want it early.
Bull, Leon are the 2 picks that come immediately to mind if I look at this draft, and both are left open, both are super strong. Please, NA, don't do that to me.
There it is! Thank God, finally we see it! Such amazing band through, such an amazing map. And I do need that Otis in mid though to counter this Crow. I think it's one of the rare brawlers that you have, with small brawlers in mid, that I can actually beat a Crow on this map.
If we don't see Otis picked up here by Legacy, is that an option though for Electros?
No, not realistically, since we have a Crow mid already. You're probably forced to go some kind of Mo, or maybe Morosa if you want to defend against this bull. Meeple instead in mid. You know, you can do it. I would love the Otis so much more, but I guess that's a mid to deal with a Crow.
I mean, you can do it. You can also pick Jesse. You know, you can do many things if it's wise. No, in all seriousness, I don't think Meeple is necessarily a bad pick. Otis is just a more common one. We are used to seeing this brawler everywhere at the moment. On the left-hand side, we have a bit more error control. No aggressor yet.
Oh my!
Again, the Leon's still technically left open, but they decide to go a different route here. They want to open up the map. And now with Pierce and Colt, they do have a very solid comp. Once the map is open, the start though is all on that right-hand side now. Legacy Esports, if they pull off a miracle run like they need today to get anywhere on the leaderboard really, they can also do it here in Sneaky Fields if they just get into the game very quickly and get maybe a 30-second goal.
Now, we have seen a bull into a cancel already win, so I don't think it's necessarily going to be bad into this matchup. I think having him so much not uncountered is going to go really, really crazy. Now, we do get a rough last pick here.
Do they want to open up the map themselves?
No, it's just for the Pierce, for the sandbags, I guess, and to win the lane at the start. But yeah, definitely crazy range comp from the side of Electros. It just depends how you play it, I guess.
Remember, this Legacy team, they got swept by Vatic 3-0 in the upper bracket of the qualifiers. Like, they did not look good here. There's a reason why they're 8th seed. So this is a massive step up in terms of what we've seen from them in the past, from not qualifying to barely qualifying here. Now they are taking it to one of the best teams in this North American region, have a chance to do the funniest thing ever. Here we go, Manton's and Meeple on this left-hand side of the map. Zeus does want to bully in Memen's direction, who's been sublime today. Definitely the standout player on Electros, but it's going to take more than that to get them out of this series and properly into Brawl Cup. Here comes Rafiki, and he mows them down. That is brutal stuff. Doin cannot hold off Legacy and concedes the goal.
8th seed as to, because they have a lower seed to face them. They're actually 11th seed, I just saw. Either way, exactly the start Legacy needs to have this type of control, to have a comp, to have a chance at winning, because the longer the game goes, the worse it is for the side of Legacy. The more doing with the PS will hard carry them right here. But the big problem right now is that this bull has already a bit of ult, he has a bit of hyper. and eventually he will be able to defend. Beautiful ball positioning here from the side of Electros, just perfectly placed so they have it at the top, but also horrible place so Legacy cannot clear it and get it into the corner.
And the map is beginning to be opened up bit by bit. Mantis and Meeple here, in theory, would have let Legacy back into the map, but they are not in any hurry. They are in the lead, and they want to see Electros make the move, potentially leaving an opening to punish. Obviously, Zulan's going to be heavily outranged here by doing, but there's a cheeky little shot around the wall as there is some homing aspect to those Meeple shots.
Not the best wall break here from McCall. Definitely just focus on the right walls first. I know you want to break that right wall, but look at the dodges that Zeus have. Beautiful gadget combo, old combo from Zulan here. Bull is getting rid of Bull as well. That is the moment you need to go up, grab the Bull, just put it in the corner. As a matter of fact, we're going full SK gaming style right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go there from behind the wall. Double tap there from Doin. Zulan, it could be in some trouble here. Ooh, good shots though, able to bring Doin down at the very least. Memin though looking to try and pinch, but Legacy have bought enough time for Rafiki to return to the game, and there's only 45 seconds left in the round.
And the big problem we have right now, you fed the Meeple already high bolt. Ross has a hyper charge, which means Bull will have one later on. There comes one high bolt. The big is played way too early as well from Zulan. That might cost him later on. But Bull is also getting closer to his ult, which is really important for the defense. High bolt in the back now from around actually did break a tiny bit of a wall if I see it correctly.
It did, yeah, just one of those corner pieces. Zulan does take a hit here from Doin, who's low, but they finally bring Rafiki down. He was on an island on the left-hand side of the map, and now with 17 seconds left in the round, Electros are making a play for the goal. Zulan's low. Mantis and Meeple won't last long enough to prevent this, but Memin has to fight Rafiki. That's not a matchup you ever want to take. He charges in super there from Snow, but it's not going to be enough. 5 seconds in the round, and Crow is too low to do a darn thing about it. He'll await that round to expire. And what a start here from Legacy to take this first step to a set 5 win.
The hyper-charged ult from Ruffs in the back for Bull to get it. Then beat him on with free and then pull that off. Absolutely incredible play from Legacy Esports. Shout out to them now. They're gonna do that again. That's hard, but they're gonna have that perfect start to have an early go again. And Electros is trying their best to not let that happen.
Electros have shown that they, from round to round, can adapt the strategy of their opponents. We saw it on Knockout. Memin those taken down early. Legacy going to try and run into them once more, and there's already a whole lot that Electros can do about it. Here's Zeus. Zulan healthy enough, but can't hold on to the ball. Doin hits a fat super, and into the map, Electros get.
The amount of shot that Pierce doing just hit is incredible. Memin just needs to be careful to break the map correctly here. Break it as early as possible. Perfect brawl break. Look at that. Full map is open for Doing to hard carry this. And Legacy is stuck in spawn, but this time, not with a goal up, but on a 0-0.
You're right, the game is even. So this time, Electros have a little bit less pressure on them to enact this plan. But you can see it takes time to come to fruition. It's a slow roll. Move up the map, hit consistent shots, break things open, and render this Meeple pretty useless.
Ruff's just trying to farm us hyper on the right side. As we just said, it's a bit slow-paced game now until everything opens up. Bull is trying to make the play with the gadget of Meeple. Cold ult comes in clutch though. The Bull on the mid left, healed up perfectly. Pierce ult comes in, hits one shot. The Bull is just an open target. A tank on an open map is not going to do anything. They're over there, but the Bull is still fine cornered on the right side. Zulan on the top. Can he get the kill on Memin? He cannot, barely escapes that.
Very low at the top of the map is the Meeple. Memin wanted to come forward and now just tearing strips off the Bull. It is very, very hard for a Bull to get within striking distance with any amount of health left. Mantis and Meeple will create some cover for Rafiki to come forward. He also has just earned his hypercharge off that Ruff's super. And here we go, Rafiki looking aggressive now. Good jump away from Snowy, Doing under pressure, but able to escape. They kite Rafiki, bring the ball down, and still with 3 players to work with, Electros are again on the attack.
What an incredible blunder from Bull. You cannot go on the only brawler who has an escape ability with a hyper-charge ult of Bull. That might cost him the game right here, but Pierce hyper comes in. Zulan actually dies from a crow poison right now. Bull is back on the corner, and it's all eyes honestly on Zeus to keep hitting a shot and get another hyper for Rafiki, because that play might have been game-changing for Rafiki there and might have cost them.
There's hardly any cover to hide behind, and 20 seconds left in the round. Eventually all of it is going to be gone. That's certainly a situation that's going to favor Electros. 15 seconds. Rafiki with a super now, but has to avoid these shots coming in. The map continuing to be opened up further, and Electros are in no hurry. They know they wait for these walls to come down. It's on Legacy to make something happen. First, it's Mantis and Meeple. Rafiki tries to get forward, charges through Memin under pressure now, but look at the burst damage. Still Rafiki survives the first and ends up taking a trade. Zulan's going to get caught out. There's no escape now. Remember, the ball is in the corner of the map. Zeus trying to exert himself, create some map control. The team Electros still aren't really in a rush.
Pierce has hyper, Crow has hyper, Bull realistically cannot go for a play. It's fully open map as the tank, as the Bull right here. There comes the Pierce hyper, Bull comes up, but no, the Crow hyper stays as well. Fully domination from the side of Electros. We are going all the way to a match point. And you know what I want now? I want to draw in the next game.
Oh, dude, yeah, of course you do, bro, yeah. You would love that. I bet you'd love the players to change their names to something that's unpronounceable as well, knowing you. Still, this is an example of Electros adapting from round to round. They realize what they need to play towards. They realize they also got caught the first time by getting run up on with that initial push. Now you see that Legacy are on a clock. They're on a timer. They have to score early in the round before this whole nut gets cracked open.
I do think it will be fine, even if it's 0-0. The Bull Hyper just cannot be wasted like that. If they have a successful Bull Hyper, they could even score later on. However, beautiful pressure again from the side of Legacy Esports. Rafiki is pushing on the left side, Cold on the bottom right, trying his best to survive, is probably going down. We do have a rough zone too. Don't need to use it though. Make sure you have it for the next round. 3v1, perfect play from Legacy Esports. Brawl Cup on the line.
They get that first goal, which is important. Now it's going to be their opponents under pressure. Electros need to at least win this game to secure their Brawl Cup options. So far, not so flash. Remember, last month these guys got reverse swept out of that quarterfinal round. So they've had a tough in quarterfinals recently. The map will open up. Electros need to score 2 goals, which means they can't afford to play as slow as they did in that last round.
Beautiful wall break here from him, and he needs to keep that up and somehow break them with left wall. Last time he did it great because he had the positioning. Now Rafiki does have an hyper ult. He could just go aggro, go for a play, go for a goal attempt and just finish the series. Let's see if he's gonna go for it or how much of his patience he actually has. Judan on the left side, gonna wait for a get it, he has it. Not perfect hit, but that's fine. It's going to create some control and for Zeus to hit some nice shots on the right side as well. Cold now, pushing the left side, Ball. Plays higher as well. Go break, they're going into the side, pull down, get 1 kill, they keep up the pressure. Pull 1 shot ult, but that is fine. A bit more pressure is all they need. And the ball in the hands of Legacy Esports, cornered with 1 minute on the clock.
It's really tough for Electros to get control of this now. They might get 1 goal, but even that is not guaranteed and doesn't feel super likely. They won't get to go to overtime. That's what matters here. They won't get the map opened up for free. They're going to have to earn it and do the dirty work themselves. Rafiki here is probably going to corner on the right side now. Yep.
Yes, he will. Wonderful done from him. Just grabbing it because there's no pressure going to happen from Electros. They need the map fully open first before they can do any type of control here. Wall break a tiny bit from Zeus, but that is still fine. He's getting his hyper with that as well. Cold hyper coming in now. Bull needs to ult, but Pierce right now, he's not doing it. Holy patience, holy kills. One another is falling down. Bull is going for a kill. Hyper ult from doing as well.
Big damage from doing, but unfortunately those sandbags are going to be his demise. Zeus here able to stay alive with 8 seconds left. Team Electros have handed the chance to decide their own fate away. Now they'll be at the mercy of how things play out in the rest of this tournament. It's Legacy Esports, straight out of the qualifiers, straight out of Compton, and straight into the semifinals.
A repeat of the EMEA multi-finals. The top seed losing to a team that is not even in the top 8. A Brawl Cup slot potentially wasted. What did we just witness?
Second month in a row that Team Electros have faltered in the quarterfinals, and the BSC rewards consistency.
Last month it was the semis, but yes, they faltered way earlier than any of us would have expected. Team Electros falls to Legacy Esports. Only 5% of people actually believe that this is possible.
So they can still qualify.
Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, bro. I mean, I copy his prediction, so I'm not
Hey,
upset.
at least it took 2 sets, you know, Semantic.
I think though, so quickly, Electros still can make Brawl Cup, but they need a couple things to happen. They need ST-Men can't do better than 2nd. Also, Tribe I think can't do better than 4th. So there are a couple of conditions that need to be satisfied. It doesn't mean they're out of contention here, but now it's just like, it's weird. You're playing a numbers game and you're honestly depending teams to do well or underperform now on the day, which is so uncomfortable, I imagine.
Which also means that Onrealm basically have it in their own hands to make Electros qualify if they win twice, because that's what you basically said, no? Tribe Gaming cannot win the semifinals, which means Onrealm needs to beat them, since they are the more likely team to win.
Yes.
Which also means that Electros only qualifies if Onrealm also qualifies.
Kind of, yeah.
Exactly. So they gave the chance away to have it in their own hands, and this was the decider match. I was thinking maybe they didn't prepare good enough, you know, versus a team they thought they would beat anyway. Maybe that was what happened. They underestimated them, but if you only need 1 quarterfinal win to actually make it to their very first LAN event, again, this roster, Team Electros, for the very first time in their whole history of esports, they are actually playing in the BSC, and for the first time they also have the chance to make it to a LAN. That would be huge for them, and honestly heartbreaking to watch that happen today.
Yeah, it's kind of nice though to see that there's still some fire in these sort of like veterans of yesteryear. Yeah, right? Good to see Zulan be able to put a team around him, find success. Zeus, right, felt like it was way too early for his career to sort of be done. They just had to float around, they had to find that right fit. And honestly, that's a really impressive performance because we watched the series. Electros weren't playing badly, right? It was really solid stuff from them. We just ended up getting a really quality game in our first game of the night, which for 1 seed versus 8 seed is never guaranteed.
We also get ready here now back at the desk. Welcome. You were here yesterday for South America. We had a lot of 3-0s. How happy are you to start the show after a long break already?
Yeah, no, this is exactly what we needed to see in North America. Like, we love to see the native competition here because, look, I'm an advocate for North America, so to see it be so competitive here, that's what breeds strong competitors for the upcoming LAN.
Yeah, exactly. They forge each other into teams that can compete on the world stage, which is kind of what these top-heavy regions have lacked in the past. It's kind of why EMEA and East Asia tend to send very successful delegates out to these international tournaments.
And now, ready, Uber, we're heading into quarterfinal number 2 that we said would be a bit of a close one. Now, can it be closer than the first one? It's not even possible. It was a double match point in the end. It's FA Homeless versus Vetic. Now on that right-hand side, we have a roster that I had to win it all in March. They had by far the best scrim rate, 70% across the board, won in their scrims. This month, once more, they have scrimmed more often than many other teams, but yet still they're sitting on the lower side of this match. FA Homeless actually qualified through the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It feels like Vatic seemed to always find these really tough matchups in the qualifiers, and then even in the monthly finals there against top teams, but you have to go through the upper bracket in order to guarantee yourself an easier match here, and they just have not been able to muster that.
Yeah, Vatic ran into only Rome in the upper bracket, so they ended up losing that in a 5-set series, so really competitive against our last month's champions, whereas FI Homeless actually went up against STMN and just smacked him about. It was brutal, so that's kind of why we have this sort of seeding mismatch, but don't be fooled by that, because this should be much in the same way as the previous game, like a generally really close affair. I think this Vatic team maybe disappointed a little bit last month, but they've had some time to work on this sort of after, post-roster change system. I've got confidence, but I did change my pred in the pre-show. I do think that this FI Homeless squad have got what it takes. They looked good and they almost beat only Rome last month. Remember, there was a bit of a blooper at the end of the gem grab map there that actually put them out of that series.
So Vatic so far didn't make it out of the quarterfinals, even though they looked super strong in scrims. We sat down with Slivi, we like to call him the Ankh, the most experienced player on the roster, and talked about handling nerfs, and they got a new coach.
Livy, y'all are entering the monthly finals with the highest scrim win rate yet again. But last month, y'all fell 1-3 against Tribe in the quarters. Do you feel like you scrim differently than you play on game day?
I think with the overall younger group, there are some nerves, and there's been some unfortunate luck when it comes to whoever we're playing in round 1. So when we're playing up against a team like Tribe round 1, like last month, we didn't scrim against them much. So it's that kind of makes it a little bit more nerve-wracking on game day. But as long as I think that's been the biggest challenge we have right now. If we handle our nerves, we should be fine.
This month, y'all parted ways with Sebas as your coach. Now, speaking more specifically than results, how do you think this is going to affect your performance?
Yeah, I mean, we still love Sebas. We wanted to, the reason we did it is because we wanted to try out a team-based, or a drafting, just the players drafting, which other great teams around the world do. So we just wanted to give that a shot and see how comfortable we are with it. And for the past month over the scrims, we've seemed to like it a little bit more. So hopefully that reflects in the results we have today.
Yeah, I've noticed a couple teams in North America, a couple of the top teams in North America are doing that. So hopefully it works out for you guys.
Whoever wins this one defines the hierarchy in the middle of the pack. Both of those teams have no chance to make it through to the Brawl Cup in the end, but they're fighting for seeding for the upcoming months. The leaderboard is still shaping up. We still have chances for both of these teams to make it to LCQ and maybe even Worlds.
It's just so nuts, honestly, for me to see Vatic this low on the leaderboard, personally. Yeah, because last year they looked so good. Now they have Ducky, a longtime teammate of Bilal. Like, you think the synergy would be there, but I just think it hasn't all come together just yet. I really agree with what Livy is saying here, though, is that they need to go for a draft that is more coordinated by their players, by their team. Now, who the drafter is going to be, I mean, it's got to be Livy this time. Yeah, like it was last year. And can they get the brawlers that work for their team? It was one of my major criticisms of their performance last month is I felt like they wound up like a BB many times that didn't really do much for them, and they put their star player, their new acquisition, Ducky, on that brawler, and just had bad matchups every time.
I want to zoom in on the draft, I think, with these guys pretty closely. It was a close 1-3. Right, against Tribe Gaming, the outfit who managed to, really impress us, I think, last month in general. Here are global bans. So Mortis and Sirius get looked at. Otis and Chester, obviously the glaring absences are Pierce and Bull, right? Leon is also going to be on the table in this series.
Which is an interesting one. Leon has been one of the most picked brawlers in NA last month and also this month still as strong. Sirius banned out once more. NA does not like to see this brawler, and this would be one of his first showings in the BSC ever.
We're going to see more Zem tank play, I think is the idea here for FA Homeless. They're going for two control brawlers that are really effective against those larger bodies. So maybe, Bull getting through the ban here is by design. And remember, FA Homeless are the high seed coming into this game. So you might see Vatic forced to ban that Bull first up to avoid having to play against it.
I'm just super excited for this match because it is also the battle of the Duckies. The Ducky with
they're both
a Y
Duckies,
and the
guys.
Ducky with IE. IE is playing on Vatic, and it was an expensive player to get.
Yeah, allegedly.
Putting it lightly, yeah.
Unfortunately,
Sources
didn't
say.
bring in
say.
any luck in the March monthly finals. As I said, I had Vatic down to win it all because of scrim rates, but sometimes scrims truly
Just saying,
don't
guys.
decide everything.
My buyout as a caster is $1 million. I will stop casting if you pay me that.
Any orgs listening?
Any orcs? Any takers?
What if I want you to cast like something else other than the BSC?
I already do. So, yeah. I mean, I'm already doing that anyway, aren't I? Oh, yeah.
Already a globetrotter.
$1 million to shut up. That's what I'm offering you guys, okay? That's my buyout. But again, yeah, I mean, I think that demonstrates just how serious Vatic are about trying to find success. And so the fact that they're out of contention for Brawl Cup is probably a tough pill to swallow. The fact that they're still involved in this team means they're looking at the longer game. They're looking towards finals. They really want to be, contenders in this postseason, and that's fine. They're not out of contention for that. But everyone at home feels like they are underdogs in this game.
I will make sure he shuts up for 900,000.
Okay, you get mates rates. So you get the discount. You pony the money up, and I'll shut up.
I see. 71% of the viewers at home have voted for FA Homeless to win, so they actually side with Uber here. He's the only one at the desk who say that they have what it takes to beat Vatic, and yes, they are coming from the upper bracket, so on paper, this month, they look like the stronger team.
They do look very strong. Coming out of the qualifiers, they 6-0'd their opponent, STMN, in the finals, which is just ridiculous. They also have Cappy drafting for them. Cappy, made a brief foray into North America last year. Imagine going on a vacation and moonlighting as a professional player and getting into the monthly finals. Like that's the great person I'm
Those
talking about.
Polish players landing in NA. Mine last year, playing in NA, and now we have Cappy coaching. Funny.
Shout out Cappy. Yeah, LCQ coach, right? I remember that. That was cool. Yeah. Shout out Cappy, bro. You're the homie. Yeah, we've seen him, start to perform in EMEA. I kind of hope to see him sort of as a player still in that region, but for now, hey, he knows his stuff. So.
The spring split is almost over, but we are still playing for seeding between FA Homeless and Vatic. And we are on safe zone for this one. Tarangsang and Ducky versus Bilal. It's Livy, and yes, you guessed right, Ducky. Bilal on the right-hand side immediately picks up that Pierce. We mentioned it already. Leon slipped through the bans as well. Not as good on safe zone as the other brawler, but I think both of these will have a couple of more showings today.
Colt's open, Kaze banned away, I think is quite important, but Melody is still going to be on the table if either of these teams are fancying an all-in option, especially against a Pierce comp. Or you just answer the Pierce straight away and say, okay, shoot me, bro. I have return to sender. I also have You know, I have Peep that can allow me to either get that free safe pressure or even cross the map and start hitting it myself.
Yeah, you got a lot of different ways you can play this Nanny, but I feel like more than anything, it's just a response to the Pierce. Pierce is the best sharpshooter in Brawl Stars right now. It's why we see him so frequently in the global bans. It's why he's worthy of a first pick here. Even though he can actually be pretty straightforward to counter, you just get stuff that goes in close range, and I think that's probably what the last pick is going to be reserved for here, considering we're on safe zone and we don't have any major safe damage yet from Homeless.
And that could be Colt, for example, that safe damage you just mentioned. Also, to open up the map, Brock could do the same. And an open map is going to help if you have a sniper on your team. And Pierce is exactly that. They're gonna go with a completely different direction here. Daryl is going to be picked up. What is this? Are we going to see a Kid Daryl come?
Oh my
That would be
gosh.
so troll, honestly. I would love that. There's a lot of wide open expanse on this map that's pretty hard for the kid to cross, but I think...
Bull is open, just putting it out there.
Can you imagine that? That would be messed up, bro. I mean, again, you got someone... Why are we picking Daryl over the Bull, I guess?
Exactly.
Yeah, you can dash twice, basically. The first one misses. Yeah, you can, I don't know, I think you can really afford to miss some of these things. Also, Bull doesn't charge his for free. He has to take damage, so
That's true.
There are plenty of reasons to play Daryl here. When you get a super for free, you're also getting hypercharge for free. So that's really the mentality here, is constant aggression.
Bull has a Buffy, though, and a 71% win rate on
That's
this
true.
map.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, again, you are still looking for something that can close the gap on Bilal and Aslivy here. Obviously, we're going to have the jump gadget for Angelo, so it won't be so easy. But I want to remind you guys, Zemp is a tank player. It's kind of what he does. So I really do expect them to round out their comp with that. And yep, here is the Bull. Both teams draft themselves a tank, but those little differences, Reddy, you talked about in terms of how the super is built for Tyrant, or for whoever's going to be playing the Bull, and Ducky is something we're going to be looking closely at.
Yeah, and so look at Bull. Like, what is your matchup here as Bull? Well, you're not going to be touching Angelo, probably. He can just jump away if he wants to. Pierce, also vulnerable. You can opt to blast people away if you really want to. Could go for that defensively. So those are kind of the matchups that I'm looking for Bull. Once he takes damage, he'll also be working on getting his super. Could potentially get it off of Daryl as well. I think it'll be a struggle for him to get a super, but as with anything with the tank trait, he's going to be getting it for free. They're only playing for points here, but it's with a postseason in mind. LCQ or World Finals is what they're hoping for now.
I tell you, the exchange rate on bragging rights and NA is quite high. It's definitely worth trying to get yourself some of those. Ducky getting forced down pretty low. That's the Ducky IE, not the Ducky Y, who's shooting him right now. You guys are really going to tilt me. All right, Zemp here sees as Livy come past. It's going to be a super here by Angelo, and Zemp is a little bit too low and ticking down because he just touched the ring of poison. Although, Ducky able to go to work on the safe. Remember, as Livia as Angelo is not the best candidate to damage safes in general. We saw Ducky Y pop a return to sender there amidst that, and here come Vatic.
Vatic just needs some damage here. Ideally, they get Ducky over here. Ducky's going to roll right through the Bull, who's killed mid-dash by Bilal. It's a big heads-up play from a sniper who's not typically the one who's going to be taking out a charging Bull. So far, it's a damage advantage for Vatic. They've gotten Homeless down to 66%, but just opting to retreat for right now. They see all of this kit built up for Homeless, and they know they have to take a defensive stance, or at least they do, until Ducky gets his next free super.
Sandbags are pretty good here. Here comes Ducky Y trying to pressure Ducky IE on the right side of the map. Hypercharge low coming in for the Daryl. Ducky IE doesn't quite get to the safe. Zemp going to try and reciprocate. Charge on in and gets a close range shot. This keeps, though, Vatic in the lead as Ducky wants to come forward. Nice damage there as Livy gets taken down by return to sender. That's the danger of going after the Nani.
Bilal just needs to churn out damage here, and he is absolutely tapping right now, trying to get Zemp through the wall as Livy comes around to wrap and gets a second kill as well. The sniper duo are keeping home territory safe, but they have to be watchful for this hypercharge from Zemp. Just a little bit more damage is all he needs to take in order to get that super for free, but he's also going to try and just get some hits off on Ducky, who's doing everything in his power to stay away and get his next super charged up.
Can't really get an ideal recoiling rotator there, though, and yet well predicted by Bilal. Sets a super down on the safe, and Zemp's going to run headlong into it. Vatic still have a bit of a lead now. Bilal's going to make his way back into the map, and you'll note here that he's continuing to hit these shots, even with those sandbags in place. Bilal with a hyper. Ducky Y could be in trouble. Ducky IE is going to be leaping upon him. Still, knock off the safe shield down to 48 with 13 in the round.
It was an awesome defense from Nanny. It's going to have to be one final play from FA Homeless. They need to get this safe down to 48 to at least tie, but Zemp cannot connect. 5 seconds to go. Tyrant with a desperate supply drop on top of the safe, but it's just not enough. Vatic had defense on lock with these snipers, but it wasn't really that much of a matchup difference. I think they also played this, they executed this so well, and it's something that we haven't had the privilege of seeing, I believe, in previous months. I think they just got diffed on the draft, on the matchups. And here you see Bilal executing with that Pierce. He's lining up the shots onto a charging bull that's behind him. That's a difficult shot to hit.
Yeah, two very valid compositions, but Vatic just piling theirs that much better. Ducky Y looked pretty good with some of these return to senders on as Livy's direction and was connecting some decent safe shots, but Ducky IE more frequently has that super ready to cross the map.
Vatic playing defensively. Ooh, yeah, some pretty serious damage as Livy's just fighting to stay alive here on the left side. Tyrant pushing up very aggressively. Those sandbags are going to be quite useful into these snipers who only have a single shot to work with. Meanwhile, on the right side, just a bit of a void in power. And Ducky is going to take the opportunity to dash in just to delay the push from Homeless. Bilal also taken down on the right side, just not really what they needed at all. All kinds of flurries of attacks meant to defend against Ducky. Will end up taking him down, but not before suffering a total of 48% of damage.
Yeah, that is a lot. Vatic are so far ahead right now, and frankly, they can just regain map control if, you know, FA Homers aren't careful. Ducky a little bit low. Here comes Ducky IE. They're going to be able to run him down. That's two picked up for the Daryl and some free safe damage. Don't mind if I do. He's going to be able to knock it down to that square 50%.
Vatic still playing defensively. Bilal has his hypercharge ready to move. Ducky and Tyrant are ideal targets for this. Zemp is just going to have to be a team effort to take down hypercharge out from Tyrant. But where's the super to follow? He's got one down. That's really all that matters. On the right side, it's a strike from Ducky as he bowls over the bull himself. And before moving in, Ops2 once again high behind this indestructible on the right side. Ducky decides to charge forward. It's up to the snipers to deal with this bull. And it's only really Bilal, but he can churn out damage. Look at him walking over his shots to continue to churn it out.
Yeah, Zemp gets a knock, but you see, yep, down to 24 as FA Homeless is safe. That's good damage coming in from Livy. He's been focusing down whenever he has a bit of room. Zemp may not quite make it to the safe here. Okay, he is able to get a touch. As Livy there, good healing. Another knock now, down to 46%. But in the meantime, FA Homeless are trying to work their way through the middle of the map. Someone has to deal with Zemp because he's basically even this game up on his own. Knock now down to 19. Vatic have fallen behind here. 17 seconds left in the round. They need to go after Ducky. Return to center active, but Bilal is not brought down by it. Still a lead for FA Homeless now. Out of nowhere, Vatic have to go, and they've got to go now.
Well, Homeless only have one more chance. They got to dodge in with this bull. Ducky battered around 21% to 16. 5% more is all they need, and they will lead by 11%. What a close one. It's like their nightmares came true on top of the safe. Not only did Bull come in for two separate procs of the shield on the safe, but on the final when he knocked it down to 19, that's because an entire Bull shot is going to do like 6% damage on the safe. That is how much he does. That is why he's such a high priority brawler. But you got to give the good kind of kudos to Vatic over here for finally being the ones to let Bull through the draft on such a crucial mode for him to be played and winning in spite of it.
Realizing that the Daryl has more frequent opportunity to super into the map and also has recalling rotator to add to that upfront safe damage if you ever get on there for free. So in this very niche example, it might just be that Ducky is, Ducky IE rather, is making the correct tank pick. You can see here, of course, just constant pressure coming in from Bilal. Great Pierce play in general. And Ducky Y, so great, you know, nunny gadgets, that was pretty important. But look at Zemp getting absolutely trashed there. You can see just how powerful Daryl can still be. One of those earlier hypercharged brawlers, at least in terms of the tank class, and after the rework, he's, still very powerful.
Here's where things went wrong, by the way. This is the time that Zip finally pushed in successfully. He stayed on that save for a very long time. Ultimately, with another push in, dropped it down to 16 before this final clutch moment from Vatic. They were able to get a pretty sizable 11% lead in the end game. You have to hand it to these snipers for consistently defending the bull. Look at this. Well, but see, Zip also isn't going for kills.
Yeah.
And you see Ducky over here, not necessarily going for kills either. There were points where he's trying to kind of use enemy brawlers as a springboard to get forward. He has a couple of rolls if he, decides to use both of them to get to the safe. However, it wouldn't be so bad to charge up another one mid-transit or just pick up a kill.
If cycle that super on the move, right?
Exactly.
And again, so Zemp had way more safe damage, almost 80,000 over the course of the series. So he was very, very impactful there. Less a disruptor, more a safe damager. Vatic, though, going to take that first set away. Now, heading into Gold Arm Gold straight away, the Ollie is just off the table. Angelo, though, is open because Leon has been looked at pretty closely. Pierce has been taken away. And Vatic say, well, we'll just find the next best sharpshooter.
He's definitely a first-pick brawler. He's been banned out so much. I think at the end of the day yesterday, we wrapped up by looking at the ban rates for every brawler, and Angelo had been banned 15 times, and we didn't even have a win rate for him because he didn't get the chance to be picked a single time. And it exemplifies how strong this brawler is. But this is a deliberate decision by Homeless to leave this brawler open. I think just because, honestly, there are higher priority brawlers here, and typically you'll see Pierce as a sniper reserved for those global bans.
I wonder if we see the Daryl make appearances later on in this series. The tick for Gold Arm Gulch is really interesting. Full control brawlers picked up so far for this side. Remember, the global bans from FA Homeless definitely indicate they want to try and get Zemp on a tank that's not easily countered, but we don't often see Tick on this map.
No, and the reason is that he just gets run down. Like, he is a win condition in the end game. He has his hypercharge. You're going to lay down a bunch of hypercharge mines that do a butt ton of damage, but he's so vulnerable in close range. Now, Ollie has been eliminated here, so that's one less thing that they have to worry about. Daryl's totally playable. Brock was wide open.
You're going to open the map up now.
Exactly, yeah. And so Homeless know this, so what are they planning on to punish this? Because now you've actually committed with a couple of sharpshooters that aren't really that strong in close range. Meeple also not going to be amazing in close range. He can box an enemy that's going aggro. I don't think you'd really run Rage Quit here. Yeah. And you can also take up a bunch of room. If you trap a thrower, that's also fair play. So it's going to be good for punishing anything over-aggressive, but you're lacking on DPS here for Vatic.
Yeah, absolutely. FA Homeless also not exactly huge amounts of direct damage. Zemp can hope that people walk into those mines, but that's rarely ever a guarantee. So what rounds this composition out? You can go for something durable or something with good sustain. So in general, though, it's a pretty defensive comp. It's a comp that wants to play for that late game inevitability of the map closing in. So it's going to be a race against the clock here for Vatic to actually open that map up and abuse their double sharpshooter look.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to get into mid just off the beginning of the game. Like, that's one of the things that Jaeyong is best at. If this were Bounty, we would be talking about him getting the blue star because that's how quickly he closes into mid. Now here on Gold Arm Gulch, mid, I don't think people really think about it that much, but you can get spawn trapped on your side, and there are not many points to get out of there. It's just 3 chokes. That's where Tick can come into play. So if we see Jaeyong move things forward too quickly, then Vatic won't be able to deal with it. You see Bilal has actually moved directly over the water, even probably went for the jump. We'll see in a moment whether he did decide to go for Stinging Flight with his gadget choice. But now the normal thing ensues, fighting along the diagonal, and Ducky slowly breaking open the map to enforce the dominion of the snipers versus the thrower.
Yeah, playing the diagonal and also with a bit of room to breathe now, Bilal can get some damage down at these longer ranges. Tyrant here obviously will start to find that those safe zones begin to become more scarce. Still happy to keep Ducky at bay here. No chance for Rock to really get into the map meaningfully. Mantis and Meeple there towards the bottom would, in theory, allow his Livy in, but he was actually tagged up by that RT and didn't want to overextend.
It's also useful just to break open this bush on the bottom left. Like, yes, Ducky can do that, but his rockets have higher priorities. That's an early game pick. Ducky with a Y is going to come out on top, and now it's a 3v2. Vatic still trying to farm up some utility here. Ducky's going to back him all the way up. Zemp at risk of going down. Ducky also boxed. Just missed timing on that because you would really like to rain down that firepower on someone who's trapped in the box. Ducky gets one more, and he'll get to farm some hypercharge off of his Livy on the top right. I think that's probably the highest priority super and hypercharge combo for this composition from FA Homeless.
But now Vatic gets to start the round with the map open up a little bit more and much of that grass missing. So this is about as good as it gets for them in terms of favorable beginnings. This is even against the Jaeyong setup here of FA Homeless, who know they can't really afford to get too deep into the map. Now, you can't afford to have Islivy picked off, though, by an RT or something similar. You really need to make sure nothing random sort of gets thrown in your direction. You can see those incendiary fields preventing Ducky with a Y from getting too close.
Ducky's still breaking open these walls, but it doesn't seem like they've broken it open enough because even Bilal is kind of struggling versus Tyrant on the bottom side as he is slowly backing up. This is perfect for Vatic, though. This is just where they want FA Homeless to be. Everyone bunched up together. Only a couple ways of really getting out of this spawn. Tyrant doesn't mind being behind a wall, but he doesn't have long to sit around here before that poison's going to start damaging him. He's already taken 2 ticks of damage at risk of being one-shot by Bilal, and he gets it perfectly aimed. Ducky falls immediately after, and Zemp knows exactly what's going to happen. up and just avoid feeding hypercharges and supers. He's going to, no, actually he must be close to his hypercharge if he's deciding to stay here and keep feeding supers to the enemy side.
The bad news though now is for FA Homeless that the map remains really open. Vatic are going to benefit by getting to this third round. They've got a comp that wants to go as long as possible in these series if they don't win outright. So now you have the same issues as FA Homeless. You don't really have a lot of places for Tyrant to safely play. In fact, he's in the only area that's somewhat protected against these sharpshooters.
I'm still hung up over him getting ticked by the poison twice and then getting one shot by Bilal.
Yeah.
Just a poor play by such a veteran player as well. I think it speaks to just the volume of the stakes here for FA Homeless. They're still really trying to make a name for themselves. They got dropped by their org leading into this month. That is why they are homeless, but according to them, they're on an upward trend. We'll see if they can force it here as they've now been trapped in jail on the bottom left. Ducky with a super forward, Ducky with a Y taking major damage, and another hypercharge pop to continue to hammer down.
That's the dangerous part. You've got that Brock super with Mantis of Meeple combo. You might not have a thrower, but you've got someone who can vomit damage inside that small area. Arcing over the top of the wall. Tyrant's going to get picked off here, and this round, folks, is over. Zemp would like to give as good as he gets here, but he knows he is absolutely cooked. And Vatic has shown us what can happen here if they're not knocked out in knockout real quick.
And I think we've actually seen from Homeless just what they can deliver too, because it looked decently solid off the beginning. Though it's like what you said earlier, this is a countdown to those walls being broken and Tick not really having much of anywhere to go. You ended off round number 2 with Tick being all the way backed up into spawn, just not a point of interest on this map. It's about mid in the end game. We'll see a different rollout from FA Homeless this time, putting emphasis on the right side rather than the left, and Vatic don't seem to have any issues with adapting. They'll open up this mid wall immediately so that Azlivi has plenty of room to walk around, and despite the best efforts of Tyrant, doesn't look like he'll be ticked up by that much damage. In fact, considers going aggressive, but is punished heavily for it.
Azlivi, yeah, needs to chill for a sec here. Bilal also losing out against Ducky, and now you've opened up for the RT to actually pressure in some of these shots against your low health team. This is claustrophobic for Vatic. They need to open the map a little bit more, and frankly, they haven't really been given the time or space to do so.
I think one of the struggles here is also Bilal is just having issues hitting these shots. Ducky's being really evasive. Tyrant is staying perfectly out of range. Just Tick has so much range. It's one of the things that makes him incredibly useful in knockout and bounty, but just doesn't have much to offer in close range. Bilal's considering going straight in. He's able to jump out. Is Livy barely nicked by that mine as this drops to a 2v3.
Yeah, Ducky knows now he just needs to open up the map before the round ends. He's not trying to get any meaningful damage or kills with that super, but it is a 2v2. Things got a little bit tight, but last hurrah there for Tyrant is pretty nice in these situations. And Bilal, well, he's had a hard enough time hitting the shots already, but has a Tick head to get in the way and guarantee the win to FA Homeless.
Yeah, say hello to my little friend. It's the last thing you want directly in front of you as an Angela. You can't shoot through it. It's just going to blow you up. It does mean a bit of lost utility for Tyrant. He would have loved to have his hypercharge and super ready at any time, but he still has a hypercharge, so that's all fine and dandy for him. The only thing that's not going his way is that these walls have been severely damaged by Ducky's progress. Ducky even using some supers to expedite the breakdown of the terrain.
Yeah, it's huge now, and we can see how different the game looks when this Vatic composition actually has these nice long sight lines to work with. Ducky running out of places to hide, but his fire rate is vastly higher than Bilal's. Three shots of the RT to basically one of the Angelo, depending on when Bilal chooses to let go of the bowstring. So Bilal needs to be careful. He can still get tapped down. There it is. Ooh, one more shot would have done it for Ducky, but no. Here's Ducky with an IE though, a hypercharge pop. Tyrant's going to be forced down and out of the map, but here is a head-first usage to force some shots.
It's a great thing that Tyrant had that. Otherwise, Ducky could have spawn trapped him, and it would have been the same thing all over again. Now it's 3v3 as the poison is boxing everyone. Ducky's taking major damage on the bottom left. Ducky with an IE on the right side going down unexpectedly, and here comes the wood chipper from RT. That is the win condition here for RT in knockout. It was always a countdown to this ability being available.
Honestly, you feel like that probably would have gone again in Vatic's direction if they're able to be a bit more oppressive with the Angelo. Feels like at times they're not able to hit consecutive shots. I think in the first set it was Azlivi picked up the Angelo, now it's Bilal, but a lot of dodging we're seeing here from Ducky and Tyrant. Bilal not able to get too much consistent damage, but that's decent off the rip to get a shot on the Tick.
That's pretty great. Bilal wanted to pinch in with Brock around the left side, but this is one of the biggest things that became an issue for them in the last game, is that they're like, okay, let's get aggro on Tick, and then they can't really get much out of it. All they do is feed Tick some damage, which isn't always the worst thing, but they, I think, were killed by the Tick Super a couple times, or at least they were denied the ability to get a kill. The Hypercharge headfirst from Tyrant saved him from getting boxed in a spawn by Ducky on this Brock in the final round of game number 2.
Oh, that's nice from Ducky, as Livy is in trouble here. Yeah, being pinched on either side now, and eventually Zemp's going to find some damage on him. You can't afford that to happen. Losing a player in the neutral is a very bad sign for you. And now FI Homeless starting to exert their presence a little bit more in a 3v2 situation. It's going to be difficult for Ducky and Bilal to get too much more value. The latter is playing towards the bottom of the map. Now the gas has come in. Still the clear light to try and make a swift exit.
This was excellent from FA Homeless to get their early game pick. Hardly any walls broken open this time. You'll also see like different priorities in terms of the wall break. We'll see Tyrant once again on this right side, just like he was last round, just like he was off the beginning of game number 2. Now, Vatic, they have course corrected on one issue. Bilal wasn't able to hit those shots, and he got some gimmies off the beginning. But this time, that Welcome to the Swamp is not going to be doing anything on the right side. Bit of dispersion at the hands of the Mansions of Meeple, but Vatic are slowly having to move back. They're being tapped too much by Tyrant, pressured too much by Zemp, who actually gets caught out in the neutral, dropping this to a 3v2.
Okay, this has started to get a bit more interesting now. Jump gadget there, which is something maybe you could question, given that the map takes a while to break open. For Bilal, very useful there to avoid getting taken out. And now as this is a 3v2, you just need to play safe and smart, and you should be home and hosed for a decider round. Tyrant caught inside that Mantis of Meeple for only a moment, has a hypercharge super at the ready, which could be critical. There's Livy's low. What's he going for here? Oh, a last hurrah for Tyrant as Livy runs it in, maybe trying to make use of the Rage Quit gadget. Either way, Ducky is going to be left on his own and knows he needs to save that hyper for the next round.
Phew, that was almost really bad from Vatic. I'm not sure what that Angelo jump was, but it had me scratching my head. He almost actually died in the poison because of that. This is going to be early game control from Tyrant. Everyone has to back up and just dump their ammo, which means that they don't have as much to keep Homeless from pushing them into spawn. That's exactly the objective here on the right side. We'll see Brock have to move all the way back. Thankfully, Bilal took up that room, filled up that void on the left side, so it's going to now assume more of a left versus right dynamic that we're accustomed to.
Okay, you got to keep an eye on this hypercharge from the RT though. The end game feels like it's going to favor FA Homeless very heavily. If Vatic let themselves get there, they need to start to tap down that very high health RT, and it's a good start from Bilal, but more is going to be needed.
Just some kind of pick is what they need. Zemp is playing really aggressively, but he's so speedy that it's a difficult one for Bilal to hit. Thankfully for Bilal, he does have a hypercharge and super of his own. He's going to be healing as he moves around, which is going to also be sped up, what, 20% because of the hypercharge. That's a box on the right side.
No.
It's time to go. It's exactly what they needed. Despite the best efforts of Zemp, it's a kill on the right side. Bilal taken down by the blades of Ducky, and Ducky on the left side falls. It says Livy versus a close range Tick, but Tyrant has it. How often do you see that? A Tick winning a 1v1 with no walls in sight.
But it's Tyrant, man. The guy has been around the block a few times. Definitely not his first rodeo, and a very composed finish to a very close knockout game. This is what I'm talking about with FA Homeless. They are serious business. And honestly, there were two comps that had very scary potential when the gas starts to close in. That RT hypercharge definitely was a factor, but of course you could say the same of Angelo's hypercharge or the Tick's hypercharge. It's tough, I guess, for Meeple in that late game scenario. He's a control brawler, but when the map's open, he doesn't do a whole lot. He's really designed to try and at least let you stay in the game before those walls come down.
Just such an exhilarating set to kick off this match. Shows you how good FA Homeless have been, that they can take down an opponent like Vatic in spite of all their preparation, in spite of their scrim win rates and everything as well. Though this was a close affair. Vatic, I could absolutely see them having this. That was just a final heads-up moment. If like there had been one more hit of like a Tick Mine's worth of damage left on his Livy, then this was definitely his 1v1 to win.
Yeah, nicely done here. Of course, here are your match stats. And remember, the quiz is live at event.brawlstars.com. It's another great way for you to get your points towards your in-game rewards. The quizzes are going to come up in between games. You can also vote for your MVP. And if you made your predictions, you'll be earning points for those as well. That is the place to be joining us here for the BSC.
Love answering my quiz questions. Love voting for MVPs. We're not quite there yet. Let's not jump the gun, but you got to stick around to the end of the game to get the lion's share of the points and get your rewards in-game. But back to the match. This was crazy. That's an unreal KD for a tick. You just do not see that very often.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? We saw the comp was kind of low damage from the side of FA Homeless. They really wanted to play towards that end game. RT's always really scary. But then the RT's getting a couple picks early in the round. He's got the hack gadget, so all of a sudden it's like, wait, these guys can win before the end of the round. Two comps that wanted to win in two pretty different stages of the game. That was fascinating, but let's jump into this draft. First of all, Shade banned away on Sneaky Fields. Sandy also out of the picture here. Frank and Jackie get bans, and that's FA Homeless that are choosing to take those brawlers out, and they're going to get themselves, of course, a pretty powerful anti-tank brawler in Clancy.
I think you can also tell that they want this Clancy because they ban stuff that's not going to be able to, that would be able to run at them super effectively. Also, you can tell that they might have wanted a Shade because they banned a couple of things that are so good at breaking open walls, and Jackie, which you would basically only play these days if you're specifically trying to counter Shade. Now, they'll pick up this Clancy early on. Clancy is probably the strongest anti-tank in the game at the moment. The only caveat is that he takes time to build up, and he doesn't really have much to deal with stuff in close range. Mo can totally deal with that, but if these walls break open, it's going to be much more difficult because Clancy, once he's leveled up, is going to outrange the Mo.
And now, you need to try and find a composition that keeps you in the game until Clancy gets to that gold level, gets enough credits to become a real menace. Bull is always going to be a problem at every stage of the game, and with him not global banned and Leon being taken first, Vatic should have expected to see him, and I would suggest the Homeless might have thought they would just pick Bull first here.
Yeah.
They have two picks available to them. Vatic still don't go for the tank, and I think you're very happy if you're Homeless saying, all right, Zemp is going to have one of his favorite brawlers right now.
You just have to be so confident to pick Bull first, though, and I think you have to ban for it specifically. And when you look at the bans from Homeless, that's not what they went for at all. Now, of course, these are blind bans, so it's all about expectations and predictions, anticipations of what your opponent is going to go for. I think the obvious answer here, just for the Bull, is Nita. It's just that Nita doesn't have really a great matchup into the Ems. Yeah, and Ems isn't going to like fare too well into the Nita Bear once it's charged up. So this is all about getting the best lane matchups. Now, in terms of who plays mid over here, I could, absolutely see it being Ems from Homeless, and then maybe you see Mo try and pick up that mantle. Just the DPS is going to be lacking. It's going to be challenging to find a worthy matchup for Ems at mid. Yeah,
I mean, Mo could definitely dive down on that Ems with Super and get in sort of behind that gas cloud, but still, she's got so much in her kit that can deny that. Hypercharged Super obviously has a knockback effect. You have Friend Zoner now, which is aimed but has a stun capacity with the map not getting broken open too heavily. That's quite scary.
Looks like it's going to be Bilal at mid. It makes sense because he has the range. You can also see that FA Homeless decided that they were going to double up at mid at first. Here's the risk with playing into a Bull is that he has so much HP, he just runs down your lane. Ducky really wants to get those taps on him. In fact, you're going to have to pinch him. He picks up one, not quite two, but his Livy slowed down. Can't get to the goal line in time to defend.
I'm telling you, that Buffy on the star power of Bull is disgusting. If you get elimination, you are invulnerable for half a second, which is huge because that's normal when the enemy team is desperately just spamming auto aim at you.
Vatic once more going to have some trouble into the Bull. Zim tries to rush right through the Nita Bear. It's not going to go his way. Right side that Nita Bear is dealt with, but it baits out a lot of ammo as Livy gets that pass to himself that he needed. It's one of the risks of playing into Mo on Brawl Ball is that he keeps his super when he uses a super to change back to a form or to pass a ball in from long.
And that's the interaction of Mo into Ems that we thought would favor the Mo pretty heavily. Zem goes down, but he dove deep, creates a map control. Tyra, though, is in deep trouble. Here come Vatic. Man, this is, that's about as clean as it gets. Zem tries to rush on out and get something done. But this Vatic comp looks good. They left Bull open for a reason. They didn't ban for it. And honestly, their strategy prevails.
It's because they knew that they could pick for it, basically. The Nita is a hard counter to Bull, and sometimes it can be overwhelmed. And you saw in the early game, actually, it was quite overwhelmed. Zemp even charged into the enemy spawn, but all that while, you are feeding her super, you're feeding her hypercharge, and you saw the hypercharge was earned in, what, like about 40 seconds in the last game? It was one goal right after the next, and the Nita hypercharge isn't just great because it buffs her bear, it's because of that Buffy that makes her attack travel so much faster, it effectively extends her range. Now she has a bear, Zem's gonna have to expend several shots to deal with it. This just means, another cycle bear for Ducky, but he decided not to commit. Instead, he just wants to hang on to mid because they haven't quite won the left side yet.
I think it's actually tough for Ems into the Leon as well. You can see very quickly, like Bilal is quite often able to get close enough to Tyrant where Ems' gas clouds aren't at their most effective. But there it is. Yep, Ems cleaned up yet again. Tyrant's had a really difficult game. Zemp is chasing someone in the top corner of the map, but is not able to get the better of Ducky. And bro, we are losing our 1v1s hard over here. Vatic, 1 goal away from being up 2-0.
It's the problem of Ducky with the Y, taking so long to charge up his next level, also just not having the long sight lines. It's going to be the initial takedown of Zemp. This should be the springboard that Vatic need to assume control of mid and then push up this effective line of scrimmage to the FA Homeless goal. They don't have the supers that they really need, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue to get them anyway. Ducky's probably only, what, a couple of shots off of his super, which is going to back everyone away, sap all of their ammo, and generate a goal for Vatic.
Yeah. Ducky Y, however, is close to gold here. Would love to build up to that point. They had to pressure these Nita Bears down very, very quickly. Here's Bilal, big damage into Zemp, who has no choice but to charge forward, apparently. Could have gone better for him. Here comes Livy, though, charging at Ducky Y. He's not going to get the better of him, though. Tyrant needs to fall back into the goal lest he get taken down, and Bruce does create a lot of space, but Zemp is back to pave the way for FA Homeless to get back into the map, but there is another bloody bear to deal with.
He just keeps feeding the bears. They knew that this is what they were going to do if they played Bull. It's just the obvious response, and Zemp is trying to skill dip it. But along the way, Vatic had been farming up hypercharges, supers. Here comes Tyrant trying to make a big play. It's not going to go his way, in fact, and Bilal has to pop the invis. He's running invis heal, interestingly. You don't see that often. Zemp charges forward for the dribble. Incredible. That's what we needed to see from Zemp, but it is a solo play to get that goal. He's really the only one who can score here.
20 seconds left in the round, though. Ducky has that super. It's been sitting on him for quite some time. Look at the damage out of the Clancy. It's disgusting. Zemp's going to open up the map, but here come FA Homeless. Vatic left the front door open, and they will be squatting to make this an interesting set.
I'm noticing a trend here for FA Homeless. It seems like the only way that they can get a goal is by steamrolling through the enemy team. And it's most effective when you do that right off a spawn. They've tried to do this when the game has just started. Because in Brawl Ball, you spawn further up on the map as opposed to other modes where you're at the back. So Homeless, once again, are going to try and force this Bull for it. I feel like they should probably back off just a little bit into the Nita. Zemp is trying to stay as far away as possible, but Ducky with the speed gear is able to rotate lane so easily through the bushes that it looks like a repeat of the last one.
Zemp getting chunked down here, needs to be very wary, as Livy obviously can splash damage around those corners. So Zemp stays out of the way. This, though, allows Vatic to set up shop here in mid. The lollipop drop is going to make it hard to know which way they're going to be coming from. Not to mention, the grass is completely intact. The map is barely broken up at all. Here is that faux fur making it almost impossible to burn down the bear, and Ducky just needs some damn credits. He's able to get them, though, and it's Vatic who just walk over FA Homeless.
It's just so tough for FA Homeless. Their Ems doesn't have a good matchup into this Nita. You also saw Tyrant use all 3 of his shots onto a shielded Bruce, and so then that was the green light for Nita to move in, because you're not going to be able to be killed by an Ems that doesn't have the ammunition to take you down. Then everything collapsed from there. So you're trying to keep Bull off the bad matchup, but then you don't have really anything to deal with the Nita. Zemp, however, skill diffs the right side, but it's only a trade, and that hypercharged Nita Bear is still alive and kicking. Could be enough to get rid of Ducky. No way! He didn't have the ammunition. Clancy has such poor reload speed that he had no choice but to try and walk it in.
Yeah, he's not quite gold credits yet. That is rough. Zemp here will be able to clear off the Bruce. Ducky is a couple shots away from being at full power. But this is Vatic with a 1-0 goal lead. Ducky, so close now. One more shot and he'll be there. Can he be unleashed and get FA Homeless back into the game? We're under a minute left. Oh, I see the hypercharge there for Bilal. That is scary. It's going to be hitting very, very hard, even from long distance on that Leon. Going to be a pseudo sharpshooter for a time. Here's another Bruce. Faux fur again needs to be worked through. Ducky's not getting credits for those hits either, which sucks for him. And there's the wall getting broken up. Ducky chasing the bottom corner. Here comes Ed Livy, though, and Ducky Y standing. Super had to be used, though. This is a problem. Lollipop drop gets Bilal close enough to score. And here come Vatic. Yet another set notched up.
Phew, take a breather after that one. It got pretty hairy there towards the end. You saw that Vatic had the utility advantage. They had a couple of hypercharges at their disposal. They also had Bruce with a faux fur gadget active, so they had a lot to block damage and to take down the enemy team. But even still, after all of that hesitation, they didn't find the perfect opening. Realized, look, dude, we gotta force this now, and it came down to the wire, having to walk that ball through a Bruce.
Yeah, here, obviously, a bit of a replay of some of the moments from this sneaky field set. Ducky able to score here, but in general, the dive potential of this Mo, the pressure on Tyrant to make it hard for Ems to play the game, and then of course this, you know, whether it's Bruce with the faux fur shield or a hypercharge to be even stronger, very, very hard to deny this Nita the space as she walks up. Zep honestly has some pretty sick individual moments here, but it's not enough to get FA Homeless over the line.
I think you could also observe the pressure exerted on Ems because Tyrant's like dumping a bunch of his ammo onto a Bruce and even gave up a goal pretty much because of that. The celebration from Vatic saying, oh my gosh, we might not go down in quarters this time, into a team that is absolutely on the come up. I think the same story goes for both of these teams where they like very much could be just outside of the top 3, but they're not. They consistently get the tough matchups.
Yeah, always. There's never an easy road for these guys, but in the long term, it's going to forge them into a strong team. In the short term, though, it means as good as they are, they won't be representing NA at Brawl Cup whatsoever. Neither of these squads will, but they've shown us some really good games. This has been a night of close matchups, and with double swoosh looming here, it's time for Vatic to put their foot on the accelerator.
Another bush map. Sometimes you love to see it, sometimes you don't. Does it play to your team's strengths? We've seen some double swoosh earlier today, and we saw it came down to Lily. I think that's just got to be a high priority in the bans. We saw an underdog team win with it, and it's one that I was thinking of as I was watching it. So who is going to play the gem carrier, and what is it going to be? We've seen it be all kinds of things these past couple of weekends, and Lily is wide open.
Yep, that is glaring to me for sure. Amber's obviously another option here. We've got Sandy, Clancy banned out obviously after that last showing. Stu is constantly getting targeted by this FA Homeless team. They go for Ems, obviously great for scouting those bushes, great for map control. They ban Tara away so they don't want to deal with a super that basically just ends the game on the spot. A ton of options though. You can still start to work those tanks in here. I mean, I'd be a little bit concerned about Leon making another appearance. Still
Leon,
on this map.
Lily and Kit are all open.
Ugh, crazy.
All kinds of wackiness happening in the draft and no way really to play it safe, because when I see brawlers like Stu or Mo banned, like, yes, they're good. However, I think these are target bans against Vatic more than anything else. Like Ducky's a really good Stu, Bilal is a really good Mo also. So it's more of a directive to, hey, play something real this time. So it's going to be Nita and her little brother Leon both on the same side. A preemptive Nita is really interesting because she is good here in general, but it's also a cautionary do not pick bull here. You're going to have to go for the next best bull counter while leaving it open for a last pick. They're not committing with it just yet.
It's a little bit awkward, isn't it? You can double down and take another tank here if you are the side of Vatic. You are concerned about maybe Kit also being last picked and being, diving onto your Ems. It's an easy way to neutralize her. So you take a very safe mid summoner here who can scout bushes effectively, right? So there's going to be a lot of info here for Homeless, as well as those invulnerability frames provided by Janet when she gets up in the sky.
She's going to be good at escaping anything that targets a gem carrier. Lily, we've already mentioned it. It is wide open. A lot of things to consider here. They could go bull and they could do it really safely. There's no way to counter it at this point. Not a strong way, at least, for Homeless. But what is going to accent this Janet? They have a couple of solid lanes. What are they going to use to scout out the bushy side? No, they're actually going to pick up Lily themselves. Okay, so now what's the safe gem carrier for Vatic? As a last pick too, keep in mind, unless they're going to place this on Leon, which is a totally viable option.
Safe mid, you say?
Yeah.
Here's Ali.
Yeah, okay, definitely not. Notice that Mortis has also been globally banned, like none of that cheesiness, so you go for basically the next best thing to fill that role. The difference between the two is that Mortis is way easier to play than Ali. She's an extremely technical brawler. Her kit is just like a bunch of different interlocking pieces, like disparate pieces that you have to put together, but I trust the mechanical prowess of these individual players on Vatic.
Ali obviously behaves differently whether she's in bushes or out of them in terms of how her attack works, and you need to be able to get in and get out safely, which is easier said than done. It does generate a lot of pressure though for the Ems, and you'll see a lot of just pot shots being taken here to try and scout out these bushes between all three of these brawlers. You get decent info. Bilal there pulls up short because all of FA Homeless are grouped up and ready to deal with the Ali.
This Ali is going to be constantly diving the gem carrier. Also a worthy matchup for Ems, and now that he knows Ems is on the right side, he is on the hunt. One, not two, as Ducky pushes it back. Meanwhile, on the enemy front, Vatic managed to push away the assaulting Lily. It will be an exchange on the side of FA Homeless, but the gem deficit is getting pretty serious for Homeless. They're homeless, and penniless.
The lollipop drops in this speed boost abuse is insane from Ezlivy right now, I'm not going to lie. He gets up there, gets 3 gems, gets to get back to safety. Bilal here trying to dodge away from this caustic charisma, but there is no escape for the alley. Has he created enough space, though? Doesn't really look like it. Here's Bruce. Zem deals with him pretty quickly, but ends up falling to the circus balls.
The deal with these assassins is that they create intermittent spaces. Oh, that was an ugly jump from Tyrant. He didn't have a super to get up into the sky, and he knew he had to jump, but that's what Backstage Pass does. It only blasts you away as far as that attack that you had aimed, and it was not aimed for very long.
Yeah,
here comes a hypercharge from Ducky, and he gets one. Could look for another onto Zip. Nope, Zip has to go into the Shadow Realm. Is his position going to be evident? Ducky knew that he was going to be rushing up to mid. Tries to intercept him there, unsuccessful. Only 10 seconds to go to take down Vadic's Gem Carrier.
Ducky a little low, but doesn't matter. All he needs to do is create a little bit of space. Okay, Hypercharge should be here for Tyrant, but it's only Tyrant there, and it's Levy! Okay, just before the round ends, he will be brought down, but this time it's Ducky, and bro ain't getting into the map. He's chilling. As Levy says, fine, I'll go. I'm pretty good at getting up close and personal and doing damage here. Very unlikely FA Homers can do anything about this, but let's see. Ducky trying to come forward. Hypercharge active. Ducky getting sprayed on down. Hypercharge super down from Ducky, and all of a sudden, it's a reverse of what we've seen in the past on this very map from FA Homeless. Instead of throwing the game, Zemp actually allows FA to steal victory from the jaws of defeat, potentially.
Well, 10 seconds to go. They got a couple of assassins and more hypercharges. Not anything that FA Homeless can fire back against. They're going for Zemp, who's in the Shadow Realm, but he's going to pop out just in the nick of time. They could get him. Managed to do it, but Bilal is CC'd on the back right. Ducky with a Y, holding 10 gems this time. Still enough time for Vadic to interrupt, but they don't have hypercharges, so they don't have supers.
Yeah, again, there's a gem spawning out here. You're still going to go after the horde of them. FA Homeless. Can Zemp get out of here alive? That's crucial. Bilal trying to dive over towards Tyrant's direction. 8 gems for Zemp, and they have done enough. You love to see it. That's one way to shake the monkey off your back in a potentially deciding set. The Lily play this time is good for Homeless.
Lily can just be such a toxic brawler here in Gem Grab because you can do what FA Homeless did, where they basically lost for a minute and a half straight, and then they get, what, a solid Lily super forward? Well, actually, never mind. Okay, we have to give Tyrant credit for nuking the Gem Carrier as he dropped down from the sky with one final shot. But it created an opening for that hypercharge from Lily to come in. That's undodgeable, especially if you're Nita. You have no way to escape from it. And then, congrats, you lose. FA Homeless were all the way back on their home front, safe and sound, despite the hypercharges from Vadic. They don't have the aggressive ones that FA Homeless boast with their Lily.
And here's Bilal getting some damage done, but ultimately knows that, it's a little bit of a suicidal attempt there, just to try and at least go 1 for 1 and keep FA Homeless interested in that part of the map. There's Zemp, though, happy to use a super to deal with Ducky. All of a sudden, a chance here for FA Homeless to get control of the weak side of the map, but Zemp's taken a lot of damage to move up.
Yeah, he's actually going to take a bunch of shurikens to the face from his Livy. He's rotating back over towards mid. He's going to get support also from Nita to keep away that Lily. It's not so great to see Bilal go down like that on the left side, but it's fine. He's just rushing in and dying. That's like part of the job as Ali, is you're going to die a lot, but if you can get a trade, then it's a fair interaction. It's a super utilized by Zemp and moves these gems over to a different carrier, one that I think has more difficulty staying alive than this Leon.
Tyrant is slippery, and Bilal knows there's no point really going after the Janet right now. He's only got 3 gems on him. He's not looking particularly threatening. Zemp was the one that took that gem. Fair enough. Definitely feeling with his hypercharge, he's going to try and find Ducky, but with the lollipop drop in play, that is easier said than done.
It's just about finding this gem carrier, and Ducky hasn't fired any shots. Until now, he's still trying to scout out Zemp, and they haven't been able to find where this Lily is. Here it comes, it's undodgeable. That's 1, looks for 2, but ends up only giving the gems over to Ducky. This time, Bilal actually does want to stay alive, but they would love to get a kill in the meantime. Tyrant is going to be dead as soon as he drops back down to earth, but at least he could interrupt this countdown. As Lily comes around left for the interception, and if really any 2 brawlers go down here, it could be an interruption, but it's only Lily to do so. We're gonna have a tied ball game within this set, but it is a match point for Vadic.
Every monthly final so far, Vadic have suffered a really difficult matchup in their first round. It's been tough. Last month it was a close 3-1 to Tribe. This time they get, arguably their easiest opponents in the first round, and they're still really hard to beat. This is still legitimately strong competition. North America is actually very, very deep this year, and FA Homes is showing why they're actually the highest seed in this encounter. Here's Zemp, though. Dove on by Bilal once more. The alley, though, survives this time to take even more space. Oh, buddy, this could be nasty stuff. Bilal goes 2 for 1. And Ducky is going to have to get out.
Bilal doesn't have to go on to a brawler that's weak in close range. These alligator hands are rated E for everyone, is what he said. As he picked up the 2K, he will fall on offense this time, but again, it's part of the job. He did his job. He didn't just trade, he actually got one more kill than he needed to. Here comes the vanish from Zemp, and as Livy has to be expecting this, Bilal with the auto aim in close range is able to dispatch Zemp really, really nicely. But as long as Lily is occasionally getting aggressive, if she just has one super, Hypercharge would be better, but one super is all she needs to steal all of the gems for FA Homeless' side.
Okay, Ducky needs to back away there. Another unsuccessful foray for Bilal, but as Livy's sitting on a hoard of 7 gems. Ducky hoping to do something about that now. That's Ducky with a wide on an IE. Bilal on in. Zem has a hypercharge super there, and we'll have an idea of where Livy is, but Lollipop drop here to try and protect Livy. And Zem does not connect, does not have a super. It's unclear. Either way, he gets nothing done off that hyper, and now he gets taken down. FA Homeless, this is starting to crumble in a streaming heap. Ducky with a Y surrounded, cleaned up by Livy, and now Vatic with 13 gems look to end the series here and now.
Zip wants to recover this, but it looks like it's going to have to be Tyrant again, charging in airborne as he only has 5 seconds to make a heroic play. Not possible. Ducky trying to do the same, can get a little bit of invulnerability, but not a gem carrier in sight. Vatic finally correct on last month's problems and make it through the quarterfinals.
For a team that isn't focused so much on Brawl Cup as the postseason, this is completely acceptable trajectory for them to take. It's gotta feel like the curse has been broken. This is a team with org backing who have had a very difficult strength of schedule, but they've shown us up against a very quality team. This Homeless FA outfit are the real deal, that they're able to find success. The drafts have been good. They've been letting ball through on purpose because they felt like they've had the antidote. And Bilal's picked up some really technical brawlers and found success.
Who was the MVP for you guys here?
I think just within this last one, it was probably Bilal because he got so many 2Ks. I feel like, though, if you read the players' reactions, their faces on the cams, it wasn't really celebration. It wasn't that much of a sigh of relief either. They're kind of like, oh, I guess that happened because Zemp had a game-winning hypercharge that went completely off course.
Yeah. Whether you agree or not with Reddy, you can lock in your MVP over at eventtheprocess.com, still get some points towards the rewards. I'm super happy for Vatic. They finally broke the curse, as you said, Uber. They are now out of the quarterfinals. They did not manage to do that in the previous 2 months. Now let's see how far they can really go.
And I think they can go far. This team is like generally really good. I'm quite impressed. This FA Homeless squad are no pushovers here. And it was only a 4-set game, but basically all of those sets were close, and I was really pleased to see both of these teams making some great adaptations. Vatic are playing into Bull and Ems quite frequently, right? They're having to figure out how to deal with these very strong brawlers with some kind of like out of left field picks at times. Zemp does help them here, though. He's definitely had a bit of a rough run with double swoosh decider sets. Just missing that hypercharge super on a Leon is tough, but that's why Livy dropped the Lollipop drop to dodge that away. So I like that Livy is making his own luck and he's playing to his outs in that situation.
And Ducky with IE in the end wins the Battle of the Duckies. Does Ducky with a Y now have to rename to make the lives of our casters?
Yeah, Goosey.
They already have an unlucky duck as their icon for the team, so.
That is true. They can't change the name now. Yeah. That icon is a bit.
They can make it a goose. Goosey.
You wanted Bilal to be the MVP. Let's see what the viewers at home have voted for. And yes, indeed, Bilal takes it with that Ellie in the last one, 10 kills on her.
Yeah, and honestly, not just the Ellie had to play Angelo earlier on in the series. Bilal, also picked up Nita at times when it was needed. I thought that, at some of those centerpiece brawlers, or those brawlers that, you can sort of really rise and fall on if you're not performing. I thought Bilal's done a great job. Great fit for this team, obviously. And this, for me, says that Vatic have sort of recovered after a shaky start to the season with players sort of coming in and out. I think that, Ducky is quite at home here and they've managed to make it work. I'm glad to see Livy still in the mix as one of the, God forbid, older players in America.
Only relatively speaking with these 17-year-olds he's teaming with.
I mean, look at him. Like, bro looks like he's quite the spring chicken. But yeah, great to still see him in the mix and with a good team around him now. Hopefully, in the later half of the season, we see more from the squad.
Still super funny whenever he calls someone else old. We're heading into our quarterfinal number 3 now. We have our 2 teams in the semi-final number 1 now. It's going to be a big one. Ready, Legacy Esports versus Vatic. One of those 2 teams I had in semi-final number 1. Team Electros, unfortunately for them, got knocked out, and that opens up so many possibilities now for the race to Brawl Cup. They're technically still in that race, but if Tribe or Stamina actually make it through, they're out, unfortunately.
At the moment, the standings are that Only Realm and Team Electros are tied on points. So for Only Realm to supersede that, all they have to do is win a single match. Seems easily done enough, right? Because they're facing Vicday. When you look at their scrims, Vicday, I don't think they've touched the scrims at all. They might have played like, what, a handful of sets in the... I think you know this. You've seen OG's battle log.
He actually posted it on social media where he had 2 games. Last 2 games from this battle log. One of them was 2 days ago where he did 1 ladder game. And the other game was 12 days ago.
There was already the tweet beforehand. We qualified after I spent like 10 minutes in Brawl Stars in the last few weeks. Unfortunate, they are hopefully still prepared for their next match, honestly. It's gonna be a really tight one, if not. Only Realm versus Vicday. I'm really looking forward to that one.
I'm similarly looking forward to it. Only Realm should have this one in the bag. I'm always pumped to see what Vicday can offer because, like, part of my heart hurts whenever I see this squad in the state that it is because you have Vegeta, who I would put as a genius-level player, Chino, who's one of my favorite players in North America of all time, and OG, who's been, like, North America's dad for so long. But they're pretty much semi-retired. They're not really taking it seriously. They're just playing for fun here.
Man, I absolutely
what
love
did you two actually predict here? Both of you say Only Realm. All of us did. So Only Realm taking this one. We also thought we were secure with that quarterfinal #1 pick. So how secure are they really?
I think Only Realm will just take it away. It's going to be a pretty clear 3-0 in my opinion.
Wow, okay.
You said that about Team Electros too.
I am sometimes wrong and sometimes right, but I know I'm right this time. I'm guaranteed I need Only Realms to win this game.
Make sure to lock in your predictions as well. You can get these rewards. They're quite sick, and I think at this point I should have the pin. Actually, Team Electros, I got that prediction wrong, maybe not. Unfortunate for me, but hopefully this one goes our way. We all said Only Realm is gonna take this one. It's a little bit of a battle between old teammates as well in this one. I'm really looking forward to that one between Sans, Bobby and OG. Obviously, OG didn't have the greatest of success in the previous years, but as long as those 3 still play together, they had quite a few successes.
And you have Chino on that as well, since he was teammates with them last year, and he was also teammates with
OG years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, what is Chino doing in this roster?
He's coming in to fill the role of Steel, who's now coaching a different team. So.
Exactly. So Steel played the qualifiers with Vicday, but he's coaching Team Electros. I guess he could play now, technically.
Too soon.
Okay, sorry. I'm here to spit facts. That's my job over here. But yeah, it's old STM and core rivalry between those teams. Now, Only Realm, especially Sans and Bobby, had some mixed successes over the last few years. The same also this year, where in the first monthly finals they dropped out in the quarterfinal #1, and then the second one they went on winning. It's really a crazy up and down. These are the global bans for this series, so those 4 brawlers are completely banned for this match. Sirius, Meeple, Mortis and Bull. So once more, Vicday banning out a couple of tanky brawlers, assassins on the left hand side. Sirius banned out. We just don't get to see this brawler today in NA.
The problem is that he's quite tough to deal with, even as a pro player. There are not a lot of brawlers to counter him. Even Assassin can sometimes struggle quite a lot into a series, and it's just easier to just global ban him out to not deal with him, because that is at least our strategy of the last monthly final, and apparently a lot of teams are thinking the same as we did last month.
I'm curious why the Meeple is banned. This must just be like a personal one. Oh my gosh. Is that Momo in the background? Gotta give her some scratches. Thank you so much for doing that, OG. That is adorable. Is that their coach? Mental coach, maybe?
Even if they don't win today, they won the hearts of the viewers now.
They already won the hearts of the casters. Can I change my prediction? No, actually, I still want to stay with Only Realm. And I want my points from the event side, so we'll stick there. Let's talk about these maps, first of all. Super Beach, Out in the Open, Ring of Fire, Bridge Too Far, and then Death Cap Trap to follow.
This was usually the quarterfinal where we saw Ellie banned out, at least in EMEA and South America, because she's so good on these maps, especially on that second, third, and fourth. So yeah, let's see if we're actually going to see her banned out in the regular ones or if she's going to be picked up here. Both of those teams usually like to play quite aggressively.
One thing as well that is important to mention, oh my, 94%, wow. One thing as well that is important to mention is that Clancy is not global banned, so is not Crow, so is not Leon, so these three brawlers will dominate all of these maps that we just saw in front of us.
I do want to say Vicday gets 1% more of the votes than Legacy Esports, so they automatically win, right?
No, I don't think so.
So yeah, I think the biggest disparity between those two teams for me personally, I like to look at scrim rates, and I look at these teams. Only Realm, together with Tribe Gaming, has the most amount of scrims, the most amount of set plates in all of the region in the last few weeks. And then we have Vicday, as we already mentioned. I guess they played the game once or twice in the last few weeks at least.
I'll tell you this, when you play Brawl Stars for so long, that muscle memory doesn't die overnight. There is a reason that Vegeta is able to say like, oh, guys, I'm retired, and then come back to the game. There's a reason that like Patchy is able to do the exact same where he announced to everyone, guys, I'm retired, and then he can come meditate on the monthly finals like he was doing just a second ago with his eyes completely closed.
I agree at some point that your muscle memory doesn't completely disappear, but if you want to play at the absolute highest level as these guys are, I'm telling you, if I don't scrim for a week straight, I have problems with that. Wonderful cat.
I want to point
OG
out
is
that the camera
milking this now.
the camera has been cropped. He is not in frame anymore. I think
This is OG, actually.
that's what I was about to say. Is the theory that OG is actually the cat has not fully been ruled out yet?
This is what he looks like on days that end with day.
There, thank you. We have a change on the player tag.
It's amazing.
Great, yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
And please keep the camera on here whenever we come out of set, because any victory for Vicday is a victory for Momo. That is the name of the kitty cat. Now,
She's
hold
almost
up.
falling asleep.
Do you think they're... I mean, are we going to be put to sleep? Do you think this is going to be a 6-0?
I think this is just what we needed after the burning match in the first one.
Yeah, that's true.
3-2 series, and now we get to scroll through some cat videos. That's what usually happens, right?
Bit surprised to hear that from you, Sunny, because you always wanted to go to all the last game, and I'm all here for it. I think that even though they have not played the game, we have a draft of OG and Vegeta, and you can never count them out, because even though they don't play the game, they have still basic skills. They are still pro players. Even though retired, they're still semi-retired. They're still pro players. And if they get one or two insane outdrafts, perhaps, perchance, maybe.
I do think they can definitely take a few sets, and it wouldn't be the first time we get surprised today and actually get an upset. Both Team Electros and Only Realm only had to make it through the quarterfinals, and they would have been locked in for Brawl Cup. They want to go to Berlin, but Team Electros unfortunately already dropped out. It's now not in their hands anymore if they can actually get there. Only Realm can still lose that spot as well. They need to make it to the semis.
It is possible. Like, the nightmare scenario here for Only Realm is that they lose here, and then Tribe Gaming, I think they just have to win their semifinal in order to take over the point lead from Only Realm. So that's still possible. It's possible that Tribe Gaming lose in their quarterfinal, as TMN, in spite of their sort of lacking performance lately, is still a capable team. I mean, hey, they came second place in the first monthly final, so there's something to say about that.
And the biggest problem as well is that Only Realm is down in the tiebreak against Team Electros, which is the even worse for them in case they would lose this quarterfinal, which will make all of these scenarios that you just said 10 times worse, basically.
I'm super excited to see who will actually make it through to the Brawl Cup here in NA, because we have all the groups now locked in. We're only missing those two teams. And who is gonna face Humble potentially in a semi-final after the group stage? We're gonna find out today. We're now ready for a quarterfinal number 3. I hope you are too. Only Realm versus Vicday. day. Now, let's see if this truly is a victorious day for OG and his crew and his cat. We're heading straight into the first draft here. Super Beach it is. And once again, it's a map. It's all about getting that mid control. It's one of the only maps on Brawl Ball at the moment where you want to have some snipers in mid, potentially maybe open up the map is option. And Pierce is open, Leon is open. Those two brawlers we will get to see many times today.
Leon's just a mainstay in the meta right now. Something I want to point out is they're not picking their mid first. I think it'll be reserved for the 4-5 turn just because the mid matchup here is so vital. Your mid is always very important. It is a centerpiece of your composition, but it's not always the playmaker here. Winning mid is basically the way that you get to move up the map. The lanes can help pinch in, but ultimately they're connecting with your mid player.
I will not mind the Clancy one though, I'm not gonna lie. Others as a mid answer to that, I don't mind that either. I think it's a really solid mid to go here, even though it is a PS open, as you just said. What I'm mad about is that the Willow did not get first pick, and the Willow so far did not get to free pick because we have Assassin's ban, we have a Mortis ban, we have a Shade ban, we have a Stu ban, there's possibly only Ellie, which only says the Willow you can defend quite easily together with your team as well. There it is, there we got it. And I think that Leon is in a really, really tough time because you can't even hide in your turret because she just gets it first play.
I usually like to pick Willow together with Cordelius. To me, still one of the best counters. He can jump over the wall and gets close and comfy with her. They picked that Otis instead. He's just a really solid mid, so I guess that was the idea behind that. We see a Shade double ban, and Shade is something we only really see at the moment in NA. Also, East Asia brought him out a couple of times, but he's of course super good on Super Beach. Second pick now for the right-hand side here. It is going to be the Pierce I mentioned. So they have the two on paper best brawlers. If I just look at pick rates, win rates over the other regions as well in April, they have the perfect comp, right?
Oh, yeah,
I don't
well,
know.
I think if anything, this is what Vic Day are referencing right now because they haven't practiced as much as Only Realm, so they're not going to be as familiar with the niche stuff that you really only discovered through scrims or observing some of those scrims too. But yes, in theory, they should win the mid matchup. The issue with Pierce is that he can get pushed pretty easily, wrapped around on some of these lanes if the lane victory happens over there. When you said Cord, I actually was pretty on board with that because I regard Chino as historically one of the best Cordelius players in the world. So I thought maybe he'd say like, guys, give me Cord, just trust. But maybe we're not in those days anymore.
Cold pick to open the map completely. I'm trying to wonder now what they go because they're losing the mid with Odyssey and the Pierce. This Willow is going to play in an open map. They kind of need an assassin to create some pressure so the Willow can play. I would say a Kid, a Lily, maybe even Ellie if you feel like it. We go for Rush, which is really defensive. It does win the lane into Leon. It is not bad into Cold as long as the map is not fully open, but this Pierce might be the doom of Only Realm.
Sandbags once again to counter the Pierce, or to try it at least. I'm with you. I would have liked to see something with a bit more range. We saw the Meeple earlier today try to play into the Pierce, but it's also not really good solution. I really feel like Pierce is such a good brawler on an open map. And Vic Day, yes, they might have not scrimmed that often, but they're just taking inspiration, like you said, Reddy, off the other regions. They're picking what has worked so far. These are the three most picked brawlers across the board.
We're going right in. Cold broke the right side immediately. The left side of Willow is trying her best to win it against this Leon. Should have a favorable matchup. Unfortunately, since she lost the early lane, Leon does have that grasp and control. Now the Pierce is wasting ammo to pass the ball away, so he's not able to shoot. Probably lost his golden shot as well. The Ruff's creating a ton of pressure on the right side. Gets the kill as well. Potential goal break opportunity with him, but they need to get the Leon out first, which is not happening yet.
Well, Bobby's going to be taken down as well. Vegeta tapping up Sans on the right side, and Sans is just determined to stay in this open area and hold on to control. Once he gets the chance, he would love to break open one of these walls, but the question is, which one? Is it going to be on the right side or the left? Actually, just give the treat over to Bobby. It seems like the issue was that they couldn't stay alive long enough, and that treat is going to give him even more HP and a bit more damage. Patchy also has that mind control that he can utilize. It's going to be on to OG. Well, here's going to have to be the pass. Nope, just move it back. Don't need a score with a mind-controlled teammate to get the lead here.
Which is exactly what you need. With similar situation to the match before where we had the Pierce Cold. Exact same situation here. You need an early goal because it is not guaranteed they're going to win mid-game or late-game as soon as the map opens up. Now OG with a sneak on the left side. Can he get the Willow? Patch is going to get it, but he's going to die either way. That is a secure kill for OG. Full control here from the side of Big Game. But oh no, the ball is cornered to the bottom right. Somehow the Pierce dies as well. OG goes on ult, however, basically with his teammate in spawn, is that going to be enough? He's just feeding Patch and just wasting his util of that.
Patchy sensing where that Leon was was going to be. Here comes a hypercharged super from Sands. It means that Patchy's going to have a hypercharged mind control. That is their way that they can score a goal. It's a pretty solid way of defending as well. I mean, the strongest CC in the game has got to be mind control, but uniquely with Willow's hypercharge, she becomes invincible for the duration of that. It's an easy dive for Patchy to stay away from that super from Vegeta, but he is cornered into the back left, and the more hypercharge and super Vicday managed to stack here, the more fire he stands a threat of coming under.
We do have two hypercharges from the side of Vicday. Once again, OG with an ult coming in clutch. Can he get a good blow? Definitely not into Bobby. He needs to be really careful, plays on distance, but control hits him. Leon gets it, almost dead. The Mewtwo, full control from the side of Vicday. They're going for it, they're committing for it. It's gonna beat up. It is not. Chino dies on the left side. Counter hyper from Patchy here is gonna create some space. Close to the control. That's not needed since the ball is secure in the corner. Even this Pierce trying to tap them on this map is not gonna be enough. 5 seconds to go. Patchy sitting next to the ball, diving down. Game 1 goes to the side of Only Realm.
Only Realm, you can see by the language of their movement and the pins that they're using, the smiles as well, that they kind of feel like they've already won this. Like, that's the confidence that they're oozing at the moment. But after game 1, they've gotten a better sense of like, okay, so this is who we're up against today. And I think we stand to see some adaptations in their playstyle in accordance with the power that Vicday is boasting today. Maybe something that doesn't reveal as much in terms of what Only Realm want to draft in the later stages.
I am a bit mad that Bobby is not gadgeting the Leon turret at the start, because that is the sole reason why OG is getting that left lane at the start, because someone needs to get that gadget out, and it is not happening. Again, he has no gadget to get it out. He did hit it, but he needs to hold that gadget for Leon and get it so Willow can actually play the game. Now Sans on the right side having a tough time in this moment to actually go down against the Coldfield here. Bobby in the open map needs to try to dodge anything. It is not going to be enough. He should fall any second, dodging his way around. He's still alive. Incredible. He gets a kill.
Wow, that's awesome from Bobby. He stays alive in spite of everything. He'll even get a treat from Sans as a reward. Good boy. He pushes up the right side, has a super in hand as well, but no sightline on OG, the next to fall, most certainly, as the entire team is on his tail. Bobby's still ready with this mute. If Patchy can get a super, then this is basically a guaranteed goal. But now that everyone from Vicday has respawned, it's going to be sizably more difficult.
Control, mute incoming, control as well. Everything is raining down. It's exactly the start they do need against this combat. Early goal and then the ball in the corner. That's how you play it into a Pierce. Push on early and survive until then. Now Leon ult on the right side. Can he secure a kill? He can. One, almost two. With the gadget of Chino, he's running it down. There will be a counter goal. We still have a game on our hands, wasting time, so we are sure we go until overtime, so Pierce and Cold can get maximum value.
Pierce was the biggest issue here. Look at the way Pierce is shooting right off rip. You also see that hypercharge super thrown out. Ideally going over to Patchy, but they had to retreat immediately because of how powerful this Pierce is. When you first spawn, you're already in range of opponents with wide open mid. It gets even worse. It's going to be serious damage onto Sans. 1-2 piercing shots stacked together, but no kill to finish things off. OG does clear things up on the left side, but this is an easy corner. Like, that's a very simple decision from Only Realm. Once they have their next brawler respawn, they should be able to push out once more. But the important intel to possess is that OG is equipped with his hypercharge on the left side.
Patchy going over hypercharge, doesn't have null, doesn't have anything. Now OG has a hyper ult as well, should wait for overtime. I don't think he should be going that early. Does pop on hyper, those almost secures a kill. There should be a kill though as a follow-up. There we go. Bobby with a mute needs to carry this ult from Pierce. On the roughs, one shot dodging his way with a sandbag. Somehow they still have control. This Willow also has one shot ult, I am sure, but Bobby completely getting tapped by this Cold Get. It goes down as well. Leon incoming on the mid left.
So lethal with these shots. Patchy would love to get a mind control. Couldn't get the kill on OG. Bobby now trying to intercept this pass. Could he get it on the left side? OG didn't pass it in time, but they don't have the speed to get this all the way to the enemy side safely. They just need some CC. Patchy could be only one shot away from a super to make it happen.
What an incredible defense from Bobby. If a counter push is happening immediately, Sans getting hit quite a bit, but it's fine. Never mind, it is not Chino with ult coming in clutch here. Leon ult as well. Pushing slowly with Patchy, trying to scan everything out here that he has possible here. The somehow getting control back slowly, goes down as well. Full control from the side of Vicday. 20 seconds on the clock right now and counting. Vicday needs this goal. They cannot go to another game, but they have a map full of walls. Pierce with a hyper, Russ with a hyper coming down here. Leon on the left side actually tapping Russ quite good. The counter pressure from Only Realm. They do get a kill, but there's not enough time. This game surely will go into a draw. There's not going to be enough time, perhaps. Oh! With a ball change, but it goes still not not enough. The ball still moves on overtime. Incredible close game right there. We go to another game, which is not good for Weekday.
Oh, you do not get to see that mechanic often. It was added in, I believe, the last patch where the ball continues to move after overtime expires, but unluckily one opponent managed to get in the way of the ball and it fumbles on the goal line, but it's just the reset that Only Realm needed. It is game 2, part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Only Realm get their walls back up and they're right in position.
Another time, Leon Gadget not getting cleared by Bobby's Gadget here, which means OG has the lane on the left side here. Rust on the right side, completely dominating as well. Bobby is now finally taking some pressure on the mid. This Pierce's one shot goes down. The Slayer on the crossfire. What a positional mistake here. Chino in a 1v3, impossible to defend. Early goal once again goes to the side of Only Realm. Now we need to see this Leon Gadget if it's going to be placed correctly, if it's going to be placed in the back. They are swapping lane right now, slowly here for Rust ult as well. Patchy, full control on the left side.
This is what they needed right off rip, because last time they scored a goal, they were immediately tapped up by Vegeta as they attempted to go for the proper lane rotation. This time, they didn't get tapped as hard, but the walls continue to fall. Here comes a hypercharge from Sans. Bobby would love to get a stun, but he still needs to work his way in range. Passive to Patchy. Could it be the mind control? Whoa! What a throw from Chino. He knew that he couldn't walk over there because he risked getting
Mind control.
yeah. But it was absorbed by the Pierce, the synergy. But oh no.
Either way, even if he catches it, I do believe Pierce will be able to successfully kill Chino and then score himself while being controlled. So I don't think it's that big of a fumble, but definitely crazy play from Patchy here to see that, to go for it, a positional mistake, a positional that he had to go for it. Absolutely amazing from him.
I'm so glad that what you see here, like as the expert on the desk, is a good play from Only Realm, because what I saw from Vicday almost brought me to tears there in the final seconds, because I really did believe that Vegeta could tank that mind control and then Chino would be able to intercept the ball and at least throw it away, like throw it away over to the left side if anything. But Only Realm, this is what happens when you put someone on the brawler and they're just that good. Yuck! I think what happened there now actually is Pierce was not able to get in the way of that mind control. So Chino would have been mind controlled anyway.
I really want to see some of the highlights of this match again in slow motion. I felt like Vegeta maybe could have just walked the ball in when we ended up in a tie instead of passing over. And then the last few seconds are super, confusing as well. I felt like the Colt could have definitely stopped that ball there, but yeah, he was scared of the mind control that was already taken up by the Pierce. I'm not sure what actually happened, but yeah, a couple of confusing moments in that one. I really want to see that again, and we do get to see some more of these two guys. We're just after set 1. It was a long one because of that tie, but we have some more in store for you.
And the fact that we had this brawl ball mechanic in the game that is really not happening a lot of times in brawls. Honestly, in my scrims and all of the amount of hours that I'm playing in scrims, I have not gotten it a single time.
Wow.
In probably the last 3 months. Not a single time. And it's crazy to see this live on the Monte Final.
I think we even talked about this when they added the change. We were like, so what is gonna change exactly? It's gonna be the same thing, but it's actually a nice mechanic. We now saw it in play, and just why it is important that the ball keeps rolling. Out in the open is gonna be our next map here. It's only set 2, set 1 took a while. It is a closer race than we expected, guys.
Well, look, I think genuinely what happened here, and sorry to put down Vicday, but Only Realm assessed their opponent and realized, okay, we don't need to draft as seriously as the coming ones. We don't have to pull out anything that's unexpected or reveal our hand.
In a Monte Final?
I'm not saying that they're like sandbagging here. I'm saying that they're probably conserving selections that would come up in the grand finals, and some of these maps do repeat.
Jayan coming in as the first pick on Autumn Open here with Genie, Leon, and Pierce Band. Beautiful pick here. There's an Angel Open as well, so maybe not the best pick, but we will find out really soon, because there's also Brook Open and an Eve, which kind of, I guess you want to have a Jayan for the counter them both. Byron Kid Crow as well could be a potential Mina pick that might be open for Only Realm, or just the Jayan, which is why they have a Crow Band in place here. Now, Angelo is definitely a brawler I want to see from Vicday.
Angelo definitely good play. I'm actually with you there. I want to see Mina, and I would have paired it with a Gus since Byron is banned out. So let's see if we actually get to see that here. Gus Mina is a comp that is played quite often in an A, so I wouldn't be too surprised. Still with you though, also on the Angelo pick is the #1 pick in EMEA. the Brock as well, you want something to either go over the left-hand side lane, go over that water to close in the gap and actually get into the middle, or go with the Brock to open up the map. On the left-hand side, we have Jae-Young for that. He just makes sure that his team as a total gets into middle a bit quicker.
Yeah, and they're also going to be coming through the point that Vegeta on this Angela will easily be able to drift over and intercept, so they could tank a 4K arrow to the face, give him like, what, like a third of a super, maybe half off of that first arrow, and that's a risk that they're facing here. They may decide that they want another way of getting into mid, maybe something that floats over water themselves, though I think Jae-Young should be enough to get them into mid. They don't need to commit as hard with something like an Eve. Ollie on the 4-5. Okay, you know what? I'm here for it, but that puts a lot of trust in that player's ability to dodge, since they'll likely be playing the right lane. They're probably not going to take the jump pad, but I'm not going to rule it out. I could totally see Only Realm doing that.
So defensive. I thought you should pair them with some kind of sniper so you can actually push them. So they're going really, really defensive here, which could work, especially if they play the star power of Ruffs to gain more HP and just wait in the back like that. Which honestly means Vicday has some options. You do have the Lu if you want to go that route. You do have the Buster to counter the Ollie a bit. Honestly, I could even see a Bulwark if you really go for it. Definitely some damage. I don't think Pearl will be enough. What is the best pick here? I think Buster is the most solid one, but I would love the Lu as well.
RT technically still open, but yes, they are gonna go with Buster just to make sure they have a tank themselves for the long game. Because on the left-hand side, yes, technically they can go into the mid quite fast with Jae-Young, but if Ruffs is truly playing the star power to give his Ollie a bit more HP, they're just gonna wait until the smoke comes in and farm some supers until then.
Yeah, Buster, Gus is a natural synergy. Any kind of like tanky brawler with the Gus shield is going to be useful. You can send them aggro. More than anything, this is here to counter that Ollie, because Buster's going to become immune to any CC. Once he has his super up with the Kevlar Vest star power, I don't know why you would even run the other star power. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what the other star power does, but I bet Semantic can tell you.
It does more damage when you're together with your teammates, which is really good if you want to face into assassins.
There you go.
Either way, we push on the right side here as we expected. Against the Angelo, he cannot necessarily kill an Ollie, especially with Sampex. They're all around. They are not running the rough star power for more HP, which is also fine since you do need that wall break. Full control though on the mid left, pushing the Vicday out of their mid here. Angelo kind of by himself needs to be careful not to get gadgeted. He does dodge it. Well done by him. And with that, control goes back in the hands of Vicday.
Too hasty by far for Bobby. He was so eager to get that gadget landed on Vegeta, who at this rate may be the most mechanically talented on the squad. You're not often going to find him lacking, it would seem. On the right side, Vegeta still is equipped with this super. He could poison someone if he wants. He's also well armed for the later stages of this game. Here comes the super, probably well on his way to a hypercharge because he's been landing these shots so consistently. Now, Only Realm do have an easy way to retreat at the moment. They can get through this opening on the left side, but they're taking so much damage, especially at the hands of Vegeta, who's hitting every single shot.
Ruffs as well, trying to get his high ball for the next game. Jae-Young as well, wondering what situation coming up. He's gadgeting away. Is he going to get the kill? He is, in fact, getting the kill. Insane 1v2 by Vegeta here, securing the kill. But there's a Russ high ball, which means that Ollie has to look now to go. There is a Buster though to block basically with that star power of the stun, which is probably is running. He could probably quite early. I'm not sure why. What is that?
That's strange. Has to be a mistap. A total error for OG, and probably not one that he's going to be earning back by the end of this round, but maybe by the next one. Oh, what an early pick from Patchy at long distance. How often do you outsnipe an Angelo? He didn't even jump away or anything. Well, this round is a wash. It should be one for Only Realm, but there still is utility to be earned for both sides. Shannon would love to get a hypercharge. Same goes for OG. You can just camp around Gus and get some hypercharge charged up for free.
Jae-Young with a hypercharge on the left side as well. So realistically, the only thing you might need from this is a Ruff's hypercharge ult that you could farm. Vicday, of course, doesn't want to feed that. They're just going to fall in the gas and play it so. Wait for his teammates to come up and respawn. Now, again, we have the same situation. Ruff's Ollie hype ult with a power, potentially. Jae-Young is probably the better one to get it for the amount of healing increase you get from that. How are they going to stop this Ollie? It's going to be quite difficult. Buster gadget for nice timing and Buster to not get stunned will be the play here. Gus hypercharge shield could be quite annoying as well. Honestly, OG running across the middle of the map. There we go. Bobby goes to early, misses Mold, misses the stun. But oh my god, what is happening? What a pull from OG. Just getting 2 kills of that. Insanely played by him, and what a blunder from Bobby to go that early. Not if you get it, and no, you can't stun the Buster. Your ult doesn't even hit him. You got to commit higher.
not only early, but also caught himself on the indestructible on the left side, and that's a valid strat. If your opponent is closer, you don't want to overshoot them. You want to have your hypnotize Proctor earlier, but it looks like he just got caught up on that obstacle and wasn't able to get it onto the intended targets.
I think his plan was, I guess, to not go too far so he doesn't get CC'd by Buster, so Soul doesn't get stunned, right? Which is his plan, but you can't do that early game like that. You gotta wait for endgame to make a play like that or fight him or do something about it, because if you do it like that, you're just out of range and all of your abilities are not able to do anything of that kind. Now, Ruffs on the right side will try to farm his power-ups for break that they need on the mid-left. So they can rotate a bit easier, and of course the hypercharge for his teammates or just a powerful patch will be quite important for the healing too. We're getting some control, the shield comes up. Big Day with that. OG doing a massive job as a tank right now. Quite a good buster that I've seen so far. Patchy is getting ghosted, is getting made quite low HP, almost going down from this Angelo.
No major plays just yet, no early game picks like we saw in the last one. Vic Day are just keeping Vegeta out of range. Bobby is being tempted to move in close. He would love to hit his gadget now, but now that Vegeta can poison him, it's not as valid of a strat. Gonna have to back away behind these sandbags. Vegeta circles over to mid. Everyone on Vic Day is full HP. Only Realm still working things up. Their aggro player is on really, really low HP. Patchy tries to circle around the right side, doesn't have the damage to get it done. And Only Realm, in their attempt to surround the enemy, actually end up spreading themselves too far apart to support each other.
The main thing that I saw was the anti-heal properties of Angelo ult that stopped Bobby from healing up. Therefore, having a tank of no HP in the end game was just basically having no tank. Your 4k HP tank, there's nothing you can do. Now, Angelo does have an hypercharge ult on the right side here. Bust is gonna pop out again with the super to get some control back here. Doesn't have an ult though for Bobby to potentially aggro. On the right side, we have Angelo missing a shot point, wasting his ultimate as well. I do believe Bobby should have engaged there since Buster didn't have a shield. Now there's quite a lot of wasted opportunities here. They still need some kind of control. They have it. How much they're gonna actually keep it? They're gonna push him out of mid again. They're scout the Buster out. Gonna kind of go a bit for it, but hypercharge shield from Gal pop a bit too early, prematurely pop from him as well. They are getting control with that hypercharge shield, but it's not gonna be enough.
Patchy, he had to pop that hyper just to stay alive. The same went for Vic Day. They don't have that to go aggro anymore, but OG has a hyper of his own. Patchy forced to pitch in on the right side. What an error! Ends up getting 1 to 2. OG gets a takedown on the right, but he's still hypnotized by Bobby's gadget. It's 1-1 on the rounds, an immediate hypercharge pop for Sans because he wants to give that game-winning hypercharge to Bobby.
Now they should know Buster doesn't have a shield. He should just commit immediately. You should know that as a pro player to recognize Buster did not get an ult that early game. He should be too far off. They're not going for it, so now Buster has a shield. Gonna play a bit slower and a bit wait for a mistake of Vic Day so they can commit through it. Like just now it happened with Jae Young pushing them on the right side. And OG as well, there was way too aggro from his side. Sans trying to farm his ult slowly again. It's just going to be a slow-paced game around here.
It was a heads-up play required by Only Realm to recognize that Buster didn't have his shield and that Bobby could go in with the hypercharge. Instead, he's going to be doing just the same. So are they going to bait this out of OG? I would say it's even more likely that OG just gets another hypercharge with how close he's been sticking to Chino this entire time and how sluggish the pace of this round has been going. Patchy on the right side, of course, is alive and healthy. Wants to close in close range versus Vegeta, who doesn't seem to be running a jump. What's going on the left side? Bobby bounced around like he's in a pinball machine, still manages to trade, and OG on low HP, tagged by Sans. It's Vegeta versus 2. All the HP in the world and not enough DPS for this Angelo to succeed. Should be a win here for Only Realm despite the best efforts of Vegeta.
But healing of Jae Young to know you don't need to go for damage. You're support, brother. You gotta heal it and 1v2. Perfectly well done from him. Quite insane interaction on top left with a gush shield as well. That Bobby did not secure a kill like that. That was quite insane, honestly. Wow, we actually have a game on our hands. I can't believe it.
I mean, we said the same thing in set number 1, right? Where we expect Only Realm to completely overwhelm and stomp Vic Day, but it couldn't be any different. We've gone to game number 3. And, well, okay, of course, game number 2 was a tie in the last set, so we'll still count it as a game number 3. Some long sets so far. Only Realm has been on top. Tied up with Vic Day at the moment here in Knockout. They could get a 2-set lead, or it could all be a tie, completely flipping our expectations on their heads.
How we have seen the game getting played so far is basically Patchy being a win condition on the right side, getting an early kill, or some kind of flank. Oh, OG getting a kill like that. He's a main win condition of Vic Day. He cannot afford to do any kind of mistake. There we go, Patchy going aggro exactly as I said. Even though Angelo did pop his ult, he probably survived with 100 HP there. We couldn't see it perfectly. thanks to the heal of the star power. And exactly these are the two win conditions they have. That's why they keep exchanging like that all the time. All others are just support, Jalen is a support, Gus is a support for the shield knockback, for the hypercharge, and Angelo is just trying his best to keep hitting some shots, but it's incredibly hard against a brawler like Jaya.
It's difficult to get a killing blow either. Patchy's able to retreat so reliably, but this time he pops the damage a little bit early, doesn't get any shots out of Vegeta, and his path is intercepted by a well-led shot from Chino. 2v3, OG has got his hypercharge and his super off of this one, and there's not even an aggressive play that only Realm can do in the early stages. They may opt to go ahead and give this hypercharge to Bobby, which it looks like they will do, but they also have the knowledge that OG has a hypercharge, so there's no use going aggro now.
I do wonder if because of a missed break on the bottom left that he's broke his grass, there was less space to dodge to actually survive that shot of the Gus goals. Even when they're going in immediately with the gadget of the ult, everything is happening at the same time. Bobby's getting a double kill and another ult back. All you gotta do is let Sans get the kill. Big mistake by Patchy to get it. I guess it's getting his hyper, but a power up is way more important to have for the next round. Yeah, what I wanted to say is with this break, you saw it on game 2 of the set, the break was perfect. This game, as you see at the bottom there is a bit broken, which is limiting their rotation a bit, which is why maybe the kill was earlier happening.
Yeah, and it makes sense now, right? He was visible. Vicday just had an easier shot to line up there. Note that Vegeta could have been farmed for ult there, but he drew back his bow so that he didn't heal any HP. There was no poison, so that was a really, really great play from Vegeta to keep Sans from getting yet another super. He's going to have it now. Would be well positioned to break some walls or something. Going to hand it over to whoever wants it. Since Patchy has been reliably actually getting these early game picks, it looks like he is the fitting recipient of such a super.
Being called the good boy again probably by his teammates right now. They just keep playing, loving playing for Ruffs. I don't know what to tell them. Hypercharge is from the side of Victor. I'm sure Gus is not far away from his own, which is probably really good for the Smash. Who's gaining him off guard. Patchy goes down. Bobby has an ult to control him. It's not going to be enough. I know he doesn't have a shield, but there's not enough HP for them to do anything. Victor secures a crucial kill and a crucial round and set win to go against Onirem here.
Well executed by Vicday, but I cannot help by looking at that and saying, what a sloppy play from Patchy to go so aggressive. They have no sight lines, they have no vision on who's in that bush. It could be anyone. Guess what? It's a Buster. Guess what? You've run into a 1v2. You cannot possibly deal with that. Some major mistakes, actually only one major mistake for Only Realm for me within this last set, but some minor ones there that I don't think are so characteristic of a team that wants to take number 2 or number 1 in this region.
Dear viewers, you should have seen Ready Set's face just there. He took that personal. You looked so disappointed.
I turned around and refused to look at the screen, y'all. I'm sorry.
Don't do what Patchy did. Don't make Ready unhappy, please. In the end, honestly, Vicday surprises me positively today. We all said Only Realm is probably going to take this one. Vicday only takes 6% of the viewers' votings. And in the end, they looked really solid. And Brawl Ball already came close to winning that game, made it a tie in the end. And now, win 2 games, win a set, they make it even. Both Team Electros and Only Realm are not looking as unbeatable anymore.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. We did say, though, that Vicday still has a chance to win games or sets. We did say that, but we definitely didn't think it's going to be like that. We thought that Only Realm will do, like, way better. They're going to outdraft them easier. I do guess they haven't played the maps maybe that much, since their focus is the semifinals, and they knew Vicday is not going to scrim quarters, so they have no data anyway from them. They don't know what they like to play, so they just, like, did it a bit, I guess, for their side, and just fully focused on semis. I don't know.
Potentially. I don't know if they, but just both underestimated their opponents then, because we said quarterfinal 1 and 3 are pretty much,
dead
a given.
3-0.
Dead matches,
Castle's Curse. I like it. It's a powerful ability that you guys have. I like it.
You like wielding that power now? So now use it on your opponents. Well, or maybe I shouldn't have said that, guys.
That is actually a bad thing. How do we reword that? How do we uncastify Semantic?
Give us a headset.
Again?
Come on. Give us the jacket. Give us a caster uniform.
all right.
But yeah, in all seriousness, like, it just proves that you can get too comfortable. You can feel like, well, you know, we've been so good in the last month. What can seriously happen? We only need to make it to the semifinals, and then we are locked in for a Brawl Cup. They lean back a bit too much, maybe. You wanted to say something?
No, I'm not saying anything. I don't know what
seriously, everyone.
Maybe some of our viewers didn't actually watch the monthly finals. We keep referring it. Humble is a really strong team in that region, and we all thought here at the Casting Desk they're probably going to take that one. I think it was 5% voting for their opponents, and their opponents won 3-0. Happens, you know, honestly. We're heading on to Ring of Fire now. Change of topics, Semantic.
Thanks for ruining the
Thank God, thank God. Let's change the topic. All right.
Draft.
We go in with a Leo and Clancy Penny band. Quite interesting bands here. Would have been almost at a Pierce first, serious first pick, but he's of course global band. Pierce is banned as well, so is a Crow. Would I go first pick here? I think a Finks will be really good for me, even though this is an Epilogue, which is a bit annoying, but in my opinion, he is the best brawler on this map.
I'm so tempted to say, like, oh, it's always Sphinx with this guy. It's Sphinx this, Sphinx that, Dueling Beetles, Ring of Fire, no map. Well, actually, only those two.
Safe
It's exempt.
Safe zone that we saw earlier. He was insane there.
Oh, that is true. That is very true. But, you know, of course, it is a very great brawler to have here. Really strong mid. So much DPS, can act as an anti-tank. You basically have like 6 shots in the chamber as long as you have that gadget ready to go.
Once again, I already said it very often yesterday, Chester is left open and Chester is not picked up just yet. Might just be an East Asia and EMEA thing, but for me, on any map where you need some area control, he is just that guy, also good against tanks. It's going to be an Ember first pick instead. And this is, for me, truly just an NA special, and even in scrims, let me check. She hasn't been picked up once in the last 2 weeks in scrims. What is this Ember pick? Oh, it's because Victor didn't actually scrim. That's why Ember isn't showing up for them. But yeah, Chester is played here after all, so I'm happy.
Now, what do you go against the Chester? Honestly, I would love to see him more. You could still go an Assassin. I know it's into Chester, but like, who cares? You just make pressure for your things. So he gets in zone 10. I would love a Glowy. Oh my, what? I would love a Glowy things in the mid against an Ember to out-heal that. I would love to see it. Not sure if they see it. But we'll figure it out really, really soon here. And combined with that, we will probably just take some kind of anti-tank, so it's not going to be a bull last pick, is what I assume. Sans? Did I misclick? That was quite an interesting camera from Sans, no?
What do you actually think about the Ember? Usually we see her picked up as the cheaper Melody on Heist, but on Ring of Fire, I haven't seen her in such a long time.
I mean, we did see a Finks into Amber earlier. I do think Finks will still get more mid-control, but it's not a horrible pick to go, I guess, as a mid. You're just squishy since you're not assassin-proof like Finks is as a mid. Oh my!
Okay, Grey Buster. This is a pretty typical combination, I would say. There are other things that are more handy to send through that Grey TP, but constant teleportation onto the point is a great way to establish control. I think Chester can wait on the exit of that, you know, dimensional door and farm damage. The supers are going to be useful as well. Though, anytime you see a Grey pop up here in Hot Zone, it is bad business. Poco as a response just to keep everyone alive, basically. I think you're also lacking in burst damage from Only Realm, so once you come through that TP, it's going to be difficult to get a kill immediately, and you're also not generally going to win in a sustained fight versus Poco much of the time.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a bow here, honestly. Just put some bow mines on that Grey teleport.
Yes.
And what can they do, really? That's Poco last pick. I do not believe, by the way, the Buster was a mispick, as they're just continuing to play. They're not protesting or anything on camera, so I guess...
Did see the camera of Sans, no? How he was throwing his hands in there?
Maybe he just disagreed with the pick.
Perhaps,
Poco
perhaps.
on the other side, let's see what he can actually do.
Not a big fan of this Grey Buster combination, as a matter of fact. I think that is lag mid-control, which is what Victor has. It's basically triple stacking mid with Poco heal. It's going to be quite hard as the Grey to get it out. 13% already for the side of Victor. Only Rams is just not touching anything. They're not getting any control. Now Finks ult pops in the middle of the map. Grey is going to hit some shots with that. There you go. Buster for beautiful positioning. They do set up a TP, which is the most important thing. A bit low in my opinion. Should have been placed a bit higher.
That's a little bit rough. They could go for the double TP if they get a hypercharge pretty soon here, though it's going to rely on Patchy hitting his shots. Look at all of that healing. Patchy would love to get an additional bubble shield. In fact, he doesn't mind running it all the way down just to get, what, a single extra shot? Ends up feeding that hypercharge to Vegeta, who deals with this handily with the assistance of OG. Is it really that strong? The teleport, Patchy's going to go for 1 and 2 more, has his hypercharge now, so the next TP in will probably hypercharge forward so that Bobby can reliably go into the back lines of Victor.
Grey, of course, back the Hill Stomper, which allowed the Buster to get hit up there immediately. Full control over the side of Victor. The half-pop percentage was really bad if you're in a Grey comp, because you just want to run it down, and if they keep beating you and keep getting more percentage, you're never going to win that. You do need a better start for that, or at some point a more percentage win. Now, they have some control, they have a Finks ult as well. They do get the Poco, which is the most crucial kill here, because he is the key, the bond of Victor's comp to hold everything together. Percentage tied up now from the side of Victor. Control, for them too, but there's a Buster gonna TP right there. Right, gonna get one kill. Can he get two? But just Hypercharge will slow, but Bobby doesn't dodge it. He just stays in it.
Oh, what a disaster. And now they can hardly step on the point either. They are going to get a pull onto OG to help Sans secure the kill. And now a Hypercharge from Gino. Now every Hypercharge has been exchanged. I think Patchy is going to be the next one up with a Hypercharge if he can earn it. But Victe are bowling them over. Doesn't even matter though. Only Realm only need 8% to finish this off. And it looks like they're going to do the exact same thing. Get all of the health in the world, get that bubble shield, and stay alive on the point. Once they had their supers, they could pretty much walk into that TP, occasionally pop a Hypercharge. This looks like an outdraft to me.
I do want to say as well, I don't know if you catched it, but the Amber activated the TP after Buster died, so he can TP immediately after respawns, which is really, really crucial to do, that he activated both TPs at the same time, so Buster just respawns as fast as possible, which is exactly how this Grey Comp works, which is why it's such a nuisance to deal with. Grey is the wing condition here. You need your TP early, and Vic, they need to do everything in their might to stop him getting it. Pushing early here to get some zone time, getting some hits with Grey here, getting some ult charge for things that's looking awful for Vic this start.
If there's anything that Victe would really love to do, it's to delay that first TP, because once it comes in, then it's only going to continue to compound with Patchy's kit. You should be able to run it down and get that Hypercharge up. Semantic, this is what you're mentioning with putting that TP back at spawn and then proccing the next one. You can go into the zone with the vulnerability of a respawn shield. That's just ridiculous right there. That got nerfed on Chuck, by the way. It was so strong, and it's something that you can do just with the Grey's Hypercharge.
Now control again from the side of Big Day. They're trying to get as much percentage as possible before Grey gets his ult. And he has been struggling. You'll see he has no TP already. Unlike last game where they quite early, Amber must be close to Hypercharge already by the amount of shots she's been hitting against this team here. Just keep stacking mid like that since they have more team damage, more team HP to fight for Victor here against Onirealm. No Blink as well. He just suicides to set up the TP, which unfortunately he needs to do just to have it set up. One beautiful pull from Bobby. He gets one, gets two, can't with the help of Sans, gets three, team wipe.
That was beautiful from Only Realm, and Victe maybe lacking a bit on the positioning. They weren't spread far enough apart, and they weren't respecting the power of the slow-mo replay. Only Realm now get to exceed Victe's percentage so far, and Patchy has the Hypercharge super he was working so hard to get for a majority of the... You gotta be kidding, again? Well, at least OG didn't fall here, and Sans wasn't there to follow up, but man, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And Victe should not be pleased about that.
Make it fries, because look at that Buster just popping off and really attacking everyone. They keep just suiciding, getting their percentage. They're not up a lot of percentage, I'm not gonna lie, it's only 8%, but eventually they have a cycle where they have more people on the board, and with that, they should be able to secure a very good victory, thanks to the great TPs. Just keep running it down like that. Only Realm takes away set free. We are 2-1 in our game.
Well, Realm find themselves knocking at the door of exceeding Team Electros and possibly locking things in to go to Brawl Cup. Just one set is what they need. They knew that they were tied for leading the region earlier today, and that quarterfinals performance from Legacy Esports was just a blessing for these guys, but they still had to determine their own fate over here. They cannot fall in the quarterfinals. Victe managed to challenge them in set number 2, but over here, Only Realm do the thing that you would expect a veteran team that is continuing to keep up to date with the meta to do to one that has taken a more like sluggish approach to things, much more relaxed, which is that they can spy a team comp that Victe just didn't have on their radar.
Which is exactly what I just wanted to say. Big shout out to Victe, because they have been performing. They're a team that definitely deserves to be top 8, even though they haven't played, even though they're semi-retired. They're just that good in the game. I just love it to see that they're still active and playing competitive. Stats-wise, you see this Amber having a ton of DPS, but the zone, of course, goes for the way of the Grey Comp, of a Buster just getting all equally zone time, honestly. This Pogo, I loved as a last pick, but the Amber Chester combo was just not enough to counter those things. As you see, 470 DPS, the most amount of DPS in the game, even though it was first pick. How is that possible?
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, what are you going to do directly to counter the Finks? Are you going to go long range? It looks like this was anticipated for Victe, that something aggressive is going to peer from Only Realm, but the Amber, look, that's like sustained damage. That's playing for control. That's not the burst damage that you need to eliminate a Grey composition. And Grey, for that reason, is something that just needs to catch a ban, and if it doesn't, then you have to be prepared for it. Chester was, I think, the correct mindset, because it plays with burst damage. That's how it takes down aggressive brawlers, but Amber maybe not the best fit here.
Maybe even a ban would have been good, but I think the main problem is definitely the ban of the things. Of leaving him open, the brawler that in EMEA at least 10 out of 10 times would be banned because it's just an insta-loss if he is open. The pressure that he deals, the things that he puts down, like even though the Grey had such a tough time getting his DP up, the things was getting so much zone time. Now, Bridge to Far is going to be our next map. What do you think are some of the top brawlers here, really?
Well, anything that can win a lane at long range, some snipers out here. And then, of course, the stuff that can take them down. I was thinking Angelo and Kit might make some good brawlers here for the
There's no way we're getting a Kit in the big 26 ready. Oh my god.
We remember the incident. We'll get to pay Juan Carlos and his crew a visit in the next one. And we'll get there even faster if Only Realm end this affair quickly.
First pick coming down here from the side of Only Realm. Angelo is indeed open. Nani banned as well. This is a prime Angelo pick, if you ask me. There is a cold open as well, which I don't know if it has priority towards Angelo. Never mind, it is banned, I just realized. So definitely should be an Angelo 1. There you go. As a response, 8-bit should be the brawler I want to see. Eve, also really, really strong brawler you have here. Ellie, one of the strongest assassins you can play on this map. It's just a big, big menace.
Yeah, because you have bushes that you can work with. Now, they're kind of spread far apart. But also you have the water that travels quite some distance, and you're able to jump out of that, assassinate a vulnerable sniper. Now, when I see Angelo, and, you know, I begin to start thinking about 8-bit, I wonder, Semantic, whether that means that Belle is a strong consideration here. She's wide open as a counter to 8-bit.
Not a big fan of it, simply because Bell lacks the damage there for 8-bit. There we go. Because Bell kind of lacks the damage to deal with an 8-bit, his turret, and damage on the save. So I would rather prefer to have something like a Brock to deal with his 8-bit.
He's really slow too, so you can hit those shots reliably.
Yeah, exactly. Even when Odus or Lula would be fine, honestly. Not the best, of course, but I would prefer that over on Bell. Or just... Yeah, you kind of forced to go range into this 8-bit now. Only Realm definitely needs to take some kind of range farm. You do need this Ellie, or an Eve, or an Juju to deal with this Angelo. If not, that 8-bit will unfortunately be shredded from the side of Big Day.
Yeah, and I get concerned also because if I need a different sniper just to deal with the 8-bit,
I'm on fire.
Then I could be overcommitting. There's the aggressive brawler that you wanted to see, the alley. This man is so happy right now, but would that not often be reserved for a last pick? Do you think they have to go alley now? Oh, interesting. So why are they going alley now?
It is the 2-3 simply to shut down this Angelo and to stop Only Realm from picking something like a Brock to deal with this 8-bit. So they need to play something like a Kaza or Melody now to somewhat deal with this alley. So probably Melody, since Kaza is getting countered by Melody. Gotta take the Melody. And they still need something that can deal with an 8-bit but also has control. So actually going for Kaza, I'm a bit surprised by that. I will definitely prefer the Melody. But yeah, either way, they still need an answer to this alley because simply going Kaza is not going to be enough for this.
If I had to guess, I would just say that Kaze is a more comfortable brawler for Sans, who's the likely player to pick that up. So now to enable that Kaze, they do have some lanes locked down. They don't have anything really strong for this 8-bit just yet. Like, they do have Angelo that can tap 8-bit, but he doesn't have the DPS that's needed to chew through 8-bit's, in excess of 10,000 HP. I have a similar reaction, not quite as strong as yours, but it doesn't seem to really fit the build. You think they're just like playing to hard counter this alley?
Yes, that's probably the idea here. Take the worst lane into the 8-bit and just hard counter the alley. Now the good thing is, for the 8-bit, he is a free matchup now. No one is going to counter him, even this Angelo alone. If 8-bit is set up once, he's going to be completely fine. What Victor needs now, I think just some control, just a calm Eve pick is what I would love to see. Just really calm, just play for some control, help out the 8-bit. If not, I would see Melody as well. Or base race. That's what I meant. Melody or base race with a Darrow like that. Perfectly played. Just run it down because this Chester will simply not be enough to base race it. And one of them will be able to defend the castle, which is the only damage dealer from the side of Only Realm.
Okay, so the safe damage here, well, actually, 8-bit fills a couple of roles. He can get some pretty serious safe damage, but he can also play defense. Now, it's not as easy of defense as Chester. Yeah, and thank you. I'm getting a call out right now from Semantic that, dude, look, the cat is grooming itself in the background. Momo, can you explain this composition to us? Because I want to know why we have a couple of aggros from Vicday, and Only Realm have decided that Chester is the method. He's also committing onto this 8-bit lane, which is honestly just like an unlucky pull in the early game.
No, I mean, you should know that a Kaza is going to be in the grass in the early game. Big mistake by Chino there to get caught off guard there. You should know she's going to be in your grass. Geisha ult immediately almost safe. There's going to be some secure damage. Chino is getting his ult though, and as you saw, the alley just shuts down Vangel immediately, and that Chester that is supposed to counter the alley is on the other side of the map. He cannot deal with it, which is why I wanted the 8-bit counter instead. They're swapping away immediately, but look at the pressure that Victor has right now.
Oh, Patchy has to defend Chino on the left side. Vegeta gets to pour DPS into the safe. He'll even get that boosted booster activated. Gives him a lot more damage onto the safe and is able to provide that first crack of the safe's HP. Patchy's gonna march straight up mid though. Wants to pinch the left side with OG, does get it, but is immediately traded out for Vegeta.
That Chester's HP literally disappeared thanks to the April turret. Quite insane interaction right there. Carlson is going for some damage, is gonna get down though, gonna get fed up, while the Daryl is gonna do a massive amount of damage. Another shield pop for Victor here. They keep going, but Ali's gonna just go for the save, honestly getting a bit of full charge as well. Good job from him. Full control from the side of Orin Realm, but the turret that might secure them a bit of control. Holy damage!
The Angelo just does not appear to be it because he's able to hit his shots reliably. In fact, he's hit every single one, but it's no good. Not when you've got 2 hypercharges on the left side. Chino is going to be the 2 to follow up this 1-2 punch composition. Just needs a super to march in. He will get it right on top of the safe as Vegeta continues to fire away. And now Victe are at risk of picking up another set victory, bringing us over to set 5. Okay. Oh, he's stretching. He's stretching because he turned 31 recently. I thought he was turning to look at the cat. Yeah.
You did? That's crazy. I think this set might be a crazy outdraft, not because of the picks, I think because of the bans. The fact that you're not banning Ali or 8-Bit on this map as first pick is a bit crazy to me. Ali just has a completely different matchup, even though if you're going Chester, look at there on the bottom left, going crazy, coming back as well to potentially support the Kazi. Kazi is gonna get a gear shot on the set, potentially gonna kill Chino too. He is not. Chino successfully wins that interaction and now full control from the side of Victor with the double roll as well, which is gonna be really scary.
It means that Patchy has to back up, but he's sort of baiting the march forward. Chino is waiting maybe for the correct rotation. Patchy's gonna get the super though, so like if he gets a jawbreaker, then it could be bad. He's walking right in, goes for the bomb, and does get the takedown off of it. You see Vegeta is gonna have to take 2 shots. Oh, that's rough from Bobby. Wrong barrel, bro. You're supposed to shoot the one that's rolling towards you, the one with the soy sauce on its head. Chino picks up 1 kill, wants something in close range versus Patchy. Whoa, this guy's going on a Daryl World Tour, maybe a little too over-aggressive.
Yeah, definitely wasted his ult there. He just got it and just wasted it completely. He's basically 25 seconds away from it. Oh, just trying to make some control as well. It's not gonna be enough though. Ape needs to be careful to not feed Sans' Geisha ult. And he goes down. Ape needs to defend it, focus on the Kazi. The Annie is gonna come back to support him immediately. Do not waste a turn on the defense. He did. Oh, that's a big mistake here from the side of Vegeta because that crucial damage is what you need in the offense. Chester actually going down into the Annie. The broader you pick the counter, still can lose to it. There is a Chester hyperjudge ult gonna happen. Maybe even in the defense, we will see right here. Save is not even getting popped. Finally, it's getting popped. The Chester hyperjudge ult on the Ape on the right. Well, the Kazi is doing a massive amount of damage on the top side.
Wow, yeah, you really would have preferred to have that boosted booster on the enemy side. You could have seen maybe some additional damage beyond that initial proc of the shield that Victe were able to get. Now they're on a defensive stance, except for Chino, who's taking a bunch of damage on defense. Now Vegeta has to turn around. Yes, he has a hypercharge, but he can't take this 1v2. Meanwhile, on the right side, even OG is rotating backwards. Sans would love to get additional damage here. He's trying to juke out some shots from Vegeta, who has saved them just for Sans. But this damage should be enough to get this down, yes, to 25% and bring Victe safe down to the final shield.
You said it's a comfort pick for Sans on the Kazi, and you're completely right. This man has been popping off on that brawler, even into matchups, which I think will be quite troublesome. He keeps farming and he keeps going for the save, farming his skill shots, and just keeps doing damage on the save for pressure that his team desperately needs to be able to win this game and go 1 match close to the Brawl Cup. But Chester Poison finishes the save. We're going 1-1 match point for Only Realm.
It's a match point for Only Realm, and they just need a single more game to secure themselves a seed and go on to the Brawl Cup. A lot is at stake here, and there were some shaky moments. If they lose this game, they're going to set 5, and that could potentially be a victory for Victe. That would be just ridiculous right there for a team to show up and boast about how they have not practiced the game and still be mechanically talented but a little off in the draft sometimes, and then sometimes be spot on is just bizarre. It doesn't inspire too much confidence in what Only Realm can bring to the table today, though I think a fair excuse would be that they've actually prepared for the later matches. Yeah, because they didn't expect there to be a situation where Team Electros drop in their quarterfinal.
Sans slowly trying to get his ult, but unfortunately Devil has his passive to get an auto ult. He should just go up and do some pressure. Well, someone else needs with a Kazi, that's fine. I guess we can deal with it, but he is wasting a ult as a matter of fact. Big mistake here from Sans. But Angelo barely survives. Insane positioning from Bobby. Nice range ability from him, but look at that left side. 2 tanks pushing out with 10 HP each, just winding it down, and that Chester has nowhere near enough damage for that. Look at OG with the help of a turret being able to defend that as well. Damage raining down at the bottom safe, while the Kazi was unable to do any type of damage control for the side of Victe, even though they just lost the tank.
Only Realm have been out of position this game. In game number 2, they always had both of their defensive brawlers in the mid lane, so when an aggro brawler rushed in, they dumped a ton of DPS into it. This time we will see Sans nearly get that crack on the save. It's just a couple of percentage off, and Bobby does that final arrow. If you can hit OG, that would seriously delay the push also. Gonna go for Vegeta. He's an easier target. A couple more shots would send him down. Vegeta also has that hypercharged super ready to push in. One more onto Vegeta, but it wasn't fully charged up, so Bobby didn't get the kill. He is hitting every single shot here on the left side. Meanwhile, you see Sans respawning, has the hypercharge and a free avenue forward. Victe going for the base race.
But there's a chest hypercharge ult that is going to defend it by itself. Bobby jumping up as well. Beautiful defense from the side of Only Realm. Well, Sans just back at it again, going for damage. Devil coming in. Will he bump us up? He will. We added the equal game. 47% to 47%. Ali has an hypercharge ult on the mid left now. Sans on the right side pushing as well, but there's a Daryl blocking away. Sans will just farm his ult again against for the Geisha ult to do a bit more damage. OG is rotating over there. Is he gonna feed more? Is he just trying to reposition himself for the Angelo? He's actually going for Picasso from hyper ult. Picasso is gonna get the Geisha ult exactly as I said on the save, and OG is one shot. Needs to be really, really careful. But Daryl against the chest, that's not a good matchup, but Vegeta's doing a ton of damage. They're winning!
Oh my goodness, but only by a few percent. If they can get rid of OG on the left side, that would be awesome. Patchy has to do it. Meanwhile, Sans doing damage to the enemy safe. It's a 6% differential. No, down to the crack. It's going to take some serious shots from Victe to bring it down, but they just can't do it. Only Realm proceed on to the semifinals and break ahead of Team Electros on points.
Unreal game we just witnessed. The semi-retired pros giving us a match. North America has not been disappointing us at all. We love the games right now, and Brawl Cup on the line. Only Realm wants to get it. They're here for it. They want it. They want to win.
And at least one of the top 2 teams are still in the race for it. Actually, they have qualified now. Only Realm, congratulations. You did what, unfortunately, Team Electros could not clutch just yet. Both those 2 teams still have the chance to go to Berlin, but Team Electros now gave it out of their own hands, and Only Realm, they came close to giving it away as well. Honestly, Victe looked phenomenal today.
Oh, they genuinely did. Mechanically, some of the drafts were suspect. If anything, I was questioning more why Only Realm wasn't out-drafting them for 3 sets in a row and 6-0ing them. Because Victe, I think, in the qualifiers did get 6-0. Don't quote me on it, but I think they fell in not such a glorious fashion. We're going to get a fact check on it as we go through some of these replays. Look at the spins at the end, because Vegeta, in spite of losing this match, in spite of, you know, loving to play this game and probably get some prize money to line his pockets, does know that his friends on the other side are going to a LAN.
Yeah, as you just said, they're all good friends. I forgot to say earlier as well, Chino was in a team with Patchy as well. So they're all teammates of each other. They're all good friends of each other. They are probably the team that is closer to each other. So they had nothing, no bad blood whatsoever towards it. They just love themselves and they're happy for each other.
You know what? Even though Victe lost, they came close to winning this one. Though the MVP in this one goes to OG's cat.
I love that! I love that, so incredible.
You know what? The mental coach is actually genuine, because I really think OG's cat was scheming up the drafts.
He definitely gained some views in this one, and yeah, maybe the cat just had a huge influence on just how well Victe truly played today. They came super close. We didn't really think they would even take a set against Only Realm, and up to the very last point, it looked like they might even just win this whole match.
I don't know. Just amazing gameplay, amazing draft. Nice execution all around. Not much to say, honestly. You said everything I kind of wanted to say already.
Apologies, that's kind of my job.
I guess. Victe showing himself, even though they're semi-retired. Only Realm still catching it up. Probably didn't scrim it that much. 3-1 is going to be another game. We're almost getting to 3-2s all the way. Our next game is going to be Tribe Gaming against STMN. Both are playing for Brawl Cup right here. A lot on the line, and the best quarterfinal game of today, in my opinion.
Yeah, let me check my notes here real quick. Highest stakes quarterfinal. If other quarterfinals end in sweeps, we get at least one close match in this one. Well, every single match so far has been super close, so we're truly getting treated well. Tribe Gaming versus Stamina, you're in for a treat in this one. You won't want to miss it. It's at quarterfinal number 4, and on the mic, you get Semantic and Uber for this one. Welcome back.
What's up? Tribe Gaming just got to win this series, and they're going to be at Brawl Cup. I know I sound so certain about this, but there's still a myriad of different possibilities. But at least some teams still have fate in their own hands, even though the games have been kind of crazy and impossible to predict.
And Only Realm truly are LAN warriors. They have played plenty of LANs, and have never faced Semantic before. Both of you are super old in Brawl Stars terms. I get to say that in Brawl Stars terms. Now that they actually claimed seed number 1, you will face them. Potentially
Potentially in the quarterfinals, that is correct.
right, yeah.
Depending of the seeding of my group and his group, I am so looking forward to it. On the last one final, he trash talked me on the grand final interview. Like, what is that? Are we so for real right now?
Bro, it's crazy that you're on the broadcast and have the chance to respond, and all you're doing is like, I can't believe he did that. That's so crazy, bro.
Well, I don't want to trash talk back. Like,
also, now we actually want to talk about quarterfinal number 4. I guess we talked a bit too much about everything else that's going on behind the scenes and here at the casting desk. Quarterfinal number 4 is Tribe Gaming versus Stamina. And as I already said, this one has the highest stakes because both of those teams, now especially with Electros dropped out potentially already, have the chance to actually make it to Berlin. And yeah, for them it is overseas, going from North America to Germany. For Tribe Gaming now, they only make it to top 2. Stamina had to have either Only Realm or Electros drop out in the quarterfinals, otherwise they would already be out of contention. So now all they need to do is win the grand finals. Easy as that.
I mean, it is crazy that they didn't qualify for the monthly finals in March and still have a chance to be a Brawl Cup.
and not only not qualified, they lost to a team that probably they shouldn't lose to. Either way, if Tribe or Stamina wins, they both need to beat the current number 1 seed of North America, Only Realm, in the semifinals. They have it in their own hands. The fate is in their hands. But for that, they need to make the miracle run of the miracle runs.
So Only Realm also has the destiny of Team Electros in their hands now. If they manage to win in the semis, Electros will go to Berlin, and that team of 3 rookies, still, I guess we can call them, 3 players who have never really played in a big tournament before, apart from this year, they can go to Berlin. Semifinals is going to be a bit later though. First up is Tribe Gaming versus Stamina. Now, who have you guys voted for in this one?
Look, despite Stamina in the past being the best representative from this region internationally, I'm talking about Worlds, for me, it's Tribe Gaming. They had a really close game against Only Realm last month, so I do feel like they are just a cut above.
I do agree with that as well. I think Tribe just has it in them to just win it again, especially online. Historically, they've always been the best online. And I do think, though, it's not going to be 3-0. I do think that Stamina will give us a really, really good match. Maybe they give us even an upset and do that miracle one that we're all talking about.
I just want to see Tribe finally do well. Every single month we come in here and we're like, so Tribe Gaming has scrimmed like double the amount of sets of every other team. They scrim so much, and yet semifinals drop out in February. Then finally they make it to the grand final in March, but still not come into that champions slot. They lose to Only Realm. This has to finally be Tribe Gaming's months, I feel. These are the global bans, so we won't see any of Ruffs, Nita, Mortis, or Pierce for this series. Nita is an interesting one. We haven't seen that one in a while. Do you know more about that?
Just for Bull. It's just going to be a counter for Bull, because Clancy you can first pick. You don't mind that. Serious, you can first pick as well. And if one of them is going to be banned and you get the other one, enemy team can't go Bull, so you have a Bull pick. Basically, it's like a Serious ban, but specifically targeted for Bull, because they don't mind playing with Serious.
I don't think you ever want to let RBM play Bull. I think that's a dangerous prospect. Obviously, one of the most prominent tank players in North America. In a tank meta, feels like you want to try and throw him off a little bit more, but don't be fooled. RBM will play any tank. He'll play Frank, he'll play Daryl, he'll dig into the bottom of the bucket if he needs to. A lot of Tribe's comps are kind of built around him.
We are building up the hype for this quarterfinal number 4 so much. Watch it go 3-0 now, honestly. To every side, it could honestly happen. Stamina didn't really look the best in the qualifiers. They lost to FA Homeless 3-0, got knocked down into the lower bracket. But then again, they could have already been eliminated from making it to Brawl Cup at this point. They watched quarterfinal number 1, saw Electros dropping out of the competition.
They needed that to happen.
And now the motivation has to be huge. And as Semantic, as you said, they only jump as high as they have to. They still have to jump mighty high, and they have it in their power now to do so.
That picture that Juan Carlos tweeted of that is just the funniest picture ever. I just love it. I love that quote from him. I would love for them to win 3-0 even into Tribe. I would love for them all the way to go to Brawl Cup again as the North American team that did the best at last Worlds. I would love it.
They're the land warriors of NA always have been, even in the other iteration of Stamina back in the day with Bobby. Stamina has always done the best in NA, no matter who was actually playing for them.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
handicap, bro. You got lucky, man. Value for money. That's what I'm saying.
Or he has a good eye for it. That's not luck.
Yeah, well, you could say that, but I mean, these guys literally had to play in LCQ to get to Worlds. I don't think anybody was expecting that, but honestly, it's a good pickup. This squad, obviously, representing primarily Mexico, have shown that, south of Tijuana, there's definitely plenty of potential in the Brawl scene.
91% for Tribe Gaming. You guys are thinking the same as us. Tribe Gaming as well, a name in the scene of North America as big as can get since the original times. It has been the team of North America. I'm looking forward to this game.
Still damn
So
good. This team is still damn good, and obviously, like Diego Gamer, coming on to this roster, I think the guy's got a great brain for the game as well. I expect that actually on the drafting side of things, the more he's going to be able to be involved, I think the better this team is going to be able to perform. So that's something I want to look at, like if we are getting some slightly different drafts as time goes on, because as far as an addition to this squad to kind of take them that step further than they needed to take last year, I think it's probably the best person for the job.
And I think it's always an advantage if the team can actually play all in the same spot. I believe Diego Gamer this time around is also together with his teammate.
Oh, is he? Finally.
I think so.
Yeah,
if
I mean,
I saw
he's
that
there on the
correct.
camera. Yeah, which is a real rarity for Diego. Like, he's had to play like so many of those monthly qualifiers last year. Obviously, with Elevate, I guess, not in the facility with them. So it's cool. I always felt like he looked a little bit sad where his teammates were like celebrating a win, and then Diego's just sitting there like on voice, like, yeah, good job, guys. So it's cool.
So up next, Tribe Gaming versus Stamina. You're in for another treat. Tribe versus Stamina, a fated matchup. We have seen this one so often last year already. Now, both of those rosters with some new players. Luffy on the left-hand side with the first pick of Chester. I just like the brawler, what can I say? He's so good in terms of DPS. He's really good on area control maps. Wait a second.
These bans are
this
kinda-
is bridge too far.
These fans.
Oh, it's open business, open business, open business, open business. I know the map. It is open business, a bit wrong map. We will be fixing it really, really shortly.
Yes.
I'm like, Lou
Ziggy,
banned on
yes,
Bridge Too Far. It's
don't worry.
crazy.
There's a Clancy ban, Crow ban as well. There's going to be a bull pick about to happen. A bit weirded out that they didn't first pick him. Spike, I'm not a big fan of. I do think he's a nice brawler, but in the meta, he is not the best anymore. I honestly think a bull first pick should have been the map. Lou ban, Nita global ban, Sirius ban, Clancy ban, Crow ban. How do you miss an opportunity to go bull here? Please, Stamina, take the bull away.
Yeah.
I like the Chester. I'm a fan.
I mean, it's fine. I think if you're Tribe Gaming, you might have two plans here. One is like getting bull on the second rotation. The other is just having an answer for it here. A number of them, though, have been banned out. There's a couple of, obviously, like the Crow's been sort of banned out, some of those answers. They're going to take the Otis instead, STM, and this is not really moving the needle for me in terms of their overall draft plan.
Pretty easy draft here. I'll just go Pierce and Bull, and you will immediately win the game. There's no problems for that. Oh, he's global ban. All right. You do take then any kind of control. Honestly, Meeple would be fine as well. You could even go Chester a bit and a Kenji on the side or another control brawler.
That's very tribe-coded, that. Yeah.
Or Penny on the side as well. You could do that as well. Bull Penny, I'm down for that as well. A lot of possibilities for you. Important one is the Bull. They do need it, and I'm sure they're going to pick it.
Let's see if it's actually going to be the Bull. Leon is going to be their pick here first. I don't believe it's going to be Leon and Bull. It would be a super aggressive comp, but of course it is Tribe Gaming. Could be true. Things still left open as well as that mid control. The Bull is going to be incoming after all. So they have an assassin, a tank, and someone to just hold down that mid lane completely. Huge area control for the Chester. What they're missing is range. And I believe now Stamina would wish they had something to open up the map. Ruffs is global ban though.
This comp is gross. It's actually pretty good. Stu's also banned, so another brawler that would sort of open up the map and also try and kite pretty effectively against something like the Bull is no longer available. I mean, Griff? And Griff lovers out there? It's going to be Mo instead here for STMN. You don't like this draft.
Not gonna be enough. I mean, it's a great pick. Don't get me wrong, I like it to Bull, but it's not enough into this comp. This Bull will just run down anything. This Leon gadget at the start of the game will allow not only the Chester to get full control of mid, but also to win his lane in 0.1 seconds. He's so fast towards the enemies. As a matter of fact, that's gonna get in the next balance changes, that speed is gonna get taken away from him. So I think Tribe Gaming will just run them over and stomp them, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, yeah, this is obviously a pretty fast-moving comp, especially with that invisibility speed that the Leon has to work with. Open business, we've got a lot of mid-range brawlers on the side of STMN. This, though, is going to be a challenge. Tribe love to play tanks. We've got RBM on the ball. That is terrifying. Here they come, looking to book their ticket to Brawl Cup.
Oh, this gadget missed, unfortunately, because Luffy plays it a bit further back. Look at RBM with the top left. What is he doing there? He's literally running him down. Spike on the stun gadget. Quite interesting to see as well. Probably a bit better into the ball, I must say, but it will still not be enough. In the meantime, the mid is just getting the percentage they need. The snare gadget is not getting taken care of. Luffy keeps being annoying. The bull in the corner, the top left, still existing and just doing a massive amount of pressure. Mo comes down, secures the kill.
Yeah, Tacos is not allowed to play the game by the looks of things. Has to use 2 supers and still it ends up being a trade with RBM. The problem, though, for Tribe is elsewhere. Luffy loses out here against the Otis and Mo combo. Diego Gamer also not able to hold his ground.
Gadget plays down on the mid left, can be taken care of easily by the Mo. He kind of missed though. Otis did miss too. The bullet gonna pop out in front of their face. The kill from Diego Gamer on the bottom right. Full control for the side of Tribe Gaming.
Okay, interesting super there from Tacos. Maybe speculative, hoping to make it hard for Bull to get into the game, but it doesn't really land on anybody from Tribe. Diego Gamer low here. Forced to hide. Oh, that's a pretty timely healing super, though, for the Chester, which means Diego Gamer's going to get yet another pick off here. Pain, what is he doing? He doesn't know where to put himself now. Tacos couldn't get involved in the fight. Hypercharged super for the spike thrown down, and RBM does get stuck.
But he is responding for Hypercharge. Beautiful stun here, beautiful break from Diego Gamer, securing the kill as well. And oh no, guess what? Full Hypercharge in the back. They don't even need it. They're just waiting with 2v2 by themselves. Luffy is popping his now. Can he get a kill? Try to keep the strategy. Delete the spike out of wrong range. Thanks to the buff. The RBM with Hypercharge now in the mid. It's gonna surely secure the goal, the score, the percentage they need to win game number 1.
Semantic, you straight away saw some issues with the draft, some glaring problems in some interactions that, frankly, STMN didn't look like they were prepared to deal with. It looked like the ball could just run straight at Taco. There's nothing that Spike could really do there.
He died in the top left corner of the map at the start of the game because he just cannot do anything. Perhaps if he has an early ult or something, nice gadget to play as well, he can deal with it. But look at that ball in his face immediately, doesn't care, goes back.
Ball is invisible coming out of the lollipop drop and pushes over towards the Spike. That is really impressive, I'm not going to lie. RBM's healed up pretty quickly. Tacos has built a super, and there is the charge. Bye-bye, Spike. We barely knew you. Now, Juan Carlos's position is going to be pressured. He tries to relieve some of that with a fat splatter. Does hit the nuke gadget onto the bull, and RBM has to succumb.
Bull coming down, securing a kill as well. The chest on the left side and Wonder needs to survive. Goes down, unfortunately, as well. Full control from the side of STMN. They are not up by percentage, which is really bad. RBM on the right side with some nice control as well. Gonna go in, and then Wonder Freeze doesn't. He just commits, he just goes for it, gets almost a kill. No pain, gets a refrag. But somehow there was enough for Tribe to get in control with the kill of Luffy on the left side as well.
Diego Gamer has some time to heal up now. Luffy can push ahead, and oh, Tacos is not going to be ready for this. Not a chance. And a super cycle there for Luffy. Juan Carlos expecting, though, some presence from the Leon, but not the Bull. And RBM's able to run him down. It's a pincer maneuver for Tribe Gaming, and this is a cakewalk here for this squad.
Fear the Tribe pin is coming down, and they are indeed to be feared. Look at them, full control. RBM with Hypercharge ult in the spawn. Spike Hypercharge is popped to gain some control finally back. But oh no, guess what? There's still a Bull in your backline.
Here it comes, baby. Someone be waving the red cape in RBM's general direction because he is encroaching. Here comes Diego Gamer through that lollipop drop. Takes a fair bit of damage, but here is RBM in the backline already. Oh, Carlos stunned up. Nice connection there for Diego, and he dunks him, folks. That is a very quick, open business. Tribe on their feet, or playing on their feet, whichever it is, find success.
Maybe we do indeed get the 4-0 that we wanted earlier, maybe a quicker match today as well. Maybe it was just an odd jump. I just cannot believe that this Bull pick did not get picked earlier. I would even first pick him, I'm not gonna lie. Out with these bans, I would have got him first pick, and then he didn't get to freed. I just cannot believe it. You know they're gonna take it. It's a bull spread brawler. They have a ban for it. You have a spike to defend him, which clearly we saw is not enough to deal with him.
It was a first pick Chester from Tribe Gaming. Does that make STMN feel like they don't want to play tanks? Are they concerned about like just Chester damage, or?
It's still fine as a bull. I mean, I guess you feed him a Hypercharge ult, but whatever. You get a bull, you cannot give any of a bull brawler, as you clearly see.
Yeah, that spike here comes up at a pretty early point in the draft. I know you're not a fan of Spike, to be fair, but here, obviously, it looks really, really difficult. Spike hits hard, but you're still going up against Bull, and that damage reduction when he gets low health, he can close the gap on you pretty easily. And here it is, our damage breakdown. Tacos vomits damage for most of that round, but there is no staying power on this squad.
What I would love to see as well is the amount of healing RBM had thanks to his gadget. The amount of times he survived this crucial situation.
Divine Injector, yeah.
The amount of times he just healed up by himself because he has 8k HP or whatever, think HP. He just healed up so many times himself because it's so difficult as a Spike to hit him all the time, especially when his invis in your face. And the stats don't reflect it. That bull definitely was the MVP of that match. RBM was the main carrier of that match, even though the stats don't reflect that.
I think that lollipop drop makes it hard to see the bull coming because obviously there's like a little bit of invisibility that persists as you step out of it, and RBM can get quite close to Tacos before he's actually revealed, unless Tacos is like consistently spamming and checking that, which you don't always have the fire rate on Spike to be able to waste shots doing that. And so now that's one set out of the way. Tribe Gaming looking really solid. And you talked up this STMN squad a little bit, right? Obviously, they have shown us some great games in the past. You feel like Juan Carlos is someone you can always come up with an answer. But the draft was a bit
questionable.
Average. Yeah.
Not average, under-average in my opinion. That was not what you need. Triple anti-tank in this meta nowadays is not something you want. And I definitely want to see them changing up the draft, playing more aggro, and not be so scared of their opponents. And I do believe at least when they're down 2-0, if that's even going to happen, they're going to wake up and get us all the way to last game and hopefully even clutch it back. No.
Honestly, for Tribe Gaming, it feels greedy to leave Bull open and go like the Chester. And the fact that they don't get punished for that, I think, is concerning. If you're drafting here on the side of STMN, you probably just need to take it, even if it's bait, even if Tribe are dangling that bull pick in front of your face. Feels like you got to go there. Now we're going to Bridge Too Far, which is a legendary map for none other than Juan Carlos, of course. Hopefully a better showing on this rendition of it, and you'd better believe his team needs him to step up.
You do know against who Juan Carlos graded that beam against, right?
I was there. You were there too, as it turns out. Yeah.
Finks won on Bridge Too Far. What am I seeing? Okay, 8-bit is banned. Clancy is banned. Oh, I know what this is. Oh, I know
what is it? You have to tell me, bro.
This is a bull pick 4-5 from Tribe Gaming because they just don't care. They just don't care. They're probably going to go like Devil or Bull to push it up. Now, what do you go into things? I would love a loadout into that with the 8-bit being bad. Problem is Ali's open as well. You cannot go Ali because there's a things on the map now. So they got to go some kind of control. Even if I will be fine with. Probably going to go with some kind of loadout comp. It's going to be quite difficult for them to actually find a win condition. They do go with Ali into things.
Okay. That seems like, obviously, I mean, so many waterways to traverse on this map. There's like, some disparately spread bushes here. Very technically challenging brawler, though, and feels like up against a team like Tribe, you will be punished for even the smallest of mistakes. So picking it up first, also very telegraphed, high-risk approach.
They still need damage, they still need the win condition. So now with them going Ali, they can't possibly going like Melody or something. I don't think they're going to see a Brock as well. This might be a full control comp on the side of STMN, which is not one you want to see. On Heist, Crow pick can be fine. Counters the things as well, actually, now that I think about it. Decent pick, stops the aggression as well from Tribe somewhat. I don't think it's going to be enough to stop it, but let's see. Tribe also has the option to just go full control now, picking up an Eve, which I would love to see against us. Pick up and Loda, go full control, some nice damage. I don't think you can go Brock or any kind of that. Oh, you just don't care. You go Melody anyway. You go Kasa anyway. You don't care if you feed it for the Crow because the damage output on enemy safe will be too high.
Just run it down. You get such safe-like damage as well off the Kaze, just throwing the fan storms there, and then hypercharge is a pretty scary prospect to deal with. We're going to see the second and third brawlers locked in here for Tribe, and Sirius was left open.
I forgot because he's always still with that. I can't believe he's even open. That deals with Ali quite easily. That Ali has a torch off a matchup, playing against the things who can get it away a few shots, and then Sirius, who after he gets one single shadow, completely hard corners you. They even have enough damage with that almost safe thanks to it. It is crazy. And the book, as I told you, they're setting up for it. And they keep falling for it, Uber.
This guy, Semantic, is freaking out on this right now. Once again, the bull is left open, and Tribe have offered STMN the option. Said, you want to take this guy? Be our guest. We have banned Nita. So if you let us have it, you won't have a really strong answer for this brawler. Crow obviously can, have some impact against tanks here. I don't really think Tacos ever wants to, to throw down with RBM at all. Is this another really terrifying Tribe Gaming composition?
Uber, what is even their win condition? What is the damage?
You see, hypothermia.
Uber, what is the damage of a save of a stamina? Is it going to be a single Crow hyper to 25% of a save? Is that it? Is that all the damage they own right now? Against a bold, serious shadows and things, which we saw earlier out safe zone. How much damage you can do? Is that it?
How do you feel about the loot around this comp out as well? Is this literally just like, bro, we need something against RBM?
Yes, we need a defense brawler against it. Well, that is basically it. And the serious shadows are so annoying into it as well. They freeze you.
Yeah,
Blue
they
gets
can freeze you.
frozen
Yeah.
by the serious blue shadows, which is even more annoying and even more annoying for Valley Armor.
Yeah, it's important to remember that serious shadows apply on hints, which means also so do the crows. The crow shadows.
That too.
Really
Oh my
annoying.
God.
Yep.
And Ali actually has 6 ammo instead of 3 as well, thanks to that. It is quite insane what is happening here. Bull just pushing up the right side here. Trying to get this from Diego Gamer. Bull trying to push up, just farming his old Diego Gamer is getting a kill as well. 3 shadows already on the map. Gonna push Juan Carlos like that. Going for the save. Look at the fixed damage almost save as well as we saw in safe zone.
Yeah, because Diego not quite sort of directly telling those shadows what to do there. So they actually mill around out in the open for a time. Bull's coming back in here. Decent safe damage. Look at it already. 56%, by the way. That is one push.
How is the first start of the game? Never lose to defend that, and the things just pushed aside like that. Diego Gamer on the left side. The Ali does have ult. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough if Diego Gamer gets an ult early off. He does not. The Ali secures the kill. What a crow jump on the save.
Yeah, okay. Safe knock to 75% though for Tribe Gaming. They have managed to get a second knock though, and RBM's going to be caught inside that. Lou hypercharge, Luffy in the back corner here, pressure down. Tarku's able to find the elimination. RBM though, it's a tough nut to crack. He gets yet another knock. 25% left here on STMN safe, but here comes Diego Gamer.
RBM's Bull get it on the save to out-heal the Lou. They're sure you can freeze people. Guess what? I don't care. I'm just going to heal it up. You have no damage to deal with me. Luffy on the right side. Just keep suiciding. They don't care about the save.
Yeah, keep that pressure going. Tarkos is looking for the serious. Gadget pop there as the alley gets pretty darn close. RBM close to being frozen up now, so Luffy might be required here to help out Diego Gamer and at best turns it into a 1-for-1. This means that some Finks damage can be put down on the safe, but STM have been able to catch up a little bit, keeping RBM controlled on the left.
There's actually a really cool Crow hype interaction where you cool to 50% if you place it correctly by high bolting first and then finishing it with damage. RBM is getting shut down though. The damage on the safe is raining down either way. The hypercharge of Bull piercing through the Lou secures the match.
Yeah, these drafts here from Tribal War Crimes, I'm going to put it out there, this is completely outdoing their opponents before the game even starts. The alley seems like a reasonable answer to the series, but it wasn't drafted as one. This was a first pick alley that was taken by STMN. They found application for it, but there's no guarantee you'll be able to take the series down. Those shadows are serious business.
Unfortunately, I might disagree with that. I think Ali's just horrible in the series. Because sure, maybe you can kill him once, but all the other times you're feeding him for free. She's not doing anything into the things either, as we see him. Maybe he's not playing him. Actually, he's doing a great job. Actually, falls down. Let's try. The Crow realizes he doesn't have a basis for that. Your pull is on the save, but serious shadows are spawning down. It's a shield gone already.
Yeah, Blue Super had to be used, but we have a knock pretty importantly. RBM there as well, able to pop that gadget on the safe, let her do some tick damage, and Tarkos is getting spammed down by Luffy. All too easily now, the Finks has a super to make it hard to defend against.
The ult of Blue barely slowed down in that Finks ult. He is gonna get frozen, unfortunately. There's a shadow from Sirius. He's gonna get taken care of. Manny Bull by himself on the safe. Does he have the gadget or not? He's gonna get frozen from Malou. Nice defense. First shield popped on the bottom side as well. 25% advantage for Tribe Gaming. Bit more buildable for Stamina this time.
Juan Carlos obviously trying to keep STMN in this fight, and he's done a good job. 56 plays 50. He solo has been going to town on that safe when at all possible. The thinks it's going to be tough for the alley to catch out. That gadget will give you a little bit of survivability, but eventually Luffy goes down. Tarkos finds him. Nice type of super there. But 40% is the number on STMN safe.
Wasted gadget by RBM. It's gonna hurt quite a lot as the Bull. You do need that healing all the time. Things on the right side will just keep going up, will create more pressure. There's the ult from the alley to deal with him. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. He still will get the kill. The Bull will create pressure. There's a Crow hyper. He might even need to use it as a defense. Maybe not. Baloo is there to help him out, but look at that serious amount of pressure he's been doing. Crow on the right side with a hypercharge, doing with pressure. And I kept telling you, he can actually do 50% of the save if you know how to do it correctly.
Yeah. So keep an eye on Juan Carlos. Whether or not he's a Noah remains to be seen, or whether he has the chance to actually hit the safe hard enough. Here's Juan Carlos getting through. Super onto the safe. Down to 20. Oh, 18%. A healthy amount of damage now puts STMN in the lead, but RBM knows he can clean up pain. RBM, though, annoyingly can't stand too close because of that loose super in the way. Another knock here, but STMN, because of Juan Carlos, are ahead.
Look at the shadows. Hypercharge, 4 of them pushing the safe. Is there anything that can stop them? They're just gonna execute pain on the top right. Fix hyper as well. Gonna keep pushing bullets across the map. Nothing is stopping this brawler, this man RBM. He secured set number 2.
It was a goon squad of serious shadows there towards the end of the round. They went to town on the safe. You see, that means something different to what Zoomers think it does, okay? But it was tough to deal with all those alleys and that extra damage. You had Lou for some degree of defense. Your alley could try and go after the series, but man, Tribe Gaming, another breezy finish here in our second set.
It's just an outdraft again, man. They had no damage, they barely had enough defense. I don't know, man. Look at this. The DPS numbers are so high from the right team, from Stamina, but it just doesn't matter. The damage output is just non-existent from Ali and Lou. As I told you, 0 damage on the save from Ali. 4,400 is probably like 2 attacks, 1.5 from a Lou. Juan Carlos the only one who did damage.
A lot of it too.
It's just not enough. There's a bull on yourself the whole time. There's infinite serious shadows. There's a thing. W King, you're down all the time. It's just too much for them.
Yeah, that's brutal. RBM course there, consistently just running at the save like we talked about. Luffy also doing much the same. And when that Finks is able to find a super, it's really hard to defend against them. Luffy is hard to hit. You need to send the alley after them. I don't hate the alley pick in terms of how it played out here, but seeing it picked first, seeing the bull ignored, yeah, how are we seeing like a pick 3 bull for Triumph?
And picked into a Finks, which we saw is not a good matchup for you. You picked an assassin into a Finks, one of the rare brawlers that can actually counter you completely like that. It's just not something you want to do.
Yeah. Satisfied faces on the side of Tribe Gaming here. They know they are 1 game away, of course, from getting out of these quarterfinals into what is going to be extremely compelling and hopefully very close once again, semi-final. It's only Realm on their side of the bracket here. So, yeah, so far so good, not too bad. Out in the open is going to be our next map in this series.
I want to see Stamina. I want to see them win. I want to see them set 5-5. Just, please, a sign of life. I need anything from you. Please, don't just let it be a 6-0. Now, autumn open. Thank God you can't play bull there. That is not a bull map.
Not, yeah, no, we've seen so much Brock on that map this weekend. Cole as well. I mean, I honestly see these more classic brawlers. Piper, we've seen her played into this map, but again, Meeple and Gas, a lot of this. Yeah, I'm doing the 6-7 thing, I know, bro. I talk with my hands. What can I do? Obviously, you know, Tribe Gaming don't have to just play tanks, but we've seen them on every opportunity. They picked up the ball, they made it work. Here, they have to shelve it, but there's still so much that you can do coming into these drafts. And remember, we have Nita globally banned. Pierce, Mortis also, as well as the Rough, are banned out. And a number of those brawlers could have found homes on this map.
They still could go aggro though. We saw the Ollie earlier from the side of Honor Realm. That's an easy brawler you could go. You could also go potential hand comp. I would love to see some kind of cheese with Glowy as well. That would be amazing to see. We have not been seeing him a lot. We haven't seen him yesterday in South America. Not at all in North America yet. Glowy is quite an amazing brawler, which if you know when to draft, it's going to be insane. Drafts coming in, Genie, Angelo, and Leon banned from the side of Tribe Gaming. First pick for Stamina. Bell, Crow, and Kid. Could be Mina, could be some kind of stacking comp of a Jaeyang perhaps, is what I'm imagining. Jaeyang won again to counter the Brock, and there you go. Counter the Brock and the Eve. There's a Byron open though, which is really annoying for you as a Jaeyang.
Jaeyang is going to be the starter here, at least. Letting you get into mid and potentially start to punish the enemy if they get stuck in the choke is quite helpful. The answer though, you talk about, yeah, that healing reduction is pretty important when Byron is not banned out. A lot of teams kind of tip their hand by making a Byron ban early. You kind of know they're trying to bring some healing into their comps.
Yeah, if you go Byron, you can't go Eve, you can't go Brock because of a Jaeyang. You're going Pearl instead. Okay, defense is what I want to say next. You just go some kind of defense brawler to deal with that, and you definitely need the sniper now. You do need the Byron. If you don't go Byron, I don't think you can go any but sniper. I would not like to go RT into that. I would not like to go Manny into that, or Piper, or Nani. None of them is it. Byron needs to be the answer right here. There it is. I called it with a defensive Pearl, which means they're going to have quite an easy last pick for Tribe Gaming, setting it up basically. And Stamina can't necessarily go aggro because there's a Pearl now. They need to go control, but if they go control, the Byron corners the whole comp, and it's not looking great for them.
You've developed a really consistent, solid core to a knockout comp, and you can use that last pick as a counter, right? STMN have to basically show their hand entirely here. What do you think about this Bell ban randomly?
It's just for Jaeyang. It's like Bell or Byron kind of do the same thing into Jaeyang, just that Bell is a bit more oppressive on the average game. Byron still has Vanti low and the easy hit shots to forget it, so it's still equally annoying. Brock getting picked up now, which means they're super squishy to an assassin or Devil some kind of, or even a Piper. They gotta deal with that, I'm not gonna lie. Do they force a Buster? I would not like to do that. 8-bit? Really? Come on. I'm not sure what kind of pick they're gonna go. RT? Possibly? Might be their best pick here.
I hate the RT call, the Buster call as well is a bit niche, but you know, he wants to group up with the Jaeyang anyway, so you are feeding that super. It's obviously a hypercharge that would be really effective against the current comp. There you go. RT feels like much more middle of the road, safer, but I don't know if it necessarily answers any of the issues. It gives you like something to do in the late game that can maybe match what Byron super, what Pearl super can offer.
One good thing is it does counter Piper, so it's not going to be complete free Piper matchup. However, there's one brawler that is really, really strong in the meta that a lot of people forget about, and that is Mina. She will decimate this RT, this Brock, just easy to dodge, and this Jaeyoung as well without healing. I do hope we see Mina for aggression's sake. It's going to be cold.
Okay, you did not expect that, bro.
I did not expect it at all. That's crazy. Where did that come from?
Okay, what's the thinking here? Obviously, Colt is really hard to catch. Obviously, with that Buffy on the move, he's pretty annoying to try and tap down. Obviously, he hits very hard. He also opens up the map a little bit.
I guess with the amount of healing that he can receive from Byron, you can just go as aggro as you want on the right side, while Pill takes care of the left. Depending what gadget he plays, he can go even more aggro. If he plays the break gadget, he needs to play a bit more defense.
Yep.
But they do have the early start on the left side then. A lot of applications for that. It's not a horrible pick, don't get me wrong, but I would love Mina way more than a Colt there.
Yeah.
And for ults, the breaks you get equally as Brock, you just destroy. It's just super, super hard to hit your shots.
Okay, let's see how it plays out now. Heading into out in the open, folks. This is STMN's last chance to get a point on the board. RBM apparently does choose to take Silver Bullet and open up the map on this left side.
Pearl in the mid, of course, is going to be too easy of a target to go on the side. Brock will just decimate you and just hop away all the time. So you just play the slow game. RBM now on the left side. It's going to be quite difficult to play there. Nice gadget from Diego Gamer to spot out this RT. Nice gadget from Brock as well to get rid of that grass. Silver Pearl will be even more useless throughout the game. Healing coming from Luffy a bit too early, but that is still fine. RBM needs some support ASAP. He's going to get pushed down.
Getting a little bit low, though. Okay, he's going to be able to get some healing ready, but Diego steps into the middle part of the map, identifies a chance to help RBM pinch down on this Jaeyoung. And now, without that speed, without that sustain, STMN are going to be in trouble.
RT ult as well, what can you possibly gain? I guess you try to get your RT high, but that's the best thing you can get. But Colt just keeps breaking the map. A Silver Bullet is going to come down any second off from the left to the right, just to destroy all the grass. There you go, the kills are going to fly across the map. Nothing Stamina can do. Map is open now, basically more than the downside, even though they have a Brock, which is easier to break.
Yeah, it's so hard. I think if you lose that Jaeyoung first, you're in trouble, especially up against that Byron, who's going to basically make it impossible for you to heal. You're going to always be ticking down and you'll be forced out of the game.
Full control from the side of Tribe Gaming. Carlos just dropped it for no reason. Tacos now on the side of Pearl. Pretty easy matchup for him. Just make sure you keep your distance. Pain is struggling quite a lot of these pinches of Byron.
RBM surges ahead, completely forcing Pain out of the map. Again, it's Byron instead of Pearl pinching towards mid, but it has the same effect. Tarka's looking for a way in, has to use a super, and even then, Diego is completely unbothered. He is still flourishing, moisturized, and in his lane, ready to punish this Brock if he steps up.
Jaeyoung now making a breakout spot on the left side, is getting tapped from a cold RPM, just massively tapping everything, all coming down as well on the RT, getting pinched from all three of them. Jaeyoung almost kills Byron, but either way will not be enough. There's a cold tapper coming down, there's a Pearl pushing down for heals as well. There's nothing they could do, but perhaps RPM, and then still manages to secure the kill.
You can't kill RBM when he's moving like that. Not with hypercharge, bro. That guy is quick. I've got to say, Diego Gamer on the Pearl was fantastic over both of those rounds. Looking hard to catch and completely unbothered, by the Brock throwing super. He knew he could come forward with the backup of the Byron, get aggressive in mid and pinch that left side.
Match point! Brock up on the line for both teams. Tribe Gaming. It's just looking amazing. I don't know. It's nothing to say. Beautiful draft, beautiful gameplay. Too aggro from Pain immediately, getting caught off guard from a gadget of Diego Gamer. Brock on the opposite side now. Against the cold, should be fine for him, I guess. Jaeyoung mid is a bit questionable for me, especially since they do know there's a turtle mid. Definitely want to keep that RT normally on that side.
Juan Carlos, that is brutal. He's getting tapped down and forced low, and all of a sudden, the RT has to get out of the map. This really now leaves you with very little space to breathe. I like the idea of the Weekend Warrior, but Diego Gamer does not get caught. He has damage reduction in the form of that huge shield. Luffy jump pads on out. Starting to auto farm a little bit here as Tribe have a healthy lead.
They're just stuck in spawn. I just don't even know what you want to do about it. Definitely don't accidentally jump on the right side as Juan Carlos, but he's doing it intentionally though. Gas is coming in as well.
Okay, can he drop legs to fight? No, he gets actually cleaned up. There was a Byron super involved there, so round will be done. Perhaps STMN might have been better served stepping into the gas. At least they got a super out of the Byron, I guess.
Big problem though. The Silver Bullet came across, the grass is gone. How are you gonna get control? You're stuck in spawn. I don't know, man.
Yeah, STMN got to be visible basically at all times out here on the map. Juan Carlos wants to step forward, but again, we saw this earlier from STMN. They get assertive early, but RBM with the Silver Bullets is going to continue to make openings now. There are 4 lanes on this map when there normally is only 1. So plenty of room here for Tribe Gaming to get involved. Hard for Tacos to lock them out.
Lovely getting kind of guardian, going down as well. That's a chance there, but no, Diego Gamer with an ult through a wall, but there's a refrick as well. Just dance around the wall, do not get hit by that and play as a team.
Diego Gamer does the hypercharge bar. The weaken warrior damage is just too much. Pain knew exactly what he had to do, and so STMN stay alive, but they are digging in their heels at the edge of the cliff.
Beautiful target presentation by all of them to get Luffy out of there. Broke ult to zone him out. Really, really well done. That is exactly what they need for the next round here to have a chance of Brawl Cup, a chance of anything. And a good seeding spot as well. Hypercharge is coming down.
All right, we are pushing now. Luffy with a super at the ready. Oh, hypercharge actually expired before he fired it off, so he doesn't get the 8 sort of shots that come out of it. Still, doesn't seem to matter too much. Darkozo getting aggressive. RBM, does he have the footwork to dodge this rocket rain? Good healing from Luffy, keeping him standing. That is clutch stuff. RBM lives to fight another day and now has a bullet storm ready to use. Pain has to kind of tip his hand by going for the weekend warrior, and Luffy just steps back and respects it.
RBM, this man just stays alive whenever dodging the shots with the support of Luffy as well. Incredible, well, team play from them. Nice tap from Luffy as well on Brock on the top left. RT fucking now spotting on the right side. There's a hyper of RT on the right side. Endgame is coming to happen. Gas is coming. But can't but it's hard enough. A 3v2, a 3v1. The chances are good. Stamina is out of this 100 final. Tribe Gaming goes to the semifinal.
Pretty insane stuff, and honestly making up a bit of time for us tonight, as it's not a particularly close game. At least a round is won there in knockout, but for STMN, yeah, frustration. It's one of those games where you feel like you are beating your head against a wall and nothing seems to work. Now, those days happen to the very best of players, I'm sure, but it's a heartbreaker because STMN kind of had hope given to them with Electros being eliminated in the quarterfinals and then very quickly had Tribe snatch it away.
Tribe Gaming needs to make it through the grand final to actually clutch Berlin, go to Brawl Cup. And they're on their way with big steps. 6-0 their opponents. Just as we said, this is totally going to be a sweep, like we predicted, right?
I mean, again, like, I'm not even mad. NA is just really hard to call at the moment, but I think after that first couple rounds, I think we had a feeling this one might have been a bit of a train wreck for STMN fans.
Yes, we did say this is going to be our closest quarterfinal coming into today. Unfortunate for us, this is the only one that actually was a 3-0. So yeah, we're in for a treat today. We get a lot of Brawl Stars. Unfortunately for Stamina, they kind of repeated what happened in the qualifier. They lost to Homeless 3-0. And still, with the scrim rates, with everything, I thought Stamina could still beat Tribe Gaming today if they have a good day.
The drafts. It happened in qualifiers as well. They got pretty badly outdrafted by Homeless, but I really do feel like there were some opportunities that went begging to draft some better comps in this series.
I think the main problem is they just didn't draft against the opponent, they drafted for themselves. Like, the bull was always open, it was a threat, they knew it was a threat, and they kept giving it to it, and that is not how you want to do it. Shout out to Diego Gamer with 10 kills on knockout by the way. It is some crazy stats right here.
Yeah, oh my god.
Diego Gamer getting the best stats here. Let's see if he also got the MVP from the viewers at home. It is not Diego Gamer, it's Luffy instead. What do you have to say about that, guys?
Congratulations, Luffy.
I mean, RBM is going to get it. With that performance he had?
Yeah, I mean, RBM looked really good. Obviously, the Colt, you know, he needed a lot of help from the Byron in mid there, but I do think like Luffy's playing a lot of those really like pivotal centerpiece roles. I do think the Byron Hills was sick. Yeah, exactly, anchor, exactly, and like really setting up someone like Diego to be more aggressive or RBM to play cold and not be heavily punished for it. So, fair enough.
The heals were always there, the support was always there, the things that he showed us, amazing. Try to play things on the bridge too far. It is not as easy as you think it is. Yeah, amazing play, not much to say.
I'm super proud of our viewers that they actually recognize the support brawler being super important and Luffy who plays them, because most of the time we just see the Mortis, you know, the one with the crazy plays actually getting the MVP in the end because he farmed the most kills, but of course it needs every single man on the roster. Potentially woman in the future, I still have hope. Legacy Esports versus Vetic is going to be our semi-final number 1 of the day. Only Realm versus Tribe Gaming still in the Brawl Cup race. If only Realm wins this one, Team Electros that dropped out there in quarterfinal number 1 still has a chance. We're looking now at our predictions. Did somewhat well today. Completely different from a couple of other monthly finals this month. You two weren't there, so you're lucky. Now over to semi-finals.
I like this a lot.
A completely different picture for once.
Yeah, we're very split.
Yeah, it would appear so. I don't think anyone has gone with the same predictions. We've explored every permutation of these predictions. So, look, I feel like this is Tribe's monthly final to win. Even though they can go ahead and qualify for the Brawl Cup just by winning their semifinal, I feel like they have plans to go all the way.
Yeah, I think honestly they're geared up to really perform. I think we're going to have another amazing rematch between them and Only Realm. I cannot call this next game though. Like I was asked in my headset earlier on, like, what is your predictions? And I'm like, honestly, I think the house always wins in this one anyway, which is you guys, because we're going to have two teams that have really impressed us and subverted our expectations. So I went Vatic. It's not the most, confident decision, I think, but either way, we're going to get fireworks.
We're already talking about that semi-final number 1, so let's head straight into it. It's Legacy Esports versus Vatic. For me, I went with Legacy Esports here. I really just felt like if they can beat Team Electros, they can beat anyone in this region at the moment. Team Electros looking so strong. By the way, also my other vote, I voted for Tribe Gaming because I feel like they finally need to have a month. Secretly, sorry Tribe Gaming, but I'm hoping for Only Realm to win because I want that new roster of Team Electros,
you want Electros to make it?
come to Brawl Cup. I want to see that rookie roster, that roster that we hyped up as they have 3 guesties in this region, I want to see them play on a big stage and get some LAN experience. So yeah, but we're gonna get to that later. First up, Legacy Esports versus Vatic. I had Vatic winning it all last month. They had the best scrim rates by far, and they disappointed big time. Let's see if they can perform today. Already made it out of the quarters, already broke that curse at least.
I think really what it comes down to, though, is the team that they're facing here. Legacy Esports, look, they're 3 really strong players, and my heart goes out to these players. Like, I'm so happy that they get to succeed after they've been pretty much, the rosters have either dissolved or they've been dropped from those rosters and left to fight for themselves. So I want to see these players succeed. However, I just think that this is too fresh right now. Rafiki is too new of an addition to overtake their opponents that have gotten to develop their synergies for much longer.
I think also that Rico pick on Gold Arm Gulch was like a big risk to take, right? Especially against a comp that could open up the map. They were successful there, but it was really close. Something I noticed from Legacy is that they adapted really well. So even if they maybe don't get if they don't get comp, for example, they might lose that first round. They usually come back in making it a lot more interesting. I think the individuals here and the experience, the tenure, they've kind of seen almost every situation in Brawl Stars, and that is such a big difference maker. It's a newish org to the scene, but these players have been around for a hot minute, so I expect to see them continue to show that veterancy.
The whole year we talked about the new blood coming into Brawl Stars. They grew up with Brawl Stars. They are just better than the old guard. And then Legacy Esports come in and prove to us that they can beat, with their experience, a team that consists of only new players, only players who grew up with the draft meta and everything. So Legacy Esports looking really, really strong. We saw that they did well whenever they picked up the aggressive brawlers. The Leon, the Lily, and the Bull were their 3 winning sets. So I expect to see some more from them here in this match against Vatic as well. Vatic on the other side, I mentioned it already, kind of disappointed from them last month. I still believe they can belong to the top teams in NA, but they are yet to prove that in the monthly finals. In the scrims, they're dominating.
Hey, at least they got through the quarterfinals this time, so that's something to show for it. They've obviously put in a ton of work. This time, however, they're going to have to face against a teammate that they dropped in favor of Ducky, who was not a resounding success immediately. They picked up Ducky, and they fell in the quarterfinals. So this time, they've made it through the quarterfinals. They're going to have to face Rafiki and stare down this player that they sort of diagnosed was the problem.
Yeah, Rafiki's revenge big time in this game, and it's a game that, for neither of these teams has real stakes, but we talked about how important it is to kind of make an impression or make a point. We have double mortar span here in global bans, so we actually only have 3 brawlers that are accounted for in terms of these global bans. Conspicuously absent is, again, Pierce and Bull. Those 2 brawlers can really headline a series, or at least each set, so look out for those to be hot property.
And once again, Sirius is global banned. We had Sirius banned now in every single match except one. In quarterfinal number 4, he was actually open picked once and won, so he's super strong and banned out yet again. These are the maps for the Sirius Super Beach to kick us off. Once again, a map where you can play throwers, you can play long range, you can open up the map, you can go with tanks. There's so many options, so I'm super excited to see this draft.
I think that like a lot of the same brawlers you've seen up until this point are going to be like contested on this map, right? Like good mid-range control-esque brawlers like Otis and Chester and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that you should be ready to sort of see how this draft plays out based on the games we've seen so far tonight. And it's interesting. Many people at home are against us on the Vatic pick here. 37% of you think they're going to win.
Siding with Sunny.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, a couple of us on the desk thought that Legacy Esports would take this. I really think this is down to Legacy Esports being a fresher org. They haven't had basically as many chances to lose, essentially, as Vatic have. So that's my theory over here, because I feel like Vatic so obviously is the favorite here.
I think so too. For me, Legacy was the underdog pick simply because, again, if they can beat Team Electros, I feel like they can beat anyone right now. Maybe struggling against only Realm or Tribe Gaming, whoever makes it through there. We want to not make you wait a lot longer. We're heading into semi-final number 1. Legacy Esports versus Vatic. This is a match I'm looking forward to. We're heading straight into draft here. Super Beach, Cordelius, Otis, and Ziggy are banned out on the right-hand side. A lot of tank counters, honestly, which is dangerous against Tribe Gaming, against Legacy Esports to leave open. Sorry. Legacy really reminded me of those Tribe drafts because, as I said, they looked really good whenever they picked up those tanks. The bull is wide open.
The ball's open. I think the Shade's an interesting pick here because it can sometimes force you into picking some really suboptimal brawlers in order to counter it out, like your Jackies and stuff of the world, right? Obviously, like Jaeon can hit this guy behind walls as well, but you don't want to get clapped necessarily. Something Sunny pointed out was the tank counters banned away by the side of Legacy.
And there he is.
This is why.
Why do you ban the tank counters and then not pick bull first?
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain. Look, they've got something planned out, without a doubt. They want to make it as far as they can into this monthly final and get as many points as they can. Shade first, and look, you've got so many options open to deal with it. Any kind of thrower is going to be useful. Anything to break down the walls. Bull is just like a total gimme, and it's obvious that Legacy Esports want it because they banned the Nita specifically. But they pick it up on the 2-3 turn, which is kind of curious. I think the idea here is it's safe to pick up on 2-3 because now they can't counter us with the Nita since we banned it out. But something aggressive on a last pick is usually where it finds its home. They have the option to go something like Willow. That's usually a high priority here. You know, does have the risk of facing scrutiny thanks to that Shade. So maybe this is the 4-5 from Vatic.
I like the Willow idea you had. Really like her in a map like this one. In terms of tank counter that they could still pick up, there's really not that many options left open. Chester, Clancy, Cordelius, and Otis banned out. Makes Ems the only one. I don't think we need it on the left-hand side, and we already know what right-hand side picks up. They actually will go with the Willow Pierce for the middle, even though they can't open up the map here.
We last pick Stu against this?
Maybe. I mean,
Russ.
they do not want to open up the map though against Pierce, I feel.
Yeah, I can take Speed Zone instead, I guess, instead of Breakthrough, and maybe be a little bit better at dodging away from some of these shots. Also, Stu's a good option against the Shade. You can sort of stay ahead of a lot of those claps as well, you know, so I quite like it, and honestly, it is a big-time Zulan pick.
It's about comfort brawlers here for Legacy Esports as they're heading into a match that they probably didn't expect to go to after they're facing legitimately #1 seed, or at least tied for #1 seed in the region in their quarterfinal. It's only Vatic that I think we're gearing up for a pretty extensive season here. Legacy Esports, they're fighting to stay in the game.
Pretty happy about how these two comps have both lined up. I've kind of been looking forward to see like the Shade. It's been left open a lot today, but the answers are good. Meatful obviously to negate walls, and Stu to stay clear of a lot of this damage here and have that general skill expression that Zulan always loves to bring into these games. Here's Ducky, he already builds up a super, and Rafiki obviously is getting a hit upwards of 3k damage from that center of the clap. Gotta respect the output.
Ducky still trying to keep someone inside of his radius. Rafiki knows where he is. He's baited it out. Ducky with an evasive maneuver to stay away. Now circling over to the left side where he knows he can easily deal with Zeus. Gets a couple of taps onto him, but Zulon still remains alive to push this ball towards the side of Vatic and dispel an opportunity to score a goal.
I like this Ducky shade pick, I'm not going to lie. He's also, oh, nice little double long clap, bro. I'm seeing you there. And Willow eventually takes hold to force an own goal.
Now it's time for Ducky to pop this hypercharge. Zeus just can't do anything about it. Rafiki also could get his super off of this, and will. Ducky decided to dash away just in anticipation of a super forward. An attempt at a rocket down the right side. It's fumbled on the goal line several times and then thrown away. Barely enough time for this to maybe be walked in. No, it is completely thrown away after several consecutive fumbles.
Yeah, Vatic, though, still has that goal lead, and they have an immense amount of map control. At no point really has this Pierce been able to look remotely oppressive. Ducky comes forward and is always going to be looking to take the risk here as the shade. As Livy is going to have to take this ball and head home.
Rafiki is going to be the spearhead for this charge, and now he's going against his own team. Zeus wants to block. It's thrown over to the left side. Perfect setup for Ducky to get one. Zeus can blast Ducky away. He was anticipating it. 3 hypercharges popped at once. A complete waste, and his Livy is boxed off on the left side.
Super nice mentions of me pulled there. It's a hypercharge that goes a little bit wayward there for the Pierce. And so Zeus is going to be able to get back into the map now after defending against that goal. Zulan dashes forward, forces Ezlivy to dive, but there's more damage where that came from. That's nice, though, from Ezlivy. At least turns it into a trade. Ducky blocks the shot. Zulan was looking to line one up there and build another super straight away. Nice from Rafiki. Stomp is going to affect Ducky through that wall, and now Legacy have priority.
But where's the ball? It's got to be passed up by Zeus. Zulan is in range to pick it up. Below, it's just him on the Pierce, and he holds the line for just long enough to keep the enemies away. It's only a little bit of time left to score this goal. Just 10 seconds to fetch this one from the right side and then pass it over to Rafiki, most likely for the goal.
Oh,
Zulon wants it so badly, but he's camping outside of bounds. Now holds onto the ball while the hardened hoodie is active. He is impossible to take down.
Doesn't matter. Job is already done there. One goal scored is more than enough for Vatic. Again, 2 compositions that can show some pretty volatile gameplay. And the Bull was picked up and not able to be the difference maker. That Willow call you had in the draft, obviously it's Brawl Ball, so it's always, a decent option. But man, when you can actually, get that own goal with the Willow against a comp that otherwise can actually be pretty hard to catch, you're in very good shape.
Well, Super Beach just also has the terrain that favors a brawler like Willow because she doesn't suffer the usual drawbacks of playing a thrower where you don't have strong CC or anything like that. She's like the strongest CC in the game where she can mind control you. And then she's able to do this to Zulon. Zulon can't break through a wall if he doesn't have a super. They can't get a super off of a brawler who's camping him over the wall. Here comes a defense from Ducky. He and Bilal have been doing a phenomenal job of pushing away this bull, but that was not a good play from Ducky. He got caught out right in front of the obstacle, and Zulon finally can get some wall break.
If you watch Ducky, he knows exactly how far from the bull he needs to be to take 0 damage. He was lingering just outside of his range with like 100 HP. Really has an understanding of how to play this matchup. Bilal is in trouble. Going to have to dodge some of these shots now. Find some damage on the Rafiki. Oh no! Well, yeah, that's okay. Zeus is going to be able to bounce back, recover, and get Legacy Esports on the board.
Saved by the bell. Not a great play there from Ducky where he wanted to pocket that ball, but it just goes such a long distance that it actually bounced right back out. And in spite of Rafiki missing the goal, the rest of the team was there where they needed to be. This one's going to be a rundown, though. Ducky has a hypercharge if he wants to pop it, but he won't even need to. Zeus couldn't box anything. It'll be return fire from Vatic to tie up the game.
That's the risk here on Brawl Ball. You spawn a little bit closer to your opponents, so someone like Shade can really run up on you. Rafiki, though, can do much the same. He's in trouble. He might be running out of steam here as Ducky stays on defense. Bilal gets out a goal just in time. Mind control to send Zulan out of their way, and Ducky will make a break down the right wing.
They've only put this problem a little bit down the road, kicked it. You'll see Zulon fall on enemy territory, ball pocketed. Ooh, or there was an attempt made on the right side. It's an easy takedown onto Zeus, but just not enough HP to punch this through Zulon. Vatic are going to just buy a little bit of time for their team to catch up because as Livy has the win condition, another hit, and he probably has that super that he needs to combine with his hypercharge for a mind control goal.
Okay, hypercharge here for Livy. Zulan just going to burn down, I think, inside those pools. It's Ducky coming forward now. Meeple super active, but Ducky doesn't seem to care. Rafiki caught with the ball in his hand. Ducky sends off a shot. Surely in the 3v1, it's a goal, and yes, walking it in are Vatic, and they'll take our first set.
Good brawl IQ here from Vatic. They knew that they just had to throw away that ability. Even if it missed, they would still be able to use their HP to get through Zulon. that's the deal with Stu. Like, yeah, you can keep your distance. Yes, you can break through walls and be evasive, but the DPS generally is not there. He's not going to be a great defender.
I questioned Vetic banning so many tank counters and leaving the ball open, picking up Shade as their first pick. After this match, honestly, I understand why. The ball wasn't really a problem, was he? Rafiki couldn't do too much, and Ducky on that Shade is brutal, man. I loved what I saw. For me, one of the best Shades in the world right now.
I mean, he's mechanically a bit of a freak. The fact that he's able to stand, like, he knows exactly where to stand a lot of the time. His gameplay looks really fluid. He's the kind of person I think you want to be putting on one of those like high ceiling, high skill cap brawlers and just let him show off a bit.
Ducky, you call him fluid. He just strikes me as someone who already knows exactly how the interaction is going to play out because he's able to, I assume, just absorb this information with how much he has played the game time and time again. This is a comfort brawler for him, and I think we've also seen like a stark contrast in what we observed from Vatic last month, where finally we see Ducky, who is kind of hyped up to be a star player, now finally on something where he can show off his skills.
Yeah, look at the DPS, 437. A lot of work done for him. Also, as Livy had some great supers there every now and then, 10 kills on him. Willow is so strong on a map like this one, especially if the opponents don't really break open the map. And Vatic, you know, I would get my predictions wrong if they take the win here, but honestly, make me believe in you again. I was disappointed of you last month. I wouldn't mind you winning.
You're not sold yet after that?
No.
They beat a Brawl Cup, bro.
I still think Legacy can win against them if they can win against Team Electros. That's my statement. We're now heading over to Ring of Fire. Once again, we don't have Ellie in these global bans, so I'm waiting for her to be banned out in regular bans or picked up. She is banned indeed. Pierce as well. Those two were the ones I was looking out for.
Finks is open. That's all I'm going to say.
You sound like Semantic now.
Yeah, bro. I mean, he was a big Finks proponent when he first got brought out. And listen, Finks makes circles. The map is a circle.
Oh my gosh.
It makes sense.
It's come
The
full
return.
circle.
Ouroboros fighting his tail. That's correct.
The return of the circles.
I'm just saying, Finks is omega good here. Again, like in scrims, the win rate is really high for Finks. I think it's like what? Yeah. I mean, we've seen in the last few weeks we haven't played 4 times in scrims, and yeah, it's been very, very good in this region. So no shock to see that one there. And again, like without Ali in the game, without Kaze, there's less threat of just sort of being dove on here. So I do think that these bans have been heavily targeted for Vatic to protect themselves against their control brawlers getting dove.
Once again, the Ember picked, and we don't really see too often outside of NA, but into Finks, I actually don't mind it because, yeah, you just cover the area of his super, and then you don't really get to dodge any incoming shots because they're everywhere.
It's fair. Like, maybe it's just what you have to play, though. I'm going to be probably convinced by this next pick from Legacy. No, not entirely.
Never mind.
Never mind.
It was more in the direction of like, I'm going to have to be convinced by this next pick because you've got a couple of brawlers that are way more for control. I see potential for them to get jumped on. Gray isn't banned here. Legitimately could run the same cheese as what we saw from Only Realm earlier and just run this down, basically. There is the last pick possibility worth consideration. And when it comes to like aggressive stuff that can jump on a Finks, he can still teleport away. Like, he has plenty of counterplay. There's a reason that he's ban worthy on this map. There's a reason that he is first pick worthy on this map. He's just too good of an all-rounder.
I always really like Pam into Finks personally, for the same reason as the Ember. She can
Can't
just
dodge it.
cover the ult. Also potential blue pick still, you know, throw your circle against their circle. Ruffs I do like just because you get a free hybrid charge off of him
Penny
every
makes
now and then.
circles as well, by the way.
Oh god, we need to stop this, guys.
Spike has them.
And Ruffs has also been one of the most picked brawlers in this region on this map. Okay, we lost.
She makes a
She makes a
hemisphere.
circle, bro. It's a sphere.
We lost
It's three-dimensional.
Mina, I did not see that incoming, honestly, but with Kaze banned out, she's probably the next best, and Ellie, she's probably the next best assassin.
I mean, your lateral
Like
movement makes
this.
it really hard, like for Amber to catch you as you walk up on her.
Yeah.
You can just serpentine in the direction of her, and also like against the meeple, I think, and you're really threatening.
Yeah, well, it's not like she has, she being Amber. Amber doesn't have burst damage, okay? She has, like, extended fire, quite literally. So when we see Mina dash in, she's just going to drop the windmill down and tank a bunch of stuff that way. Now, here's the risk. There is not, like, an amazing way of taking down this turret. I don't know if this is really the best Penny pick, however. Like, getting her turret up is a win condition, but if Ducky's willing to throw away one of his supers, then he could just break the walls, and then, like, he has the range to take that that down.
That's what we normally see in the roughs and penny match. I think we saw it on Heist earlier on there as well. So it's not the best, but I guess you can, get some terrain broken up and you can clean that up. So yeah, look, I think like this comp for Vatic is really strong. It's got strong control rulers. I think that Rough's gadget honestly is really overlooked here. It's very, very good at giving you a couple of extra seconds on the point. That plus Fix Super, I think you're in good hands.
See if they indeed are. It's an early gadget here from Meeple to delay the entry to mid. Ducky still is able to get a few shots off, but Rafiki outranges him. Again, all it does is delay the inevitable. Bilal is taking up a ton of space on the left side, but meanwhile, Zeus is a menace on the lane. He's going to get battered and bruised by these asteroids if he's not careful. Meanwhile, on the left side, Bilal gets too aggressive. At least he does trade, but he doesn't take up the room like he was hoping to.
Ducky is so good. Oh my god, he's dodging a lot of these Meeple shots. They will arc over towards him slowly, but now with that super in play, Ducky just got an extra 20% for his team.
This guy is the solo carry. You put him on a brawler that doesn't have a terrible matchup and just watch the guy go. See if he's able to do basically the same again. On the left side, Bilal once again just throwing that windmill forward. It's going to be a defeat for Bilal and Ducky as Rafiki pretty much auto-aims them down. They got too aggressive. And Zeus also has that turret active. So now as Livy has to get his super and use it to break open this wall, Zeus also defending as Livy's trying to find the angle to hit it around the wall.
Now let's see what Bilal can do here. This is a great opportunity for the Mina to turn up and influence the game because Legacy's starting to catch up. Also, the penny turret is now caught onto the Mina's position, so if they get to move it, here we go. After Rafiki caught up inside one of those whirlwinds. Zulan's still standing, but I think getting rid of the Amber is more important as Livy now has to dodge some of these shots coming in. Bilal knows here they've got to get onto that point, and that's going to keep Vatic ahead by a healthy margin.
That was a tough break for Bilal, though, as he attempted to push him with not just one, but all three of his attacks, and Zulan's hypercharge kept him out of range. On the right side, you also see Curl Ruffs has broken down the wall, but Zeus's turret is still alive as Livy's going to pop a hypercharge just to try and cut him off. Zeus wants to retreat, but he has no choice but to keep marching forward. It's an easy pickup for Ducky, thanks to the pinch of his Livy. Turret down, and Vatic now approaching 80%.
That is filthy for Ducky. Just comes forward, throws the super down in front of him and says, all right, bro, no more Mr. Nice Pooch, we are going for it. Zeus here, stuck behind the boxes, will set up a turret. Ducky says, okay, well, I guess I'll shoot that as well. 93 and counting now. Bilal just needs to stay alive a little bit longer. Mantis and Meeple won't protect you from the incoming damage. And now, 4%, all that is needed. Legacy are so far behind.
Vatic have pretty much the win already in the bag. All Bilal needs to do is go in here and pop a gadget. Does it just on the periphery as well. As it expires, he fires off a super. That was a pretty close one, but it was only on a cooldown because that gadget gets you on the point so safely. It's why Mina is great. I've said it so many times, but I want to drive this home that Mina, what does she do? She just takes up space. Yeah. Basically, she moves forward. She fills voids in vacant areas left behind by retreats and keeps moving forward. Lets Ducky have these opportunities to use his attacks, throw down his super, get a bunch of damage.
She's way more useful than packing pellets as well. You know, that's what they're entirely designed to do, is take up space.
She is a gas. She occupies the container.
Yeah. Yes, I like that. All right. See if there's enough pressure to try and keep his gaseous form contained. Gonna be Zeus here with the Salt Barrel thrown down. It's enough to dodge those shots from Mina. Still, Vatic get an early lead. Bilal's going to be doing this a lot. Basically off cooldown, running up this left-hand side, trying to win out against Zeus, who was a bit of a nuisance at the start of last round too.
But this is a pretty shrewd lane swap because they know that Bilal's going to be playing hyper-aggressive. He even died in situations where he that was nasty from Bilal. He is just that much of a trickster when it comes to the matchups. He's so evasive. Vatic also off of that have gotten a pretty easy lane on the right side as Livy might be tempted to go for this right side. That's a little curious.
He baits shots though, it's quite nice. I mean, that's the problem with Mina, is that you don't really know how to space from her, especially with that third hit that does like 4,000 damage because she can come forward and back with each of those shots. I respect it. Bilal is baiting a lot of shots. It's like you're soaking damage by virtue of forcing people to look at you and shoot at you, and in the meantime, Vatic are getting 51%.
Yeah, it's still nice for Vatic, but they have lost control for now to Legacy Esports. Problem for Legacy is that they have this penny turret in such a forward position that if Mina just gets where she needs to be, then it's going to be gone. Now, the plus for Zeus is that he is going to be here ready to just fire off auto-aim basically into Bilal and get his next turret. So if he gets taken down, it's not that much of an issue. Meanwhile, on the right side, things have been broken open. It's total wasteland. Penny can't survive there anymore, so it's all Rafiki.
It's the hyper Penny turret though that's causing a lot of problems for Vanek to actually play the point. They've been forced off of it for so long, including that oil field that Legacy have now gotten back into the game. All of a sudden, the balance of power has shifted, and that bloody hyper turret is still in play. So 2 bombs being set down instead of the 1 makes it really uncomfortable for Livy.
Vanek had been trapped in spawn. It just seems like the
turret
turret is too much of a win con. Zulon stands to get a double kill. 1, 2, combined with the Penny turret is so lethal. Legacy Esports approach 80%. Really, there's only one more opportunity to push in from Vanek.
Yeah, and still, I mean, Ducky has that hypercharge, but hasn't been able to build the super to deploy it, so now he's going to try and go for it, at least make use of the raw stats. He's lucky to be alive. TP away, here's that hyper. You can certainly stay alive at low health by using this, and now, finally, Vanek have that map control, but Legacy are close. Another mention to Meeple now, but the follow-up is not really there. There's no oil field either to catch someone in. Bilal needs to keep baiting these shots, so as Livy and Ducky can heal on up, but the Finks is low and down. Zulan finds the second shot on his Livy, is in trouble. That will be that. Legacy have fought their way back into this game.
It exemplifies the strength of the Penny turret. Once the hypercharge was up and running, it was a full 50% earned by Legacy Esports, and Vanek practically bore witness to it as they attempted time after time, and fruitlessly so, to push into mid. So what does the swap need to be? I think ultimately, if Bilal knows that he's going to face this Penny, then he needs to swap immediately. Yeah, they're going to put Zeus on the left side. Bilal is going to take Zeus on once again, but maybe his approach is to play it more cautiously. They can't afford to lane swap right now. Bilal's already fed 1-2 shots to Zeus. I think he's a couple shots away, Zeus, from getting that turret up again.
You have to punish the fact that Rafiki's pinching the left side. Like, as Livy and Ducky probably need to see that and play a bit more aggressively into the Amber and the Meeple. If Bilal is able to get 2 people's attention attracted, Salty Barrel is going to, it's going to get you sometimes. And once again, Legacy with this pretty powerful control combat able to settle in. Ducky's been shifted over to the left, but I don't really love his odds having to run headlong into the Penny, who has a pretty decent health pool.
But still, it just needed to happen. Bilal, that was like the second time in the last couple of games where I watched him dash forward and basically into Zeus, as Zeus got to auto-aim and take him down with the Salty Barrel. Vanek don't have the lead yet, but I think they stand to gain it. If they can properly wrap around these side lanes, Ducky is going to be shut up for just a moment as he's boxed in, and Bilal knows that he can't push this right side without support. Also, note that Zeus swapped over because he knows that Mina, or at least Bilal's Mina, is a free way to generate some turrets.
Ducky here getting that damage boost supply drop. But importantly, as Livy's been able to be a bit of a bully on this left-hand side, looks like the map geometry just sort of suits him. Zulan is drawn away from the action, allowing Ducky to get that lead going, and there's the pinch you were looking for. Zeus is finally handled, and Bilal now can play that much more aggressively.
It came off of Zeus playing over-aggressively, actually, because he was so eager to get that turret. He went across the entire map for a different lane to get it. Now, again, going to put this in the aggressive position, but as Livy on the left side will be able to take it down handily. That was just not a good turret position, but as Livy's going to focus on winning the team fight first, that actually might come back to bite him. We'll see quite a bit of damage dealt to that turret, but it has not been dispelled just yet. Vanek, though, do they even care? They're only a few % away from taking the set. They're second in a row.
And again, there's pretty interesting, I think, interactions between that Mina and the Penny, right? And it's a tough matchup to win as the Mina, but the Penny doesn't get that hypercharged super in that last round, and that's all the difference made. Bait those shots and also try not to take damage and feed super, and hyper is the game plan there for Bilal, and honestly, it works out really well. Very mechanically intensive matchup. Notice that Ducky is having to do basically everything to try and stay alive. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge, whatever it takes to just get that extra couple of percentage out of each push onto the point.
I think Legacy Esports has shown that this comp can indeed win the set. They won a game, right? In that game number 2, it looked like they had everything under control, especially that Mina. Finally, Zeus just killed him again and again, and they couldn't really do too much in mid. We also had the mid lane win more often than not, whereas in the first and third game, Ducky was just completely dominating. Vanek is just a better game, the better team today, sorry. Yeah. I feel like the draft, a bit one-sided, but it's possible to win it. Gameplay-wise, though, Vanek is just better. And now I really wonder what happened with Team Electros.
Well, look, if you are Legacy Esports here and you're faced against Team Electros and you have 3 potential matchups throughout the day, which one are you preparing for? Probably the very first one. I can almost assure you, if you went to Legacy Esports and asked which matches did you prepare for, they'd say, we prepared for match 1 and nothing else. We didn't even scrim those maps.
Yeah, and I think that, frankly, the Vatic drafts have just been very solid. Legacy have a couple of interesting decisions. Like, that was an Amber first pick on that map, right? They probably know they're going to be up against a Fink, so I'm okay with it. But as you mentioned, the Penny's not really able to take the game over the way they're looking for now. And as we hit the death cap trap, this is their last chance to stay alive in this monthly final.
Let's see what draft we will have here. And Kit is the most picked brawler in this map in NA. Immediately picked up here on the right-hand side. The bans are going towards not the most conventional draft, actually. Lily and Janet are two of the most picked brawlers themselves. Stu on the right-hand side, an interesting one. On a map like this one, he can just roam around, is also a good gem carrier. So they basically banned 2 gem carriers. Let's see what they're going to pick up later for themselves. Left-hand side now, Leon is open, is going to be picked up here. A brawler I really like on a map like this one is Mo.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to see him into that kit, hopefully, for the side of Legacy Esports.
I also still think that, like, Bull is pretty viable here. Like, you can sort of try and play that rushdown style. Crucially, Ruffs has also been banned away, so this time I think Legacy realizing it's a bit of a nuisance to deal with as Livy.
It's also just a really safe brawler. It's a draft brawler. You talk about stuff like Otis, for example, that's strong in draft because it can just be played a bunch of different ways. Bull is obviously a consideration here because otherwise Nita would not be as high of a priority. It's just here to deny tanks. Usually useful as a last pick unless you're explicitly expecting that pull. So it could come in as number 6. It could even be worth picking up on the 4 or 5 turn just to take it away. And because it's generally speaking such a great brawler, I think it would be overcommitting though. You already have Kit. You already have a way of taking down the gem carrier.
Dude, 2 dive brawlers.
I mean, I wanted to see both of them. I just kind of was hoping the Mo would be played into Kit, right? With the Nita on the left-hand side, they're trying to prevent too many tanks on the right-hand side. They already have Kit. They could still go Bull as well. Mo mid, I guess. And still just run it down. I think Nita wouldn't be enough to stop that just yet. Let's see what is their actual pick as last pick. They need a gem carrier still. Charlie is their choice. I don't mind it. Again, if Bull is going to follow up now, Charlie at least have a super available. With the Janet banned out, he is probably the best option if you want to evade a tank.
Yes, look, these brawlers that dash in rapidly, Janet can get out of there. This was a major consideration for Vatic, so I think this is a pretty well-crafted draft from them. I don't honestly know what Legacy Esports could go for here because they already have their mid-brawlers, so just another lane, but what's going to be able to keep tabs on this Kit? Ali, so just something to play aggressive. This is their way of recouping those gems.
Yeah, okay, so they do have at least like a solid way to pressure gems. I would have one of like we're going to see like Otis or Pierce here. Otis not great, obviously no great options, but Pierce obviously would outrange everybody on the Vatic side of things. Still, you have, I mean, all 3 of your brawlers can really wrest those gems away from an enemy carrier, right? A Cocoon connected will have them all dropped down. Mo can go in. Importantly, I think there's follow-up for this Kit, right? The Mo can always chase on in if there's a super at the ready. You don't feel like you're just sort of taking your chances. And that Kit Hypercharge is still pretty brutal.
We'll keep an eye out for it. We're here in a death cap trap. Vatic just 1 set away from going to their first grand final this season as they've been shut down in the earlier stages repeatedly in the past couple of months. Early interactions, Bilal's gonna get that first super. Rafiki to the rescue, but he still won't be able to help out with more than a trade. The gem lead for now belongs to Legacy Esports. They have an easier way of getting into mid with Zeus's lollipop drop and the resultant speed boost.
Leon as gem carrier obviously poses some level of risk. Zeus obviously is going to be really annoying. He's very zippy inside that lollipop drop. Ducky dealing with Rafiki though. Ducky a little bit stranded here, pretty far forward, but able to avoid these shots and even see that gem go loose. Another great dive from Bilal. That Zulan being dealt with. And now you've got some big supers built up with this Cocoon and this Mo dive.
Ducky's ready to pursue anyone he wants, but if he can get a visual on Zeus, that would mean everything. Ooh, that was ugly. What was he expecting over there? Maybe Zeus being inside of the bush invis, but surely he was able to get a visual on a total denial and a whiff of a super that he will be able to earn back, but it's going to take some time, and Legacy Esports are going to be pretty much knocking at the door of a 10th gem by then.
And remember, Charlie's DPS ramps up massively the closer the target is to her, so she's actually pretty decent at like breaking through that faux fur Bruce Bear and getting him out of the game. But Al misses a dive there, but it's tough to catch an alley slipping in that kind of situation. And Ducky, despite popping Hyper, wasn't really looking to commit by the looks of things, as Livy now forced back into the map, but there's no Bruce available. Zeus has super, and here's a hyper that comes out from the Charlie. What is the catch plan here? As Ducky's in trouble, Rafiki dives in just as Vatic were trying to go aggressive.
Well, the super is utilized by Izlivi, but it's not really going to grab anyone. At least he's doing some solid damage to both Zulon and Zeus. Gem number 8 for Vatic. Neither team can really afford to retreat from mid at this point. Rafiki is going to get the first kill and then wrap around to move Izlivi forward. Also makes Vatic move backwards because they can't afford to get encircled. It's going to be the Cocoon and an easy kill for Bilal, but Rafiki breaks out just in time. But Bilal can still save the day. He has a hypercharged super.
Yeah, Zeus is staying well clear of this though. Wants to make sure he can see the kit coming if at all possible. Self-cocoon there for Izlivi. Much required. Countdown going to be cancelled. Here comes Ducky looking for Zeus, and he's got the damage. Hypercharge mode. Dive on in, and Ducky with 4 gems, but he's not out of the woods yet. Rafiki's looking scary. Picked up most of them now. Ducky only with 4, and they've let the alley get away.
It's just stellar in terms of getaways for Legacy Esports. 10 seconds to go, and where's Vatic's comeback plan? Well, as Livy can't fire away a Cocoon, and there's just nothing that Vatic possesses. What a steal for Legacy Esports, and an incredible play for Rafiki. That is one of the benefits of Ali, is the lower health your opponents are, the further you get to dash. And he was dashing real far with 2 lit up enemies who are on 1 shot.
Seems like a pretty powerful pick against this kit, doing a similar thing to the kit, but being able to make those jumps more frequently. You can dodge away from that kit, and obviously you hit very hard if your opponents are starting to get lower in health. So, Legacy Esports back into the middle of the field now. Ducky does not want to be fighting that alley at the best of times, but he almost saved the round previously with a dive onto the gem carry.
It's the order of operations that matters. You want to be using your comeback ability last, because once all the hypercharges have been utilized, then you don't have a way of saving the day getting into the enemy spawn. So here comes a combination. We haven't seen this one yet. It's going to be enough to ditch some damage onto Zulon and push up pretty far, quite honestly. Though Zeus doesn't seem to mind. He's just going to wait for the pair to separate, while Rafiki goes deep on the left side to cause a distraction.
I don't hate the idea of no longer trying to fight Rafiki as Kit, but yeah, just trying to abuse these walls and the thrower potential of this team up with Kit. There's Livy 4 gems, Zeus with the same. Ducky looking to try and chase Zulan down and farm some free damage off that Nita and get ready for yet another dive opportunity.
As Livy gets pressed, he's ready to use that Cocoon, but he's not going to be baited so easily. Hypercharge utilized, it's just going to be for spiders, and it's very easily dealt with. I don't really get it. He was leading with some crazy intuition there, and crazy it was because it didn't work out at all.
I guess the lollipop dropped down as he was trying to catch maybe someone in that. Either way. Balaha now is going to team up yet again, so being less offensive now, but can spam a little bit inside this lollipop drop. Here, though, comes a pretty scary-looking Bruce now. Zulan popped the hypercharge just for that. Those gems are all going to get dropped. There's not enough damage here on the Vatic side of things, and so their gems will be spilled. Legacy Esports with a really nice comp. The Nita, which has honestly had a pretty terrible win rate on this map in scrims, turns up here, and it's just the disruptive piece that Legacy needs.
Only a few seconds left. Bilal would love to get over to this left side, but Zeus is invis. He's all sped up, and Vatic are none the wiser. Pop a pin on the enemy side while you're at it. Legacy take a set off of their semifinals matchup. They're not going down just yet.
Not too shabby. I like their approach to this map. They sort of see that Kit first pick, and they've already kind of got a plan percolating to try and take it down. They have the the anti-tank measure of the Nita, and then they round things out with an alley, which is played extremely well. Yeah, I've got to say, nicely executed by Rafiki. An important moment here to keep Legacy, or at least give them a chance to find solid footing.
Dropping a set to a player that you dropped because you didn't think he would cut the mustard has to hurt, but it's not done yet. We're not even on to set 5. It's just going to set 4. But Vatic were completely outdone by this alley selection. And of course, Legacy Esports as a team molded around this, but Rafiki solo carried this last-minute clutch up and evaded Ducky to bring all those gems home.
Yeah, he kind of styled him in this game. And, I think it would feel better if he reverse swept the team that didn't think he was good enough, but that's a stretch goal here for sure.
If someone would have told me 2 years ago, oh, Leon, mid, gem grab, gem grab, I would have probably laughed, asked him,
I don't think it's
what
going to
he had
be...
for breakfast, I want to say. But yeah, Leon, worked out super, super well for the left-hand side. I was a doubter also of the Nita, as Uber already mentioned. It worked out better than expected, much better. And then Rafiki just absolutely wreaking havoc on that alley. With now Leon having that lollipop drop that just makes him so viable on every single mode at the moment. Of course he's going to be the gem carrier. He's so speedy, Zeus did a phenomenal job, never really went down. Super, super well played. And again, Legacy Esports finally pulling up their socks and showing us what they showed us against Team Electros.
I think in an age where there's so much emphasis on brawlers that just endlessly int into the enemy team just so they can get a hypercharge and then steal all the gems back, yeah, it's nice to get that value as one of those brawlers being your gem carrier, basically, right? Now, the duration for which that speed from the lollipop drop is going to last, I think is a question, but, you know, while the time is ripe, yeah, while the time is ripe, you might as well use it.
Yeah, very powerful, of course. We know Leon benefited greatly from those buffies. What if I told you 2 years ago there'd be a bunch of keychains you could attach to your gadgets and star powers?
I would honestly believe you. 2 years ago, hypercharges were released. So.
That's true.
Yeah.
Do I remember 2023 World Finals? We were like, oh man, these hypercharges are a little bit strong, right? And now we have buffies.
The game is getting more and more complex with more stuff added to it. Our pro players need to adapt, and yeah, we see that the young players are doing so a bit easier usually, but then we have Legacy Esports who is coming in today and showing us that the old guard still has it. The same thing with Only Realm, honestly. They won the last month and they're also, yeah, part of the old guard, I'd say. Rafiki on the left-hand side now with the Leon answer. Once again, Leon and Pierce today are the two top picks in NA. They're always banned or picked up. And then, of course, there's Sirius, who's just always global banned. Jaeyoung getting picked up on the left-hand side. I think that is a bit of a reactive pick because you don't want to have Jean and Jaeyoung on that same roster.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, you can get into mid a lot more easily. Consider also that Brock has been banned, so it's going to be tough to get over there. In fact, the major options for establishing early mid control have been eliminated here. Brock can't break the wall, and then you have Angelo as well. So do you go Eve at this point? Do you want to be able to float over that water? There are other ways to break open a wall, and Jean's going to be tickling the opponents and revealing them with vision gear inside of the bushes. So once he's in position, then you stand to win the game basically based off that. There's a reason that he's banned so frequently on this map.
We need damage on the side of Vatic at the moment. You've managed to pick some great utility, but you need to be hitting people pretty darn hard. I wouldn't. Yeah, okay. Eve certainly has that potential. If you're eating all 3 of those eggs, which you should never be doing, it's more than just a protein overload. She's going to knock your socks off, and obviously she's able to find her way back into the map pretty easily. This is also a comp where your hatchlings are going to be kind of annoying.
Jaeyoung would have liked Ollie alongside him, so really clever from Vatic to just pick him away. Also, the Eve is good into Jean. The hatchlings are going to make it so whenever Jean has pull, he has to get those hatchlings out of the way first. Both of them now picked up for the right-hand side. Very reactive draft overall. Left side now with Buster. We have seen this brawler today before. It's not a brawler we have seen in any other region. It's super interesting, but it's so good into the Jean. I think it also has something to put up against the Ollie when we enter that last few seconds of knockout.
Pretty much. You just know that you're never going to be stunned by the Ollie, so you can use your gadget after he's used his hypnosis. And yes, as you pointed out, actually really useful into the Jean. If you're quick like that, if you can react to the pull, it's not really a great brawler to pull, and he can block it with the use of his super. So I see a lot of potential. Also, he's going to be getting a super for free, just generally strong on this map where you are going to be huddled close to your opponents, and he'll want to stay close to his teammates. Here, Jaeyoung specifically.
And they're also going to play inside the lollipop drop, so you have a lot of synergy based on proximity with this particular composition, as is being illustrated now. However, you are grouped up a little bit, which mean that for someone like, Jean, or, look where Ducky's position is now, it's a little dangerous. You don't want to get mass hypnotized. So you've given up a bit of map control, and you're playing in chokes that, with the Jean comp, is really easy to spam into.
As Libby's been a menace, he floated right up the right lane, immediately got damage. We saw Legacy's right lane fold, and this mid belongs to Vatic. Below! Nice. Really, really quick with the trigger there on the pull. Is able to get one easily. Rafiki on low HP is going to receive a little bit of assistance from Zulon. Rafiki has a hypercharge. Really, all that Zulon can do here is get a hypercharge of his own, but it's going to be no good. Rafiki, at this point, yeah, the round's already lost. Might as well fire some additional damage into the opponent if you can to keep yourself warm. Another entry into mid for Legacy Esports. This time they are faster than Vatic, and as Livy has that hypercharge to fire back.
Yeah, I do think that just Gene being able to constantly scout inside your lollipop drop makes it very hard to get the drop on your opponents, and yeah, you can actually hook that Buster in and blow him up pretty quickly. The reaction was a little bit too slow, and now without Buster entirely, Legacy are absolutely cooked. Flambéed, sous vide.
Yeah, any way you put it, it looks like a losing matchup over here. Vatic still have to stand confidently in this mid and not lose someone early on due to carelessness. Zeus with the invis, might as well just cast a wide net to pull him somehow. Ducky gets an easy kill on the top right onto Zulon. And this one's in the books. It's match point incoming.
Yeah, that was pretty darn quick. And now you're kind of trapped in this situation if you're Legacy. You know you have a composition that isn't really safe against this magic hand, whichever way you slice it. You've got Leon, which is great, but you're always visible. It's Gene with the vision gear, spamming into these chokes, because you don't feel like, even with the J on, you don't feel like you can get into the map and stay there. I want to see like some positioning changes here, but Legacy have to group up. That's kind of what their composition demands.
Well, Rafiki is doing the exact opposite of that. Sticking over here next to the barrel, doesn't want to get scouted as Livy's doing his best work. Will manage to find Rafiki in this bush as Ducky on the left side weaves forward. Yeah, I guess you can try and... Oh my goodness, what a gadget from Rafiki! Forget everything that was done by Zulon just a moment ago with his gadget. This drops to a 3v2. At this point, Vatic do have strong hyperchargers and supers to play for, but it could be over. Ducky wants them to come to him. However, he doesn't really have the range to aggress them. He may not have a choice, though.
Yeah, pretty insane opener, though, I've got to say. Rafiki sees an opportunity to get forward unexpectedly. Here's the montage. Ducky steps past it, though. Knows that he's trying to get out of this round as quickly as possible, and we'll see Eve retreat into the gas.
Around for Legacy Esports are going to go for this quick rollout into mid once more, paying close attention to Eve as she comes around the right. This time, no easy shots for Livy. Ducky has that super, however, and if he gets a bit of assistance, Bilal has a super. He hasn't revealed it just yet. He hasn't even attacked because he doesn't want them to see the circle under him. Okay, and decides, yeah, I guess I'll fire away now. So everyone from Legacy is sticking close together. If Rafiki is quick, then he can block a Gene pull, but the closer Bilal gets, the less time there is to react, and he's doing it. He was flashing his super now. Oh, Rafiki completely caught lacking thanks to the mind games from his former teammate.
Yeah, nice as well. Eyes on me gadget there for Ducky, so it's a pull into a hypnotize, and that's just too much crowd control. You are just locked out of the game entirely. This will be a nice little recovery here from Vatic. Getting back into it. Zeus will be caught by Ducky yet again. A double hypnotize off that gadget, and that's the risk of letting this Ollie get a little too close.
Ducky pursuing Zulon, and Zulon will get the kill. Okay, but look, this was acknowledged to be the risk. Ducky just wanted a little bit more supercharge. I cannot get over that pull from Bilal, where he flashed the super several times, and then Rafiki just wasn't quick enough to react when he finally did go for it.
Hypercharge super here for Livy. This is going to be not the most annoying. You've got multiple piercing brawlers on the side of Legacy Esports that can deal with these hatchlings, but still a nuisance all the same. Okay, we're going to have Livy now deploy that. There are going to be a number of hatchlings on the field. This might let you take that space, force Legacy back into the choke again. Zula with the hypercharge active now. Hatchlings a lot to contend with. Here's the pull. Ducky going to go on in. Zeus hypnotized straight away, and he's blown to smithereens. It's all over, but the crying here for Legacy Esports as Vatic come alive, and they will advance further in this tournament.
After going down 1-3 a couple months in a row, they will finally advance on to the grand finals, dishing out that honor to a worthy opponent, Legacy Esports. Let's not forget that they had to beat Team Electros to make it in the semifinal. A victory for Vatic to make it on the grand finals, but I still want to comment on how incredible it is for Legacy Esports to make it to this stage after suffering in the monthly qualifiers for a couple of months in a row.
It's great. Making a semi-final as well is important for those points because they're not worrying about Brawl Cup. They know they're not going to be there. Focusing on the postseason is what you want to be doing. The same could be said, though, for Vatic. Getting themselves into a grand final, it's huge. It's honestly, it's very vindicating for some of the decisions you've had to make with this roster, the time you put in, some disappointing early exits from the tournament now. See them in a spot to play for it all. And I'm going to say, man, like, you can see what Ducky adds to this team. Really impressed with what he's able to provide. As Livy also still got it. Mechanically, he's looked very, very good, and his leadership is quite evident, I think.
Both of these teams have been successful already, even standing in the semi-final. Both of them came through the lower bracket after the qualifiers, standing here today and gaining some very valuable and needed points in the leaderboard. They're still playing for LCQ, for Worlds, for the rest of the season. Even if both of them can't make it to Brawl Cup anymore, these points, even just from the semi-finals for Legacy, are so important.
I mean, absolutely. We talked about it. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon here. So, yeah, being able to find these wins here and there make it a little bit more comfortable for you when it comes to that last monthly final and you're in like a situation where you've got to win out. So you'd like to avoid that.
The MVP of the match is going to be Ducky, and honestly, no surprises. He had those flashy brawlers most of the time. His Sphinx was also quite good. I really feel like now we see that he was a valuable addition to the team indeed.
It's long awaited too. His first couple of performances, his appearances in the monthly final, I feel like I personally was quite hard on him because I wanted to see him succeed so badly. And finally, he's had the opportunity to do so. I think if we go back to what his Livy said in their quarterfinal, where, look, it's like Sebas is great. We love Sebas, but we needed to adjust to a team dynamic where we draft our brawlers for ourselves. We, the players, draft. And it's worked out quite well for the team. And I'm happy that Ducky gets to profit off of it.
I mean, yeah, different coaches have different approaches, right? Not everybody is actually a drafter. Maybe they need only a coach to actually be there in moments where they're 1 down, you know, where they need to get a little pickup. Not a drafter. Clearly, they're looking so much better, and their drafts today have been looking very strong. This has been our semi-final number 1. We now have Vatic in the finals for the first time this year. In February, it was Team Electros versus Stamina. In March, it was Tribe Gaming versus Only Realm. We get new teams here every single time. Now, Only Realm and Tribe Gaming, though, they've been standing in last month's grand final, and one of them will make it today, and so much is on the line here. We get Semantic back here. Who do you want to win here, Semantic?
Between Only Realm and Tribe, I'm going to go for my boy Bobby here. I really want to see Bobby succeed once again and dominate the region because he kind of deserves it.
And if Tribe Gaming win this one, then Team Electros is out. Only Realm can save them, though. So Team Electros is just watching from the sideline. They lost their chance to make it to Brawl Cup directly. They only needed to win the quarterfinals ready. It's painful, honestly, to see them just, giving it out of their hands, and now they have to hope that Only Realm wins.
It's one of those where you see how dominant Team Electros have been, and you're almost inclined as a viewer to say, like, oh, well, they basically did it, because obviously they're going to win a quarterfinal. But we could not have expected, I mean, anything different from these guys also after their showing in month number 1. So we'll see. Yeah, a lot of cards held in the hands of these next couple of combatants in our second semifinal.
The NA region is developing, and what was last month's grand final now is our semi-final number 2 for the April monthly finals. It's Only Realm versus Tribe Gaming.
The consistency is what you need as a rookie team. That is exactly what you need for Electros to shine throughout the whole season, and that's what they're lacking. That's what they're going to improve on. Either way, Bobby Pageant Sands from the side of Only Realm, literally OGs of the scene, has been playing honestly quite insane. In the earlier match, the drafts have been really, really on point, honestly. Even though there were some troubles against Vic Day, they were superior and just played pretty good.
The story reaches beyond just today also. We have to continue off of last month and just talk about the season in general, where this is such a return to form for Bobby and for Sands, who really struggle in the past couple of years. What, in 2024, they didn't even make a postseason? And that immediately followed a World Final where they took top 2. They almost achieved a World Finals victory for NA. And folks, that is the furthest that NA has ever made it in an international land. So if they can really show the good stuff today and convince us that, look, they're going to get a good showing of points at this upcoming land, that would make me, as an advocate for North America, very happy.
It's been an up and down for them in the years. This year it's looking like it's going up once more. They are going to Brawl Cup. They're the only team so far actually locked in from the side of NA. These were the drafts in the quarterfinals. Anything that sticks out to you here, Semantic?
The 8 can play everything from full defense with a Willow, the Ruffs and the Otis, to aggro with a Ollie, to aggro with a Buster, or Sands on my Castle. What a wonderful Castle gameplay that was. They can play whatever they want. The serious ban is quite interesting, which kind of leaves them open to both, so I do hope they have some answer for that later on, especially into Tribe Gaming, which will be a bull comp for them side.
On the other side in the ring, we have Tribe Gaming, who has so far not dropped a single game. It's been a quick 6-0 for them versus Stamina. The quarterfinal that we expected to be the closest one in Tribe Gaming made it look easy. I'm super excited for this matchup. Tribe Gaming versus Only Realm. Once more, it has been our grand final last month, and now this month we get this treat already in the semis.
Something I want to reveal about Tribe Gaming here that I've had to sit on for a while is Diego Gamer is drafting for them this month instead of Killer, which is a major shift, and it's also reflective of a sort of trend across at least the region to have player-driven drafts for the team. So now that I get to reveal that, we can see it has worked quite effectively in the quarterfinals versus a Stamina that had a good shot at making it to an international LAN if they performed well today.
And I think, Semantic, you've been a huge fan of that draft number 1 and 2, not really of the third one.
I don't think necessarily they had the draft. That the Silver Baron was a beautiful pick, but the Colt and the Pilk should have struggled, but they just played it perfectly, they executed it perfectly, and they're just them, I guess.
I think a huge difference maker for Tribe Gaming this month is also that Diego Gamer is actually playing alongside his teammates in the same room, which is so helpful in terms of communication. Sirius is banned out this time around. Tribe Gaming was the only quarterfinal match that we did actually have him open. He was picked up once, and oh wonder, he won. So NA today continues the streak of just global banning him, contrary to many other regions, I must say. Bull is banned out here as well, which if you play against RBM, I think that's a good choice.
And Tribe Gaming kept their bans for the Bull pick, right? Which now the Nita global ban is useless thanks to the Bull global ban. I don't know why you need the Nita global ban if Bull isn't even open.
Yeah.
Important to say here that the global bans are actually blind, so they did not know that Bull would be banned on the other side.
Exactly, and yes, you can see Tribe Gaming were hoping, they're like basically, darn. we wanted Bull to be in play here, and so it's actually quite possible that like a lot has come apart because of that, and now they're going to have to go to Plan B. But this is the dynamic of blind picks or you know, blind bans in this instance. So now the rock paper scissors deepens in complexity. Only Realm probably had some kind of statistical advantage, or maybe they just decided, oh, we don't want to risk it. This is worth using global ban.
I mean, honestly, if you're Tribe Gaming, you kind of expect Bull to be banned against you, no?
Yeah, that's fair.
If not in the global bans, at least in the regular ones. This is the vote from the public, and oh my god, am I surprised. We haven't seen Tribe Gaming lose a vote like this in years, I feel, because they're such a big org. But Only Realm, obviously, they won against Tribe Gaming 3-2 last month, so that must have influenced the people.
For me, it's definitely 50-50. I personally favor Only Realm either way, but yeah, crazy that Tribe is only 22%. That has not happened in a long time.
My personal opinion is that this is data-driven because Only Realm have a higher win percentage because they've won a monthly final, and when you go to predict on the event site, it shows you what their win percentage is. So look, if I'm predicting on the event site, I'm tapping the one with the higher win percentage just so that, you know, I can get my points in my cosmetics.
I look at scrims personally, and I decide
different
based
levels
on
of
that.
complexity.
But yes, that has also not worked out for me in the past at all. So it's really, you never know. It's also whoever really plays well on the day. There have been teams that did really not that well in scrims and then still won against really good teams in the past. I still have to stop referring to that. I'm sorry. Semantic.
Happens, whatever. We go next. AOA. Yeah, for me personally, I think it's exactly what Sunny said. Teams that are good at match days, teams that know how to deal with pressure, which apparently I'm not part of anymore. I don't know how that happened. But yeah. And yeah, scrims and data, all pretty nice accurate spots. That's why we have event.bros.com, so you can see the win rate of their current history and vote for the correct people there.
So in this one, once more, just to set the stakes and make sure everyone has understood it at this point. Team Electros and Only Realm will go to the Brawl Cup if Only Realm wins this match. If Tribe Gaming wins, they have it in their own hands. They can actually make it through to Berlin themselves. So let's head into this semi-final number 2. The stakes are high. Only Realm versus Tribe Gaming. This is a fated matchup. I'm so looking forward to this one. Heading straight into the draft here. Dueling Beetles. Leon is left open. And of course he's going to be picked up. Pierce left open too. What is happening?
With a Leon pick as well that you have in first pick, you cannot realistically take what Pierce away, especially on a map like Dueling Beetles. You gotta have some kind of other answer for that. Let's see as well the Grey M span is beautiful bans to take that away. Ziggy last pick is of course a threat. That's why he is banned. Otis and Ember, in my opinion, might have been even target bans. Otis is quite annoying, but I don't know if it's worth a ban even on this map. Crow ban as well could potentially point for a Mina pick. Finks getting picked that early, I'm not too sure if that's a math, especially from Meeple open too.
I'm surprised to hear this coming from you. Because
No,
if
don't get me- okay.
every hot zone map, it's Finks with this guy.
Except this one. This is the only map where I would say he is not that good. Chester though getting picked as a Leon counter and a really good anti-tank. Yeah, I just don't think Finks is that good on this map because there's too many walls for you to do anything. Plus, you could even go Poco mid to counter things here.
Into Finks now. Usually want to pick up the M's. She's banned out. Jester would also be kind of good. Picked up already. What do you really go here? Ember also has been the pick for NA to pick up against the Finks. I think many of his counters are just out of the way, so they decided to go with him here. For the side of Tribe, they could still just open up the map and go a Pierce comp here.
Oh.
Never mind, they decide to go with Clancy. Is it gonna be a tank now as last pick? Did they pick Clancy to not have him against him?
Like, yes. However, I don't know if this is the place to go. Here's the risk with Clancy. You need to have an extended game for him to succeed, or something that must push you, right? Because very well, he could just be outranged the entire game and not get level ups. He could have 0 good matchups. I don't think that's a good matchup for him into Chester or into Finks.
I think into Chester, you have quite a bit of range. So if you play Pure 1v1 and help somebody get fine as well. Pierce over hand, which means that Leon or Clancy is going to be mid. And Finks will have quite a nice matchup. Now, what do you go to counter that? You can't go Sniper. You could go perhaps a Body, but that Pierce might get too much value. You could go nice Assassin. You do feed for Clancy for that. I don't dislike it either way, though. Penny is a beautiful border to pick up right now.
I'm kind of leaning towards the Penny as well. Just doesn't seem like there's really anything to address it. Tribe, they don't have any wall break. Everything is in Only Realm's hands, but they're taking their time with this one. Could they farm the Shade? Are they feeling the Shade influence right now? Meeple, just generate some more walls, stuff everyone back. Pierce needs long sight lines in order to succeed, so basically every few seconds they can keep that Pierce away and push in a mid off of that.
Not the biggest fan of it, but you know what? I don't mind it either. You have a start now thanks against the Leon gadget. You have something for this Leon gadget, so it's not gonna just suppress you completely at the start, and the Clancy's not gonna get level 2 immediately at the start. So I don't hate it. I definitely would have preferred a Penny though.
I'm surprised to see no wall breaks whatsoever, except the Chester, of course, if he gets the correct super. Interesting matchup here. Who will take the first set? Who will set the momentum for the following sets? It's such a good match, this one. Have fun casting.
It has been 3 months leading up to this very match, and it's all that's left between Tribe Gaming and going to the Brawl Cup. Either that, or it'll be Team Electros, who led off strong in the beginning of the season. Only Realm had the chance to protect their fate. Patchy's going to get an early takedown on the left side, and look at this. Luffy has actually gotten to level 2 quite early on.
I was about to say it was quite a good stuff. Only remember 10 to go was Jago Gamer with a Pierce shot. Pierce just cleaning everything. See, the Clancy getting level 2 as well. Quite an awful start. That has developed for Only Realm here. Nice box on the right side here to catch him off guard here, to just get him out of the game, because Pierce is probably the main brawler you don't want to face right now in this comp. No kill on the top left either. Everyone from Only Realm is falling down. Tribe Gaming is looking on point right now.
They have all of the wall break possibilities, however. Are only Realm going to shape this to their whim? Well, here comes Diego Gamer on the right side with a hypercharge. It's going to be some serious damage versus Patchy, looking for the lane rotation onto the right side, and Bobby's just fighting to stay alive. Tribe Gaming own this mid. RBM owns Sands on the left side as well. He has a hypercharge if he needs to use it, but he might not even need to. One desperate push is all only Realm have left in them.
Clancy is not even level 3 yet. They have full control of a level 2 Clancy. This Chester has no impact whatsoever. He's not able to push, as you can see clearly. Even if he don't, he's just going to beat the Clancy. Tribe Gaming takes away game number 1. And I feel we have quite a big enough draft here. And I told you, I'm not a big fan of the things, but you know, like, I didn't see him do anything. Did he even get an ult?
No, I don't think so. And look, I'm also kind of fixated on this Chester because what I noticed for Chester is that in spite of him getting supers, he didn't manage to get any bombs. That's one of the tough things about Chester being meta is that he's an RNG-based brawler. He's like got, what, a 1 in 5 chance of rolling a bomb, which they need to give themselves an effective causeway into mid. If they could just break this destructible wall on the left side, then it would be so good. But this is a big heads-up play from Bobby. He's going to be throwing down those walls early on to block Diego Gamer off. It allows only Realm to overwhelm the left side and get the lane victories.
Beautiful free taps from Bobby here, secures the kill up. Yes, finally the first time they have full control. Leon ult, do they know where he is? He don't know. Sands almost going down, feeding quite a lot here. Gadget is going to block all the way here. There's a tiny pixel low, 1-time gap to go through it. Does Patchy cover it? He's covering perfectly with the spray, with a poison damage, stopping the healing of Luffy. However, that Pierce on the right side is completely open and it's a big, big threat.
Now, Bobby's just waiting till he gets his next box, and he's without a doubt going to use it on Diego Gamer. Might actually wait for an entire team push in to make it more effective. He doesn't have a super to combine to take down Diego Gamer afterwards. Sands is going to lock down this lane yet again. It is all about these choke points here on Dueling Beetles, but the first one to fall is Sands. We've seen how dominant Tribe Gaming can be once they get control. It's looking more and more likely by the second. Bobby needs to make a huge play, divides his attention between Luffy and Diego Gamer, keeps Luffy low enough for Sands to pick up the kill, and Diego Gamer also, in his attempts to pick up the pieces, actually has gotten a kill. It's possible for Tribe Gaming to establish some control on mid, while only Realm only need to push in for a few more percent.
Last few percent, the thing's still coming down. The clan shield is there, but it's not gonna be enough. Patchy runs through it, secures the kill. We have the game on our hands. I think the most crucial kill we had in this game was Bobby killing the Pierce, taking away all the pressure, and once they spawn trap both comps. If you spawn trap, you spawn trap. You're not getting that easy down on both sides of the comp, so the start is super, super important here.
What's really relevant here on Dueling Beetles is the chokes, because we don't really have much destructible potential here. There's a 1 in 5 that you see a wall break from Patchy, and that's about it. And if they have control, then he's going to want to keep those walls up. And you also have Finks, who's able to choke off a lane with his super. Bobby is going to have basically a timer on his. This time you see Tribe Gaming adapt. Yes, they still send Diego Gamer right, and he gets blocked off immediately. But Tribe have been much more stalwart in their defense of the mid and the left lanes. It allows them to stay alive here, but they still do lose control ultimately.
Box on the right, securing them some mid-pressure, putting the chest on Leon as always. Clancy is not going to get the kill on the things here. Good dodges all around from Santi. Bobby in a 2v1, but unfortunately 1v1 from Santi's healing right now. Ult coming down. Is Leon going to get a kill? He is getting a kill, but there is ult down. It's going to connect thanks to the slow Finks ult. The Pierce, the homing effect of a Pierce ult actually connected. Crazy interaction right there. Full control from the side of Tribe Gaming. It's going to be incredibly hard for Oni Realm to actually push out of this.
And with Patchy staggered, it's going to be a two-pronged push at best, but Bobby's going to kick things off with a combination on the right side. No, but rushes in way too hastily. He did have to stand inside of the nook of that indestructible to get the box that far, but couldn't wrap around to the right side in time to take full advantage. That is a victory at mid, however. Sands is playing out of his mind right now. Off the backs of that push, only Realm get to occupy mid. Note that Luffy is very close to his level 3, and that is going to be a huge issue when it happens, because it seems like an inevitability at this point.
He's getting it by the next shot. There's a Leon in the ult on the left side. Has some hyper 2. Probably not going to use it. He is actually going to use it. Not the best use of it. There's a gold cleanse in our mid. Full battle a little bit. There's some Meeple hype ult that's going to happen to Clancy ult just to get some control there. Meeple again comes down. Hype ult as well. Goes through a wall there. Favor the field. Oh! Shot wrapped down completely. Oni Realm is not going to break out of this. And now with no gadget, no box of Meeple, how are they going to break out of this?
Well, Patchy can still walk through for a temporary period. They retreat both into the safety of the indestructible. Bobby is out of utility. It's going to be an effort, probably of futility. Tribe Gaming have advanced beyond Only Realms percentage so far. Only one more effort left for Only Realms to push in here. Patchy's going to just send it. RBN going way deep, and Bobby taking a butt-ton of damage from Diego Gamer Super. Luffy's going to send one more their way because they know that they've taken this very first set.
The shutdown from Diego Gamer on the Meeple Highbolt and the most crucial moment that was there. Literally the game-deciding moment. Who wins set number 1 was absolutely fantastic. What a vision from Diego Gamer. What a potential blunder. I don't even know if it was a blunder. I think Diego Gamer just played it insane from him to just shut him down like that.
I think it's really the latter here, that yes, it was remarkable from Diego Gamer. Despite all of the stuff that was thrown his way, every single box was pretty much thrown over to this Pierce, and then you have Think Supers put over there as well to try and stop him. This was game number 1, where it was like the Diego Gamer show when it came to locking down that right lane. He was untouchable. Game number 2, though, saw Only Realm rolling out with putting that box on the right side immediately and wrapping around the left. They got an early kill on the left lane, and that's how they managed to hold control for pretty much the majority of the game. But the old habits came back to bite Only Realm in game number 3, where Tribe Gaming spawn trapped them yet again.
What I really want to see is the DPS stats from this Pierce now, because he has been hitting quite a lot of shots. We will see it any second moment now. Aside of that, I just wasn't. There we go. 392 DPS, double of that of so many players on this map. Look at that Meeple DPS. That was the last pick, wasn't it? It's just, wasn't what I hoped for. Sure, you shot him down, but clearly not enough. I would have wished other brawlers. I would have wished for a penny turret, which no one clearly can take down. I would have wished even for a thrower would have been so much better for me.
Yeah, that's pretty tough right there. You wonder at that point, like, okay, is it important enough that we just decide to go for like a Sprout or something like that? But then you like the DPS. I mean, in hindsight, hindsight is 2020. How do you shut down Diego Gamer on that lane? Meeple wasn't a bad idea. It only got them a single game victory, and it got them some control in game number 3, to be fair. But Tribe Gaming now lead the series 1-0. We're headed on to Heist for our next one. Bit of safe zone action. We could see that Penny that we sort of teased on Dueling Beetles make a real appearance, but probably in the ban phase, if we're being honest.
Yeah, she's definitely a first pick in my opinion. Better than an Angelo, potentially better than a Pierce, you might argue. Better than a Colt as well, in my opinion. Better than all assassins here.
Oh
First
my
pick,
gosh.
Insta-pick Chuck coming in. Bans is going to be a Penny, Cold Pierce, as we said. Angelo is going to be open, but that's fine, because you do have a Chuck 1 cleansing bit as well, so you're not going to be able to deal with a Chuck that easily. You do have a Cordelius, which is great for it. You do have, of course, a Melody now to go aggro, but Only Realm will be going defense as a response to that. Now, what do you go first? Base race, 8-bit? Brock perhaps, or do you handle the Chuck with a Cordelius, follow up? There's a really nice threat that Drake from Na'Vi actually loves to do.
Okay.
He takes the Chuck and Realm and he doesn't even defend him. He just goes up.
Oh, yeah.
He used that as basically a Lily Gator to just go up and create some pressure for his teammates, and I would love to see that here. Beautiful 8-bit pick. You do need a base race against the Chuck.
Okay, but now you risk like facing a Brock, don't you? So maybe they decide to, no, it might be too hard of a commit, because then you can't defend that Chuck very effectively. We'll see what they decide to go here. Brock would be good for a multitude of reasons. First of all, you can break a 2x2 thing of like crates and barrels, so that, people aren't able to camp you on your spawn as effectively. You're also able to tap the 8-bit quite easily because he's such a slow brawler. That turret isn't as much of an issue now. We'll see Eve selected by Tribe. They trust in their skills to line up this barrage of eggs. I think also they know that, look, this is going to be free supers that we farm off of Chuck, so we can use these hatchlings as a screen to push into the enemy side with their final brawler, which has to be some kind of DPS, if you ask me.
I would have loved to have an Angelo. Why are you going Eve if Angelo's open, which is basically the better version of Eve on every single aspect they can think of? Now, Only Realm will just go a calm defense. Ziggy might have been a secret pick into 8-bit if they know about it, but you gotta take an Amber probably, or some kind of that. I would love an Amber. I think you can deal with that pretty nice. Carl, to counter Eve, fair enough. I take that. You gotta be careful of a Melody though. You really gotta shut down that Melody. Do you force an RT now for that? Do you take Melody away? But you can't take Melody away because then they go Daryl. You definitely need something like Amber or this, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough.
I fear if you go RT here, then you risk your shots being absorbed by the Eve, also into the 8-bit. Like maybe your DPS is not going to be enough, and you can drop into sort of the quote Jackie form, but that's a big risk. You could get stuck there and then stranded. Carl is a pretty old-fashioned solid response here. However, you know, it is a response directly to the Eve, and it's going to make Eve's job really difficult if she wants to hide behind some boxes. You can aim around corners, clip those walls. So Otis, now, that's an effective way for maybe dealing with some hatchlings. Maybe you drop the Fat Splatter to do that. Play anti-tank in anticipation of what should be an aggro last pick from Tribe because they're lacking in safe damage at the moment.
Yeah, so Cordelis, of course, to just take him around, as I said earlier, or Melody to just go up, deal easily for Chuck, get an ult from him, easily kill a Carl as well, he's quite an easy target. Or you just go a tank anyway, because simple as enough, if you're going a Carl and you only have Otis as defense, you're disrespecting me that you're not respecting my last big tank. I'm going it anyway. I don't care. I'm running a tank. I'm running it down. Have fun with that, shooting at him. If you have two brawlers shooting at Bibi, who is handling the ape? Who is stopping the damage from happening on the right side? And the Bibi also might get free hypercharge ult from a Chuck as well, which is going to be quite massive and quite influential.
No wall break either, so BB is going to have plenty of hidey holes to duck into. It's not like there's anything that ricochets on walls either, so the bottom left corner of the map might be a point of interest for this BB if she can, you know, fire down mid, then wrap around the left side and get into the enemy base, where she will take a couple of brawlers to pinch out. We're going to keep a close eye on 8-Bit as well, since he can deliver some meaty safe damage also. RBM's going to cause a nuisance over here behind the obstacle on the right side, using it fully to his advantage, but still getting tapped heavily by Only Realm.
8-Bit on the right side is not going to be able to deal, like, it's just free damage. There's a Chuck trying to set up slowly from him. He is going for a double hit setup, but it's going to take quite some time slowly setting up like that with BB free lane on the left side. Actually on the shield, since the Carl doesn't have enough damage, so you can just run him down like that. Hash is coming down, Chuck is going up, but BB will just farm ult off, and sure, he sets up slowly. Not even sure if that's a full double hit setup, might have been really, really close. Kai going up as well, but that 8-Bit and the BB down there, just gonna be a lot of pressure. Look at 8-Bit with damage. Carl actually still up, but Chuck as well. That's a crazy base from his right now, but Otis is defending it too.
That is a lot of pressure put on a single Otis. He's going to be respawning here. Patchy also looking for the defense onto Luffy. He can pinch Luffy in, but the damage from Chuck is just not really what they need. RBM is going to get a smack off to deal with Chuck. And now this Brawl is moving more to the side of Only Realm. Hypercharge popped. RBM stunned by Bobby with the use of the Hypercharge Super, but Diego Gamer doesn't really care about Bobby. He's just trying to get around him and get that safe damage. Bobby on low HP doesn't really mind the fact that he's so low because he's just going around the left side, trying to find this angle. 25% left on Tribe Gaming safe, and no more shield to protect him.
Someone get this card off! The Chuck is responding too. You have nothing to defend him. That's gonna be the safe any second off. The Kyle fire finishes it off. And the amount of pressure that Only also has is just too much for them to handle. Tribe just needs to focus a bit more on the defense, to not feed the Carl too early on, to actually have at least a bit of defense at the start, so Carl is not in their spawn getting a fair shield, because of any base race, Tribe wins. It's just the start that they need.
Yeah, love the way that Only Realm is playing this also. You can see just like great shot calling and priority on which brawlers to take down. Sands on top of this Eve is a menace, and we'll see Diego Gamer opting to take a more of a mid-centric approach, so he's not pressed too hard by Sands in the beginning. And Sands now making move over to the right side. He's going to be cornered by all three of these brawlers. Still, it's an exchange, and Patchy slowly is working his way towards that setup.
Fully setting up now with the double hit setup. It's going to be quite easy to get that off. Has a first upper as well, so if he puts one on the spawn, he basically has an invincible setup where he can respawn from it. Beautiful hyper ult from Bobby. He's getting that early to just shut down the BB already. First shield is in the way of Tribe Gaming though, so BB is going to be stuck in the defense now. Definitely go for the Carl, not the Chuck. The Chuck is going to ult either way. The Carl is the big issue that there's no target prioritization. The Carl is still in the corner. Why is no one defending him?
I am in love with the way that Sands is playing this Carl. He picked up a couple kills on his way over here, and Diego Gamer's just kind of lazily pursuing him like he doesn't really want to. Meanwhile, here comes Chuck, but RBM is right on top of the safe, and he knows how to get the damage. Do they win this on the percentage? I don't think so. Only Realm are taking way too much damage on their safe. Bobby's going to do his best. Does manage to mute Luffy. 1.8k left on the safe, and Patchy can't line up these shots to get the kills. That's frustrating right there for Only Realm. Seems like they were just a little bit off on their judgment because they hard committed to the enemy safe. Meanwhile, there's an 8-Bit and a BB right on top of theirs.
But what are you going to do as an Otis alone? Because the Chuck is obviously going up. He will not be able to defend. So there's an Otis alone in a 1v2 against a BB and an 8-Bit turret in your face, just raining down hellfire on your safe. There's not a lot of things you can do as an Otis, which is just which is why they pick Bibi, because they say, like, I don't care if you have an Otis, we're gonna run you down anyway. Now, going into this game, Otis schedule coming up at the start here. Didn't like how Eve played the start of the last game. I feel like she should do a bit more damage on the brawlers. BM kinda trying to break the Chuck, trying to ult him or something. Luffy, of course, is going for damage here. Diego Gamer getting a bit of his ult here. Carl potentially is getting close to ult. Luffy, one-shot KOs it down as well. He goes down. Full control from the side of Oni Realm. What a start from them.
How often do you see Chuck take down an enemy brawler with his main attack only? He didn't even need a post or a super in order to do that. But along the way, Tribe Gaming have gotten some damage. Luffy has his boosted booster. Diego Gamer has pretty much a clear shot into the safe. Bobby's only barely alive, but that's fine. Patchy's causing a distraction on the enemy side, going for the setup that he needs with an additional post, and getting the shield off of the safe.
Otis already has an high ult again. Eve does actually as well. It's gonna create a lot of pressure. Sansa can kind of deal with them. Is gonna get almost a turret, but that's fine. You know, like he's doing some pressure, but Chuck is doing so much pressure, so much damage on the save, taking all the hatchlings all the way back, which basically means they're all disappearing in the mid. Now Kyle going up. He's gonna get knocked back. It's pretty bad for them. They're gonna lose a lot of control. Interesting infantry replacement for the hypercharge. Unfortunately, just goes down. He takes it. You want the damage boost. You don't care about the hypercharge ability. Bobby with what defense can he get to? Going for a hatchet, I guess. Get it them. Can he get the Eve? But Chuck doing damage as well.
Well, it's got to be only Realm. Patchy's coming in and cracking yet another shield off of the safe. It means that it's a tempo lead for only Realm by a breadth of 2 invulnerability shields on the safes. Sans also can use his gadget to get in with his hypercharge. It may not even be necessary. Patchy has yet another setup, and here comes Sans for a spinning super of victory. Our match is tied up 1-1. It's a set head of the way of only Realm.
I love how Only Realm is playing it. They just, oh my god, the positioning they have, the team play they have. Chuck winning the 1v1 at the start, the placements of the poles, all of them were perfect. Kyle, Sans playing amazing. Kyle going aggro exactly when he needs to be, where he needs to be, and all this hyperdodge ult, he had it so often when it was needed the most. The patience of him to hold it at that moment is just perfect.
Quick shout out to those of you on the event platform. The quiz is still live, so you can get some points that way if you are not getting your prediction right so far, but it does look like things are tied up, so it might not all be lost just yet. You can also vote for the MVP at the end of the match. Want to shout that one out too. Now, some reflection on the way that the set went. You saw Tribe Gaming identify the issue and play their defensive brawlers very, very offensively. The issue, however, is once you're at a deficit, you have no choice but to defend, and then it's just a downward spiral from there. It's what we saw towards the end of Game 3.
Which is why the start is so important, which is why you just, I'm not sure why the baby was stuck playing a mid, playing defense. She just needs to run it down, take some shots, and run down this Chuck. Damage-wise, Chuck, of course, doing the most damage on the save. Ape kind of rivaled him, but the defense was just better from the side of Onirams, and Otis with 476 DPS. Wow.
Goes to show just how much work Bobby was putting in over here, being really, really consistent, which I think is a pretty marked difference from how he's played in, the last couple of years, where it seemed like he was more of the drafter, and that was his specialty. And now he is, keeping up pace with the rest of the team in addition to being a drafter. It's why they've been able to tie up this series 1-1. Really like the brains of a couple of its central characters on both teams. I look at Luffy as being, in my opinion, definitely top 3 mechanical players, and just players in general in North America. And then Bobby wearing the badge of being one of the main characters of North America as well. Only one of these teams can go on to the Grand Finals, however. Only Realm would really love to claim a second Grand Final in a row. Tribe Gaming, if they go there, then they make a Brawl Cup.
Bans coming in, drafts coming in. We have an Otis ban on first look, which I love to see. Shade and Ali as well. Getting rid of some assassins, so it's not too annoying to play some kind of Rico comp. Or even a Sandy one, which is a Sand special, an Only Realm special right here. I do love a Moa as an answer to that, though. I'm not sure if Sandy one is the map on a map like this, especially when you get outrange that easily. Good thing is, there's a Rust ban, so there's no overbreaks. That's gonna happen. Two assassins are banned. There is a Mortar still open. Gotta be careful with that, but you could go Rico potentially right now. You could go Mo mid as well. Not sure if you want to commit for a tank. Definitely want to go for some kind of defense. Crow mid, comfortably. I would love that so much more Crow 1 over Sandy 1. Sandy 1 is a bit questionable for me.
With Crow also, not only do you get good anti-tank abilities, but you're going to get some pretty solid vision in the mid. I look at this, and anytime I see a Sandy picked by Sans' team, I think back to the glory days, basically, for him as a player specifically. Give me the Sandy on stage, but if you know Sans, then he also famously hates Crow. So this is going to be a bit of a torturous matchup for him, not one that he's going to want to face in the mid. Another couple of brawlers from Only Realm. What are we feeling over here? Another anti-tank? This... No. Okay, it's a no from Semantic.
I don't
This
like
is obviously the setup to an aggro last pick, if you ask me, but why not the Chester here?
I mean, what is he going to do in mid? In mid is going to lose to a Crow. On the side, he's going to lose to Mo. So both sides, he's awful. They have no control. They have no pressure. The Sandy is going to lose both lanes too. Even if they do commit for a Modus or a tank, they're just going to last pick another insane anti-tank, potentially even Cold if you want to break up the map. I don't like this draw from Only Realm so far. I think they're not winning their lanes right now.
Okay. Well, one more lane to go, unless it's a mid, in which case you'd see Sandy and Chester go on the lanes. Looks like, yeah, okay. One of them is going to play mid, and Trunk is going to hope to outlive any sort of aggressive last pick. So if an assassin is in stores for Tribe, Trunk should be able to survive that.
I would love to see, honestly, a Shelly just to like, okay, you pick the tank. I'm just going to go to 3 anti-tanks, have fun playing Trunk. You have a possibility of going a tank yourself, a Primo. A Rosa might be interesting too. Of course, a Frank might be possible. Don't love it into Trunk, but might be possible. Definitely Shelly will be my #1 option. There you go, there you have it. Just, you know, the audacity of Only Realm to pick a tank at the Chromo with the last pick open. They said you cannot do that with us. We're picking a Shelly. Sure, Sandy can get a bit of value, but that Trunk will not be able to see the light of day.
Okay, yeah, well, it looks like those ants are hanging out in the darkness of the Trunk anyway, so maybe they didn't fully intend on it anyway. It is going to be challenging for him to get utility, though. That is without a doubt. We'll see what the matchups are. Bobby's going to be playing the tank today. It's going to be a rough matchup, but since Bobby is really heading the draft more than anyone else, he probably sees it as his responsibility to play that brawler. Taking it on the Shelly lane, first up. Also playing around this obstacle, and RBM knows that he has to back up. The Tribe Gaming, playing reactively. Wow, not reactively enough. Bobby gets 2. Sans needs to pass this forward, but got to get through RBM. Looks good enough. Bobby supers it in. Not enough ammunition for RBM to get that last bit of HP off of Bobby and interrupt a goal.
That's a Sandy special, the Sand special right there. Double gadget, double hits all around, full control. Goal! Oh, no! Because of a warp, because Diego Gamer catches it. Oh no, there's a Trunk in your face. Can he defend it still? Mold comes down, Bobby strikes the corner, catches it again. Both slowly broken now. One guy in the mid with Chester is going down as well. That might be a goal opportunity right here. Easily. No need to jump there. A bit aggressive, but sure, you take that. That is fine. 1-1, Trunk with the ult. Might be even close to hyper dodge.
Yeah, just a little bit aggressive there from Luffy, but he didn't really want to run the risk of having that goal be missed because the timing was pretty tight there on the respawn. You even see Bobby using his main attack to get a bit of additional speed to hopefully get to goal line in time. Did not happen, however. Tied ball game, literally. Minute 20 on the clock. And who is hoping that this goes to overtime? Looks like Tribe Gaming with the spread shot of Bro and also Diego Gamer with his splitting shot down the way. Bobby's going to go for the super, and just to cause a distraction, baits out 2 hypercharges. Big overcommitment from Tribe Gaming. They need to get a goal now, but with the team wipe, it's pretty simple to walk this one in.
Did not love that ball positioning, honestly, from Tribe, but then Bobby just going in 1-3. Not the best play there, honestly, but man, without Sans fully carrying you, I don't know what you want to do, because Trike is getting full out countered, but Chester's not winning into Chroma. That's what I'm going to tell you. Which means they have to leave no pressure on mid, which is all eyes on Sans to tank a Mo shot to just run him down. It's the only win condition they have. And as soon as the Mo scans him out one time, that dream is over as well. In my opinion, a full outdraft, I'm impressed they even scored once, but it's not looking good for Only Realm.
Superior draft for Tribe Gaming. Only Realm have to dig themselves out of this pit that they've created for themselves. Can Bobby get another early game kill? Doesn't look like it. Luffy stayed perfectly out of range. He's not going to be fooled with the same trick twice. And it's only Sans to remain on defense. 2 supers that he doesn't want to feed, and looks like he had no option. RBM gets his super, and he's holding on to it carefully, waiting for his chance to use this and combo for a goal. But he's also being mindful of feeding Sans his own super, working for the outrange. Diego Gamer gets 1, and everyone just gets mashed to bits against the wall. It's an easy pass up to Diego Gamer for the goal, but he's going to have to walk it in. Feeds a little hypercharge to Bobby, but not really that much. A solid lead for Tribe.
Beautiful play from Diego Gamer. Got the Trunk, supported his teammates, got the goal as well. Perfectly executed by him. Bobby's going in with the heel get it as well. Secures a kill with that. The Shelly ult comes back. Crow jump comes in. The ball is getting covered from the Shelly. The ball pass back. No missed opportunity. Missed defense from Tribe Gaming. What a blunder. 1-1.
Diego Gamer rotating over towards the right side, and Bobby being careful to follow his moves because that's the guy that he wants to super. Getting ticked down on damage just a little bit, but Bobby has his hyper super in hand, so which lane is he going to rotate over towards? Has to adapt a defensive position. Loopy in with a hypercharge is going to do a lot of damage, but dies mid-flight. Diego Gamer only barely stays alive, and no one has the range to take him down, but only Realm do get mid-control off of this play.
What am I seeing? To hypercharge wasted for no reason whatsoever. Wanted to crow jump earlier. He knows who ends the poison damage. He should not be dying there. No, Diego Gamer on the bottom right with some nice positioning. Oh no, Patchy got a hypercharge. If he gets a hypercharge, well, this will be quite crucial and quite important. With gadget from Luffy, though, stops the ceiling, secures the control. There is a Sandy ult, but they do know they can only be on 2 spots. They keep scanning it. Can they sneak out of it? They cannot. Diego Gamer, he goes backwards. He does not do that at all. Just commits for a death, which kind of makes sense again, which is not good. But the shiny hyper ult comes down. Can he get a kill? He needs to go for defense first. Not the best hypercharge.
No, not a great hypercharge at all, and he doesn't even have a super now. It completely missed his opponent. With 20 seconds to go, Tribe Gaming are going to have the upper hand comp-wise. They also have some... Oh, never mind. He does have another super off of that. Parthian, very interesting. Hyper ult now from Sands. He's going to blast Bobby and Sands away, and Patchy on the right side also has a super of his own. Wants to blast something open, but dies with the super in hand. That's pretty bad.
And it's a chest hyper gone as well. Sandstorm gone as well. Luffy for some reason is feeding it over. Golden Death is coming in. The pass for team player of Oni Realm. Incredible blades.
That was ridiculous, and Sands shaking his head like, I shouldn't have had to do that. All of that effort just to be tied here in the set. But once again, they're comp diffed here. They know that mechanics are the only way that they can get their way to the next set with this one under their belt.
The amount of hypercharge wasted from Tribe, the trembling they have, I don't know if they're shaking, I don't know if they're feeding Brock up on the line, but the mistakes are too much. They have to come, they just need to play a bit slower. Don't feed with Sandy so many times for no reason. Beautiful get it from RBM here. And just played slow, played confident. Now Chester mid losing again. Bobby pushing top left. He's gonna get taken care of from the mold. Shelly will probably just break some grass from walls. Perfectly used as well. The Chester's one shot goes down. Might be a goal right here. Is there gonna be no time? It is not. 1-0 for Tribe Gaming.
Bobby has the super this time, and Diego Gamer doesn't. You know what that means. Bobby is going to probably be immediately supering, and look at this. Diego Gamer says, okay, please cover me, Luffy, so this guy doesn't immediately super me. And they rotate RBM onto the left side. At some point, you got to switch up on what lane you're going towards. Sands could have a big play. No, he pumped the gadget preemptively as well. It was almost huge. Bobby now going to go for the super. They need to get this past Luffy, who jumps to the sky so he can at least get a little bit of hypercharge off of everyone being in such close proximity. That's what you call min-maxing.
That's a lot of util use though, and Tribe Gaming has a bit of map control, has the map open as well. They do know where the enemies are. Correct lanes as well. With Shelly on the trunk, that should be quite easy for RBM. They're swapping the lanes in the background. No one is punishing for that. What is happening? They should swap back right now. Gap walls and brass is broken more for RBM here, but Sands just sneaking in, seeking a position. The Crow Poison is exposing him, which is helping him quite a lot. But the stun is there for Sandy. The ult is there, but RBM is getting a kill though. Virtual balls over ball positioning is off, but the hyper ult needs to come to defend this. But is it possible? I don't know if they're gonna race for the time. Oni Realm takes a game and the set. We are 2-1 for Oni Realm.
What a recovery! Oh, okay, I don't know if you can read lips, but Sands did not share very kind words there. It was something to do with his opponents being of inferior skill, if you can read his lips. Yes, because they were full out drafted there,
completely.
And they still managed to take down Tribe Gaming. That feels terrible if you're Tribe.
Biggest mistake was definitely that lane swap at the end there. Like, they just didn't recognize the Sandy. The goals were so good for Tribe, honestly. They just fumbled when they got pushed for some reason. They have full mid control and they keep fumbling. The defense here right now is RBM passing the ball back, just pass them right. Reaction time is not there. I don't know if it's the nerves. That goal was so beautiful, by the way. Oh my god. I really don't know if it's the nerves or what is happening right now with Tribe, but Brawl Cup is on the line right now.
Sands always does a phenomenal job of like making the North American GIF of the month, basically, on the player cams, but that one post-game is definitely going to be turned into a Discord sticker and shared around some servers. There's no doubt in my mind. Here's the final play with Diego Gamer going down mid-hypercharge and the receipt on the Patchy for the final goal forward. Okay, you get out drafted here. You take the lead in the match overall. Here are the stats, by the way. Just so many more kills for Tribe Gaming, and yet off of of that, and look at that. That was like a really bad couple of games for Sands. He only got what, maybe like 2, 3 supers through the entire thing. Got a single hypercharge
a bit more, like
bit
5
more.
probably.
Yeah, but see, he was denied
Yes.
those shots so many times because he's outranged by every one of these brawlers.
I don't know if you saw, but that Mo has the DPS of 2 enemies combined. That's the amount of outcomp you had. That's the amount of crazy diff comp you had, but the mistakes were just too crucial. I just want to say, by the way, that Mo ult clear at the end, he had a Mo ult with a ball in hand. You can just super shot it away. He didn't do that either. The defense abilities were just not there for the start of Tribe Gaming. Now, 2-1, you just saw Luffy being heads down. Their mental is not there.
No.
They're down bad, and they're playing for Brawl Cup. This is not a good combination right now.
Now, I've made sure to mention it as little as possible in these broadcasts, but I'll say it now. As someone who legitimately lives with Luffy, I can tell you that I barely see the guy at all because he spends all day scrimming and practicing and honing his craft. And to find himself in this position after all of that effort is just heartbreaking. But I'll say across the way, the same goes for these guys. Like, I've seen Sans' hours on the game, and he'll be like, yeah, I only had 100 hours on the game this week. Do you realize how much time that is on Brawl Stars? They've worked so hard to earn their way into this position, but it seems like it's just only Realms season more than it is Tribes. Let's talk about draft. An early Sandy pickup for Tribe here on Double Swoosh. Really solid option here. Also preemptively anticipating a possible Tara, it may look like. Also just solid into anti-aggression because Mortis is completely on the table.
There's the third pick you wanted. Sandy also potentially just taking away from the enemy team, and we just saw with Sandy quite strong as well. The bans are all pretty anti-tank bans. There's some Assassins open, which is Lily, Ali, and Mortis. Any of them I would love to see. I do think Mortis would be the best one playing mid. You can't go Rosa anymore. Bull, of course, is global banned as well. There might be possible last pick Rosa for Only Realms. We will see about that. But definitely want to see a Mortis getting picked up, you know, from the side of Tribe Gaming and a bit more range to deal with this Clancy. Any assassin. We realistically just need any assassin, and Sandy could even play a bit, in my opinion.
Okay, let's see if he does. Pearl is obviously going to be playing a lane over here. This is a pretty popular selection in South America for taking bad side, basically. Firing away into bushes blindly. She's not going to be amazing into Tara Shades, I'll at least acknowledge that, but she will be a survival expert and possible to deny some aggression that way. Something we haven't seen yet from Only Realm is something that basically makes it its quest to consistently dive the enemy gem carrier. Lily is on the table, but for Only Realm, I feel like with the composition they have so far, it may be an overcommitment.
I'm not a big fan of that. So basically it's going to be Sandy or Bust the Mid. I actually don't like a Pearl pick into the Clancy itself. I think you're just going to feed the Clancy so much. Now, Only Realm does need a nice brawler to either break the map or just support the Clancy, but they do need an assassin, which is quite hard to play into this. So probably should just pick a Rosa up, maybe a tank, maybe a Daryl even, maybe a Trunk. I would love to see a Trunk into that as well. I think that's going to be quite funny to play. Quite hard to play an assassin. Yeah, probably. There you go.
Wow, okay. Let's run it back after the last one. They got out-drafted pretty hard on Sneaky Fields. Now on Double Swoosh, he's going to have pretty much just as many bushes to frolic around in. And this time he's going to have a much easier time sneaking up on those opponents. Specifically, the Gem Carrier is the one we're going to keep our eyes out for. Into a Gem Carrier specifically, I feel like Buster is going to be a pretty prime candidate for that role. And he's not going to be too amazing into Trunk because Buster really needs to three-shot stuff. His attack doesn't do that much damage, and his reload speed is pretty bad. This one's for all the marbles. It would seem Only Realm are just one set away from destroying Tribe Gaming's dreams and bringing Team Electros into a Brawl Cup that they would almost be undeserving of after 2 quarterfinals finishes.
Bobby pushing in with the gadget on the right side. Pearl is shooting him. He still gets a kill, which is crucial for his ult charge. Sandy didn't get too many shots either. Patchy, of course, is on the Clancy here. Needs a bit of time to get his level 2, but Luffy is going quite aggro, which means Patchy should get it. Sandy with an ult now. Full control for Tribe Gaming. Get it from the Terra, but look at that Trunk getting taken care of, and in 1v3 was a bit too ambitious to go. Full control for Tribe. This is quite hard to break out.
Tribe Gaming have these bushes on lock. Bobby just feeding damage over here. Didn't even achieve anything for himself. Didn't really create that much room for Patchy even. Sans has his super, at least, off of all that aggression from Tribe. He's guaranteed to get his super relatively quickly. Bobby's going to feed the super to the Sandy. It doesn't seem to really matter that much because the enemy's positions are known. Now Patchy has to be ready for someone, and he's a little bit early on the timing on the left side. Meanwhile, on the right, Sans only just manages to come out on top of that interaction. Has his hypercharge and super off of the it as well.
But Pearl actually used ult early, so she got cancelled by Vitara. Unfortunately, Vitara after ult is coming down. Not gonna pull the Buster Flank to the Starboard. Buster staying alive. Never mind, Bob is getting him. Can Diego Gamer do something about that? Patchy has gems low. They're not getting the gem carry, and Patchy needs to run. It's not able to happen. But Pearl with the hyper, the Buster coming in as well. Patchy goes down. All the gems now from the side of Tri Gaming. Sands of a single ult. Can he defend it? Pulls the Pearl. Is it gonna be enough? It is not, because it's only Bobby trying to get a kill, but the Pearl ult shuts it down.
And a critical error too, just micro plays, pulled the Pearl towards the enemy side. Tribe Gaming have walked all over this, but it didn't have to be like that. Only Realm were too greedy. They just saw the win glimmering in the reflections of their eyes, but with a respawning enemy to snap up all of those gems, they had to about face, and Clancy could not get away quickly enough.
Crazy interactions at the top side. They're definitely too aggro. I 100% agree. They had control. They just didn't need to go for it. Even if you kill them, like, you gotta recognize you're feeding too much. You cannot keep up that aggression all the time, especially with a brawler like Trunk. You gotta reset once. Also, just wait for your Clancy to get gold level. Just too aggro, honestly. Now, the start is quite difficult for only Realm. It's gonna be quite hard for Trunk to do anything early game, same as the Clancy. But early game is really tough. They are gonna just feed Sandy, but it's the only thing Bobby can do. Catch him off guard. Oh no, it's the full team play of Tribe Gaming is just on point right now.
Everything from Tribe is being parried at the moment. RBM blocking off some of those shots from Sands. Meanwhile, on the right side, Patchy could get another couple shots on Diego Gamer. That's fine. You know, he's got level 2. That's worth quite a bit. Bobby on the right side is just feeding even more supers. It's not really a great look, but he knows that all he has to do is get one solid super, and then only Realm can run away with all the gems. Luffy using an offensive Pearl super is a new one, but Tribe Gaming have shown us just how dominant they can be with this composition and their general team play, so I'll allow it.
The problem with this Clancy and Trunk combo is that no one can make an entry for each other. They're both brawlers that carry afterwards, but they're not able to do an entry, especially in a comp like this. And this Terror just simply doesn't have HP to do anything like that. Bobby keeps going in and keeps feeding the Sandy, which is so crucial for Tribe to keep having that control. The wall break from Luffy just to make sure you can always hit the enemy. Instead of Diego Gamer on that grass, didn't even need to expose himself. He just showed himself early. They had no idea he was in there. Silently high bolt coming up though. Patrick getting muted. Bobby just getting shut down by the gadget of Sandy. I don't know how Only Realm is gonna come out of this alive.
It looks basically impossible. If Sands uses a super, RBM's gonna pop his hypercharge super. Only one more gem is needed by Tribe Gaming. They get it spawns on their side really easily, but now none of them can afford to die. It's Sands trying to encircle from behind. Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming make an effort to stay alive on this right-hand side. Do we see the hypercharge from RBM just yet? Everyone charging in from Only Realm, but it's only a conga line of demise. Tribe Gaming sweep through set number 4. We're going to the 5th and final.
We are going to the last set for Brawl Cup. I love it so much. Oh my god. Electros, how are you feeling right now? You're watching this. They're playing for Brawl Cup for you. Only Realm was giving their best, but Tribe is saying, you know, oh my god, I could not believe the amount of... What is Electros feeling right now? They're just watching this and they're like, oh, why? How can you draft something like this?
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Also, you got to consider the possibility that, like, look, if Tribe Gaming if Tribe Gaming end up winning this monthly final, then you have to acknowledge the possibility that, like, if Team Electros won their quarterfinal, then Only Realm were just out of it to begin with, basically. Only Realm needed to stay ahead of Tribe Gaming in points in order to stay alive in the race to Brawl Cup.
Yeah, you're very true. I mean, you gotta check the percentage of set percentage win rate, I guess, to clarify that. But last I knew, Electros was up. But yeah, that is definitely true if that would have been still the case. That's Hanny having 400 DPS as the first pick, completely unreal. Going Clancy Tara into it, and with Tank as last pick just wasn't it, I guess. For Clancy Tara especially, they couldn't support the Trunk. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't break through anything.
Pretty solid performance here for Tribe, to say the least. That was not the composition that Only Realm needed. They wanted that Tara, but you have a Clancy without incredible matchups, basically, and you have a couple of Tara counters across the way. Looked like they were trying to sneak it across, but I can't really remember the last time that I saw a Tara comp work here on Double Switch, not at least in competitive.
Looking at the results so far here, how close really was it between those two teams? We said we might go all the way to the last set between those two, and we did also in the grand final of March. Now look at this, the only set that was finally 1-2-0 was that last one in Gem Grove. Golden Gold is the map to round us out. Whoever wins this one will go to Brawl Cup and also decide over the fate of Team Electros.
That's absolutely wild. You don't have any control over your ability to get into the next stage of the competition. Except they did. You know, they just had to win their quarterfinal, and they got bested by the team who made it into their very first monthly final of the year. So that's not a great look for Team Electros. If they do make it through, I'm almost tempted to say that they would be regarded as one of the weaker teams showing up.
I could not relate to losing to a team like that. Honestly.
Oh, okay, yeah, good
I
to.
could not
This guy.
It's quite embarrassing. I must say.
It's better if you throw yourself to it, Semantic. I'm glad I don't have to be the evil guy or the evil woman over here. But yeah, in the end, Team Electros, if they make it to Brawl Cup, it will be their first ever LAN event. I would be super happy for them. At the same time, we do have to say Tribe Gaming deserves it to go to a Brawl Cup. And for the Echo Gamer, it would only be his second LAN event ever. Last year, he really got a little bit unlucky with his roster. Then he did play at LCQ, but they didn't make it through. So I think him going to Brawl Cup would be a nice closure of a long story with him.
Yeah, he came into last year as not even a rookie, by the way. He'd been grinding for quite a while to make it to that stage, to play with that Elevate roster, and then was, denied at the last second to go to a Brawl Cup. And yeah, as you said, he appeared at a LAN, but it was just under the wrong circumstances. So finally can do it right, and he's working hard to do it as well. He's the one in charge of the drafts this month, and it looked quite convincing in the quarterfinal, okay? And this one, to be fair, looked quite solid as well. You're drafting stuff into this Tara specifically. It was the right move after all. But now he has to prove himself as the desired drafter for the team in this final set. Only one map stands between them and a Brawl Cup.
But draft is not the issue because they had it as well on the Brawl Ball set. They had the full draft. Yeah. They lost anyway. The skill and the team play is the issue, and I really hope they're not doing the same mistake now on the last set.
Well, we're gonna see. That last set is the decider. Whoever wins this map wins the semi-finals. Kit, Ollie, and Ziggy banned out on the right-hand side. They do have first pick, so they're banning out a couple of assassins and the thrower, Ziggy, who is just so strong at the current, this moment in time. My first pick on a map like this one, I really like Brock because you can decide if you want to open up the map or not. It's not going to be a Brock, it's going to be a brawler that neither Semantic or I agree with, it sounds like.
Okay, first of all, I disagree with the idea of Spike being a meta brawler right now. I think in Europe, at least, he is 8% under the average win rate in Europe. I don't think he's a meta brawler, and there's an Angelo. I don't understand why you would prefer a Spike over an Angelo. Also, like, so many tanks beat him anyway. Not a fan of that. I think you should definitely take an Angelo right now here, and then just something to make sure they're not going to throw an easy tank. Bella's going to be the pick. You know, that's fine. Any sniper is fine. You got to be a bit careful with a thrower and or assassin now.
Yeah, but you know, Spike's kind of cute.
Is that how you draft? This is for Brawl Cup!
As a coach who gets paid to coach, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sunny finally gave her credentials. So, okay, let's talk about this Bella here. Like, yes, consistent in the long-range matchups, sure, can get run down. Also, potential, actually, to reflect some damage off of the life plant spawned by Spike.
That RT pick definitely does counter tanks / assassins. They could deal with that easily. Not a good pick into a thrower or even into a Rico if that's going to be picked here. There's some meeple open too from the side of Tribe Gaming. So is Amina if they want to go for it. Kid is banned, unfortunately. I could even see a Lily work if they really want to commit for it. Jayang also a beautiful brawler, which I guess the Bell is kind of dealing with as well. So my brawler to go probably Meeple is what I would imagine to go. Oh, yeah, Nani, just to counter both snipers. I would love that.
Brock Angelo, Brock Nani. I still see the Brock in there. Thank you. You can open up the map if you want to, and you have it in your own hands if you want to deviate from that plan and instead go a tank. Now, he's coming out as the 4th pick here. Now, I really just think they should break open the map and probably pick one of the snipers we already mentioned. With Pierce banned out, there's still a couple of options open. Angelo, Nani, Piper, all would still be really, really good here into this draft, I feel, against the Bell and RT anyway.
The big problem, though, is you have Brock and Spike, incredible squishy brawlers. I don't know what brawler can even save it for them to stop, and Lily last pick.
My calculations are correct.
I guess maybe if you go stun, but if you go stun, the snipers will beat you. I think a Lily last pick would hard cook this. Even a Mortis last pick could be quite good if they really want to. Or Cold to break up the map, because they only have Brock. They only have Brock as range. If Brock doesn't break, Cold will break. It's a Bell and Nati on open range against them. Early game is what Tribe needs, realistically, to win this match, but late game is definitely in the favor of Only Rams.
We wanted to see a sniper on their side, the Piper, the Angelo, the Nanny. In the end, Cold just to open up the map, really wise choice. Only Realm is really cooking with those draws today.
Seems they are, but is the Colt going to be enough? It's not like it's a hard counter pick or anything like that, though he is going to be quite speedy, or does he go for Magnum Special? Like, I think there are a bunch of different ways to play this. Semantic, I know you're going to know the meta option, but let me bring us in to this final set here between Only Realm and Tribe Gaming. This one determines whether Tribe Gaming will go to the Brawl Cup or whether it will be Team Electros after they fell in the quarterfinals.
Lane split here from Only Realm and Tribe Gaming. Correct assumption how you're going to play this map. Patch is going to be a bit careful with a Brock pinching him as well. With the spike on the left side, you cannot realistically scan with a Bell here. Bobby keeps breaking the map up slowly to put this breaks though. Still too many walls for the snipers to do. It is fine honestly to lose round 1. Just make sure you break enough map for the next 2 rounds. And just keep playing it slow. Patch needs to be still really careful on his left side.
Patchy in a rough spot, gonna get caught by that stick around, but just barely out of range. One of those shots, one gets tapped up by 2. He's got to play this cautiously. Bobby also, oh no! It's one taken down by RBM, and the next falls in the poison, and everything collapses. Tribe Gaming run them down.
These wall breaks are just not it. Look at it on the right side. They're gonna push the right because they have a wall break, so they push the left instead. That spike is definitely going to push them immediately away with a Gadget as well. It's going to be quite difficult to push out of that. They have a Meeple Gadget as well to just push them even further. Do we wanting the spike to break out of it? But oh no, there's a Brock as well. And the spike, and they're pushing him down. It's looking awfully for Only Realm.
Well, at least they don't have this fully blocked off, but they aren't at risk of being trapped in spawn. Patchy's gonna have to play this range matchup versus Diego Gamer, who's not really intent on getting the damage more than he is intent on keeping Patchy in that one specific position. That's unlucky. Loopy dropped to 10 HP after that super from Patchy that marked him up. It's gonna be really only 2 tap in the later stages of this. Thankfully for Only Realm, they have survived this time. Here comes yet another super. This time the mark is on Diego Gamer. Now, is that ideal is what I want to know. Bobby's breaking open yet more walls. Let's acknowledge that too. The end stages of this round are going to be coming in soon. That's a takedown for Sands that drops us to a 3v2 and puts Only Realm in the lead.
Exactly what they needed. The open map to set it up for round 3. An early kill to secure this round. Diego Gamer is getting fed a bit, sure and all, but that is going to be completely fine. 2v1. This Brock has no chance of winning that. Map fully open. Just gotta be careful for start. You gotta be careful that there's no Meeple box on the left side. Push them immediately. But even if there is, they have a cold gadget. They have the ability to break out of it. Map fully open. No spike kind of needs to do something early on because if not, there's no chance that they're gonna push them.
As the Hypercharge active, would love to run at them. If there's anything RBM's good at, it's running in a straight line and seemingly avoiding all damage. But Bobby has a barrage of bullets to fire his way. Sands would love to shut him down, and Sands has got to be close to that Hypercharge super as well. This is starting to resemble Purple Paradise, if you remember. It is a series of 1v1s occurring from east to west.
Crazy, and I don't know how Tribe Gaming is going to break out of this endgame because, again, the Meeple Gadget is not going to be enough. I know he's 1 or 2 shot away from Hyper. Oh. Crazy bounce from Bell. They keep bouncing. Everybody one shot with the Gadget of Cold hitting with Spike as well. Gas coming any second now. I feel it in my veins with Spike Hyper. Close as well with Bell Hyper. And for the second Hyper this game already coming down here. It's not going to get an ult though. No ability is going to happen. The RT Hyper coming in, going to get 1 kill. There's a 2v2 about to happen with Spike Hyper. It's not going to be enough as well with Brock on the top side. Can he hit the call? He hits 1 shot. Can he hit another one? The Hyper is getting popped too. Oh god, the Spike is 1 shot too. The Bell is just running it down. What is even happening? 1v1. And Bobby with a gadget secures the kill. What was that?
How hairy here. Only Realm somehow managed to bring this back. That was insane at the end. How often do you see all those walls broken open? And that was a lot of missed shots. Do we call that strange aim or great dodging? It's also really awkward to fight left to right like that. Only Realm persists in spite of it. They're at match point now. Tribe Gaming could fall here and make way for Team Electros to qualify to Brawl Cup instead. We're going to see Only Realm pressured into the back right corner this time. RBM is not really giving them a hand. The way that those curveball little spines rotate is less favorable if you're on the right side of the map. But here comes the wall break. Only Realm stay alive as they continue to break down the walls that Tribe Gaming need to survive.
Again, it is acceptable for Only Realm to lose the first round. All they need is enough breaks to set them out for round 2 and especially round 3. And most importantly, push the Spike out later on. Now, what you don't want to do is feed this Meeple too much because the high volt of Meeple could be quite annoying. Bobby is trying to go for a break to get a kill. It is not going to be enough. The gas in the backline, stuck by his Spike super, and Brock Incendiary Fire. It's just nothing they can do break out of that. The mid-right map is a bit open, but they kind of need to secure the left lane as well. They need to push a spike out as well and break a bit more wall. They're probably going to commit for left side and try the same thing they did in the last round.
Yeah, basically same thing as game number 1. Now looking for the wall break, but none of them have it unlocked just yet, so Bobby's just waiting for it. That's a pretty big one. Luffy and RBM missing some space. Meanwhile, Patchy takes the same matchup against Diego Gamer on the bottom side. Again, Diego Gamer just wants to push Patchy into this corner, and with all the shots he avoided, that was pretty sick. Now a couple bots, and here comes the super to open things up. Both Bobby and Patchy fall, and Sans on just a little sliver of HP will be the last to survive. If he can get a hypercharge, it's possible, but he already knows that it's over. It's going to double match point.
Oh my god, Brawl Cup on the line, Electros on their seats watching this game, shivering, hoping that Only Realms figures out the correct strategy to win this. What I really need is for them to, I don't know, push left side earlier on. They need to push with Spike out early on to be one, because you know Meeple is all the way on the right side, right? You know he's there, Spike is alone, just push him out in a 2v1 like you did in that one round, and then slowly break from left to right, because you don't ever need to push the right side. There you go. They're pushing left side, Meeple on the mid right. Hopefully they know how to deal with Spike correctly.
Okay, let's see if they do. RBM on the left side, just like last time. Diego Gamer with the fruitless gadget along the right because he didn't have the knowledge that Only Realm were triple stacking the left. At least he can take up some room over here and try and get these shots to curve around the left. It's been an annoying matchup for Patchy this entire time. Now, Only Realm risk getting trapped the same way they did at the end of game number 2, where a couple of them were boxed into the left side. Diego Gamer has to have his gadget left, and look at this. Only Realm, they're in the same position. This is a huge risk, but he won't be able to get them in the perfect position like he did last time. That said, Only Realm are all boxed into their spawn.
Again, it is fine to lose round 1. The breaks on the bottom one, which are happening already. The bottom mid is broken up. Bobby is trying to escape on the right side too. Diego Gamer is quite low. The gas is coming low. Patchy needs to push out on the right side immediately. Sans will fall on the left side here. Just make sure you keep breaking, Bobby. Don't ignore everything. Bolt that wall. Get rid of it. There you go. Get it this wall perhaps. Patchy's trying to tap. Please, Bobby, get it. Please, you need that.
Manifesting over here, but still he wasn't able to get the kill. It's a round to Tribe Gaming. One more, and they've done it. They've overtaken Team Electros, these rookies that came in and shocked the North American scene with their skill that have fallen in earlier rounds than anticipated in the last couple of months. Only Realm, the only one standing at the gates at this point to Tribe Gaming's advancement on to Brawl Cup. They'll take a more spread out approach this time, but again, back into the back left. Bobby marching forward beyond the rocket rain, but gets caught out in the stick around. It's more from Diego Gamer, and Patchy has to just hang back in spite of having this hypercharge. Sans and Patchy, the duo on the left side, in the face of all this utility from Tribe Gaming, have to make the last stand.
Incredible kill. Crazy that Patchy didn't die from a Brock ult there. Incredible kill on the Colt as well. You know, it is heavily favored in Tribe Gaming, this 3v2. It is not over though. Nice taps from a Bell. And RT can secure a will like that. There is one tap on Luffy with Sans slow as well. The abilities are coming across the field. Spike up, a shot is coming down. Patchy goes down. And they all fall down, and Tribe Gaming qualifies to Brawl Cup.
After a lackluster season, they managed to take a second place once, but they couldn't finish the job. Now they'll head back to that grand final, but this time they know they're going to land. We'll see you in Berlin, Tribe Gaming. Only Realm disappointed that they couldn't finish the job there, and they know they're going to be catching some heat from those Team Electros players.
Man, I wonder how Electros was feeling right now. This is so sad. They had it in their hands to win the quarterfinals. And Tribe Gaming though, they're so strong, they're looking amazing. The drafts are just on point. The early games of Golden Goals, they played it so perfect. Kept pushing them all the time, kept them in spawn, didn't even let Only Realm breathe. It was just perfectly played from Tribe Gaming, and honestly, they might as well win the whole multi-final now.
I'm still thinking back to that clip where Sans on the post-game reaction, oh goodness, yeah. Bobby's like, okay, I'm done, bye. I don't want to bear witness to this anymore. He's definitely mad about that. But yes, Sans on the player cam saying they're bad, basically. Patchy also similarly disappointed. You come to expect it, right? They could get a lot of points by going on to a grand final, but Tribe simply played better here.
In the end, maybe they should have listened to Semantic pick up that Lily, and you said it kind of is a free matchup. They tried it with the Colt, and Colt clearly did not work the way they wanted it to. The breaks were not the best in game number 1, as you two stated. But yeah, in the end, Only Realm really looked super strong today. I don't think Tribe Gaming had it easy whatsoever. I'm kind of glad that they finally get that month. Like I said, coming into today, Tribe Gaming needed to finally do well. And they already made it into the grand final last month, right? But that's not where we expect them to be. We expect them to be at the top. Grand final for them again. Will they take it all today?
My gamble was Onirams to win it all. I'm changing now to Tribe Gaming. They're amazing. Their draft is on point. They know what they're doing. They just played with so much pressure on their shoulders, still so amazingly. I believe in them, and I think they can win.
I really do think that this is Tribe's month to win. I think that they probably placed a ton of emphasis on this grand final more than anything else, because if things went as expected and Electros did win their quarterfinal, then Tribe were going to have to win the grand final in order to qualify. So I think that this is really impressive that they managed to take down Only Realm here with their attention divided between several rounds worth of maps.
So they're super happy that Electros isn't here today. They have qualified already for the Brawl Cup, and Only Realm, they're not making it to the grand final today, but they are still qualified for Brawl Cup. They can still give themselves a pat on the back. Match MVP for this one, RBM.
Deserved, absolutely deserved. I mean, all of Tribe is insane, I'm not gonna lie, but his role is just, in my opinion, the most important one to execute everything perfectly.
Yeah, he also had some really, really great plays there with the spike. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Did we watch our own guide or what? That, by the way, I just want to say, in spite of the Only Realm loss today, that's a really, really good guide, and I'll promote him right here. You should go watch that. This is advice. Yes, this is on Bobby's channel. You should go watch it because I think this is good for Brawl Stars as a whole if everyone knows how to draft.
But clearly he didn't watch it back because,
yeah.
because, as you saw, they got drafted a ton of times in this semi-final match.
I agree with a lot of what he says in the video, and in the end, every single one of my ranked randoms will profit from it, even though they didn't beat Tribe Gaming today. This is the bracket shaped up so far. We have Only Realm versus Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming moves up into the grand final, and we now have our final two, Semantic.
Vedic against Tribe Gaming, a grand final. Look at the top bracket. I cannot imagine how Vedic came out of that. How did Electros lose at the quarterfinals? How did Tribe just beat both Brawl Cup participants? Qualified with that, they're playing for the points, they're playing for the honor of North America. Tribe Gaming wants to be back to the #1 spot.
Don't underestimate anyone, especially not Legacy Esports for today. Team Electros, unfortunately, after coming out of the gate swinging in February, will not make it to Brawl Cup. I think that's a huge headline today. And now, Vedic versus Tribe Gaming. Who do you have down to win it all?
After that game, it's Tribe for me. I think Only Realm are in great form. They're playing great Brawl Stars, but for me, the draft diff was evident in that matchup. I think it speaks volumes to how good Only Realm are in-game, that they're able to overcome some of those difficult draft scenarios. But I love where Tribe's head is at right now. It looks like, yeah, like they have been cooking. I mentioned it earlier, you know, maybe there's changes in their drafting infrastructure, or maybe Diego getting more involved, but either way, it's working really well.
I'm really enjoying these monthly finals so far. Today we had some really amazing matches, a couple of 3-2s along the way. The semi-final number 2 was phenomenal, and now I hope for this final to be kind of close as well. It is sometimes monthly finals destiny to have super close semi-finals, and then the grand finals is kind of okay, 3-0.
It's actually been my whole
Nice.
career, to be honest. I've always
Exactly.
had
Whenever
win finals,
Uber
yeah.
steps up to do a grand final, it's usually a 3-0. Let's see. I do hope for a close match as this is the last match of the spring split. NA is here to close us out.
I think even though if this match will be 3-0, we had our match. We had our Brawl Cup match, 3-2 match point match for series. Even if this will be a 3-0, I think neither of us would mind.
Yeah, and I think this kind of matchup is interesting because it features at least one team that we really didn't expect to be here, right? It's a good sign. North America looks like it's much deeper than we were expecting coming into this year. We've had underdog teams come out of nowhere. Maturino Heroes win a monthly final and then go and get knocked out in the quarterfinals the next 2 months. We have, the Unks, so to speak, show that they've still got it. This Tribe Gaming roster that was supposed to be a revelation in last year that kind of fell short at the international events has turned up again and has booked their seat at a table at another international. And the addition of Diego Game at a Tribe, I think, is going to take them to that next level. In fact, it already has.
Some beautiful stories that we set up in the last 3 months come to a close today, or we flipped the script in some of these even. We started in February with Team Electros winning it all, and we're talking about a new era of Brawl Stars, those new teams that have come out out of this draft meta and have never known anything else, look unbeatable. And today, we kind of proved that it's not true, that the old guard still has it. Yet still, we have Ducky on that roster in Vetic. We have Diego Gamer, who's still sort of a new player in the hood for Tribe Gaming, and they both are now going into our grand final today.
I mean, for me, like the prospect of Diego Gamer getting to play in his actual team at LAN for the first time, I think obviously it was weird circumstances around his appearance at the World Finals where he sort of ended up being a ringer and still, played some great Brawl Stars. This to me is exciting. Obviously for his Livy, Bilal and Ducky, it's not about Brawl Cup. It's about showing that they can continue to make these big improvements. And now it's their biggest test of this month to go up against Tribe Gaming, but I'm really impressed with them, right? Close series. Legacy were surprisingly good, but Vatic landed the plane brilliantly in the last set.
I am so happy for my boy Livy, by the way. He has not had the best time of the last year of Brawl Esports. Also not the start of the year, with a lot of drama happening with potential buyouts and everything. And I'm just so happy he's back at the grand final at the highest level of Brawl Esports, of North America Brawl Esports. And I really do hope he can also maybe get a win. I do hope, though, for Tribe to win in the end. But I'm really happy for Livy. He really deserved it. And that team so far, as you're seeing right now, has been looking amazing, not missing any type of gene pulls. Comp-wise, the Serious and Modus bans does speak a lot, which does mean with a Serious global ban, there might be potential Nita global ban, again from Tribe data, with potential Bull zones. I do hope they change their global ban to a Bull as well.
Oh, that's probably gonna happen here. That's what we learned has to happen in order to beat Tribe, if that's even possible. They looked so strong against Only Realm. Really liked the draft that Vetic was showing us today. This is the match against Legacy, 3-1 in the end. It's really a mix of a little bit of everything. We have throwers, we have long range. This team really can play everything.
Yeah, and that was obviously a matchup where Bull was globally banned by their opponents, so, or at least it was avoided in many cases. So, I do want to see them probably ban the Bull and Sirius if they're going up here against Tribe, because we saw what Diego did with the Sirius. That was pretty wrong on bridge too far, but that does leave the Mortals open. The Pierce could also be left open as well. There's a ton of options.
He was open though just now in the series already, and he didn't get picked.
Yeah.
Through Only Realm or Tribe Gaming. And I do think there was some drafts where it was easily possible, especially on double switch to go home.
Vetic finally broke the curse, and now they made it all the way to the grand final. Quarterfinals for them in month 1 and 2. Tribe Gaming has looked a little better also in the past. In month 1, they made it to the semis and then got beaten by the youngsters, by Team Electros. In March, they made it all the way to the grand final and then lost to Only Realm, but they got that revenge today.
I really think that Diego Gamer is like one of the best off-season pickups that you could hope to have brought. It's hard to upgrade on Zeus, I think, as a player in this team, but you're looking for the little edges, right? Because you realize you pulled up short sort of internationally. They look so good here. And this is like such a banger. It's just a classic NA series. And we see them at sort of full strength. These teams are forging each other into weapons that can really have an impact on the world stage. Diego Gamer, though, was looking incredibly good, right? This Meeple pick here, of course, was fantastic. This is obviously how the series gets closed out. They're able to punish onto this sort of cult-based composition, which I'm really impressed by, because we talked about Meeple in the late round can look a little bit uncomfortable, but in general, man, like this Tribe Gaming have an incredible tank player. They've got great drafts. They've got Diego, who plays a skill-expressive brawlers a lot of the time. So, yeah, thumbs up from me. These guys look sick.
The team play just generally was amazing. Like, even though they had draft most of the time, maybe the skill was lagging sometimes, the team play is just there. On that Gordon set, you just saw it perfectly, how you executed it perfectly. And I just love the team play. Bans-wise, draft-wise for them, of course, the Bull is their main brawler. Got banned from Only Realms, so they got to be careful with that. But as you can clearly see, they know how to play everything. They know how to play aggressive, defense, control. The Sandy pick was amazing, stealing it from them. The Pierce going absolutely crazy. The team play and Gordon Gouge, they just know their stuff. I gotta be honest.
And the Nita global ban, we already mentioned that it's such a Tribe classic. We haven't seen it from any other team all month, I think. But they just want to play Bull, so you better ban it against them. Tribe Gaming, by the way, if they win today, they will still take seed number 1. Yeah. And Semantic, you calculated it earlier. What has to happen in order for you to face an NA team at Brawl Cup? It is later on where you could potentially face the seed number 1. So who do you want to have that seed 1?
Man, for so long I wanted to face Bobby. Are you actually telling me I still cannot face Bobby in Brawl Cup? That is so unserious. Global bans coming in. Bull and Sirius is coming down as we thought. Ruffs and Nita as well. Predictable global bans on both sides. Cold have prepped both sides perhaps for this grand final. What do you think, guys?
Mortis is open. I think that's important. This is one of the few series where like there isn't a global ban aimed at that brawler. So it's one that like if you're second pick, you might just have to, you know, use a ban slot on or potentially face his Wrath.
Yeah, Vatic had to let go of that Mortis ban because, as we mentioned, you just have to ban Bull against Tribe Gaming. And Tribe Gaming has just stuck with the same 2 bans for every single match we have seen play today. And it's just a Bull counter and someone who opens up the map against the Bull. So, yeah, what is their strategy?
It works. That's the thing. It works. And if it keeps working, why do you need to change it?
Never change a running system.
There are some like, you know, backup tank picks that you could go for. Some of them are map dependent, like, you know, Hot Potato, you could play Daryl here. On Safe Zone is more desirable because he can cross the waterway with his Daryl roll, but still I think here you can get value if you want to play that sort of all-in rushdown style, obviously, especially when before the map is broken, you can bounce up a lot, you know, off of those walls here. So we saw the BB attempted, you know, by RBM. It didn't work out for them in that previous series. Obviously, she is powerful, but a bit more susceptible to those more common tank counters because it's her mobility that she doesn't have. You can't run like the home run stance, you know, and have a speed boost. You kind of need the durability off the batting stance. So she's a little more limited than some of those like, yeah, dash brawlers and tanks.
And they had the Buster too in double surge, so by no means, and like they always have a tank possible to go. And all these maps that you have in front of you, Hot Potato, Hard Mine, Bellstroke, even Hideout and Pinot Punt, all 5 of them are tank heavy maps in my opinion. Yes, even Bellstroke, if you see an Ollie there, he will be quite a menace. You could even go a Kid Hank possible strategy. Duck Comp. We haven't seen it today in any monthly final.
Dunk and Daryl there. Yeah.
It is a strategy. Duck Mortis as well. Anything is possible on all of these 5 maps.
Super interesting. Also, Mortis, quite good on some of these maps as well. And as you mentioned, Uber, he's left open here as the global bans had to be directed towards that Bull. Now we are seeing a vote that is more of what we expect to see whenever Tribe Gaming is in those votes. Remember, they only had 22% of the viewers convinced that they would actually win against only Realm. And now here it's pretty convincing once more. It's just Tribe Gaming has so many fans. I was so surprised to see the vote before. That makes a lot more sense here.
It's also recency bias. Like, we just watched what they were able to do. I think that's pretty much in the forefront of other people's minds. And Vatic didn't have to take on Electros. They were handled for them. And we talked about how the upper bracket looked a little bit softer. We thought it would be softer for Electros until Legacy turned up and actually showed us that they were the real deal. So no easy paths here, but, you know, Vatic dodged them, so to speak. Still earned their spot in this game. By no stretch am I saying that they don't deserve to be here, but I'm not surprised everyone at home thinks that Triumph has it. There's also a lot of name brand behind this team and their players. And again, we all talked about how we expected them to win here too.
Yesterday, by the way, Brawl Talk came out, so we have a couple of balance changes coming to the game. Sirius was banned out today in every single match apart from quarterfinal number 4 as a global ban, and even then it only was open once and picked up. Might be a bit too strong still at the moment.
I know that I will be global banning Sirius at Brawl Cup. That's all I know. And yeah, we will see. I do like some of them of the balance changes are really quite nice, so yeah.
The last grand final of the spring split has arrived and we are heading into it, and I am kind of jelly of you two. You get to cast a beautiful match.
You can stay. That's fine.
Vatic versus Tribe Gaming, your grand final of the April monthly finals here in NA. Draft is open. Chuck is open. Let's see if he's going to be picked up once more on Heist. I'm not that big of a fan of him, but
NA, baby. They're still running it in the current year.
I could imagine a BB first pick as well. It's quite a menacing brawler to deal with on this map. Even if you have anti-tanks, you cannot never really deal with her. Cold first pick would be good as well. I didn't see if he was banned or not. Crow 1 comes in place here. Cold is open as well, which in Europe honestly has been such a menace and such a crazy first pick, which I assume Tribe is going to go here as well.
It's been that Buffy that obviously makes him really painful to deal with now. It's just so hard to pin Colt down, and he obviously is, you know, one of the highest damage brawlers in the game that offers a level of skill expression that many players in this lobby can take advantage of. We talked about tank selection, right? We imagine that Tribe are always thinking about how to set up RBM to be extremely oppressive. Seen BB attempted here, you know, in the previous series, but they're going to take the safer option. Open with Otis, and they will take that Colt. So this is Tribe taking notes here from EMEA, and obviously they had to deal with the Colt from Bobby in the previous series too.
Now, I'm not a big fan of this Otis, because I do think if you do go BB, this Colt will be... And Otis will not be able to sufficiently defend a BB. She will always create pressure for the Crow. She will always be annoying, and even a last pick will not be easily to deal with that. Might need to be a Rico last pick. Now, there's one brawler which NA goes a lot, which is Shade. With a Cold pick there, though, I don't know if you want to commit for it or not. I would like to see it if they want to try it or not. If not, I really would like to see a BB. And they still need a bit more base damage. Rico is just going to be the pick into a Cold, though I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I did not expect him to come out still into... Usually Rico is picked and then Colt is picked as a counter. We're playing it in reverse here. Super interesting. And I also didn't really agree with the Otis pick. Clancy is actually open in this one.
Oh my! That is crazy.
That was my reaction. He
can literally like 50% of a save by himself within 15 seconds. All right, I did not see that he's OP.
And if you want to defend the BB, I think he's also the better option. And there's the BB we talked about. I mean, Clancy could still be the last pick on the right-hand side, but I would have much preferred Clancy over Otis there.
RBM's the kind of player that not only plays the tanks, but also very good at playing tank counters. Someone that plays a bunch of that role, really understands how to work against it. We saw like a random Shelly pick up in the previous series, which was definitely causing some degree of nightmares. So by no stretch of the imagination do Tribe have to, you know, hedge themselves in that tanky direction. Clancy would be fun. I don't know if that's necessarily in the wheelhouse. It's going to be a Ziggy pick instead.
Now, it is great. It's amazing into Rico and Crow, but that BB will quite be a menace. Which is fine, because if a BB needs to follow the Ziggy, then the BB is not on the safe, which means the Ziggy can also just get defended by the Otis, and then the Rico and Crow cannot play the game. Honestly, I like it. I love the Ziggy is massively gonna get nerfed in the balance sheet as well, which he definitely deserves. The ult is gonna do a lot of damage on the save. I kinda like this pick, I'm not gonna lie.
And they have the Cold, so they could decide to just not open the map so Ziggy has a bit more pressure, but they kinda have to into Rico now. Such an interesting draft. Let's head into our first map of the Grand Finals.
Time to get this one underway. Off we go to Hot Potato. It's going to be Luffy here up in mid, but Ducky's already taking a lot of that early pressure from Diego Gamer. Definitely the kind of person you want to be in the hot seat on the Ziggy. Ducky's got to respect this damage now and forced to give a bit of ground, even as Livy struggling on that right-hand side.
Ziggy almost low star power here. Could debate if you want to go damage from loaded save damage. Rico on the top right is not able to break through. Not sure what Garrett Colt is playing. However, he is successfully defending that Rico on the right side. Ziggy finally is going down, but after creating so much pressure and dealing so much damage, he's dropping an Otis. I don't know about all that.
Yeah, Luffy going to drop in there and get some free damage. Mute button on Bilal. This is going to be dangerous for the Crow. He's going to be brought down, and here's a long moving Ziggy Super coming straight down mid. It doesn't actually tickle the safe, but it creates a little bit of space for Diego Gamer to work in as Livy, though, tucked in the right side corner. Nice spitball connection, though, onto RBM, but it's traded by Luffy.
But Pablo actually still getting the Ziggy. Quite impressive from there, but all this damage has been quite insane so far. But Rico is not able to successfully break through that easily. Now someone needs to deal with that BB. I guess it will be Otis with his high ult, but that Crow is looking quite insane right now.
Bilal gets burnt down, though. Even the shield, not enough to keep him alive. And that's percent-based damage reduction there, not a flat amount. Oh, yeah, Ducky's in trouble. Has to pop the gadget here to try and stay alive. But the Fat Splatter's a bit of a nuisance there. It's Diego being picked up by Bilal. So at least that Ziggy element is off the table.
I did just see that RBM does have the gadget that steals your ammo away, so I'm quite impressed how he even got the first interaction into Rico. He has definitely been hitting the shots. Full control here for the side of betting. They keep pushing further, but the Ziggy gets the kill on Rico. It's a refrag, but that refrag helps Tribe Gaming way more to secure some control back.
Luffy wants to get forward now, but again, Tribe Gaming only ahead by 2%. That last push for Vatic was pretty gainful. I see Diego Gamer, though. He has that hypercharge super. Watch out for it. Although Bilal turns up right in front of him, that's a decent opportunity. Diego has to just super onto the safe and hope for enough damage here, but it's all Vatic all the time now. 40 and counting % on that Tribe Gaming safe. Vatic's push gets them ahead.
These trolls that keep getting the Ziggy are so crucial. That was the only reason why they have full control right now. The Ziggy ult on Rico is coming down. They're actually getting the kill. 20% difference almost. So Mute is down with Baby Candice. This is enough though. The Crow Hyper is going to come for defense. He might even go off. This is going to happen or not. The Ziggy on the bottom right. The Crow keeps doing damage. It's too much. There's no way they're going to get any damage on the bottom. And they're actually going to win the first game if we're recalled as well.
A lot of spend of resources there from Vatic to push up there. Tribe had to spend a Ziggy super to try and clear a Rico out from that right-hand side. We mentioned that having the map broken up with the Colt could make it harder for Rico, but RBM is holding off on that. He's trying to create those pockets for Ziggy to play in, but in doing so, he empowers the Rico.
Now, I really want to see how this white lane is going to be played. They actually do swap the lane now, which I really, really like. Otis Smith quite pressuring this Crow, but BB doing a lot of pressure, kind of getting get off guard. It's just what I mean. She will always go through, she will always let pressure, and then Rico as well went through 25% damage dealt already, but the Colt is trying his best to do it as well. But the baby on the top side, can she get him? She gets the kill!
This is dangerous now. Ducky is free hitting the safe, and RBM might have to turn around and do something about this BB. It's not going to be enough of a race here for a Tribe Gaming. They get a Ziggy super off on the safe, but it's still almost 20% that separates these two.
That BB is just going to respawn and rush down this Colt to the wall. The Colt is doing everything he can to pop that shield in time. He did not. There's still 1% on the shield, and then Ziggy keeps struggling against this Rico speed stopper, which is such an excellent choice to go against the Ziggy. The heal as well, he is getting taken care of. But the Colt did waste a ton of time, though, to make it the 2v1 for Tribe right now.
Still, they've got to get into the map properly here. Ducky is going to stand in their way and try and dance away from a lot of this Ziggy damage. There's a super here from Diego Gamer, but as Livy turned up on the right side and flattens the Ziggy. Knock on the safe here. Still, Vatic have a healthy lead. RBM, though, needs to remediate this now and gets a bunch of spam onto the safe. That's now made it much closer. 3% separate these teams, and now as Livy's trying to go to work on that Tribe Gaming safe, and nobody seems to be able to stand in his way. Diego Gamer pops the hypercharge and body blocks the safe desperately, but it's 8% left for Tribe Gaming. A matter of time, you'd imagine, for Vatic to come in and claim the dub.
Please, someone stop that Rico. I can't believe the amount of damage he does. Ducky just keeps running it down. Just creates more pressure for his teammates. There was some damage on the bottom side as well. 3v1 for Rico. It did pop the heal. Just gonna get an all 2000 HP on the same. Crow has an hyper as well. Can he finish it? He pops it. He's going for the control, for the damage, for the ult perhaps. Not getting it. The return shots are not coming down. Ducky's running it down as well. They're throwing.
Ducky's trying to run up here. 2% left on the safe, but he pulls up short as Livy can finish it. No problem. Hit by the mute button, but the shots had already come out, and Vatic have done enough.
This Rico menace, it's crazy. No cold break to deal with him easily. The Ziggy is getting outplayed by the Star 4 gadget combo of him. The baby just keeps doing pressure. As I told you, one time you're not careful, she rushes down mid, gets the Others, killing the Others at the start of the game, securing 25% more damage on the save. That was so incredibly crucial.
There was no one freed up to double back and actually deal with the BB after, there was that early elimination. I've got to say, Livy is a standout to me. I feel like the Ziggy is one of the most powerful picks you could bring in here as Tribe, and as Livy, with that extra burst of speed, with that sustain from Bouncy Castle, is so hard for Diego to sort of burn through. He ends up using up all of his ammunition, and as Livy's still standing, still peppering that safe down.
And that BB pick just did so much pressure for them. The Colt, I loved it. I think did the most out of their combo. That BB pick, the amount of pressure that she did, it was just amazing. Ziggy actually 419 DPS. Was a lot, just not enough. The damage on the safe also clearly not enough, and they tried to do it, but the objective is, at the end of the day, the save, and Vatic just had a better comp for that.
Yeah, they got the ability to shrug off a lot of this Ziggy damage as much as there was. It was a healing gadget for Ducky, healing gadget for his Livy. So yeah, plenty of Ziggy pressure across the map. It is sort of forcing people out of the way, but unfortunately, not enough for that damage from Ziggy went onto the safe. Not an auspicious start in this series for Tribe Gaming. They even get beat down by one of their signature picks. That BB is too good in the hands of Vatic, and a team that we have praised over the course of today for their drafting falls a little bit short in this first set.
Tribe Gaming without a tank. No Clancy getting picked through as well. Is that the same Tribe Gaming we just saw?
Right.
We just witnessed no tank. That is crazy. Now, going into Hard Rock Mine, I do believe we're going to get quite a mess of comps, quite close range comps as well. The global bands do fit for that as well. Potential Sandys, Assassins. I really want to see some Assassins here.
Lily.
Grab especially. Lily, Kit, Morris, Shade. All of them are beautiful to play on this map.
And they're all open. It's going to be very hard to ban all of those Assassins out that could threaten gem carriers. And that's why Semantic feels that this is going to be pretty volatile. Clancy, double ban. That should tell you everything you need to know. Shade has been taken off the board here, but both teams are definitely, you'd have to imagine, considering trying to work some tanks in, and it's Mortis open. and taken away straight away.
Love that aggression. I'm not sure if it's the first pick. The bans do look quite good for it, for Ruff's global ban as well. There's a Pam pick open, which I would love to go here from a side of Tribe Gaming, where Ruff's is unfortunately banned as well. You could go some kind of Pam kit comp. I would love that. I think a kit would look good into a model, as it's a free habit judge for you, which is a free kill on the gem carry. Pam is just a nice brawler to not die too easily from the models if you do have a nice gadget. Scrap Sucker, I believe it is called, to steal the ammo of the models here. If you don't want to go that round, I'm not sure if you can go more aggro or tank into that. You go a bust into that. With a long star power, you actually completely counter the models. It's a bit hard to pull off though, but we do know RBM on that brawler. He goes crazy on it.
Yeah, it's definitely a signature pick of his. I think having the stopping power here on this buzz is going to be pretty important. You've got great mobility. It's the kind of map you can get around pretty easily, especially with that hypercharge. And in general, it's the kind of pick that always feels like it comes out of the back pocket for this Tribe Gaming team. Now, they've got to start thinking about, a relatively safe mid, someone who also has the ability to stop this Mortis in his tracks.
I don't think it's going to be enough, especially if Mortis ever gets Hyperdodge ult. He will basically break himself out of Cocoon, just thanks to the bonus dash he gets from a Buffy and the Hype ult is going to come back and forth. So I don't think it's the brawler to be against a Mortis as a mid. Still good lane for the Pam last pick, so let's see. Now, Vedic needs something for the bus. They also need a bit of support for the Mortis and potentially a good mid. I don't think you can go Jae Young. You do need a bus counter. What do you go against that? I mean, you can't go Rico, I think. You need a stun brawler preferably. Janet to escape. I think a Mo will fit it a bit to fill up this comp a bit. If not, they really need a stun brawler.
Are you taking jump gadget here for the Janet? Or?
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
As annoying as Boombox can be, it used to stay until you destroyed it. That was extremely troll, but we have a
you used to be able to use it while flying. That was crazy. That was really, really crazy.
Yeah, Janet definitely had her time in the sun, but now is a bit more of a niche pick for a safe mid that has those frames of invulnerability towards the end of the round.
It's a stun.
So you've got stopping power now of your own. It is Sandy, of course, someone who needs a bit of help, though, to take the buzz down after they stun him up.
Yeah, they don't have damage output. Then we literally need to 2v1 this boss to completely handle him.
Yeah.
Low damage output as well. That's a free tank, in my opinion. Go Rosa if you want. Go Daryl. Any type of tank, even Trunk will be amazing to go. A kit also just to support the boss as well. I will gladly take a Pamit if you want as well. Or just a Shelly to fully shut down the Mortars, which they really, really need.
Yeah, clearly it's like an opinion of Tribe that they still don't want to bring a second tank in here, especially without any like innate sustaining brawler or straight up healer. The Shelly, though, is going to be pretty problematic for someone like Sandy, who needs to get up close. Shelly has innate sort of sustain in terms of healing. And, of course, the Mortis would need to respect her.
But Sandy is getting fed now, which is a big problem, because if she keeps siphoning her ults, there's a possibility of Mortis sneaking up, getting the gem carry, and at the end of it, then the gem carry is the only thing you need. And if a Charlie falls down too easily, that is game over. So all eyes on the Sandy, on the Sandstorm, how many she gets, and if she wasted it or not. And, of course, the Mortis sneaking up on the mid left.
It is Diego Gamer, though, here on the Charlie in mid, so we know we're looking at a very assertive player that isn't afraid to take some risks. And of course, Diego Gamer, that damage drastically increases when up close, and it's a self-cocoon here to sort of stuff Ducky's first push.
Bad lane swaps from the side of Vedic. Should have recognized the Sandy on the Shelly earlier. Should have gone a bit beautiful stun here from Belal. The Bustle is not going to connect. Mortis is going to get some nice value. Full control for Vedic. They keep getting a lot of ult value. They actually do get the kill here. Can they get the gems too? It's going to be quite hard. Bust is kind of one shot away from ult. There you go. He gets it. He misses it though, and that's a major mistake.
Ducky here, pushing pretty deep into enemy territory, holding a gem, but he doesn't mind because he can go up to Diego Gamer yet again. Hypercharge super will be available should it be needed. It's going to make use of it on RBM. Fidget Spinner Gadget gets that extra damage, and Luffy is in trouble.
I guess he used the Hypercharge ult to get a double kill, but the game isn't over yet. There's a Hypercharge blast about to happen. You just use your major win condition right now. Vedic has a Sandy ult to stop a lot of push value, a lot of control here. The Mortis does get the bust. The Shady is not able to do anything, and the Charlie in the Modern Free is simply not going to happen. Even though she is a killer, she's probably one shot away from ult. The bus Hyper is coming down as well, but the Janet flies away. The Mortis is going to get cocooned.
Great cocoon here as Livy's going to drop down though, and Bilal's going to be back in the game. Here's a Hypercharge super from the Sandy, and it feels like this really tilts the fight in Vadic's favor once more. Diego Gamer this time doesn't have a cocoon to interrupt the countdown, and frankly, it's a tough job for RBM to get in a meaningful way here.
But Mortis has to jam it. They're just going to focus him. He's going to make sure he dashes away. He goes to the left, dodges everything. RBM cannot follow up as well. No ult, no gadget, no hypercharge this time for him to get the gem carry.
I'm kind of feeling this from Vadic so far. It's another really interesting draft with the Mortis that, like you mentioned, the Charlie isn't enough
No,
to stop the Mortis in his tracks. And if he throws out that super and that lifeblood comes back and virtually you only have a couple of seconds that you actually have to be inside that cocoon. This is scary. Mortis open, we haven't seen it all day, and now I'm starting to see why.
Matchup's really important. Sandy on Michelle, they swap away immediately. Mortis going away. Mid matchup should be in favor of the Jet, in my opinion. Mortis catching 2-0 once, you know, that's fine. Beautiful stun here from Beta to stop, shut down this boss, getting a bit of his ult charge. Mortis actually going in, recognizing that Shelly doesn't have the HP to fight him there.
Okay, Diego Gamer able to throw a cocoon down on the Janet. RBM, nice little stun there of Ducky, but the Sandstorm comes up at a pretty decent time. It's Luffy, though, who's on red alert, looking for that Mortis, and as soon as he pops up, he's taken down.
Beautiful wall break from Shelly, destroying the grass, their rotation, the walls as well, to make it easier for them to play. RBM in the corner here, should get Bilal out here. Not gonna get it. Bilal's actually gonna get an ult off of that. Gonna die, trading out, you know, that's fine. Mortis on the mid left here, trying to create some pressure. He just needs his ult and his hypercharge, basically just die for it. He's running away, but honestly, just run him down.
Okay, well, here is the cocoon to catch up the Mortis, but I think somehow he doesn't mind that too much. Ducky's gonna get picked off, though. He's literally only with 2 gems to his name. Tribe definitely have a nice little lead here, and here is that super now, just for safety, if nothing else. Diego Gamer really controlling mid, and Luffy's healthy enough. 4 gems to his name, though. Ducky's had a quieter round, struggled a little bit to get onto the gem carrier.
Fast hypercharge about to happen any second here. He has from the left side, just gonna be careful with Fasani's stun. Take the route where he is not, preferably. If Slavey doesn't have a route as well, he's gonna be really careful. Fasani is going on the boss as they recognize the threat correctly. The model stealing with gems, I actually love that. Quite underrated to play. The stun is happening. RBM is getting taken care of. No stun for now, though. They do get Diego Gamer perhaps, even if he gets Cocoon. They do not, but the boss hyper comes down immediately because there is no Sandy stun.
And here comes Ducky looking scary now. Vatic get the countdown started as Livy's stunned up, but Ducky's waiting for his chance to spring forth. Gets himself to 9 gems, though. That's going to have to be enough. That's the countdown begun, and Tribe are going to have to go for more. RBM doesn't have a super ready at the moment. Luffy's going to try and come forward. Big damage, though. Ducky, he's low, trying to get away. Diego Gamer slowing him down, but Ducky finds a way out, and it's through RBM. 5 seconds left, but no one's going to catch the Mortis, and he knows he is home free. Torpedo misses from RBM, and there is the set for Vatic, stealing victory away from what looked like it might be an equalizing set.
Tribe looked so good there on the defense. They were so fine, but then the Charlie fell and Luffy actually misplaced his hyper ult. He ulted before he hypered, and I feel like that was a major play because the buffy effect is... I don't know, you just cannot ult without your hyper. It's just a major mistake in an endgame scenario like that.
Yeah, a very small sequencing issue, though, but it really seems to have been the difference maker there for Tribe. Very messy last few moments. It's been quite a volatile set, but you called it. There would be assassins in the mix targeting our gem carriers. And to start with, it was the Mortis and Ducky that was doing most of the work.
Also, the missed bust ult on the Mortis. Why did you go for that? It's 7 gems to take it, so you could even just hit the other guy and make it finger was a Sandy and just make sure you kill him. So you have some mid control, but oh my, what a mistake from Tribe. What blunders. And we see it time and time again where I think like someone would draft is fine, but just the small things which are really important to execute perfectly are just not there from Tribe right now.
Yeah, that's tough. There was an ult, a super thrown out by the Buzz, and then the gadget. That wouldn't have been a stun, but it would have at least allowed RBM to get a little closer. We talked about this for Sandy, right? Not a whole lot that outranges Sandy. Sandy is going to get fed, as you put it, and that is what happened. We saw a number of those really impactful supers from Bilal that allowed to, for this level of map control that, frankly, Tribe couldn't do too much about. And this is a bizarre situation. Tribe are on the precipice of losing this series in a sweep.
Which is why I think if Sandy's getting fed anyway, why go Shelly? Why not go another tank to just run them down even further? That was my thought process at least. I don't think Shelly was necessarily that bad. I think that was really winnable if you play it correctly. But unfortunately, Vatic takes it away. We are 2-0 right now. Tribe Gaming. That's not the same team we watched earlier. Simple as that.
I mean, low-key, it's kind of job done for Tribe Gaming. They're like, well...
Yeah, it is. The pressure's off their shoulders. Their quarters are level, like...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no cortisol maxing here, bro. They've gone back to Jester maxing for this final. That's fine.
Belchrock coming in, the draft. Tribe Gaming needs to log in for a reverse sweep here. Olin Kid ban for 2 bros, I mentioned earlier. Double Olin ban, quite interesting. The Ziggy ban on last pick, of course, quite a menace. PS1, love that. Gene and Leon ban as well will happen quite a lot. You do need a Charlie perhaps to counter him. Maybe a Nani, maybe a Brock perhaps. It's going to be quite difficult to draft around this. Rico potentially can happen as well, but the Kid and Olin ban is so important, honestly, for Vatic.
Yeah, again, there are ways to play tanks on this map. It used to be like Daryl plus Byron. You would sort of throw your super in there, but that's sort of evolved since then to involve the Kid. We've seen Doug mixed in there a little bit. You can play look, you can play tanks here, but the premier options are off the table in terms of Bull and Ollie not really being favoured here. You can reinforce the issue with Darrow, but here's the spike.
I don't like that at all, Uber. It's like... It kind of worked earlier in Golden Gulch, right? It kind of worked because you do have a gadget to play.
Move those
like,
feet to the boombox,
I just don't.
beat.
That is so squishy, man. Like, at least the Brock is a beautiful pick on this map. You are supposed to win your 1v1 to sniper, but they're so squishy, and I just hate the spike in this meta right now. It's just not the brawler you want to go, especially on an open map like this.
Yeah, designated as a sharpshooter initially in the game. I think that was just a play on words by Supercell because Spike is pretty limited in terms of range. And most of Spike's power comes from that hypercharged super where you can, if you're able to place that correctly, you can punish people trying to push up on you. In a sense, you know, Spike is high damage, but can't do too much about tanks that run up on them, depending on who they are. And here's that Jaehyung to get you into the map nice and early. And of course, there's always the threat of that Weekend Warrior burst damage out of nowhere.
No, they still need something for a thrower, which I guess you could go Rico, I guess you could go throw yourself. The problem is there's a take a last pick, so are you gonna go that? You could go Cold to just break up a map, I don't dislike that. Maybe an Assassin as well, you could just go Mortis. I would love to see a Mortis right here, right now.
Yep, still open. That's crazy with Leon banned as well. Okay, Mina, similar vibes. Obviously someone who's going to be attracting a lot of attention.
Actually, I hate that. There's a Rico last pick open. That Brock will not break. They will just pick a Rico mid, and it's going to cook this comp apart by himself. As long as the Brock plays slow, Spike plays slow, that Rico can literally cook by himself. They're going for Meeple though, which is a great Mina counter and has the box as well to help them quite a lot. So I don't dislike it. I would have loved to Rico a bit more.
Having a gadget there that punishes the Mina for getting too slow is pretty important. And obviously, as Livy won't be able to benefit from hiding behind too many of these walls, so you don't have to play heavy wall break with this kind of setup. You know, Bilal, of course, is still going to be a threat here on this Pierce. We are going to be looking at some intensely skill-based matchups. Whoever is, Ducky, I'm glad, you know, Ducky's going to be on the Mina. They're going to have to do the lion's share of the work here and closing the gap, finding smart gadget timings and avoiding that Meeple if possible.
Spike by far the worst matchup in this whole draft. Cannot do anything into Jaehyung, fully hardcore about that. Should not be able to do a lot into Pierce. And Mina should know how to dodge him as well. Pierce on the right side, creating some nice pressure. The cactus is there. Just waste your ammo, I guess, on it. That's fair enough. You gotta do it. He's actually collected his ammo to destroy it with it, so he doesn't need to waste extra ammo. Ducky on the left side, creating some nice pressure.
Okay, Bilal here able to pick up a couple of those drinks. And we have a lot of push-up here for Vatic. Mentions a Meeple. Ducky is going to have to go for a gadget, but has some walls to hide behind here. You've got to be careful. Mina, not quite as tanky as you'd hope for her to be if you're going to sit there and soak those shots. Life plant. Very important.
Impressive play from RBM, but gadget. Even if he would have gotten hit by the ult, he would have got healed up before. Probably would have survived. The Meeple box in the middle secures him a bit of control. Mina, unfortunately, on the left side against Meeple is not the best. He got to stop it away immediately. The Foggy comes in, he's going to miss though. Ducky is going to strand it on the left side and dies.
Yeah, nothing you can do about that. There is a nice super from Diego Gamer. This is smooth sailing now from Tribe Gaming. They got themselves a pretty decent draft and a comp that seems overly hostile to Mina.
I just love that last pick, honestly. I was saying Rico, but if Meeple works equally fine to shut down a Mina like that and to give them full control, I take that too. Tribe Vatic just didn't consider the last pick too much for the side of Tribe Gaming. Now, Bilal is kind of a carry here. If he's able to manage to get a nice ult on the spike, on nice early kills, they can't play with 3v2. It's going to be quite difficult to go for it. Jaehyung on the Meeple is the matchup you want to.
Some damage on Diego Gamer, but now that super is ready. Might see him look to go aggressive now. Ducky as low as he is. Ducky's not really able to find a comfortable part of the map to play in, but needs to be close to Eslivy for that sustain. That puts him, though, close to Diego Gamer now, and here comes that Meeple hypercharge. Ducky cannot hang.
Beautiful gadget by Brock here. Bit early hypercharge ult from Diego Gamer. I feel like you should have that for late game. Bilal on the right side. Full fall down from Brock. Never mind, he's dodging it. Kinda alive, kinda not. He's 100% dead. Right there. Bilal is going for a kill. 200 HP off of Meeple on the top left. He is still alive.
That's the closest that Vatic has actually gotten to finding an edge there. It says Livy on the Jaehyung looking for damage, but now hypercharge super coming in from Luffy. Tribe Gaming feel like they might hack this, but is that an overestimation? No, in the incendiary field, Ducky will burn to a crisp, but now is Livy stuck in a 1v2 to try and keep this round alive. It's not to be, folks. Weekend Warrior gives him a fighting chance, but it's not enough.
I take it back actually for matchups. I think the best matchups we have, Mina into Brock, Jaehyung into Spike, Pierce into Meeple. That should be the best matchup. Unfortunately, they were too far away, so they couldn't swap away. But they're definitely going to take these matchups because this Pierce has not been getting the value he wanted. The ults honestly have not been on point either. He had multiple opportunities to gain more value with it. They were not there. Comp definitely for Tribe Gaming in my opinion.
No lane swap here attempt, so Bilal will still be matching up against RBM. who again does outrange the spike, but the life plan makes it a little bit difficult to try and get rid of the spike and requires you to overextend, perhaps, to confirm that elimination.
Nice dodge from Lucky here on the Brock attack, just slipping through with these cracks, which Brock, unfortunately, on mid-range, he's not that good against. He's actually hitting some nice shots though. Pressure still from the side of Tribe Gaming. Box comes down, full control now. Luffy with a nice pinch on Bilal. It's getting just fed slowly and slowly.
Feels like Ducky knew that Dimensions was coming down though. They're able to quickly get out of the way. Decent damage onto the spike, but again, that's what Bilal's been doing all game, and it's not really turned into an advantage for Vatic. Sticking around, throwing out. Bilal stands in it for a time. That's a little risky there for the Pierce, but Meeple's out of the game as Livy finally gets something going on the left.
Bilal actually falls down. It's a 2v2. Suddenly, what a blunder. Brock will completely miss the spike. Will go. What is happening? The nerves are just not there. The 2v2 still on the play. Jae could potentially 1v2 this if he can. He cannot go down. Maybe Mina can with a nice attack, with a nice gadget. She really needs to look. It's not happening. Oh my god!
That is brutal. Vatic looked like they finally had an opening. They had a 3 versus 2, and yet Bilal gets caught at the bottom of the map. And, well, the one advantage they've had, really, on knockout goes by the wayside. They lose a 3v2, and Tribe Gaming look like they are locked in, finally.
Spike ult on the right side. Brock high volt as well. You gotta be really careful with that. And as soon as the Meeple high volt pops, they have it for endgame as well, then surely then at least Tribe Gaming has the secure win in their hands. Bilal with Pierce, you gotta be careful with that.
As Livy last time was able to get the better of Diego Gamer, and he is chomping at the bit for another chance to put himself back on the right side of the kill feed.
High bust from the side of Tribe Gaming. Probably Meeple really close to it as well. They're losing full control without even using any type of detail. Meeple ult comes down a bit earlier. I don't know about that. Endgame is not even happening. Brock commits 2. He's going way too aggro. Has to get it to dodge it, but it's not gonna be enough. He just runs into his deaths.
Oh my god, that was a fantastic use of the gadget to close on RBM. Beautifully done. Vatic finds signs of life here, right when it counts. And that was a pretty deep foray from the Brock, though.
Oh, why are we going aggro before overtime? Why are we investing so much util when it's clear that the overtime is used? You have won it multiple times, and that here for Meeple gadget box combo to secure that win, and there's wasted so much util. The only good thing out about that is that Meeple's finding this hyper, so if he gets ult, that is the clutch they need.
Livy, hyper as well for the Jaeyong. Obviously looking for a chance here to maybe set Ducky up. Obviously just looking to fight the Meeple. Neither of these are particularly high damaging brawlers. Both really bring a lot of utility to the game though. Here's a Mansions. It's got to be dodged.
Pretty interesting that they've never swapped the Meeple on the Mina back from a sort of Tribe Gaming. They keep a Brock mid, which I guess you can do. I definitely will stop the wave. Hyper charge pop from the Jaeyang here, same as Meeple. Meeple can just dodge every shot. RBM goes down. He did not protect himself after the cactus. Big mistake from him. Meeple hyper ult as well. They're just respecting it. They're going back. It's looking horrible.
Ducky a little bit dangerous here though. The Mansions might give him nowhere to go. Luffy. Couple shots missed though. Ducky's still in this game. Diego low though, as Livy would like to clean him up, and there it is. Weekend Warrior pop. Diego goes low. Nice shots from Bilal from south to north. Vatic have fought their way tooth and nail back into the set.
Match point for Vatic to win this monthly final. Tribe Gaming with the most silliest of silliest mistakes, not staying behind the cactus on the top right. The Meeple ult hype ult again used too early. The Brock hype ult committed too early. The Meeple ult committed too early in the round before. Just too many sloppy mistakes, which just show how tired they are after playing so important World Cup matches before.
It's been a long day. It will be absolutely wild to see Vatic step up and give us another new champion here in this region. Tribe Gaming starting to slip. And honestly, they don't have any buffer left now. We are into our decider. This is very much our match point game for Vatic. See what can be done. They're going to keep the same lane assignments. Here comes Ed Livy. This is a little bit risky. Semantic, he's overextended.
I cannot believe it. He thought he can go for a kill, but no, there's a Brock to support him. No escape path for the Jaeyang. 3v2 situation right here. Big fumble, big mistake. Once again, the mistakes just keep happening. The players clearly are tired after such a long day.
Ducky backing off here. Doesn't have the combo on Diego Gamer, but definitely has the footwork to dodge a lot of these Brock rockets. Bilal here doesn't have a great angle, frankly. Only the shots through the wall as a result of picking up drink that will get him damaged. Ducky's getting chunked down as well, and Vatic, frankly, don't have any breathing room to properly regen. Here's Mansions. Bilal caught inside of it now, a little bit scary. Spike has a super, RBM flashes it, and yes, dumps it on top of Bilal, who won't be able to walk out of Mansions. Ducky eats a shot, and that's going to be a Tribe Gaming round.
Honestly, if I was Vatic there, I will just say golden gas, guys. We do not want to feed this Meeple ult, this Meeple hyper, the Spike hyper. Big mistake from them. Lane swap now from Tribe Gaming, putting the Meeple on the Mina as much as they can, and they do have this Meeple box to secure a lane swap and to stop them from going to aggro. So I do like that what they're doing right now.
Yeah, as Livy wants to swap here. Luffy and Diego are making that pretty hard to do, though. Luffy keeps trying to switch into the Jae-Young matchup. There's a super here for Luffy. It's going to Bilal. Opens up the map a little bit, but honestly, things are all over the place here. Mansions doesn't connect. Life Plant is down, sure, but another Meeple Hyper that's questionable.
Why do they keep wasting the YouTube? Bilal on the right side does go down. Mina too. Even though they have overcommitted, they still get the kills. 3v1 situation. Tribe Gaming secures a game. And finally a set. Stopping mistakes, yes, but we still have a game on our hands.
Right, it's not pretty, but it's effective. It's kind of like the axes on their insignia there. Tribe Gaming have managed to at least create an opportunity to run back in this series. But again, nothing fancy about that. That is some gritty, dirty Brawl Stars, but whatever it takes to stay alive, I guess they'll take.
Man, you really feel that these players have a lot of pressure. Slash are tired. They're just tired after playing so much. The mistakes are just way more than whatever we saw earlier in the quarterfinals and semifinals. You feel it, and it's kind of crazy, honestly.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure here. Tribe, of course, I mean, again, they've done a lot of the work, but there's a huge incentive, right, to win first place in these monthly finals. Very much worth putting in the effort for. Vatic, though, again, they have nothing to lose. Like, they didn't have to fight for, Brawl Cup. They were just here to sort of honestly test themselves and see how far they could go. And frankly, the sky's the limit as far as we've discovered. So close to knocking Tribe Gaming out and taking this whole damn thing themselves. They'll still have a couple of chances to do that.
You're completely right. Like, they're playing for points, for seeding, for the next split. And they got to look in. And the prize money is nothing you might forget about as well.
Both of these teams would be their first time winning a grand final in NA this year. So for both of these teams, it's already a success even standing in the grand finals. For Tribe, they don't want to come second twice in a row, right? They finally want to make it through. And yes, they already have gotten what they wanted. They made it to Brawl Cup, so maybe they're a little bit more relaxed, but the celebration is over now. They showed us that they still have the grit and they still want to fight to actually win this monthly final.
And the draft was good, right? Like, we felt like there was a way to bring a Rico last pick there to really punish because you had the only wall break, but Meeple also is able to, abuse the presence of those walls and a lack of interest in sort of clearing them out. And I feel like the Pierce never had good matchups there in so many of those rounds. So, hey.
But that's also because they just kept the Pierce on the spike for some reason, which I just couldn't understand. Just swap them away. Like, why is he on the only brawler that has any type of ability to stop your normal attacks?
Yeah, those lane assignments suddenly are going to be really important, especially heading into this map.
Hideout is our next map. Let's see if Tribe Gaming can come back even harder now and make it another set 5. They seem to feel really comfortable with those today. 3-2 versus Only Realm. 3-2 was also the grand final of NA last month, so we truly get all the games in here. Mortis once again a first pick. That's what happens when he's open, I guess.
Yeah, give Ducky a skilled brawler, right? Like something that with real high ceiling and let him just run wild on him. I am all about that. What a great way to showcase the youngsters' strengths at the game.
I absolutely love him on this map as a first pick as well. You get the blue star and you can always get value against most types of comps. You kind of need to set up a Fang last pick to successfully counter him. Perhaps a glowy comp as well might work. You cannot necessarily go cast into that as well. You're going to feed quite a lot. I'm not even sure if an RT counters Immortals because sure you can ult so he doesn't go to you, but he can still assassinate you with an ult gadget combo and he can still go to your teammates and you cannot hit him easily as well. So they are going for control, I guess. There's no Nani pick either, which I would love over RT. Quite a fumble as well. I love a Nani into Immortals though. Your shots are quite easy to hit, as dumb as it sounds. As a Nani, you have guaranteed damage and Immortals can never get close range to you because you always 5k him. So kind of missed opportunity here, honestly.
Yeah, Narnia also just good overall because there's still a lot of snipers in the game. Usually we see a lot of Bell and Angelo, for example. There he is. And Narnia, of course, would be a good counter to that. Charlie's going to be the last pick here for Vetic. The draft is going really fast here. The picks are just flying in. I really like the draft of Vetic here. And on the side of Tribe, we talked about this card, right, Semantic? I don't know if that's a good pick. Mortis is going to get the blue star anyway, and you're going to feed him some supers.
That's a big problem. Like, you can maybe kill him once or twice, but just feeding a Mortis ult is a major mistake in a cast against Mortis 1v1. You're going to feed him Hypercharge ult, and once that Hypercharge is not going to do anything about this Mortis. This Mortis getting Hyper for free. This is a shambles of a draft for Tribe Gaming. I think this might be game over.
What's the Kaze Mortis matchup look like in the 1-to-1?
So you cannot completely just run it down. If you are able to successfully 3K every single shot, you win the first interaction. However, every single interaction afterwards, you are losing thanks to the heal of Mortis.
Yep.
You kind of need to play also with your daggers at the start, so you just keep your range. But even then, I'm pretty sure Mortis, even if he dies once, it doesn't care. He just cycles his ult on them. That's a Jaeyang that's not going to stop it. And then RT is just going to get farmed as well. That's a fully out of my I think.
So basically, as soon as the Mortis has super available, he's gonna win that matchup. Tribe Gaming seems to think RT is enough to stop that tick. Let's see if they can prolong in set 5.
Luffy's able to get in there and get the blue star. That might be pretty important here for Triumph Gaming to start the game as virtually defenders. But Ducky's already going to get forward. He already wants to go after them. Super's already at the ready, though, for RBM and Diego Gamer, respectively. Ducky trying to be a little bit careful about this matchup against the Kaze.
I won't even dislike Ducky just dying to get his ult, because that's the only thing he needs. He cannot just play back and wait for his teammates to lose for 2v2 over 2v3 as we have right now. He just needs to go in and get his first ult so he can start actually cooking. Just go in, I don't mind if you feed. One star is only, one single kill is the only thing you need. Then I'm just going to be really, really careful right now on the bottom line.
Yeah, playing safe. Here comes the push though. Fist of the Brawl Star allows Luffy to chase Bilal down. Finally, Ducky gets involved, but he picks the RT of all targets. That's not going to bode well for him at all.
He's still getting ult charged. That is what I want. A bit late, honestly, because you just wasted 1 minute to get 2 attacks off, which we could have done 20 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago. Charlie coming down. He does have a gadget pop as well. It's Ducky going to go in. He is not. Beautiful gadget to secure the kill. However, that gadget does not give you any type of ult charge.
It's cute. And Ducky used the very edge of it just to make sure Diego Gamer went down. And they've got to be careful about this RT. RBM, though, did drop legs, but Ducky was able to bait that super out. That could be pretty important now as the legs are starting to take hits from RBM, and Ducky says, I'm just going to clear on out for the time being. In the meantime, as Livy's fighting against the Jaeyang on the top side, it's a couple of cool noodles. Oh, the hypercharge! Build up for RBM. He's cycling too many supers this game.
The team play of Tribe Gaming is just amazing. Ducky just hasn't been able to do anything. Not a single ult across the field so far. The start was too awful, the build-up of his RT hyper, what a perfect timing to get it there. Ducky finally going in his first ult now with 15 seconds on the clock, and it's just not happening.
He crumples in a streaming heap. Bilal knows that this game is, for all intents and purposes, over. Triad Gaming might not have combo. We'll see what happens here. Hold on, Cocoon on to RBM. They're looking after Luffy right now. The Spider-Lings.
They can't go! What just happened? I cannot believe the Tribe Gaming was way too confident to stay in that corner. I cannot believe that.
Oh, that is absolutely ridiculous. It's only a blue star difference at the end of the round because Tribe Gaming, they end up hanging out inside that bush and they get flattened. It's a pretty big Cocoon connection there, though, by Livy to start them off. But, man, they're going to be happy getting that round away after being behind for 98% of it.
Blue star this time from the side of Mortis. I'm not sure if Jaeyang wasn't supporting him clearly enough, but all Ducky needs, again, is some kind of ult charge as Livy. It's going to fall here. Ducky's just going in. That's fine. That's a free kill for them as soon as Livy here respawns. They should be getting that pretty, really soon. Beautiful ult here from RBM. Should be falling down, though. Cocoon as well. They should be winning. It's Livy with a dodge of a Jaeyang shot.
Livy able to get healed up, but there goes Luffy. This now puts Batik in the lead. Tribe try and race forward here, but perhaps sling a little bit too long in Vatic's territory and give up a lead. There's a lifeblood. Luffy, though, backs away. Ducky does not want to chase the Kaze.
Honestly, he could have fully committed there if he really wanted, but you're sure? You know what? Sure, let's play it safe. Tribe Gaming feels the pressure. They gotta commit, they gotta go for kills, and it's not that easy to go aggro into a Mortis like that, but the control is from their side. They're all in respawn. Boarded up on the bottom left at Mortis, looking to get some kind of, while the RBM is kind of getting low as well.
Yeah, he's looking to drop legs though. Bilal trying to stay alive inside a super. It's good healing, but it might not be enough here. Ducky's going to do something, but he's low. Great Cocoon. That's going to take the pressure off. Buy some precious seconds to heal up. RBM, though, already used that super. Tapped down as Livy hitting some nice shots, but Kaze goes in. Luffy, though, falls. This is still Vatic in the lead, and Ducky now has his super.
And as Livy just hits every single Cocoon exactly when it needs to be. Always focuses on RT. That guy is just completely on fire. Now Ducky has an ult. I am not sure how you're going to push that. Even an RT ult will not be enough to handle that. Sure, Kaze's hype ult probably needs to put a Geisha ult down. She cannot just go blindly in like that.
Hypercharge super for Bilal. That healing is going to be crucial. Luffy going to be revealed briefly inside those bushes. 20 seconds left in the game. It's Ducky poised like the sword of Damocles with a super ready to go. Luffy first. Hypercharge Fanstorm deployed, and here comes some Spiderlings. Diego Gamer already pops the Weekend Warrior going low. There was Ducky. He's going to get in there. Big lifeblood. Good damage, but he doesn't want to follow it up. 3 seconds left. 1 star in it. Vatic are going all the way. Oh no, Tribe! In the last seconds, find the RT Hypercharge. Just get to 21 stars. He doesn't get any closer than that.
Finally, both teams have woken up. Tribe have woken up. What a comeback of a comeback of a comeback of a comeback. What is even happening? Everyone in the corner. Oh, I cannot believe this gameplay of level. Now, Blue Star going this time for the side of Kaze. Tribe Gaming is back in their feet.
Take a breath here, Vanek. Close, so close to victory. When our Tribe Gaming have been extended an opportunity to keep this series going. Oh, what a shot from Bilal. RBM was asking for it, in fairness. Weekend Warrior popped, but there's nothing for Diego to be doing. He's got no business pushing ahead. Luffy wants to come forward, but it's an easy gadget fadeaway, and Diego fell off screen.
What a waste of a gear hold of a handstorm from Luffy here. With Jaeyang dying as well, that is not good for them. The Small is just going to go and cast it back to them. That's exactly the interaction I told you earlier. She cannot win that by any means possible.
Next time that happens, Ducky's going to be able to build super amidst the interaction and do exactly the same thing. We'll need the fidget spinner cooldown, most likely, so Ducky will allow Luffy back into the map. Luffy has nothing to lose, doesn't have the blue star anymore, so was happy to go aggressive when and if possible. His Livy's Cocoons, Semantic have been massive, shutting down that momentum, catching the Kaze when she tries to come forward.
And he has a high bolt now with that, so if he pops it again on this RT, beautiful gadget from Ducky, it's not going to be enough. The healing of Jaeyang is there, but Ducky commits. Oh, Cocoon to save him as well. He's going to get out of it, but this lead is at 7 stars currently, and Luffy falls down as well.
Oh, Tribe are in absolute shambles now, as Livy has been on point with this stopping power. Bilal has a super ready to go, and Ducky has been unstoppable. RBM there has super ready. Ducky doesn't want to go and fight him, but instead teases it out. He still went down against the legs dropped by RT. Nobody can stop the Mortis right now, and Vanek are close to victory here. Luffy wants to pressure, but really it's all bark and no bite, as Ducky's going to wrap around the backside. He's a lifeline. That you'd sooner forget if you're a Tribe Gaming fan, as they get dismantled in the final moments of this bounty game. Legs dropped, forget about it. 10 seconds left, and Luffy's going to try and come in with a hypercharged super, as Livy says, take what you like. We've already got this dub. It's Ducky waiting, sat on his hyper. We'll have a chance to use it there and we get some damage in, but that is that. Your champions of April, out of absolutely, literally nowhere, are Vanek.
They just deserved it. They played amazing. The team play, the Mortis gameplay, everything was just on point. This is their one. This is them. No, they're so hyped up to play the split 2 of BSC.
And it's pretty good, right? Kind of fun.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that in Brawl Cup.
Oh, man.
Watching is always fun. Watching is always fun.
We've had an opportunity here to see some fantastic sets in this series. Tribe Gaming starts strong here, right? The Kaze's able to get the blue star early, and Ducky looks a little awkward. He's diving on this RT. He's honestly getting taken down with a leg drop, but he finds his footing pretty quickly.
He even killed the RT once in a pure 1v1, which is what I'm telling you, it's not even a full counter to it. The Kaze was in a corner pick, the RT was in a corner pick, and definitely Jaeyang not. That Mortis first pick was just uncountered the whole round.
Yeah, that was pretty astonishing when Ducky finally gets going. Yeah, the RT hypercharge very powerful towards the end of that round. It snatches a win there for Tribe Gaming, but this second run through wasn't even close. Vanek steal themselves, they compose themselves, as Livy looks fantastic here as a leader. He's really fantastic on his control brawlers, and there's not really much that can be done to try and run past this Charlie. Getting stunned up, getting stomped in your tracks, and I'm really impressed. Vanek have every reason to feel vindicated here because it's been really up and down for them so far in the BSC, and yeah, no Brawl Cup for them, but they've now set themselves up for a real crack at this postseason.
After they finally made it out of the quarterfinals, they make it all the way to become the final monthly final champion of the spring split. Congratulations to Vatic here, really out of the blue, as you put it before. And Vatic, they looked especially good in their drafts today. So yes, maybe just trusting in the team itself to draft was the solution they needed.
Ducky, winning the MVP against Ducky earlier, proven himself to be the better Ducky. Won it as well, won even the MVP of a grand finals. That is kind of crazy.
And I mean, you know, Ducky is the more recent addition to this team, right? And it feels like a gamble for Vatic because he's an unproven talent, but everyone who knows him has played against him. Everyone on the inside knows he's extremely good. Feels like now he's finally settled into this team, and you've got like a genuine rising star here, like in NA. And there are a number of players that are just like that. Look at the Electros lineup, right? The Mortis play is spectacular. Any of these high skill ceiling brawlers, Ducky's look amazing on, and he is a real weapon in the Vatic arsenal now.
It really paid off in the end to pick up Ducky for Vatic. They made it into the grand finals, and finally they bring what they showed us in scrims already also onto the big stage in the monthly finals. Ducky has always been the player that was mentioned alongside Team Electros as one of those younger players who looks so strong this year, and now he also had his shining moment. This is the bracket. Any other match that stood out to you today, Semantic?
I am seriously surprised how Stamina lost 6-0. That was kind of crazy to me. Did not expect that. I really expected a fair fight there. Semifinal number 2, of course, the match of Brawl Cup. Literally the game that decided Brawl Cup for Tribe Gaming was crazy. And the big upset, quarterfinal number 1. Team Electros against Legacy Esports with a fumble of the year, potentially, maybe of their career, potentially.
Is there anything you maybe take away from the NA monthly finals today, also into humble drafts in the future?
I mean, it's always with a meta, with a draft, it's a bit different. I'm gonna let my coach Kanan cook with that. Have fun analyzing that, Kanan. You got this, I believe in you.
See, this is delegation. That's what I like to see. Semantic knows where his bread is buttered. You know, he's in there, in the server, and he's playing the game. We've obviously, I think, seen a ton of evolutions here in NA at least, right? It's a region that has moved away from really just stacking tanks. We've seen situations where teams have tried to bait a tank pick from one another. Even where a lot of tank counters are unavailable. I'm impressed that it hasn't just been a bullfest, right? We were expecting to see that. He's appeared in global bans a fair bit, but a number of our more enterprising teams have found a way to play against that pick. Not as oppressive as we first thought.
And now I'm super excited, and I have to say this, but I honestly did not expect it, but I get to talk to Aslevi today from Vatic. Congratulations, guys. You are the champions from a quarterfinal exit every month so far, closing out the spring split as the final monthly final champions. How does it feel?
It's great. We had the highest scrim win rate last month, and then we lost round 1, so it's kind of sucked. And then we had the highest scrim win rate this month, and thankfully it paid off finally.
I voted for you to go all the way last month, and you disappointed. Now you proved to me that I can believe in you guys. Thank you. I'm going to vote for you again next month, I guess. Today, your drafts especially looked a lot more confident. Was that the focus coming into this monthly final?
Yeah, so the biggest difference, I guess, is since we let go of Seabass, and then because we wanted to focus on drafting just for ourselves, and so Ducky has been the primary drafter, and then we'll give our input. But I think it's made, I think the results show that it's made a difference, and everyone's comfortable playing with the brawlers that they're playing on that set.
Ducky as the drafter and also the MVP today. Congrats to that as well. You're unfortunately out of Brawl Cup contention, but this result puts you right into the conversation for the rest of the year. So what's the goal from here on out?
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get another monthly final win. That would be obviously ideal. And since we're out of the Brawl Cup contention, our eyes are just set on Worlds right now. So we'll just continue to prep and hopefully continue to have these good results, and that will put us on the world stage.
Very well. At last, a final message from you to your fans. What do you want people to remember about Vatic after today? Is this the start of a new top team in North America?
Well, I hope it is, but for all the fans, we're sorry we didn't do the best in the first 2 months, but that we hope that with this starts us a positive snowballing effect, and that we can hopefully continue to pull off these good results and show you guys that we can win.
You showed us some huge potential today, so keep going like that, keep screaming. Congrats once more and celebrate well.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. A good night, honestly. It's 3:46 a.m. right now.
Europe, guys.
You're in Copenhagen.
You're on top.
I think we all deserve some good night's sleep. Also, Semantic, it's been a blast this weekend with you, honestly. What is your biggest takeaway, I guess, from casting overall? Are you going to be a caster later in your life?
The job of these people is incredibly hard. I tried it myself. I am not able to execute anywhere near the level of the casters, the fellow casters I was with today. just big shout out to everyone. The whole production, it's actually kind of crazy to see how it looks in the background, how a multi-final is getting produced, cast and everything. Insane jobs from them, and just thank you very much for having me.
Great job. This guy, it's funny, like normally pro players would like move into being color casters if they ever wanted to. This guy is a play-by-play caster, by the way. You can tell he's got a lot of potential. So maybe when you're really washed, you can come join us other washed casters on the desk. What do you reckon?
I would love to compete longer. My drive to win is just too high. Sorry.
I don't. That's fine,
Thank
bro.
you so much for the kind words, by the way. I think you did a phenomenal job and you added so much depth to what we are bringing to the table here every day.
I was about to get you a straight jacket in the last day. You were freaking out, bro. But that passion, bro, is what we're all about here, mate. It made a ton of fun to work with you, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're also crazy, though. Like,
Yeah, no, I know. But not like that, like that.
yeah.
Now with Vetic winning, the leaderboard has shifted here in NA quite a bit. Uber, only Realm takes that first seed, Tribe Gaming second seed. What does that mean for Semantic? What does that mean for Brawl Cup again?
That means there's the possibility of me facing Bobby, what he wished in the last minute final win in the interview, to face each other in the quarterfinal if I am first seed of my group and he is second seed of his group, or reverse. So, Bobby, I'm coming for you. I want that LAN match against you.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about, though, because first seed puts you in the same group as Zeta Division and Un Sueño Incompleto, but I'm scared of Zeta Division for sure. However, second seed in NA puts you in Group D. D is for Death. Foot Esports, Tribe Gaming, and Toxic Lotus. That is absolutely insane. I have no idea who's getting out of that group, frankly. All three teams definitely, have a real crack at it here. And honestly, guys, it's kind of sick to finally see what our format and seeding is going to look like for Brawl Cup. It's finally taken shape, and now we can start to fantasize about these fantastic matchups.
I mean, out of all of these, I would probably choose Group A, at least one of these teams. Who are they even? Humble?
Humble.
Humble? Yeah, who is Humble?
I don't know. Again, these mixed teams, they just like make up a name and get a logo, and yeah, it's
Exactly.
fun.
They misput humble as well. Clearly, the humble is supposed to be you. Like, what is it?
Exactly.
Humble.
We also
It's an
have
acronym.
global bans for you once more. Here in NA, we had serious bans out in every single match but one, if I remember correctly. We're going to see it here.
Bro, that is a
North
bar.
America here in green series has been banned out quite a bit. And Crow and Ems not banned out even once. Leon as well from North America in the global stage.
Well, the reason why Crow and Ems are not too much global banned is because you can first pick him, and you can just ban him on your last pick. Whereas Sirius and Clancy are brawlers which are strong on first and last pick. You don't even want to have an opportunity to leave it open for enemies, so you just want to have it banned global on both sides.
Then we also come to the most picked brawlers of the day. It's a little bit different from other regions, I feel. Pierce also showing up quite a bit, just like in EMEA. Meeple, though, seeing him so high up is new.
Yeah, but his win rate sucks, though. Bro's getting blasted in a lot of these games. Although Diego Gamer, when he picked Meeple, looked really, really good. But I do feel like, you're still a bit squishy, and sometimes you just can't contend with these sharpshooters, many who are also found here. And Leon is virtually a sharpshooter under hypercharged conditions, so I'll give him that.
Ruff's also, the reason why he had such a win rate is probably also that Tribe banned him. They recognized he's a threat, and they kept him global banned as well.
It breaks my heart, honestly, to see here Stu with 8 bans, one of the top 5 most banned brawlers in North America. Look at that win rate, my boy. Oh, so
What have they
sad.
done to my baby? I mean, look at Leon, by the way. He gets banned 11 times, still was winning 2 out of 3 games. So, yeah, this guy, hey, let's get Leon sorted out, guys.
He's
You know what I'm
hitting
talking about.
At a comfortable 6-7% win rate, honestly.
crazy,
So,
dude.
yeah, I really love Leon, and I'm hyped to see how he's going to perform after the balance changes.
Yep.
And the next time you're going to see us will be in Berlin.
Heading down to their final life.
15th and 17th. You better mark that in your calendars. Tickets are unfortunately already sold out, but you can still, of course, also watch us on event.brawlstars.com and still lock in predictions for that as well. If you haven't gotten a ticket just yet, yes, they are sold out, but we are working on maybe some more tickets. So make sure to keep an eye out for those over on our social media channels. Now, yeah, I'm super excited that this spring split is coming to an end. Today is also sad though. Those last 3 months have went by super fast. Any last words, any final conclusions for the spring split?
No, because after spring comes summer, and it's going to be hot boy summer in Berlin, baby. See you there, nerds.
I am honestly looking forward to a second split, just for the 1.5 points that we get and for the amount of teams that will keep winning or not even qualify, because we have a ton of teams across all regions who did not qualify to the monthly finals, and that will keep happening, I'm sure of it.
If the summer split is going to be as much of an up and down, you won't want to miss it. And the next time you're going to see us, we're going to be in Berlin, May 15th and 17th. I'm so excited for this. Please tune in.